Stephanie Newman was born on June 3, 1967, in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. Stephanie grew up in a Jewish family led by her parents, Louis Herman Newman, and his wife, Annie. She had 2 siblings. Philadelphia is known for its significant historical, cultural, and artistic contributions, a quieter life away from the city's hustle and bustle. Stephanie was raised in Elkins Park, a suburb north of Philadelphia, where she quickly showed herself to be both beautiful and intelligent. At a young age, she began studying the Torah, the compilation of books that contain Jewish law and heritage, and she performed public readings, which require very specific intonations. Stephanie was active, extroverted, and sociable, never one to stay still, according to those close to her. At 16, she started working as a counselor at a girls' summer camp during her summer break. It was there she met Craig Rabinowitz, who worked at a nearby boys' camp. Craig, born on September 28, 1963, was 4 years older than Stephanie. Little is known about his early life, except that he was the son of an executive at a prominent clothing manufacturer. Craig frequently visited Stephanie's camp due to his responsibilities, and they started talking. Eventually, he asked her out, and although she was initially hesitant, something changed after their second date. From then on, the couple became inseparable, maintaining their relationship for 7 years. Stephanie's romance did not affect her academic performance. She was diligent in her studies, graduating from high school with a National Merit Scholarship. She went on to earn a degree from Bryn Mawr College, a private women's liberal arts college. After graduating, she enrolled at Temple University to study law. Craig finished high school as an average student, excelling in sports like ice hockey and baseball. He also attended Temple University but dropped out after his first semester. After their long courtship, Stephanie and Craig married in June 1990. With the help of Stephanie's parents, they moved into an apartment. Stephanie's new role as a wife did not hinder her academic pursuits, and she graduated from law school in 1992 with excellent grades. Around the same time, Craig and a friend started a company called CNC Vending, which imported latex gloves for medical use from Malaysia. The company made a few sales before dissolving, but Craig continued in the same business, registering a new company called CNC Supplies. He explained to his in-laws and friends that he would import containers of gloves from Malaysia to sell wholesale, estimating a 33% profit margin. To maximize profits, he needed $88,000 to import 4 containers. The figures he presented were impressive, and he easily convinced Stephanie's parents, one of her brothers, and some friends to invest in the business. While Craig seemed headed for success, Stephanie was also making strides. After graduating, she took the bar exam, a challenging test for law graduates to practice in the United States. Stephanie passed on her first attempt, and combined with her excellent grades, this did not go unnoticed. She quickly received an attractive job offer from a prestigious law firm with a salary she couldn't refuse. Stephanie had clear dreams and aimed to own a home in a good neighborhood. After 4 years of marriage, the couple moved in with her parents to save money for a down payment on their first house. This dream came true when they moved into a cozy 2-story home in Marion, on Philadelphia's main line. This upper-middle-class neighborhood was home to professionals, bankers, executives, and entrepreneurs, many of whom were part of the local Jewish community. With a new life goal achieved, Stephanie's dreams were nearly complete. She only needed a child to crown them. It wasn't long before this wish came true with the arrival of a healthy and beautiful baby girl named Haley Sarah Rabinowitz. To everyone, they seemed like the perfect family. Stephanie, a promising lawyer with a rising career, Craig, a businessman owning an import company, and their lovely daughter completing the picture. Neighbors had no complaints, often seeing Craig strolling around with Haley in her stroller. But this perfect life was short-lived. As we often see, perfect lives rarely exist, and what appeared to be Stephanie's dream fulfillment soon came to an end. On Tuesday, April 29, 1997, Stephanie and her mother went out in the morning to shop for Haley's first birthday preparations. That evening, Craig, Stephanie, and the baby had dinner at a luxurious Thai restaurant with Stephanie's parents, Lou and Annie. After a delightful meal, they all returned home, with some accounts suggesting everyone went to Craig's house. Upon arrival, Craig mentioned he had too much coffee and felt jittery, so he decided to take Haley for a walk in her stroller. When he returned, his in-laws had already left. After putting Haley to bed, Stephanie and Craig had a beer in the living room before Stephanie went upstairs to take a bath. Meanwhile, Craig stayed downstairs watching a hockey game featuring the local team, the Flyers. Around midnight on April 29, 1997, Craig made a frantic 911 call, reporting an accident. He claimed his wife had fallen in the bathtub and he found her unconscious and couldn't revive her. Minutes later, the first police officers arrived at the Rabinowitz house, finding the door open and announcing their presence as they entered. They heard Craig's shouts from upstairs and found him holding Stephanie's head above water while her body was submerged in the bathtub. The officers helped lift Stephanie from the tub and attempted resuscitation, trying to restore her consciousness. The commotion woke Haley, who began to cry, and the police told Craig to attend to her. Craig soon returned with Haley in his arms as the paramedics arrived to take over. Stephanie was still unconscious, her body cold and blue. The police informed Craig he needed to come with them, but he was unsure what to do with the baby. At that moment, neighbors, noticing the police activity, offered to stay with Haley. An officer questioned Craig about what happened, and he explained that after dinner with his in-laws, he had a drink with his wife, who then went for a bath to relax since she had trouble sleeping. He stayed watching the hockey game but heard a thud from the bathroom that sounded like a shampoo bottle falling. Not concerned at first, as this often happened to Stephanie, he eventually went to check after she didn't return for over half an hour. He found her unconscious and fully submerged in the water, tried to revive her, and when he couldn't, called 911. He opened the front door for the responders and held her head above water as he couldn't lift her from the tub. Craig's clothes were wet, so the officer advised him to change. Meanwhile, the officer noticed the tub draining, likely dislodged when they moved Stephanie's body. He replaced the plug, aware the scene needed preservation for any potential investigation. The officer also recalled the bathroom floor was completely dry, with no water outside the tub, something that stuck in his mind. After changing clothes, Craig was taken to the hospital where Stephanie had been transported. He was informed that despite their efforts, Stephanie was declared dead at 1:29 a.m. Overwhelmed, Craig held his head, repeatedly saying he couldn't believe it and expressed he couldn't go through such loss again, referencing his father's death from cancer 3 years earlier. Craig then faced the daunting task of notifying family and friends about the tragic accident. When Stephanie's parents arrived at the hospital and confirmed her death, Annie collapsed in her husband's arms. They soon began asking when Stephanie's body would be released, as Jewish tradition requires burial as soon as possible, preferably within 24 hours. However, they faced a significant problem. The certifying doctor deemed an autopsy necessary, finding it unusual for a healthy 29-year-old woman to die from a bathtub fall without any visible injuries. This not only delayed the burial but also conflicted with their religious customs, which prohibit desecration of the deceased's body. Additionally, this delayed the period known as Shiva, the 7-day mourning period observed by family members who stay at home, refrain from any form of entertainment, and even cover mirrors to show they are not concerned with their physical appearance. The coroner's stance was firm and unyielding, forcing the family to accept it. The autopsy took place in the morning, conducted by the county's deputy medical examiner. By the time the doctor examined Stephanie's body, 12 hours had passed since the emergency was reported. At that time, the situation had changed considerably. The experienced coroner first noticed petechial hemorrhages, small red spots that appear when tiny blood vessels bleed internally. These can be caused by certain illnesses, prolonged effort, medication, or criminal actions like asphyxiation. In Stephanie's case, petechiae were present around her eyes, and that wasn't all her body revealed. As time passed, deep bruises became visible on both sides of her neck and under her jaw. Additionally, she had bruises on her arms and legs, particularly around her knees and elbows. These injuries were difficult to explain as the result of a simple fall in the bathtub. Moreover, the stomach contents examination showed undigested food, suggesting that death occurred around 9:30 p.m., more than 2 hours before Craig called emergency services. At this point, the only suspect for any potential wrongdoing against Stephanie was her husband, as he had assured the police that only he, his wife, and their baby were home, with all doors and windows securely locked. Another detail noted by the first responding officer was that Stephanie was in the bathtub wearing all her jewelry, which is unusual for someone taking a bath. When she was removed from the tub, she was still wearing her earrings, 2 gold bracelets, one with stones, her wedding ring, and even a gold watch. This, along with the dry bathroom floor, didn't match Craig's story about his supposed efforts to lift her from the tub. The authorities quickly launched an investigation, re-inspecting the Rabinowitz residence and confirming nothing was stolen and there were no signs of forced entry. During this search, they found a bottle of zolpidem, a medication used for treating sleep problems. Craig stated that both he and his wife had been prescribed this medication due to their sleeping issues. Once the post-mortem studies were completed, Stephanie's body was released to her family for burial, which took place at Mount Lebanon Cemetery. While the family was still grappling with their loss, another shocking event occurred. Just hours after the funeral, Craig was arrested as a suspect in his wife's death. In the following months, Stephanie's parents offered $75,000 for Craig's bail, but some sources claim the bail was set at $5 million. The case took another twist when the police received an anonymous tip suggesting they look into Delilah's Den, a luxurious local gentleman's club, for information on Craig. Following this lead, investigators searched the Rabinowitz residence, finding a hidden space in a closet ceiling with a movable panel. Inside, they discovered several men's magazines, a bag full of receipts, and what appeared to be a handwritten ledger. To make sense of the documents, the investigators called in a certified public accountant to organize and interpret the vast amount of financial data. While these studies were ongoing, detectives pursued the anonymous tip at Delilah's Denver. There, they learned that Craig was a well-known regular, frequenting not only the general services but also the exclusive champagne room, where dancers performed personalized sessions. It became evident that Craig had a particular affinity for an exotic dancer named Summer, whose real name was Shannon Reinert, a 24-year-old who lived with her 2 children. Shannon was located and questioned, confirming Craig was a frequent client who bought her gifts, including jewelry and furniture for her home. She admitted they had met outside the club but insisted their relationship was purely platonic, involving companionship rather than intimacy. Shannon revealed that Craig had confided in her about marital problems, saying he cared for Stephanie but no longer loved her, adding that leaving her would bankrupt him. Additionally, it was discovered that on the night of Stephanie's death, Craig had called Shannon to inform her of his wife's passing, a call that deeply saddened the dancer. But these discoveries paled in comparison to the revelations of the public accountant who examined the papers found at the Rabinowitz house. According to bank and credit card records, in the 9 months before the incident, Craig had spent a staggering $156,000 at the Gentlemen's Club. From January to April 1997 alone, he incurred $29,000 in charges at Delilah's Den, with an average of 3 visits per week, spending over $2,000 weekly. Craig's gifts to Shannon included not only furniture for her living room, dining room, and nursery, worth about $8,500, but also expensive presents like a Tiffany's pearl necklace costing over $1,900, which he did not give to his wife on Valentine's Day. Additionally, Craig had purchased 2 memberships to an exclusive sports club for himself and Shannon, each costing $365, plus $136 monthly for laundry services, shoe polishing, and lockers in the VIP section. He also spent a small fortune on fine clothing for his favorite dancer. Contrary to Shannon's claim that there was no intimate relationship, Craig's bank records showed frequent stays at 5-star hotels, averaging $500 per night, always registering with Shannon and using the rooms for only a few hours. Moreover, with all the money Craig was squandering, one would assume his latex glove import business was thriving. But investigations revealed that the company had conducted transactions between 1990 and 1992, but no activity was recorded thereafter. No contracts, no purchases, no sales. In short, the business didn't exist. So where did all the money come from? It turned out Craig had been running a Ponzi scheme, named after Charles Ponzi, who famously carried out such a plan in the 1920s in the United States until it was discovered. This pyramid scheme involves promising investors good returns from legitimate economic activities, but these returns are paid from the funds of new investors. Craig had drawn in Stephanie's family, friends, and others. Initially, things went well because Stephanie earned a good salary. However, after giving birth, she wanted to spend time with the baby and arranged with her law firm to reduce her workload, resulting in a proportional decrease in income, amounting to only $33,000 annually at the time of the incident, insufficient to sustain the couple's lifestyle. This also made Craig's lavish tastes and financial maneuvers unsustainable. He was aware of the high probability of his schemes being exposed. In a final move, following Haley's birth, Craig took out 2 insurance policies, one for Stephanie worth over $1.5 million and another for himself worth $1.6 million. These policies were in addition to Stephanie's coverage from her law firm, which insured her for $500,000 and her husband for $150,000. According to the accountant's analysis, the calculations were simple, written in Craig's handwriting. In the event of Stephanie's death, Craig would receive over $2 million. This amount would allow him to settle about $700,000 in debts to his investors and keep around $1.5 million. He planned to retain $400,000 and place $1 million in a bank account whose interest would yield over $60,000 annually, allowing him to live comfortably. Shortly after his wife's death, Craig pawned several of her jewelry pieces, including her wedding ring, obtaining $2,200. Additionally, it was reported that he pawned jewelry inherited by Stephanie from her great-grandmother shortly after her death. Moreover, the papers stored by Craig showed that the couple had bought their house 2 years earlier for $230,000, but had since taken out 2 mortgages totaling $300,500, along with some loans from friends. In the second half of 1997, a preliminary hearing was held to determine if there was enough evidence to prosecute Craig for his wife's death. The case was presented by the first assistant district attorney, who explained the Ponzi scheme and how, at the time of the incident, Craig knew his lies were unsustainable. According to the prosecution, one theory was that Stephanie was sedated with a triple dose of Ambien, a medication prescribed only to Craig. Based on bruises found on Stephanie's right side, one hypothesis was that she died elsewhere in the house and was dragged up the stairs to be placed in the bathtub. Another possibility was that after administering an excessive dose of the sleep medication, Craig carried her to the bathroom to drown her in the tub once she fell asleep. He undressed the body, forgetting to remove the jewelry, and placed her in the water. Possibly, the contact with the water woke Stephanie, causing her to struggle, prompting her husband to strangle her, a process that likely took about 4.5 minutes. During the struggle, she likely injured her elbows and knees against the sides of the tub. The prosecutor revealed that a book about mortuary topics was found on Craig's nightstand, which stated that only 13% of deaths are subject to autopsy. This led him to believe that, coupled with religious considerations, the odds were in his favor, prompting him to take a calculated risk, not anticipating an unyielding coroner. It was also discovered that Craig planned to flee after his wife's funeral, as a suitcase with thousands of dollars in cash was found in the trunk of his car. Court documents revealed that years earlier, Craig had been detained during an investigation into a prostitution ring in Philadelphia but received immunity in exchange for his testimony in a 1993 trial, already married to Stephanie. Meanwhile, Craig's defense tried to bring up a supposed man who had knocked on a neighbor's door asking for directions. But the police confirmed that Craig was the only man at the Rabinowitz house, something he had himself affirmed, and there were no signs of forced entry. The calculations in Craig's handwritten ledger about what he would receive upon his wife's death and how he would spend it left no doubt that the act was premeditated. The revelations during this process left Stephanie's family and friends in shock. The attorney representing Stephanie's parents, Lewis and Annie, read a statement saying they were overwhelmed by the information uncovered. They believed they knew Craig, but it was clear they had been deceived, just like everyone else he had spoken to. Friends and family thought he was a wonderful husband and father. They had even helped with nearly $100,000 for his so-called import business. The prosecution maintained that Craig's situation had reached a breaking point. His credit cards were maxed out, the house was overmortgaged, and friends and family expected returns from his non-existent business. Admitting the truth would mean his life was destroyed. Instead, ending his wife's life would allow him to clear his debts and fulfill his fantasy with Summer. Later, Craig's defense attempted to have the fraud and murder charges tried separately, but this was not accepted. The trial was set to begin on October 30th, 1997. When the trial date arrived, unfortunately, Lewis, Stephanie's father, had passed away a month earlier and could not be present. On the first day of the hearing, everything changed. Craig pleaded guilty to killing his wife to obtain the insurance money. Shaking and sobbing, he claimed he decided to confess after a dream where his wife, father, and father-in-law approached him, placing their hands on his shoulders, telling him it was time to do the right thing. He added that he couldn't subject his family and his 17-month-old daughter to such a painful process. Before finishing his statement, he admitted that his life had become a sham, a counterfeit, and a fraud, and the hole he was digging grew deeper and deeper. What was right became wrong and vice versa. He added that his life was on a slippery, steep path and he had no excuses to offer. Following his statement, the judge sentenced Craig Rabinowitz, 34, to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for the murder of his wife, Stephanie Rabinowitz. According to his prison records last updated on May 15, 2024, Craig remains incarcerated at the State Correctional Institution in Pennsylvania. In his mugshot taken in October 2022, at 58 years old and with a shaved head, he no longer looked as glamorous as in 1997. He is now 60 years old. Further details emerged during the investigations, such as the couple's return to Louis and Annie's home supposedly to save money for their dream house. In reality, they had been evicted from their apartment and were being sued for $6,000 plus legal fees, a debt Stephanie's parents eventually paid. Beyond the financial details lies the reality of Haley Sarah, who grew up with a father in prison and a deceased mother. She turned one the day her mother was buried and had to adjust to a new environment, new faces, and arms different from her mother's warm and loving embrace. Stephanie's maternal grandparents took care of Haley, and after her husband's death, Annie received family support to help shoulder the responsibility. Financial provisions were made for Haley's future. The funeral announcement requested contributions to an account in her name. Stephanie's law firm also established a trust fund for her. The house where the tragedy occurred, which became a site of curiosity for journalists and locals, sold easily in just 4 weeks for $225,000, only $5,000 less than they paid in 1995, but about $25,000 below market value due to its dark past. The sale proceeds were used entirely to pay off the mortgages on the property. In a twist of justice, Stephanie's life insurance money, which Craig had planned to use to solve his problems, was placed in a trust for Haley's future. A year after the incident, Philadelphia Weekly interviewed Craig in prison. He claimed Stephanie made him feel controlled and emasculated, describing her as overly orderly and rule-bound, while he preferred going with the flow, suggesting Stephanie was practically to blame for her own death. He also stated that if released, the first thing he would do is find Shannon. However, it seemed Shannon did not share his passion, as he reportedly wrote to her several times without receiving a response. Despite everything, it is clear that Stephanie was a wonderful, intelligent young woman who dreamed of marrying a good partner, having a home, and raising a baby. Yet Craig's selfishness, ambition, and lust turned these dreams into a nightmare, not just for Stephanie's loved ones, but also for their own daughter. The case of Athena Strand. Athena Strand was born on May 25, 2015 in the small town of Duncan, Oklahoma, USA. Her parents divorced and her father moved to Texas while Athena still lived with her mother in Oklahoma. Despite living far apart, her father kept in touch and visited her whenever possible. Sometimes her mother would bring Athena to see her father so they could spend time together. Both her parents remarried later and Athena had 2 younger sisters. Athena was a cheerful, sociable child. She loved to play and spend a lot of time outdoors. In the winter of 2022, when Athena was 7 years old, She temporarily left Oklahoma to live with her father in Texas until the New Year holidays ended. During this time, Athena attended a local elementary school. Her father's house was located in a remote rural area surrounded by forests and vast fields. Here, Athena had a great time exploring nature with her father and also built a good relationship with his new wife, Elizabeth. On November 30th, Athena returned home from school at around 4:15 p.m., just like every other day. She was home alone with her mother, Elizabeth, because her father and grandfather had gone hunting. That evening, Athena had an argument with Elizabeth. Athena finally felt upset and decided to go to her own room. Meanwhile, Elizabeth went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After about 20 minutes, Elizabeth went to Athena's room to call her to dinner, but she was gone. She started searching the whole house, but couldn't find Athena anywhere. Elizabeth called the relative of her husband who lived nearby. Although Athena often visited the relatives, this time the relatives said that she was missing. Next, Elizabeth called her husband and told him about the situation. Her husband immediately asked her to contact the police and return home immediately. When she got home, Elizabeth called the 911 emergency number at around 640. Only 14 minutes later, the police arrived at her house. She explained the situation to the police and said that she thought Athena might have left home because of an argument between mother and child. Initially, the police seemed suspicious of Elizabeth because she had reported the child missing 40 minutes after discovering the incident. However, after listening to her description of the search around the house and contacting family members, they concluded that she might be telling the truth. The police immediately began searching the surrounding area. Although it was already dark, they still organized a search force within a radius of several kilometers around the house. They believed that the child might have gotten lost in the dark and needed urgent help. They focused on searching the entire area, including the woods and fields. Police also considered the possibility of kidnapping, but found no evidence to support this theory. There was no sign of an intruder in the house and no strange noises or screams that night. Police received support from family and town residents in their efforts to find the missing Athena. The girl's mother quickly arrived at the scene after learning of her daughter's disappearance. But the results were still inconclusive as no trace of Athena was found. The search became more difficult as the area around the house was quite difficult to access, especially at night. Therefore, the police continued the search at 7 a.m. the next morning with more police officers joining in. As news of the disappearance spread, hundreds of volunteers volunteered to join the search effort. Some came on horses and ATVs, while police used drones and helicopters equipped with thermal cameras to search for Athena. By the end of the day, Athena had still not been found. Police were concerned for her safety because of the cold weather at the beginning of winter. Although Texas is a small southern state, the temperature had dropped to 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Since the girl was wearing thin clothes, it would be really difficult to endure such weather. On the third day, the search continued, and the police expanded the area to search for Athena. The police became increasingly suspicious that Athena had left the house on her own. During these days, they searched for miles in all directions, but they could not find the girl. The police identified the people who were near Athena's house that night. However, Athena's house was located in a special location, far from the main road, and there were no surveillance cameras in the area. However, they quickly got some important clues. A courier service had delivered to Athena's house that evening. The police contacted the courier company and learned that the delivery to the address was entrusted to an outside contractor. They then contacted that contractor and determined that the truck had arrived at Athena's house. Each of these trucks was equipped with surveillance cameras, so the police asked for footage from November 30th. After rewinding the time the truck arrived at the house, the police saw the driver dragging a girl who looked like Athena into the car. The police quickly identified the driver as Tanner R., 31, and the police went to his address. Shortly thereafter, the man was arrested on suspicion of kidnapping and taken in for questioning. As soon as the police mentioned the video evidence, Tanner began to speak. He explained that he had actually delivered a package to Athena's house that evening. While backing up the truck, he heard a crash and went to check what had happened. There, He saw the girl lying on the ground and realized that he had accidentally hit her with his car. As he approached, Tanner noticed that the girl was not seriously injured. She was conscious and spoke to him calmly. The girl said her name was Athena. He started to feel scared. He decided to take her into the truck and try to figure out how to solve the problem. The girl continued to talk to him and said that she would tell her father about this, and Tanner became more and more worried. He didn't know what to do with the situation, because he knew that if she told an adult about the incident, he could get into legal trouble. According to Tanner, he could not think of a better way than to kill her. He thought the best way would be to break her neck, but he could not do it. He then strangled Athena to death with his hands. He hid Athena's body in a nearby river. Tanner gave the police the exact location where he left Athena, so the police went there and found Athena's body. The murder shocked not only her family, but also thousands of people across the country. All major media outlets reported the case, and many were horrified by the brutality. After the body was found, Tanner was charged with kidnapping and murder. While waiting for the medical examiner's report, the police scrutinized Tanner's identity, trying to better understand his motives. Tanner's account of the events did not seem plausible. According to Tanner, he lightly hit the girl with his heart valve, causing no serious injuries to her. However, Tanner was so depressed that he immediately decided to kill her, thinking that beating a child would cost him his job. Tanner's story seems very strange. Police found out that this man was engaged and had a 1-year-old child. In addition to delivering goods, he occasionally worked as an Uber driver. Tanner's daily life, he participated in performing in a band at several cafes in the nearby city of Fort Worth. On social media, he often posted photos with his son, snapshots during music performances, and other moments of his daily life. These images do not show that he was a cruel person. There is no information about his previous criminal record before his arrest. Police also found no indication that he might be a dangerous criminal. Meanwhile, Athena's parents filed a lawsuit against FedEx and the contracting company, accusing them of allowing Tanner to work. They called for higher standards for employee screening to prevent such crimes in the future. Police investigators said the package Tanner delivered that evening was a Christmas gift Athena's parents had ordered for her. It was a Barbie doll she had long wanted. However, when the results of the medical examination were released, the case became more complicated. Experts said Athena died within an hour of being kidnapped. Her body had suffered various degrees of injury, and the primary cause of her death was asphyxiation. Police then outlined a series of events that could have led to the incident. After an argument with her mother, Athena decided to go outside and stand in the yard. At this time, Tanner arrived to make a delivery and found her alone. According to this theory, he saw an opportunity to satisfy his lust. The area around Athena's house was quite isolated, and the police believe that Tanner may have tricked or deliberately attacked Athena to get her into the car without encountering any resistance. It is still unclear what happened next. There are two main possibilities that seem most plausible. First, Tanner may have planned to take Athena out of the house to carry out his evil intentions, but the girl started screaming or tried to escape. Fearing discovery, Tanner killed the girl and dumped her body in the river. Second, Tanner may have committed some kind of harassment against Athena that did not involve direct contact. In this case, medical experts would not find evidence of sexual assault. To learn more, police spent weeks digging into Tanner's past. They spoke to his relatives, friends, and acquaintances, looking for any signs that he might have been involved in other criminal activities. There was a major breakthrough in the investigation. The police found several people who said they had been assaulted by Tanner when they were children. However, the identities of these people have not been released to protect the investigation. One of Tanner's victims went public with her story of being assaulted by him when she was 16. She shared her story on social media in an attempt to gain attention. Surprisingly, Tanner faced no consequences for his actions and was not even considered a suspect for a long time. Sadly, the victim wrote that no one believed her during those years. However, after Tanner killed Athena, these allegations received more attention, exposing Tanner's true nature. Now Tanner will also face separate trials for 4 sexual assaults involving minors. In preparation for the trial, the government announced that they would seek the death penalty. Tanner himself has hired a lawyer to advise him to withdraw his confession and declare his innocence, but this is unlikely to help him avoid punishment, as the police have video footage from the truck as well as Tanner's testimony about the exact location of the body. We can only watch the trial unfold and wait for more details to become public. Hi everyone, thanks for returning. Let's unravel another perplexing mystery. The case of Elizabeth Nicole Forshe Cyperta. Elizabeth was born on May 13, 1978 in Truckee, California. She lived with her parents and younger brother. When Elizabeth was 13, the Cyperta family moved across the street. Michael and Sally Cyperta had 2 young children and were struggling to balance work and family. Michael wanted Sally to go back to work, so they decided to find a babysitter. Michael suggested hiring Elizabeth, then 14, to babysit their children. Sally agreed, and Elizabeth began babysitting for the neighbor's family. Elizabeth grew attached to Michael and Sally's children as she spent more time with them. The children also enjoyed being around her. When Elizabeth was 15, her father passed away, a traumatic event that deeply affected her. According to her mother, Donna Forshe, Elizabeth became more sensitive and vulnerable after this event. She began to admire and grow closer to Michael Cyperta, seeing him as an ideal father figure. Elizabeth believes that Michael loves his children unconditionally and supports their interests. Elizabeth used to babysit Michael and Sally's children during the day. However, she started staying at their house until late at night. This continued for about 2 years. One day, Michael decided to move to Iowa with his family to be closer to his relatives. He invited Elizabeth to come along as a babysitter. Elizabeth's mother, Donna, strongly objected and tried to stop her daughter, even calling Child Protective Services to intervene. However, Donna's efforts were in vain. Elizabeth was too attached to Michael, Sally, and their 2 children. Although she was still in high school, she was determined to stick with her decision and move to Winfield, Iowa with Cyperta's family. After Elizabeth moved away, her mother Donna and her best friend Shannon Gerber maintained regular contact with her, either by phone or by weekly letters. Elizabeth graduated from high school in Iowa in May 1997. Donna attended her graduation and gave her daughter an emerald and diamond ring, which Elizabeth treasured. During this time, Michael divorced his wife, Sally, and began a relationship with Elizabeth. After the divorce, Sally left the children with Michael and Elizabeth and moved away. Although Sally maintained contact with her children, she cut off all contact with Michael and stopped speaking to Elizabeth. Michael, then in her 40s, immediately demonstrated his controlling nature. He limited what Elizabeth could and could not do, as well as who she could talk to. He attempted to control every aspect of Elizabeth's life. From the beginning, their relationship seemed dysfunctional. As a result, Elizabeth's mother and best friend Shannon found it increasingly difficult to contact her. Michael did not like Elizabeth talking to them and would often get angry if she did. As a result, Elizabeth would only dare to call they when Michael was not home. During this time, Elizabeth became friends with Harper Tracy through church. Harper noticed that Elizabeth had suffered 5 or 6 injuries during their friendship, including finger marks on her neck and bruises on her stomach. Harper's daughter, Sadie, who was about 7 years old, knew Michael's children through church and occasionally played at their home. Sadie remembers one time when she visited. She witnessed Michael pushing Elizabeth down the stairs and kneeling on her. Harper also remembers Elizabeth arriving at church in a state of panic and fear after fleeing a violent argument with Michael. Elizabeth confided that she was afraid of Michael and could not take any more abuse. Harper discovered multiple bruises on Elizabeth's stomach and marks on her arms. Elizabeth stayed in Harper's trailer for a month. During that time, Michael appeared near the trailer almost every day and acted threateningly. He would park his truck about 10 feet away from the trailer and tease Elizabeth. Specifically, he threatened her by saying that Elizabeth would be isolated and no one would find her if she did not listen to him. He left hazmat notices and a torn cat collar outside, along with a message warning that she would disappear like the cat if she did not return. He also threatened to harm the family's animals and began blackmailing her with videotapes and photos he had. According to Harper, He threatened to kill Elizabeth and dispose of her body 6 times. Harper called the police to stop him, but unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. There were clearly many warning signs about Michael. Everyone saw him as someone to stay away from. However, Elizabeth was young and naive, so she still hoped that Michael would change. Unfortunately, at the age of 40, people rarely change their behavior and attitude towards others. After a long time of pressure from Michael, eventually, Elizabeth decided to leave Harper's trail to live with Michael. They married in January 1998 in Mount Pleasant. Despite her attempts to prevent the marriage, Harper attended their wedding. Afterwards, Michael took the initiative to cut off all contact between Harper and Elizabeth. At Michael's request, Elizabeth finally told Harper not to come to their house anymore. Harper was not the only one concerned about Elizabeth and Michael's marriage. Elizabeth's mother, Donna, also disapproved of the relationship and refused to come to Iowa for her daughter's wedding. However, in June 2000, Elizabeth went to California to attend her younger brother's high school graduation. Although Michael stayed in Iowa, he continued to keep an eye on Elizabeth. During the 3 days Elizabeth stayed with her mother, Michael called her repeatedly. He was concerned that Donna was trying to influence Elizabeth not to return to Iowa. After each call, Elizabeth felt sad and confused. She considered leaving her husband but was not sure. To reassure Michael, Elizabeth moved out of her mother's house and moved in with Shannon Gerber, her childhood friend. Shannon had kept in touch with Elizabeth since Elizabeth moved to Iowa. They tried to talk every month, often calling when Michael was not home. However, Elizabeth's move to live with her friend did not lessen Michael's anger. Instead, he began harassing Shannon by calling her repeatedly. Most of the calls were threatening. Shannon recalled Michael threatening Elizabeth. He screamed at her and said he would kill her if she did not come home. Michael also threatened to kill Elizabeth's mother, younger brother, Shannon, and her young son. He called her constantly, day and night, sometimes dozens of times an hour. Finally, Shannon's husband couldn't take it anymore and turned off the phone. This clearly made Michael even angrier. Shannon begged Elizabeth not to return to Iowa. "I didn't want her to go because I was afraid I would never see her again," Shannon confided. She deliberately took a detour to the airport, hoping Elizabeth would miss her flight. However, the flight was delayed and Elizabeth was still able to catch it. After returning to Mount Pleasant, Iowa, Elizabeth began working at Experian. There, she met Sarah Thomas, a coworker who quickly became her best friend. Because Sarah lived near the Cyperta family home, she often took Elizabeth home after work. During these trips, they talked a lot and Elizabeth gradually trusted Sarah. She shared with Sarah about her difficult relationship with her husband, Michael, and even showed Sarah the bruises on her body that Michael had caused. Elizabeth and Sarah became very close to each other, close enough to cause problems. One day, while Michael was away, his 2 children peered through the bedroom keyhole and saw Sarah and Elizabeth getting intimate. When Elizabeth discovered that the children had witnessed the scene, she hastily packed up and moved in with Sarah. When Sarah's girlfriend, Terry, went outside to walk the dog, Michael came over and asked her to call Sarah's work phone and ask Elizabeth to return home. He had a bottle of alcohol in his hand, and his children were following him and crying. Michael explained that his wife had left him. She was not answering his calls, and he did not know what to do. When Elizabeth and Sarah entered the apartment, they saw Michael and Terry waiting for them. Frightened, Elizabeth and Sarah left. Michael shouted at Terry to follow him. They got into the car and gave chase. The 2 couples met face to face in a nearby parking lot. Terry started fighting with Sarah because she felt betrayed. Elizabeth was sitting in the car at the time and was afraid to get out. Cursing, screaming, and threatening, Michael approached Elizabeth and dragged her out through the window of the car. During the struggle, Elizabeth suffered a lacerated rib and her shirt got torn. Sarah and Elizabeth fled to a nearby gas station where they reported the assault to the police. The state charged Michael with first-degree burglary and domestic abuse assault. The court approved the no-contact order protecting Elizabeth. Terry packed her things and left, so Elizabeth and Sarah started living together. Michael continued to harass Sarah despite a ban. He would sit across the street, shouting insults or verbally abusing her. Additionally, Sarah received numerous incoming phone calls, but whenever she picked up, the caller would remain silent. She filed a report with the police, who worked with her phone company to set up a trap on her line to track the origin of these calls. Over a 3-week period, from June 26th to July 16th, Sarah's phone records revealed Michael made 162 calls to her apartment. On July 16, 2000, 1 month after her breakup with Michael, Sarah left for work at 10:30 p.m. At the time, Elizabeth was asleep on the couch. Their dog was safely locked in the bathroom to avoid disturbing Elizabeth when Sarah returned home at 4 a.m. However, upon arriving back, Sarah was surprised to find that Elizabeth had vanished. There were no signs of forced entry or a struggle, and Elizabeth's personal documents remained intact. The dog was still locked in the bathroom. Sarah decided to go to bed. When she awoke the next morning, Elizabeth was still missing. It became clear that Elizabeth had left without taking her purse, clothes, or other essential belongings, and she did not leave behind any note or explanation. Sarah reported Elizabeth's disappearance to the police 24 hours after first discovering she was gone. Elizabeth was 22 years old when she disappeared. The police launched an investigation, and of course, Michael was their first suspect. On July 16th, the day Elizabeth disappeared, Michael started phoning the apartment around 3 p.m., logging more than a dozen calls through the evening. He last called at 10:56 p.m. That is, he stopped making calls 26 minutes after Sarah left for work and left Elizabeth alone. On July 17th, Michael was supposed to be at work. His friend Jared agreed to watch Michael's children. Jared testified he found Michael was pretty intoxicated when he arrived at his house around 5:30 a.m. Jared said Michael told him Elizabeth had stayed overnight and left around 5 a.m. Michael decided not to go to work that morning. Police called Michael the next day, July 18th, to ask if he had heard from Elizabeth. He said he had not. On July 20th, officers came to his house to let him know Elizabeth was missing. Michael said his taking a sick day from work on July 17th, the day after Elizabeth disappeared, was a coincidence. Michael also stated that due to their breakup, he hadn't been eating and had been getting cramps. Elizabeth seemed to disappear into thin air. She didn't contact her family or friends. Her bank account was untouched, and she had not even received her salary for the last month. The investigators knew that Elizabeth could not just leave without documents and money. All the friends she could have stayed with knew nothing about her whereabouts. The police interviewed residents and distributed flyers with an image and description of Elizabeth, but none of these actions gave the desired result. In early September 2000, Larry Headland, an agent with the Iowa Department of Criminal Investigation, interviewed Michael. During the interview, Michael claimed that he and Elizabeth had a harmonious relationship and denied any allegations of abuse between them. When asked about the attack on Elizabeth on June 16th, Michael admitted that it was an unusual action on his part. He explained that he had been drinking and that his emotions had taken over, leading to his inappropriate actions. Initially, Michael denied making the harassing phone calls to Sarah's apartment. However, when presented with evidence from the call records, he admitted responsibility. The agent then pointed out that the calls to Michael's apartment had stopped the night Elizabeth went missing. This caused Michael to become stressed. Michael explained that he just wanted to avoid arrest and did not want to be charged or held responsible for anything. That's why he lied about the phone calls. He objected when Larry suggested that Elizabeth was dead. After this interview, the police obtained a search warrant for Michael's home. In Michael's bedroom, the police found an unlocked safe. Inside or on top of the safe, an officer found a $2,000 gold pendant that Michael had given Elizabeth and a V-shaped diamond and emerald ring that she had received from her mother as a graduation gift. Elizabeth only removed the ring when she was showering or soaking in the tub. Otherwise, it was on her finger. In police photos taken after Michael attacked Elizabeth, the ring was still on her hand. Elizabeth had not been back to Michael's house since. So how did the ring end up in Michael's safe? When the police asked for an explanation, Michael said that Elizabeth must have left it behind when she moved out. However, officer pointed out that Elizabeth was still wearing the ring in a photo taken on June 16th, the day of the attack. Michael could not explain why the ring was in his bedroom. There are some suspicious points in Elizabeth's disappearance. Michael abruptly stopped contacting her on the day she disappeared, although the police only notified him 4 days later. This suggests that Michael may be hiding something. However, the police need concrete evidence to charge him. Time has passed so quickly that it is difficult to find clues. One possibility is that Elizabeth voluntarily went into hiding, but her family does not believe this. Although the case has been quiet for many years, her mother, Donna, has not lost hope that her daughter will return. Every year, she travels to Iowa, where Elizabeth used to live, to organize activities to raise awareness about her daughter's disappearance. In 2010, Donna rented a billboard with Elizabeth's picture and offered a $20,000 reward for any information about her daughter. Donna said she was concerned that something might have happened to her daughter, but she was hopeful that she would eventually be found. "Someone definitely knows what happened to my daughter, and I hope that us coming out will jog their memory," she said. 10 years after her daughter's disappearance, Donna has developed her own theories about what happened. In an interview, she said, "I think the person called her and lured her out of the apartment to meet them. Then they argued and something bad happened that night." Despite the best efforts of the police and her family, Elizabeth's fate remains a mystery. Since her disappearance in 2000, investigators have searched 79 different locations but have not found Elizabeth's body. They entered her information into the National Crime Information Center's Missing Persons database. 17 years later, in 2017, the investigation was reopened. By this time, Michael Cyperta had moved to Colorado. Police reviewed all the evidence and interviews. They discovered a key detail that had previously been overlooked. Jared, Michael's friend who was assigned to watch Michael's children on July 17, 2000, told police that when he arrived at Michael's house at 5:30 a.m., he found Michael quite drunk. According to Jared's testimony, Michael said that Elizabeth had stayed the night and left around 5 a.m. However, in previous interviews, Michael had never mentioned Elizabeth sleeping over at his house. More significantly, Elizabeth's jewelry was found in Michael's safe. Authorities decided to arrest Michael 17 years after Elizabeth went missing. Although her body was never found, investigators believe that Elizabeth was dead and that Michael was the culprit. In November 2017, Michael was arrested in Colorado and extradited to Iowa, where he was charged with first-degree murder in the death of his wife, Elizabeth. Donna said, "This is the best news we've had in 17 years. We've waited a long time and are so glad that he's finally been arrested." Michael later waived his right to a jury trial. The loss of key physical evidence, especially the victim's body, made it significantly more difficult for prosecutors to prove guilt. Without a body, forensic experts could not determine the cause of death, and the jury could not directly observe the victim's injuries or view crime scene photos. The defense argued that the prosecutor's goal was not to find the truth, but to convict Michael by looking for inconsistencies in witness testimony. Although the trial took place 18 years after the incident, the defense acknowledged during closing arguments that a body was not required to establish a homicide. However, Michael still challenged the state's evidence of Elizabeth's death. The district court concluded that the state had proven her death beyond a reasonable doubt. The court held that any theory that Elizabeth was still alive and could reappear at any time was unrealistic. The state presented evidence that Michael was the last person to speak to Elizabeth at 10:56 p.m. on July 16th, which he himself admitted. The district court noted Jared's testimony that Michael told Elizabeth to stay at his house that night. In addition, there were other suspicious circumstances. Michael unexpectedly left work on July 17th and did not call Elizabeth's apartment again, even though the police did not officially report her missing until July 20th. From this evidence, the state established that Michael's hatred of Elizabeth led to murder. Because Michael was controlling possessive of Elizabeth, it was highly likely that he intentionally caused her physical harm when she decided to leave him for someone else. The strained relationship between them was clear evidence of Michael's intentional intent to cause harm. The The state presented evidence that Michael had repeatedly threatened to kill Elizabeth and dispose of her body so that no one would find it. From these repeated threats, the jury could conclude that Michael had intended to kill Elizabeth. The court reviewed the evidence and made a crucial decision. They discovered that Elizabeth had opened a new bank account just 9 days before her disappearance, but had not withdrawn her last paycheck. They concluded that she was dead. After carefully evaluating all the evidence, the court found that Michael was responsible for Elizabeth's death. On June 25, 2018, Michael Cyperta, 58, was convicted of first-degree murder. On August 23, 2018, the court sentenced him to life in prison without parole and ordered him to pay $150,000 in restitution for Elizabeth's death. However, the story does not end there. In September 2020, the Iowa Court of Appeals changed Michael Cyperta's conviction from first-degree murder to second-degree murder. Judge Mary Tabor, in a 30-page ruling, noted that while there was enough evidence to conclude that Elizabeth was dead and that Michael was responsible, the prosecutor failed to prove that Michael intended to kill Elizabeth. This led to the reduced charge. The case was particularly difficult because there was no body, weapon, or crime scene. Michael asked to be released or at least given a new trial. Ultimately, the court sentenced Michael Cyperta to 50 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years. Robert William Fisher was born on April 13, 1961 in Brooklyn, New York. His father, William Fisher, worked as a banker while his mother, Jan Howell, was a homemaker. Robert was the eldest of 3 siblings, having 2 younger sisters with whom he shared a close bond, particularly with his youngest sister, with whom he was like best friends. In 1976, Robert faced a significant upheaval in his family when his parents divorced. His mother cited his father's controlling behavior as the primary reason for their separation. Unlike his sisters, Robert was deeply affected by the divorce. As the eldest, he had spent the most time with both parents together, making the split especially hard for him to understand and cope with. Fisher enlisted in the United States Navy and attempted to become part of the SEALs but was not successful. He was an avid outdoorsman, hunter, and fisherman. Eventually, in 1987, he met Mary Cooper, who would become the love of his life. They got married and Robert began working various jobs, although he did not have a specific career path. At one point, he worked as a firefighter but had to quit due to a back injury. He later trained in other fields, including surgical catheters, and ultimately became a respiratory therapist. After marrying Mary, they settled in Scottsdale, Arizona, buying a house for $80,000 to start their family. Mary Cooper was a devoted homemaker and deeply religious, sharing her faith with Robert. Both were raised in Christian households and were active members of their church community. In 1991, their first daughter, Brittany, was born, followed by their son, Bobby. The Fishers were a close-knit family, raising their children with strong Christian values. Mary was known to be extremely loving and dedicated to her children, who were bright and excelled in school and sports. Brittany, in particular, stood out for her academic achievements and involvement in activities like gymnastics and soccer. But Robert was described as a cruel and distant control freak toward his family. He and his wife often argued about sex and money, with Mary taking a job she referred to as a security fund to her friends. Fisher once turned a garden hose on Mary for speaking out of turn. He was embarrassed that his son Bobby didn't enjoy hunting or fishing, and once tried to teach him and his daughter Brittany to swim by throwing them off a boat. Fisher imposed strict rules at home, insisting that the walls be painted only white and allowing only a few pictures to be hung. Several times, Mary's mother made special things, like quilts, but Mary was not allowed to hang them up. She had to store them in the closet. Despite these behaviors, Fisher tried to maintain an image as a devoted family man. However, the Fisher family's seemingly perfect life took a devastating turn in April 2001. On the morning of April 10, 2001, at around 8:30 a.m., emergency services began receiving multiple calls about a house fire in their neighborhood. The house in question belonged to the Fishers. Initially, it was believed that the family might have been inside, and the fire was possibly caused by a gas leak or a stove left on. Upon extinguishing the fire, The bodies of Mary, Brittany, and Bobby were found in their beds, but Robert was missing. This led to an intense search for him, initially hoping he was unaware of the tragedy. However, as hours turned into days and then weeks, Robert Fisher's disappearance made him the prime suspect in the investigation. Neighbors reported hearing a loud argument between Mary and Robert the night before the fire, around 10:30 p.m. This was not unusual, as their arguments had become a regular occurrence. Years earlier, Robert had suffered a back injury and sought massages to alleviate the pain. While Mary was away on a retreat with the children, Robert allegedly visited a place of prostitution or met with a woman he had been seeing. This incident caused significant guilt for Robert, a devout Christian, and he eventually confessed to Mary. The confession led to a major crisis in their marriage, but they decided to attend counseling through their church in an attempt to mend their relationship. Despite counseling, the arguments continued. Neighbors noted that Mary was often the louder one during these fights, frequently expressing her frustration and pain over the betrayal. The investigation revealed that Robert was captured on a surveillance camera at a nearby ATM at 10:45 p.m. on the night of the fire, withdrawing $280. The footage also showed his Toyota 4Runner in the background. The amount withdrawn was considered the maximum allowed at that time, leading to speculation about his motives. The discovery of this withdrawal, coupled with the violent nature of the crime scene, pointed towards Robert Fisher as the main suspect. Despite an extensive manhunt, Robert Fisher remains a fugitive and his whereabouts are unknown. The tragic events left the Fisher family shattered, and the community continues to seek justice for Mary, Brittany, and Bobby. When the autopsies were performed on the charred bodies of Mary and her two children, they found that Mary had been injured in two ways. Her throat had been slashed, nearly decapitating her, and she had been shot in the head. The children's throats had also been cut, nearly decapitating them as well. This happened, they say, on the night the neighbors heard the argument. Many believe that the screams the neighbors heard were not from the fight itself, but from the actual moment of the murders. The bodies were found in the morning, about 10 hours after they had been killed, when the house exploded. How did the house explode? Investigators say that a gas line was left open in the house's oven. A lit candle was placed in the hallway, and over those 10 hours as the house filled with gas, it eventually reached the candle, causing the explosion. Robert became the main suspect, especially because he disappeared after the incident and never reappeared, making it obvious to the police that he was involved. Many thought that with his knowledge as a firefighter and his work in mechanics, he believed there would be no evidence left to incriminate him. They assumed he might have planned to make it seem like he was also inside the house, and due to the fire's intensity, his body wouldn't be found. This, they thought, was his way of escaping the situation. But why would he murder his own family? There are many theories, but the most focused one in this case is that he didn't want to allow a divorce from Mary. As I mentioned earlier, Robert experienced his parents' divorce when he was very young, which hit him very hard. Friends who knew him said he often mentioned he would never let his children go through what he had endured. In the days leading up to the incident, Robert had been unfaithful to Mary, and although she forgave him once, he cheated again. Mary, realizing this, decided it was enough and sought a divorce. Some friends mentioned that just days before, Mary had explained her plans to divorce Robert and that she was determined to go through with it. This decision did not sit well with Robert, who didn't want his children to experience the trauma of divorce. This led him to act as he did, believing that if he couldn't have Mary and his children, no one else could. Regarding Robert's personality, many would think he was a normal man with a wonderful family life, but that wasn't the case. Over time, some of his peculiar behaviors became apparent. For instance, he had a strange and intense passion for hunting. Friends recounted that once, after killing an animal during a hunt, he smeared its blood all over his face and body in a bizarre manner. On another occasion, while fishing, he reportedly dived into the water with a knife in his mouth and began stabbing fish to catch them, which was quite unusual. Additionally, he struggled with the disappointment of not being able to join the firefighters or the U.S. Navy due to a back problem, which seemed to weigh heavily on him. Moreover, those who knew him more intimately spoke of his controlling nature. Mary had confided in her mother-in-law that Robert's controlling behavior made her feel very strange and uncomfortable. His mother acknowledged that she had divorced Robert's father for similar reasons, as he had been equally controlling. There were also reports of Robert being extremely harsh with his children, pushing them to share his passion for hunting and forcing them to learn about and handle firearms. These behaviors painted a picture of a man with deep-seated issues, ultimately leading to the tragic events that unfolded. On one occasion, while hunting, he approached a family having a picnic and fired shots into the air to scare them. Several years before his wife and children were murdered, Fiser shot a stray pit bull. He claimed that he shot it because it attacked his Labrador retriever, but police maintained that he orchestrated the encounter because he wanted to shoot the dog. Fiser had been an active participant in the Scottsdale Baptist Church's men's ministry, but in contrast to Mary, had begun to withdraw from church activities a few months prior to the murders. According to some of Fiser's friends, Fiser spoke of committing suicide around 1998 when he despaired over the condition of his marriage. In 1998, the Fisers went to the senior pastor for marital counseling. Robert gradually distanced himself from the marriage counseling provided by the church, which contributed to the deterioration of his marriage. To many, they appeared to be a perfect family, especially in front of the church. Mary's father even believed for a long time that Robert was completely innocent because he was always so good with the kids and portrayed the image of a wonderful father. Mary never shared the troubles she faced in her marriage with her father. He couldn't comprehend that Robert could harm his wife and children, believing instead that Robert had been kidnapped. When the police presented evidence, Mary's father was in disbelief but began seeking justice for his daughter. Unfortunately, he passed away 2 years after the incident without seeing justice served. Further investigation revealed that Robert had multiple facets to his personality, suggesting a significant personality disorder. In some home videos, he is seen instructing his daughter to smile more, be very happy, then act scared and pull her hair. His behavior is peculiar, and at one point, he orders Mary to turn off the camera, looking at her harshly. In another disturbing video, he has his children parade around with firearms, almost pointing one at Mary to make her turn off the camera. These clues led the police to consider Robert Fiser the sole person of interest, eventually placing him on the FBI's 10 most wanted list. By April 20th of the same year, several days after the incident, his Toyota truck was found in the National Forest where he was seen withdrawing money from an ATM. Near the passenger door, a large pile of human excrement was discovered, leading investigators to believe he was hiding in the area, possibly in one of the many caves. Reports of sightings began to surface, with one couple claiming they saw him walking along Young Road days before the truck was found. Some speculated he had hidden in a cave and perished, while others found it odd that his beloved dog, Blue, stayed by the truck for about 5 days without food or water. This led to confusion about why Robert left the dog there and whether it indicated anything about his state of mind or plans. On July 19th, an official arrest warrant was issued for Robert Fiser on charges of first-degree murder and arson. A $100,000 reward was offered for information leading to his capture, with many believing he was alive and living under a new identity. Descriptions of Robert emphasized his average appearance, a white male with light eyes and blonde hair. However, his distinctive walk due to back surgery, a surgery scar, and a gold crown on one of his teeth could help identify him. The public was warned that Fiser was considered armed and dangerous. The police also released age-progressed images to show how he might look now, aiding the public in identifying him. The police began to question whether Robert Fiser had planned his actions premeditatedly, but they discovered that it might not have been the case. His actions suggested a mix of surprise and a determined effort to flee and avoid capture. A truck driver reported helping a man who closely resembled Robert Fiser after the man's car broke down. Another testimony came from a woman who saw a man resembling Fiser. While she went to the bathroom, the man ordered a drink and stared at the fireplace for a long time. On the same night, another woman arrived at a hostel, asking for shelter because her boyfriend had just left her. The two women described the man similarly, raising suspicions that someone might have helped him escape, possibly a lover. Despite all this, the police doubted that Fiser could survive long-term in the wilderness, even though he enjoyed hunting and fishing. They considered the possibility of suicide a common outcome for those who commit such crimes against their families. However, nobody was found, leading many to believe he might be living in South America. Some think he might be in Mexico, where he could live off cash without needing a credit card, while others suggest he might be in Brazil using his medical knowledge. In 2001, a man called a program called Most Wanted, claiming to be Robert Fiser, saying they would never find him. The police doubted the call's authenticity. In 2004, a man in Canada with a striking resemblance to Fiser was detained. When Robert's former neighbor saw him, he was convinced it was Fiser. The man had the same scar on his back and a missing gold tooth. However, fingerprint analysis proved it wasn't him. Despite these setbacks, the police continue to receive numerous sightings, but only a few have been somewhat credible. They urge anyone who sees someone resembling Robert Fiser to contact the authorities immediately, especially in Latin America, where he might be hiding. The case of Alexandra Morgan. Alexandra Morgan, known as Alexandra to friends and family, is a single mother of 2 children, aged 4 and 11. They live in Willsley Pound, Cranbrook, Kent. Alexandra has lost contact with the children's father and has had to raise them on her own, which has not been easy. According to some sources, she works as a dog groomer. Alexandra is described as a dynamic and ambitious woman who is always looking after her children. She wants her children to have a better life and has worked hard to achieve it. On November 13, 2021, Alexandra met her parents and left her children in their care. She said she was going on a spa holiday with friends for 3 days. However, by November 17th, Alexandra had not returned to pick up her children as scheduled. Her parents began to worry because they could not contact Alexandra by phone or text, which was very unusual. After several unsuccessful attempts to find their daughter, they decided to report Alexandra missing to the police. Kent police suspect that Alexandra Morgan's disappearance is related to a crime. They began their investigation by looking into the spa where Alexandra said she was going to go with friends. The police also wanted to identify these friends. Start an investigation. Police have obtained video footage from a gas station in Cranbrook where Alexandra was last seen. They are trying to locate her by looking for her white Mini Cooper. On the morning of November 14th, Alexandra went to the gas station to fill up, made a few purchases, and then left. The video shows nothing unusual. Rose McCauley, the petrol station manager who has known Alexandra for 17 years, was there when Alexandra bought £10 worth of petrol, a cup of coffee, and a snack on the morning she went missing. Rose said that no one knew what had happened to her or where she had gone. Rose continued that a friend and she had searched all over Hastings, but Alexandra was nowhere to be seen. She said that Alexandra wasn't shy, so she didn't think Alexandra was scared to go home. Rose just hoped nothing bad had happened and that Alexandra would get back safely. It was worrying, she added. When Alexandra arrived that Sunday morning, she was very well dressed, with more makeup than usual, her hair done in semi-catching clothes. She arrived earlier than usual, looking happy and smiling. Alexandra's friends mentioned that in 2018, she shared on social media about being stalked by a stalker. In 2019, she posted a photo with the caption, "Hello Stalker," and included a message asking the stalker to stop following her page. A police spokesman said that it was unusual for Alexandra to have not contacted her family and that they were treating it as a possible murder. As the investigation continued, they were appealing for anyone who might have seen Alexandra or her white Mini Cooper with a black top to contact. He added that even if people were not sure what they saw, they should report any suspicious information. Alexandra was described as a woman approximately 168 centimeters tall of slim build with shoulder-length brown hair. She was last seen wearing a knee-length green quilted jacket, a black top underneath, ripped blue jeans, knee-high black boots, and a silver necklace. Usually, when someone goes missing, they don't leave any traces behind to help the police investigate. Many missing cases remain unsolved. However, Alexandra Morgan's case is different. She left behind the last digital traces that helped the police find clues to her fate. Not only that, these traces also revealed some shocking secrets. Further investigation helped the police find out more information about Alexandra. She wanted to improve her finances, so she started working as a call girl and advertised her services online without telling her family and friends. Women in this profession are among the most vulnerable. Everyone knows that they face risks because it is impossible to know in advance whether the next customer is normal or dangerous. This job is unsafe. According to the investigation, Alexandra had an appointment with a regular customer before she went missing. The police have arrested this man. On November 25, 2021, they arrested a 40-year-old man, Mark Brown, from St. Leonards-on-Sea on suspicion of murder. Mark Brown, a construction worker who is married with a son, his family were completely unaware of his secret life. Sussex police said that before Alexandra went missing, she had met Mark several times, and he had even bought her a Mini Cooper. Their first meeting took place on June 8, 2021, after Mark spotted her on an adult website. They met at her home in Sissinghurst, near Cranbrook, Kent. Things went well, and they continued to meet occasionally after that. The second meeting took place on June 21st, nearly 2 weeks later. This time, Alexandra went to Little Bridge Farm near Hastings, Kent, a property Mark rented to meet women and for other purposes. They met 7 more times in August and September. Alexandra did not realize she was falling into a trap. On October 23, 2021, Mark sent her a text message asking if she would like to engage in a risk-free business transaction. He made an offer that involved £100,000 for 35 days at a hotel he would protect, a new ID, a straight car, and money for shopping. Mark asked her to do some simple tasks, go out for a smoke, pack the money, and buy a few things. After receiving this offer, Alexandra did some online research, which showed that she wanted to improve her children's lives. She learned about the minimum deposit for buying a house in 2021. Alexandra also intended to use the money to start a business. She searched for information such as profits from opening a sunbed shop in the UK and taxes to pay on £100,000. These actions showed Alexandra's character and desire to improve her life. Alexandra lied to her parents that she was going to the spa with friends, but in fact she was planning to meet Mark at the farm. On the morning of November 14th, she left home and was recorded on CCTV buying petrol in Cranbrook at 7:20 a.m. She arrived at Little Bridge Farm at around 8 a.m. 3 days later, on November 17th, Mark drove Alexandra's car to Holmes Lane, St. Leonards, after replacing the real number plates with fake ones. The following day, November 18th, Alexandra's mother reported her daughter to the police because she had not picked her up and had stopped communicating. On November 23rd, police discovered CCTV footage of Alexandra's car following Mark's Jaguar to Little Bridge Farm. Kent police sealed off the entrance to the farm and interviewed Mark. He admitted meeting Alexandra, but claimed she had left after 45 minutes. Mark agreed to allow police to take his fingerprints and DNA. 2 days later, on November 25th, police arrested Mark as the prime suspect in Alexandra Morgan's disappearance. Before we get into what happened to Alexandra, we need to go back to when she met Mark Brown. At that time, Mark had a wife named Leah Ware. She was 33, and she was a mother of 3 who does not have custody of her children. Leah first met Mark on March 25, 2018, through a prostitution website where she advertised her services. A few years later, this same website is where Mark met Alexandra Morgan. In late 2018, Mark and Leah began a relationship and moved into an apartment together. After 6 months, when their lease expired, Leah moved into a shipping container at Mark Best's Little Bridge Farm. Mark describes their relationship as a roller coaster of ups and downs. Leah has had a complicated life. She received weekly benefits which were usually administered by Mark. She had a history of drug use and mental illness, but many said she was trying to improve herself in order to gain custody of her children. Mark and Leah were in a 3-year relationship before Leah mysteriously disappeared in May 2021. On the evening of May 5th and early morning of May 6th, was with Jack Tyler, a friend and convicted drug dealer. They used drugs together and had an intimate relationship that night. This was the last time anyone saw Leah. The last call from her phone was made at 8:55 a.m. on May 7th. Police believe Leah died that day. On June 8, 2021, Mark met Alexandra for the first time at her home. The meeting went well and Alexandra found Mark to be a reasonable and generous man. However, she did not know that just a month earlier, Leah, who had been in a relationship with Mark, had disappeared without a trace. During the investigation, detectives discovered important text messages from Mark. He sent them to his ex-girlfriend from high school, 5 days after meeting Alexandra Morgan. However, the content of the messages had nothing to do with Alexandra, and were about Leah. The message reads, "I'll try to be careful. This happened recently. It's a nasty thing to get rid of. Just an old oil drum, 5 liters of diesel, and everything is gone. It burns so hot, it almost glows white. My actions are heartbreaking. It's ironic that a psychopath has a conscience." Investigators suspect Alexandra Morgan is dead and may not be Mark's only victim. Sussex police are appealing to the public for help in locating Leah or her body, as well as any information relating to her disappearance. After arresting Mark on November 25, 2021, police searched his farm and found a container that showed signs of having been recently burned. Inside the container, experts found bone and tooth remains. Contests confirmed that these were those of Alexandra Morgan. In a joint statement, Kent and Sussex police expressed their condolences to Alexandra and Leah's families. They confirmed that Alexandra's remains had been found, but Leah's remains have not yet been found. The investigation is ongoing and police are appealing for anyone with information. Police describe Leah as a white woman, 168 centimeters tall, of slim build with very long black hair and blue eyes. She had 3 tattoos, a dragon on her right leg, Chinese characters on her right hip, and a fairy sitting on a flower with the name Ryan on her right leg. The search of Mark's house lasted about a month and ended on January 7, 2022. During the investigation, police discovered the skeleton of a Pomeranian dog at the bottom of the pond with a heavy object tied to its neck. Investigators believe this was Leah's dog, which Mark threw into the pond after killing Leah. On February 1, 2022, police charged Mark with the murder of Leah where, although they did not find her remains, Mark had previously been charged with the murder of Alexandra Morgan. Mark initially denied all charges. However, when police presented evidence of him burning Alexandra Morgan's body, Mark admitted to Alexandra's death, but maintained that it was an accident. Mark Brown's trial began on October 17, 2022. During the trial, new information about the 2 cases was revealed. The jury heard that after Leah Weir went missing on May 7, 2021, Mark regularly used her new bank card to withdraw money from her account each week. The bank card was sent to the address of his sister Cheryl. In July 2021, the jury was informed that Mark had twice withdrawn £200 from Leah Weir's account shortly after transferring £200 into his own. When asked why, Mark explained that he could have used her £200 and then paid it back, as at that point, someone owed him £30, so he could have paid it back. Prosecuting attorney Duncan Atkinson asked if it was a coincidence that Leah had died after getting a new bank card. A surprised Mark replied that he didn't understand what Duncan meant and that, as far as he knew, Leah was still alive. Duncan continued by asking if Mark was trying to take Ms. Leah's money and pointed out that Leah was in a place where money didn't mean anything. Mark was confused and said he didn't understand what Duncan was talking about at all, adding that it sounded like they were talking about 2 different people. During the trial for Alexandra Morgan's death, Mark maintained that it was an accident. He explained that Alexandra slipped and fell on a piece of equipment in the workshop he rented at Little Bridge Fawn, causing her to hit her head. When he rushed to her, he found Alexandra bleeding profusely. He grabbed a towel to try to stop the bleeding, but when he lifted her head to put the towel under, more blood came out. Prosecuting attorney Duncan Atkinson objected to the defendant's testimony, stating that when the defendant first saw the victim lying on her back on the ground, there was a lot of blood around her head. This clearly showed that she was seriously injured and needed immediate help, especially medical attention. This was obvious before the defendant did anything else. Mark replied that he was panicking and his first reaction was to grab a towel to stop the bleeding. After performing CPR and checking for breathing by holding a mirror to Alexandra Morgan's mouth and nose, Mark confirmed that she was dead. Over the next 5 minutes, he did 3 things. He used his sweater to block the blood, he went outside to vomit, and he retrieved his phone to call 911. He explained that he then decided to cover up the whole thing by wrapping Alexandra in a sleeping bag and wrapping a towel around her head to stop the bleeding. He questioned how he could prove it was an accident and admitted that the decision to cover it up was stupid and the worst mistake of his life. Mark then decided to dispose of Alexandra's body using an incinerator he had built from an old oil drum earlier that year and which he had often used to burn rubbish. "I had heard stories about burning dead bodies," he said, "and I didn't want anyone to stumble upon a body lying around." Mark therefore maintained that he had nothing to do with Leah Ware's disappearance and believed she was still alive while Alexandra's death was assumed an accident. At the trial, the court heard testimony from Mark's boss, Allen, who said that Mark had warned him that the police might come to arrest him. This conversation took place on November 24th. When Allen asked why the police might arrest him, Mark replied, "For double murder." This answer was significant because Mark implicitly admitted that Leah Ware was dead and that Alexandra Morgan's death was not an accident. Mark denied those words, claiming he only mentioned a 25-year sentence for one murder, not a double murder. Prosecutor Duncan asked about the murder, and Mark admitted his feelings about Alexandra's case made him act as he did, despite his inability to prove his innocence. The jury also heard that Mark had deliberately smeared Alexandra and Leah's reputations, as the prosecutor put it, to create a false image of the women. What people should remember about Leah and Alexandra is that they were always smiling and happy in life. They both deserve to be remembered by their loved ones for the wonderful qualities they were. On December 1st, 2022, a jury of 12 found Mark, 41, guilty on all counts. Judge Nicholas Hilliard said, "This is an extremely serious case and the impact on the victim's family is immeasurable." He announced that Mark would be sentenced to life in prison and that he would have to decide what minimum time Mark should serve or even whether to grant clemency. The judge stressed that if Mark revealed what he had done to Leah Ware's body, he would take that information into account when sentencing. However, Mark did not take this opportunity. Before the judge delivered his verdict, the court heard from Leah Ware's mother, Rebecca Martin, about the impact the case had had on the family. "Mark continues to cause our family pain by not revealing what happened. Leah lost her life because Mark Brown wanted to satisfy his dark desires," she said. "He controlled and manipulated every aspect of her life. When she was no longer of any value, he abandoned her like a lifeless object." The court also heard from Alexandra Morgan's parents, who said Alexandra was intelligent, energetic, and determined to succeed. Despite the challenges she faced, she overcame them and held out hope for her future and the child she loved dearly. On January 13th, 2023, the court sentenced Mark Brown to 2 life terms. He will be eligible for parole after 49 years. Judge Hilliard imposed the sentence in absentia because Mark refused to appear. He said, "No sentence can ever measure the number of lives lost. Nothing can undo the defendant's actions. Cannot. His conscience is not troubled by what he has done." Case of the Blumell family. Roger Blumell, born January 17, 1965, was raised in a big, close-knit family with strong values. Even in high school, he was driven and ambitious. He worked in transportation and later discovered his talent in sales, where he excelled. Friends say he could sell anything to anyone, thanks to his kind, cheerful personality. He was always happy and loved making others smile. Roger enjoyed a fulfilling life and a strong bond with his family, but something was missing, a life partner. That all changed one day when he met the right person. Although the details of their meeting are unclear, a close friend recalled that Roger was immediately smitten with a young woman and confidently declared his intention to marry her by the end of the evening. The woman who caught his attention was Melissa. Born on January 1st, 1960, in Wichita, Melissa grew up in a loving family of 6 siblings, although she tragically lost a younger sister in infancy. Melissa was a kind, diligent, and helpful person who always put others before herself. She started her career as a bank cashier and worked her way up the ranks, earning promotions through her dedication, teamwork, and strong work ethic. Her career was marked by success, ultimately leading to her appointment as vice president of the bank. The first meeting of Roger and Melissa marked the start of a lifelong partnership between two kindred spirits, who tied the knot in 1991. On the surface, the Blumell family seemed to have it all. Melissa's rapid rise through the banking ranks, while Roger's charisma enabled him to successfully launch his own business venture. With a natural talent for bringing people together, Roger thrived on sharing good times with friends and spreading joy to those around him. In Melissa, he had found the ideal partner to share in his adventures. What's more, the couple's strong sense of social responsibility drove them to participate in and contribute to various charitable, sporting, and community-driven initiatives in their locality. The Blumell family had an idyllic life, but it lacked one thing: a child to bring laughter and joy. After years of trying to conceive, they decided to adopt. A social worker introduced them to Kesha, who was putting her two sons, Tony and Chris, up for adoption. The Blumell family wanted a closed adoption, but Kesha preferred an open one. In the end, the Blumell family approached one, and Tony and Chris became part of their family, starting a new life. Tony was amazed by daily dinners. The kids quickly adapted, thriving in elementary school and beyond. They excelled in high school, making diverse friends and starring in sports like wrestling and football. Tony's wrestling prowess earned him second place in a division competition, promising a bright future for the family. However, Tony's family life took a drastic turn for the worse during his senior year of high school. Until then, he had been a model child, but suddenly he became rebellious and constantly clashed with his parents, resentful that they favored his younger brother, Chris. He started drinking, breaking curfews, and even smoking marijuana, causing chaos at home and making it seem like all hope was lost for him to get back on track. Tony had always dreamed of joining the United States Air Force after graduating, but his new behavior ruined his chances. In 2013, he was arrested for a violent offense and then again for driving under the influence, which meant his record would prevent him from pursuing a career in military aviation. Tony's life spun out of control after these events. Lacking direction after high school, he shunned education and jobs, preferring to sleep in and get high on cannabis. Melissa lived in fear of his violent outbursts, and there was another secret the family didn't know. Since 2013, Kesha had contacted her biological sons on social media. Tony was excited to reconnect, but Chris seemed unreceptive. Kesha was devastated after giving them up, but relieved they were with a good family together. Reconnecting with Tony thrilled her, but she resented the family for allegedly turning Chris against her. Moreover, when Kesha learned about Tony's troubles with his adoptive parents, she saw an opportunity to reconnect with her son and swiftly extended an invitation for him to visit her. At the adoptive home, things worsened. Tony's rage boiled over, and he punched a hole in the wall. This was the last straw. The family realized they and Chris were no longer safe. After failed attempts to address Tony's behavior, Roger and Melissa made the tough decision to ask him to leave. He started by wandering aimlessly, but he soon understood he needed to take action to support himself financially. He got jobs at fast food restaurants, and to make some extra money, he also sold cannabis. Despite having no fixed address and sleeping at a different friend's place each night, he eventually fell in with a group of young people who were heavily into drug abuse. Amidst the despairing events, a lifeline emerged for Tony when Kesha extended an invitation for him to move to California and live with her. Tony seized the opportunity with eagerness, and the reunion took place in September 2013 at Kesha's California residence. Accompanied by his high school best friend, Braden, who had dropped out in his junior year to pursue a life of drug dealing, he arrived filled with hope, seeking Kesha's support, who was well-versed in the drug trade, to establish a large-scale marijuana operation in the area. They even discussed entering the medical cannabis market. The reality was that they had arrived to live in a small apartment, which had only one room. It is not hard to imagine that the situation in the place quickly became tense, particularly because Sean, Kesha's partner, had 2 jobs and was the only one bringing in money to cover the expenses for 5 people. Kesha only contributed a part of the social assistance she received for her daughter. Kesha, Tony, and Braden spent their days using drugs, and the woman's younger daughter was constantly under that bad influence. Shawn reached a breaking point when she discovered Tony and Braden selling marijuana near her house. She told them to stop, citing the danger to her as the property owner. Then, she issued an ultimatum: get a job or leave the apartment. But instead of complying, the group banded together against her, eventually leaving for a nearby hotel for 2 weeks. However, without income, they couldn't afford the hotel bill. They didn't consider getting a decent job due to their financial struggles. Their initial plan was to head back to Kansas, possibly because Tony was familiar with the area from his drug dealings. After nearly a day of driving, they decided to stop in Arizona and spend the night at a hotel. It was during their stay that Tony shared an idea with his companions: to kill his adoptive parents in order to inherit their wealth. Once they arrived in Wichita and settled into a hotel room they'd rented for a month, they focused on finalizing the details of this plan. Tony had devised a straightforward plan. He would kill Roger and Melissa, collect the insurance payout, sell off their assets, and use the proceeds to launch a more extensive drug operation. Tony was convinced that his original family would amass a fortune by growing and selling marijuana. He even pinpointed the ideal day to carry out the crime: Friday, November 15, 2013. This date suited him perfectly since his brother Chris would be away, attending a wrestling event related to his practice. As a former wrestling star, Tony still maintained connections with some team members, which is how he learned about his brother's commitment that evening. Tony hatched a plan to invite Roger and Melissa to a meeting under the guise of discussing their past issues and making amends. While they were out, Braden would bring Kesha to the empty residence, where she would steal valuables. Tony knew the location of a stash of emergency cash his adoptive parents kept at home. The plan was to make it look like a botched robbery. When Roger and Melissa returned, Kesha would kill them. Initially, everyone thought the plan was solid, but Braden later got cold feet and refused to participate. He did, however, agree to help by obtaining the necessary guns. As an alternative, he suggested his friend Andrew, a former high school acquaintance, who could drive Kesha to the residence and play a supporting role in the crime. Braden obtained 2 pistols from other criminals as promised. It's worth noting that there was never any plan to share the money with Andrew, who was hired to drive and provide backup for Kesha during the robbery in exchange for $11,000. Kesha would ultimately be the one carrying out the heist. In early November 2013, Kesha shared a photo on social media of herself with Tony, accompanied by a caption that read, "A bond that cannot be broken." Then, on Friday, November 15th, Tony's prediction came true. His adoptive parents agreed to meet with him, just as he had foreseen. The encounter took place peacefully. At the Blummel's house, a completely different scenario unfolded. Following Roger and Melissa's departure for the meeting, Kesha and Andrew snuck in, broke into the garage, and started searching through the house. They seized the chance to steal some small valuable items and the cash the couple kept on hand for emergencies. With the first part of their plan accomplished, Kesha and Andrew concealed themselves near the secluded residence, lying in wait for their victims to return. Tony called, saying his meeting had ended and he was dropped off at the hotel. The wait was short. As the Blummel vehicle stopped, 2 attackers emerged. Kesha stood by Melissa's side. Andrew aimed at Roger. Melissa, still shocked, recognized the mother of the adopted children. She barely said, "Oh my God, Kesha," before a shot to the head made her collapse. Roger, frantic, tried to help his wife. Kesha approached, gun aimed at him, but it jammed. She tried again. Roger frozen in shock beside his wife's body. The gun finally fired, and he collapsed next to her. After the fatal plan was executed, Kesha and Andrew hastily departed in the vehicle they had arrived in. The Blummel spouses remained at the scene until approximately 9:15 p.m., when Chris returned from his meeting to find the devastating scene. He quickly called 911, reporting that he had just arrived home to find his parents semi-conscious inside their van. He described Roger as coughing and Melissa as nodding her head up and down, both with visible gunshot wounds to their heads. The dispatcher instructed him to attempt resuscitation efforts while emergency services arrived shortly thereafter to take control of the situation. Miraculously, the Blummel family was still alive. their lives clinging to a fragile thread, and they were swiftly rushed to a hospital. Meanwhile, back at the hotel where they were staying, Kesha appeared to suffer a panic attack, declaring that she urgently needed to take an illicit substance, which she proceeded to do, joined by the other boys. Also, at that moment, Kesha handed over the used gun and a wallet containing stolen cash and items to be discarded in a nearby stream. Andrew disposed of the evidence in a nearby park's pond. The next day, Tony used the proceeds to start dealing marijuana, earning his first $100 profit. Tragically, on the same day, Melissa lost her battle with her injuries and passed away at the age of 53. Tony visited his father in the hospital, unaware that he had been previously removed from the Blummells' will and insurance policies. As it turned out, the two heinous crimes had been committed for nothing. In the days that followed, it emerged that Andrew had not received payment and was even unaware that Kesha had stolen cash from the Blummel family's home. Eventually, fate caught up with them. During the initial inspection of the Blummel residence, the police observed that the garage door had been forced open, and upon entering the house, they found everything in disarray, with items scattered haphazardly. It was confirmed that money, jewelry, and other valuables had been stolen. The authorities considered the possibility that the attack on the couple had been a consequence of their arrival, while the thieves were still inside. However, since the fatal assault had occurred prior to the couple's entry into the home, this initial hypothesis was soon dismissed. In the van where Roger and Melissa were attacked, no significant fingerprints were found, although investigators did discover a bullet casing. Then the authorities shifted their focus to the victims' workplaces, suspecting that a disgruntled client might have sought revenge. However, this theory was also ruled out, so it was time to interview people close to the couple. Tony was first on the detective's list, as he had been the last person seen alive with the victims. But he vehemently denied any involvement, claiming he knew nothing about the incident. According to him, after finishing dinner, he had returned directly to the hotel where he was staying with his mother. The hotel staff corroborated this alibi. Next on the list was Chris, who had discovered the bodies, but he was quickly cleared after verifying that he had been at a dinner with the wrestling team at the time of the incident. However, the investigators discovered an anomaly in his behavior. He didn't appear overly distraught, instead seeming lost in thought. When police pursued this lead and questioned him about his parents' injuries, Chris promptly replied that one person came to mind. He added that the only individual who might harbor a grudge against their parents and possibly be capable of such an act was his older brother, Tony. With this significant lead, the authorities caught a fortunate break in their hunt for the culprits. A man contacted the police, revealing that a young acquaintance of Tony's had approached him to buy a gun. The detectives homed in on this individual, and upon digging into his background, uncovered a long history of drug-related offenses. Furthermore, they discovered he had accompanied Tony on a trip to California. The suspect was none other than Braden. Shortly after, Braden received a message from his family warning him that the sheriff's office investigators were seeking to question him about the Blummel case. The morning after, Braden voluntarily went to the police station. According to a press report, on his way to the station, Braden stopped at a pond to dispose of an item, allegedly the guns used in the crime, which had not been discarded as planned. As it happened, he was already under surveillance, and when the police searched the water, they found an unused pistol in the bag he had thrown away. Braden's interrogation lasted 3 days, during which he initially denied any involvement in the incident. However, he eventually cracked under the pressure from the authorities, confessing everything he knew, revealing that the idea for the attack originated with Tony. Tony Blummel, 18, and his biological mother, Kesha, 35, were arrested on November 19, 2013, at their hotel. Andrew, also 18, was taken into custody, and Braden, another 18-year-old, was arrested the following day. Initially, Kesha denied any involvement in the robbery and other crimes, while the 3 young men confessed. On November 25, 2013, the accused made their first court appearance via video conference, facing identical charges: first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, 2 counts of aggravated robbery, burglary, and theft. Bail was set at $500,000 for the 3 young men and $1 million for Kesha. On December 21st, Roger's heart stopped beating, and at just 48 years old, he was reunited with his beloved Melissa. Following Roger's death, the situation for Kesha and the 3 young men took a dire turn as they faced the possibility of being charged with capital murder, which carried the risk of a death penalty sentence. On January 3, 2014, the 4 detainees were formally charged with 1 count of capital murder for allegedly killing multiple people in the same incident. Kesha also faced additional charges: 2 counts of aggravated robbery, 1 count of burglary, and 1 count of theft. The preliminary hearing took place on July 17th of that same year, by which time Braden had cut a deal with authorities, agreeing to become the prosecution's star witness in exchange for leniency in his sentence. In 2015, following a year of negotiations, Braden and 2 others implicated in the crime reached agreements with the prosecution. Under these agreements, the accused parties would not contest the charges brought against them, and in return, they would relinquish their right to appeal their sentences. In exchange, the prosecution agreed to refrain from pursuing the death penalty and to dismiss certain charges. In a series of separate hearings commencing mid-2015, each of the accused parties formally confirmed their intention to plead guilty. Kesha got life in prison without parole for capital murder, plus 10 years for aggravated robbery. Her sentences will run back to back. In court, she expressed regret and respect for the victim's family but denied involvement in the crime. She's still in a high-security prison today. Tony Blumell, known to all as Tony, received the same sentence as his mother. At the hearing, his Aunt Christina read a victim impact statement, thanking authorities for justice and mentioning the love Roger and Melissa had shown Tony. Tony listened in silence, tears welling up. Christina told him he'd chosen his path, and one day he might understand the consequences of those choices. Tony's now in a correctional facility with a record of many infractions. A week later, Andrew was found guilty of 1st and 2nd-degree murder, sentenced to life and 155 months. Last, Braden, who'd made a deal with prosecutors, was guilty of 2nd-degree murder, sentenced to 242 years. His first release chance is May 28, 2035, but he's had 71 disciplinary reports for bad behavior. The district attorney was satisfied with the case outcome. Despite waiving appeal rights, Kesha tried and failed. Undisputed, Roger and Melissa Blumell's lives ended tragically. Kesha's excess-driven life led to tragedy, sparked by a descendant rejecting her. For his part, Tony repaid the couple's love and care with resentment, envy, and violence, opting for an unjustifiable path of substance abuse that ultimately led him to commit a double crime. As a consequence, Kesha's younger daughter was forced to grow up in a foster home. In contrast, Chris Blumell, with the support of his family, managed to overcome the ordeal and build a fulfilling life. Nikki Allen was born in England during the 1980s, one of 4 daughters to Sharon Henderson. They lived in a low-income housing estate in the city of Sunderland, located in Tyne and Wear in the northeastern part of England. At 7 years old, Nikki spent her days with her 3 sisters, Stacy, 8, Sarah, 3, and Niam, 2. Sharon, despite being a loving mother, faced a series of unfortunate relationships. The father of Stacy and Nikki abandoned them, and her subsequent partner also left, failing to take responsibility for Sarah and Niam. Sharon had to work hard to provide for her children, as none of the fathers contributed to their upbringing. Fortunately, her father, who lived in the same building, was a supportive and loving grandfather. He helped Sharon with the girls whenever he could. Despite the challenges of single motherhood, Sharon ensured her daughters never lacked anything essential. Though their budget was tight, the love and dedication Sharon showed made their home a place of joy and warmth. The family cherished weekends and holidays like Christmas and Carnival, often taking outings in the eastern parts of the city. Mickey, like most children, was oblivious to their financial struggles, radiating happiness. Described as a lively and cheerful child with adventurous spirit, her brownish-red hair contrasted beautifully with her fair skin, complemented by her vibrant brown eyes and an infectious smile that made her stand out. On the evening of Wednesday, October 7, 1992, Nikki and her sisters were being looked after by their grandfather. Around 8:30 p.m., Nikki decided to go home, which was just a floor below in the same building. It was common for one of the older girls to head home first. Nikki knew the short route well, having traversed it many times without issue. That night, Sharon returned home to find Nikki missing. Initially, this didn't raise alarm as her other daughters, Stacy, Sarah, and Niam, had not arrived either. But when they returned without Nikki, Sharon called her father, who confirmed Nikki had left his apartment 10 minutes before her sisters. The building was a tight-knit community where everyone knew each other, and mutual support was a daily practice. Nikki was well-liked for her endearing nature. In growing worry, Sharon began knocking on neighbors' doors, asking if anyone had seen her daughter and calling everyone she knew to find Nikki. When no one could provide any information, Sharon's fear turned to dread. Nikki was missing. The community organized search parties to scour every corner of the building and its surroundings. The search went on through the night and into the early hours of the morning. Sharon's anxiety escalated into panic and desperation. As dawn broke on Thursday, October 8th, with no sign of Nikki, the family contacted the authorities. The police arrived and began a thorough search, questioning residents, Sharon, the grandfather, and anyone who might know something. A discovery that froze everyone's blood was made. Nikki's small shoes were found discarded at the entrance of an abandoned building not far from her home. With heavy hearts, neighbors and police entered the building, their dread growing with each step. The tension was palpable, likened to the calm before a storm. Inside, they found a dark, sticky stain on the floor, resembling dried blood. In the middle of it lay Nikki's lifeless body, a heartbreaking end to the frantic search. It was clear at first glance that Nikki had suffered a brutal attack. She sustained multiple wounds from a sharp weapon, and her head had been struck with a brick. The scene was heartbreaking. Nikki's fragile body lay in a pool of blood, utterly alone in an abandoned building. This moment marked the beginning of a relentless fight for justice for Nikki, a fight that she rightfully deserved. News of this horrific incident spread rapidly, shocking the entire city of Sunderland. The community was not only devastated because it involved a young, innocent child, but also because of the sheer brutality of the crime. The support for the family was overwhelming. Hundreds gathered to support Sharon and her family at the painful funeral. The media quickly picked up the story, pushing for updates on the investigation, which in turn put immense pressure on the authorities to solve the case. The police started the investigation. The entire intelligence apparatus was mobilized to find clues and testimonies that could shed light on the perpetrator. A composite sketch was created and compared with various suspects. However, as months passed, no solid leads emerged and no suspects were identified. Despite the pain and anguish, Sharon did not give up. Throughout 1992, she remained resilient, giving interviews and urging the authorities to produce results. The detectives assured Sharon of their unwavering support and the commitment of the entire Sunderland police force to find the culprit and bring them to justice. But beyond the declarations and good intentions, the path to truth was fraught with obstacles and dead ends. Yet, Sharon clung to the hope that justice would eventually be served for the tragic loss of her beloved daughter. In late 1993, the investigation focused on George Heron, a young man who lived near Nikki's home. The evidence found at his residence was troubling. A knife matching the pattern of Nikki's wounds was discovered, along with blood stains on his shoes and clothes. George's sister provided crucial information, noting that on the night Nikki disappeared, George had spent an unusually long time in the bathroom. Although George initially denied leaving that night, for witnesses claimed to have seen him at nearby pubs buying Nikki's favorite chips. The police believe George used the snacks to lure Nikki to the abandoned building where she was killed. George insisted he was innocent, but he was detained as a suspect. After 3 days of intense interrogation, George confessed to Nikki's murder. This confession, though initially accepted, was later invalidated as it was obtained through coercion. All the evidence against him was circumstantial, but the police were confident they would secure a conviction. News of the arrest of the confessed killer was met with some relief, and the media quickly broadcast the development. Sharon felt a burden lifted, having spent an entire year desperately searching for her daughter's attacker, whom she described as a monster. The media detailed every aspect of the case against George, including his full name, residence, and image. However, the case against George fell apart when the court ruled his recorded confession inadmissible, citing it was obtained through police intimidation. After a brief trial, it was concluded that there was no evidence proving George's involvement in the crime, and he was declared innocent of Nikki's murder. For his protection, following public scrutiny, George was granted a new identity and relocated away from Sunderland to start anew. Nevertheless, Sharon believed in the police's version and remained convinced that George was responsible for her family's tragedy. Determined to seek justice, Sharon filed a civil suit against George in 1994, accusing him of wrongful death. The court ruled in Sharon's favor, ordering George to pay over £7,000, a sum she never received as George could not be located. Despite the setback, the police continued to investigate, gathering reports and following leads, but the case grew cold over time. 20 years after Nikki's tragic death, the case remained open but stagnant. Unexpectedly, a breakthrough emerged, offering new hope for justice for Nikki and her anguished family. In February 2014, serial offender Stephen Grieve's son, already incarcerated, became a suspect. His modus operandi in previous crimes closely matched Nikki's case. Stephen had a history of cooperating with authorities, confessing to unsolved crimes and providing valuable information on similar cases, making him a crucial resource for the investigators. However, this time Stephen took a completely different approach. He declared his innocence and refused to cooperate with any aspect of the investigation. After decades of dead ends and false leads, hopes were pinned on the significant advancements in forensic technology of that era. Investigators conducted blood analyses to find evidence linking Stephen to Nikki's murder, but the results ultimately excluded him as a suspect. Once again, they were back to square one and had to start from scratch. This was disappointing news for the investigators and for Sharon, Nikki's mother, who had placed her hopes on this new lead. Despite the setback, Sharon didn't give in to despair. Committed to keeping her daughter's case in the public eye, she continued to give interviews to the media. Through her courageous persistence, she hoped to keep Nikki's memory alive and to maintain pressure on the authorities to fulfill their duty of ensuring justice for her little girl. As the 25th anniversary of Nikki's murder approached, Sharon made a public revelation that was both raw and heartbreaking. She admitted that she had not been a good mother to Stacy, Sarah, and Niam. She acknowledged that her other 3 daughters had grown up feeling neglected, accustomed to seeing their mother constantly dealing with the media and police, dedicating all her time and effort to keeping Nikki's case in the spotlight. Sharon's candid admission had a profound impact on the British public and sparked a wide-ranging debate about the struggles faced by those who suffer the tragic loss of a loved one and how it can affect other important areas of their lives. Moved by Sharon's public self-reproach and suffering, the community once again rallied around Nikki's case, demanding answers about the current state of the investigation and what was being done to find the culprit. The pressure on the authorities intensified and hopes for justice for Nikki were reignited. The media also got involved, emphasizing that the quest for truth and justice for Nikki was not just a legal battle, but also an emotional and exhausting ordeal for Sharon and her family. In May 2016, Sharon received a startling call from a woman claiming to have new information about Nikki's murder. This person, who had been 12 years old at the time of Nikki's disappearance and had been babysitting near the crime scene, shared her memories and possible leads with the police. In September of the same year, Sharon launched an online petition demanding a new, thorough investigation into Nikki's case. The petition quickly gained support, garnering hundreds of signatures in less than 24 hours, reflecting the public's interest in finding answers and justice for Nikki. However, the police and judicial system seemed to move at a frustratingly slow pace. Throughout 2017, Sharon continued to press the authorities. They assured her that they were still working on the case, even if no public updates were given. Unbeknownst to many, specialists were conducting DNA tests on hundreds of men who had lived in the area at the time of the crime. This effort eventually led to a valuable lead. In October 2017, around the 25th anniversary of Nikki's death, the police announced a significant forensic breakthrough that could potentially resolve the case. They had successfully obtained a DNA sample from an unknown male, offering new hope. On April 17, 2018, the police arrested David Thomas Boyd, a 54-year-old man previously convicted of offenses against children, as a suspect in Nikki's murder. Based on new evidence gathered during 2016 and 2017, it was discovered that David had been a former neighbor of Nikki's grandfather, making him a potential suspect who fit the perpetrator's profile. The police raided a house where David lived and detained him. The authorities conducted a new round of interrogations, meticulously examining alibis and available evidence. However, lacking solid evidence directly linking him to Nikki's murder, they had to release him pending further investigation. Despite being a promising lead, the lack of conclusive evidence prevented David from being formally charged at that time. The case remained unsolved, and the search for the true culprit continued. The most devastating blow for Sharon came in 2019. The detective who had been assigned to the case from the beginning and had since become Chief Inspector of Sunderland Police was unexpectedly appointed as the new Chief of Police in Cleveland. This personnel change raised concerns about the proper continuity of the investigation, as it was unprecedented for a police chief from one city to simultaneously manage an ongoing case in another city. For Sharon, this news was a crushing setback, and she expressed her dismay publicly. As if that weren't enough, the detective was hired as part of a sensationalist television program that sought to track fugitives involved in crimes against celebrities. The scandal caused a national uproar, especially at a time when the reputation of the English police was under scrutiny due to various unfortunate events involving some law enforcement officers. Nevertheless, both the detective and the Sunderland Police Department issued a statement assuring that the investigation had not been halted and that they remained committed to finding Nikki's killer. Despite the obstacles and challenges, Sharon and the authorities' determination to achieve justice for Nikki remained unshaken. In April 2019, David was detained and interrogated once more about Nikki's case. However, the pandemic caused further delays, imposing limitations on judicial processes. Nonetheless, the police dedicated themselves to individually testing DNA samples from 839 men across the country related to the case or investigation, aiming to eliminate them as suspects. During 2020 and 2021, Sharon received new reports about potential leads and revelations from new witnesses who claimed to have unheard of information about the case. These new clues added to the previous efforts to uncover the truth that had remained elusive for the police, especially for Sharon, who was approaching 30 years of fighting for justice for her daughter. In January 2022, the police officially referred the case to the Crown Prosecution Service, thus transferring responsibility from Sunderland police detectives to a new administrative direction, placing the case in a bureaucratic limbo, much to Sharon's dismay. Fortunately, Sharon's fears were unfounded. In May 2022, there was a significant breakthrough when David was formally charged with Nikki's murder. He appeared before the court, pleaded not guilty, but was remanded in custody. On April 20th, 2023, the trial began. During the hearings, evidence against David was presented, including an animated video showing how he had dragged and disposed of Nikki's body. The prosecutor explicitly assured the jury that David was the true perpetrator of the fatal assault on Nikki. The trial continued with crucial testimonies and details about how David had lured Nikki to the site and committed the horrific acts. The prosecution presented evidence of David's DNA found on Nikki's clothing, which further strengthened the case against him. The prosecution alleged that David had taken Nikki to a wasteland by the River Ware, where he struck her on the head. They added that he had forced Nikki through an opening in a boarded-up window of the abandoned building, where he attacked her until she died. The autopsy revealed that Nikki had suffered a blunt force trauma to the head, likely rendering her unconscious before receiving the fatal stab wounds. The trial also revealed that David Boyd had been convicted in March 2000 for indecent assault on a girl in a Stockton park on April 8, 1999. He had also been convicted of public order offenses in 1986 when he approached 4 children and grabbed a 10-year-old girl. Another detail revealed during the trial was that David knew the layout of the abandoned building where Nikki was found and had used the same window days earlier when he took a boy there, supposedly to look for pigeons. The defense argued that the evidence was merely innocent coincidences and that there was no direct proof of David's guilt. David concocted a story to explain the presence of his DNA on Nikki's clothing. He claimed he had spat from his balcony on the night of the incident, and Nikki might have touched a railing where his saliva landed, then wiped her hands on her clothes, transferring the DNA. The judge explained to the jury that the case was based on circumstantial evidence, but the evidence presented so far strongly pointed to David's guilt. On May 12, 2023, after just 2.5 hours of deliberation, the jury found David guilty of Nikki Allen's murder. The verdict was a huge relief for Sharon and a victory for justice after decades of relentless pursuit. The man who ended Nikki's life in dreams and caused immense pain to her family would finally face justice for his cruel actions. On a day that seemed unreachable for Sharon, she finally got the results she had long awaited after 31 long years. When the court delivered the verdict declaring the man guilty, the news was met with a mix of relief and emotion, and the courtroom erupted in applause. Outside the court, under torrential rain, Nikki's family shared tears, hugs, and kisses. Despite the celebrations, there was still discontent among the family regarding the way the police investigation was conducted. Despite the historic verdict, Sharon expressed her frustration over the long wait and the fact that the man had lived freely for years without deserving it. Nikki's older sister, Stacy, recalled seeing David several times near the buildings where they lived during their childhood. She mentioned that all the children distrusted him and described him as a very creepy figure. At the time of her statements, Stacy was 39 years old and shared the profound impact finding her sister's body had on the community, as well as the immense damage to their family. As candid as her mother about the devastating effects of losing Nikki, Stacy confessed to having behavioral problems and resorted to substance abuse and rave parties to escape the pain. However, she eventually found a path to recovery and redemption. She now works helping people with substance and alcohol dependencies overcome their struggles and is also a boxing coach. The long-awaited news came on May 23, 2023. David was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 29 years before he could be eligible for parole, meaning he would only be able to apply for release on August 16, 2049. Following the verdict, the police issued an apology to 56-year-old Sharon for the failures in the original investigation and celebrated that Nikki's case was finally closed. After the news broke, Sharon spoke to BBC News about the 31 years of waiting for Nikki to receive justice. When asked about the police's apology, she said she did not accept it. She pointed out that she had repeatedly asked if they were considering David as a suspect, but was never listened to. She felt abandoned by the police all those years and stated that it took a forensic DNA breakthrough to finally capture David, who should have been on the police's radar from the beginning. Adding to her indignation was the fact that she learned about the conviction through the news. In response, the police stated that they had tried multiple times to contact Sharon, but could not reach her until after the media interviews. They assured that she would be given the opportunity to speak with a senior police official. Sharon responded that she preferred actions over words and urged the police to investigate other individuals she believed might be implicated in the crime. The official response to Sharon's new suspicions came swiftly. The investigator who had led the investigation since 1992 asserted that the police were confident David acted alone. She also expressed a desire to share information with Sharon to put her mind at ease. Indeed, the conviction of the guilty party provided some relief and closure to Nikki's family. However, Sharon said that a wound remained open in her heart. Nikki's story teaches us the importance of persevering until the truth is found. It also highlights the need to ensure that families who lose a loved one to violent crime receive adequate support throughout the often devastating process of seeking justice. Case of Adam Strong. Adam Strong was born in 1972 in Cornwall, Ontario, Canada. Very little is known about his family and upbringing. He never got married and didn't have any children. Strong worked at a local gas station and also as a security guard on a movie set. People who knew him described him as eccentric and arrogant, believing he was smarter than others. He enjoyed arguing and trying to prove his point until others agreed, but he wasn't typically aggressive. On September 11, 2017, a fisherman in Oshawa, Ontario, made a disturbing discovery in the city harbor. He found a badly disfigured and decomposed human torso floating in the water. The fisherman immediately reported his finding to the police, who retrieved the remains and sent them to forensics for analysis. Due to the body's severe decomposition, experts had a hard time identifying it. The torso was missing limbs and a head, and its internal organs were gone. The only clues about the victim were that she was a young woman between 18 and 25 years old. Her fingerprints, dental records, and distinguishing features couldn't be used for identification. A partial tattoo on her neck was visible, but its design was impossible to determine due to decomposition. As a result, a DNA analysis was the only remaining option, but no matches were found in the existing database. The police then began investigating cases of young women who had gone missing in recent months. In November 2017, nearly 2 months after the discovery, authorities identified the body as 18-year-old Rory Hatch, a high school student who had vanished in mid-August. She was several weeks pregnant at the time of her disappearance. Divers searched the harbor and nearby Lake Ontario shoreline, but no other body parts were found. The time and cause of death remained unknown. Experts examined the body and found numerous severe injuries inflicted while Rory was still alive, suggesting she had been tortured over a long period before her death. This discovery led to a major breakthrough in the investigation. For months later, an unexpected twist emerged. In December, the Wood family moved into a house at 19 McMillan Drive, Oshawa, where they noticed an unpleasant smell. Their downstairs neighbor, 45-year-old Adam Strong, assured them it was just a minor plumbing issue that he would fix soon. The neighbor tried to be friendly and polite, but there was something unsettling about him. When David's wife tried to welcome him with homemade cookies, he refused to let her enter his apartment, instead stepping out into the hallway and quickly closing the door behind him. In that brief moment, she caught a glimpse of his living space, which was in disarray, and was overwhelmed by the foul smell inside. Adam took the cookies, thanked the neighbor, and quickly excused himself. Later, when they crossed paths in the yard, he apologized for not inviting her in, explaining that he was about to start renovations and his apartment was not presentable at the time. Despite his polite demeanor, he seemed visibly nervous. As the Wood family settled into their new home, they tried to ignore the unbearable smell. However, on December 29th, they finally called a plumber to investigate a sewer blockage, which had intensified the stench. Although the issue seemed minor and easily solvable, the discovery the workers made in the pipes was shocking, even to experienced forensic experts. Human body parts had been found. Sean Fenn, a plumber, and his partner were called to the Wood family's apartment to fix a clogged refrigerator drain. However, when they arrived, they were met with an overwhelming stench, which they soon discovered was coming from the apartment below, belonging to Adam Strong. Upon entering Strong's apartment, the smell intensified, becoming almost unbearable. Sean, an experienced plumber, had never encountered anything so foul-smelling in his career. While working to clear the pipe, Strong's behavior became increasingly strange and nervous. He refused to leave the area, constantly asking questions about the process. The plumbers tried to ignore Strong's antics, but what they discovered next would be shocking. As they extracted the blockage, they found over 10 kilograms of entangled flesh, hair, and bone fragments, including disfigured human fingers. Strong remained surprisingly calm, asking how the remains ended up in the pipe. Fenn immediately called the police, suspecting they had stumbled upon human remains in the pipes. When the police arrived, they confirmed the discovery of human flesh. Instead of denying the allegations, Strong calmly admitted that Rory Hatch's body parts were stuck in the pipe, with additional remains stored in his freezer. A search of the freezer revealed a severed head, limb fragments, and more, all packed in plastic bags. The apartment was in disarray, with dirty dishes, rotting food, trash, and empty pizza boxes littering the floor. The police also found numerous adult magazines with sadistic content, as well as intimate toys, gags, whips, handcuffs, and devices for binding and hanging, suggesting a disturbing atmosphere. Adam's social media profiles openly displayed his interest in BDSM practices, with explicit photos and videos. Although he didn't have a long-term partner, several former partners accused him of being abusive, leading to their breakups. He wrote reviews of adult films and magazines, indicating he spent most of his free time consuming such content. Behind his calm exterior, he led a secretive life. The police cordoned off Adam's residence, treating it as a crime scene. The initial investigation suggested that they had a lot of work ahead, with potential discoveries that could be just as shocking as the head found in the refrigerator. Notably, the evidence found led investigators to suspect that the discovered body parts belonged to Rory Hatch, whose torso was found in a water body 4 months earlier. A distinctive tattoo on the neck and DNA analysis supported this theory. In Adam's house, investigators found disturbing evidence of a gruesome crime. Hidden among piles of trash were the blood-stained clothes and shoes of Rory Hatch, later confirmed to be the missing schoolgirl. The bedroom, where her bed was found, was covered in her blood, with splatters on the walls, furniture, and ceiling. A dissection table was found in the kitchen, suggesting that the suspect had dismembered and gutted the girl there. The entire area was contaminated with blood, skin particles, hair, and bone fragments. The bathroom was equally appalling, with dirt, blood, and signs of brutal acts everywhere. It appeared that Adam had attempted to dispose of the body by flushing it down the toilet in parts. But when this failed, he tried to fix the blockage himself. A large collection of sharp weapons was also found in the house, likely used to dismember the girl's body. Rory Hatch was born in 1999 to a single mother, Shannon Dion. Despite her father's absence, Rory grew up in a loving environment, thanks to her mother and grandmother. Her family had a unique background, with her maternal grandfather founding a motorcycle club and being a skilled boxer with ties to the criminal underworld. Rory had a peaceful and carefree childhood, excelled in dance, and was an award-winning student. At 13, she received an award as the best cadet of the year in her local army unit. However, her life took a dramatic turn at 15 when she got introduced to drugs by a friend and became dependent. She began associating with questionable individuals, neglected her studies, and eventually stopped attending school altogether. For about a year, Rory's family tried to get her help for her addiction, but she would relapse every time. At 17, she ran away from home and turned to prostitution to support her drug habit. Then, her mother got her into a specialized program for teenagers with addictions, which forced her into treatment. This time, the efforts paid off and Rory was able to get back on track. She got a job, studied remotely, and eventually earned her high school diploma. She started planning for college and began a serious relationship with a boy named Anthony. In June 2017, Rory told her mother that she was pregnant and planned to keep the baby. However, Rory's mother didn't know that her daughter had started using drugs again. Rory met with Constable Christopher Crane at a shopping center in mid-August. He had been monitoring her for 18 months to keep her away from negative influences. During their meeting, Rory confessed that she had started using drugs again and lost her job a month prior, often exchanging sexual favors for money or drugs. Constable Crane was deeply disturbed by her revelation and promised to help. He stepped away to make an urgent call to arrange for her hospitalization. However, when he returned, Rory was gone, and the constable was unable to find her. The next day, Rory's mother and uncle took her to the hospital after finding her incoherent due to substance use. They left her in the emergency room queue and stepped out for about an hour. When they returned, they were shocked to discover that Rory had vanished. And sadly, she was never seen alive again. A review of hospital surveillance footage showed that Rory simply got up and left the hospital on her own. Her family reported her missing the next day, but despite an extensive search effort and widespread social media attention, no one was able to find her. It's likely that her addiction led her to seek out drugs at Strong's house, where she may have exchanged sexual favors for them. After Adam alerted the police to the location of the remaining body parts, an investigation was launched. Investigators expected him to cooperate, but instead, He became unresponsive and refused to answer questions at the police station. He remained calm and denied any wrongdoing. Because there was no direct evidence linking him to the girl's murder, Adam was only charged with desecrating a body. His lawyer's efforts to secure bail were unsuccessful, and he was held in jail awaiting trial. The investigators struggled to find an effective approach to questioning him, trying to elicit an emotional response that might provoke a confession. Strong was evasive when questioned about Rory's presence in his house and what he did to her, but openly discussed his fondness for bladed weapons and extensive knife collection. A thorough search of Adam's house uncovered a dirty hunting knife with dried skin fragments that appeared human in a hidden closet. Although the DNA from the knife didn't match Rory's, it belonged to another individual. It took several months to identify the owner of the DNA, but by July 2018, it was established that the traces on the weapon belonged to Candace Fitzpatrick, a woman who had vanished about 10 years prior. Candace Fitzpatrick shared similarities with Rory. Both struggled with substance abuse and legal issues, grew up in troubled families, and had a history of running away from home for months at a time. To survive, she would live with acquaintances and exchange sex for food and drugs. Born in 1989, Candace was 18 when she disappeared. Her family didn't notice her absence initially and only reported her missing almost 2 years later, by which time all leads had gone cold. Candace's life and social circle led many to believe she could have ended up anywhere. Her parents thought she had run away and held on to the hope that she would return. However, in 2018, the news from law enforcement crushed their hopes of ever seeing their daughter alive again. It's worth noting that both victims of the suspect were the same age and looked almost identical, like sisters. This led people to believe that the police had caught a serial predator. When questioned about the second woman, the suspect unexpectedly agreed to cooperate in exchange for better living conditions. He wanted a private cell, a large TV, internet access, and specific meals. Law enforcement officials were outraged by his demands, but they relented to get the information. Adam began his story by talking about his difficult childhood, including how he was abused by his stepfather from the age of 5. He also described how he started torturing and killing animals from the age of 7, finding physical pleasure in these acts. When the conversation turned to Rory, Adam Strong described in detail how he had dismembered her, seemingly taking pleasure in it, but claiming he only did so because she had died from an overdose. However, the police did not believe him, and he was unable to convince them of his story. When questioned about Candace, who had disappeared 10 years prior, Strong was surprised the police knew about her. He tried to find out how they had discovered his secret, and when told about human flesh stuck to an old knife, he became somber and regretful for not taking better precautions to cover his tracks. Strong admitted to meeting Candace but denied killing her. However, the evidence gathered did not support his claim. In an attempt to gain sympathy, he inadvertently incriminated himself. The police informed him that Rory was pregnant at the time of her death, which Strong vehemently denied. The detectives realized that Strong would argue endlessly to prove his point, so they decided to provoke him into revealing more than he intended. They insisted that the victim was pregnant, and Strong, trying to prove otherwise, described in detail how he had examined Rory's reproductive organs and felt a pulsation, leading the police to believe that she might have still been alive during the attack. Later, Strong tried to deny everything, but his statements had been recorded on camera and were presented in court. He refused to disclose what he had done with Candace's body, and her remains were never found. The detectives were unable to learn about any other possible victims. During one of the last interrogations, Strong callously stated that he would like his condolences to be passed on to Rory's parents. At the trial, his lawyers argued that Strong was mentally ill and unable to be held responsible for his actions. However, a psychiatric evaluation determined that despite certain disorders, Strong was aware of his actions and could be held legally accountable. The trial began in September 2020, 3 years after Rory's death and 12 years after Candace's disappearance. Strong was charged with 2 counts of murder and desecration of Rory's remains. Although he never admitted his guilt, the evidence and his confessions left no doubt about his involvement in the heinous crimes. 4 of Strong's former partners also testified, describing his cruelty and violent tendencies. According to the prosecution, Strong had lured both women to his home, promising them money for intimate services, and then killed them. Adam Strong brutally murdered his victim, subjecting her to a prolonged and agonizing ordeal. He likely killed her out of fear that she would report him to the authorities. On September 4th, his mobile phone signal was detected near the city harbor, where he had dumped the victim's torso, hoping the current would carry it away. In April 2021, Adam Strong was convicted of murdering Candace Fitzpatrick and Rory Hatch, as well as desecrating Hatch's remains. He received a life sentence without parole. However, Strong showed no remorse, stating in his final remarks that his prison cell was an improvement over his previous living conditions. 6 months into his sentence, Strong unexpectedly revealed the location of his first victim's remains. The police followed his directions, and after several months of searching, they discovered human bones. DNA testing confirmed that the skeleton belonged to Candace Fitzpatrick, which was officially announced. Investigators believe that there may be additional victims in the Adam Strong case, possibly including at least one more woman. Notably, when Strong was initially arrested, his personal belongings were confiscated, including a chain with 3 rings. He later requested the items return, stating that the rings held sentimental value. Relatives of Rory and Candace later identified 2 of the rings as belonging to their dead daughters. However, the 3rd ring remains unidentified, sparking speculation about potential additional victims. Stacy Ruth Daniels, who would later be known as Stacy Castor, was born on July 24, 1967, in Clay, New York. She was the only child of Jerry Daniels and Judy Eaton. Little is known about the early years of the cheerful red-haired girl. Her mother, Judy, once mentioned that Stacy had big dreams for herself. She emphasized that Stacy was very intelligent and had confided in her that she dreamed of attending university and becoming a legal assistant or lawyer. Those close to Stacy described her as a shy young girl who found it difficult to start conversations but eventually managed to socialize at school gatherings or family events. In 1985, at the age of 17, Stacy was still in high school when her life took an unexpected turn. During this time, she met the outgoing Michael Wallace, who was 23 years old. Michael, born on September 16, 1961, in Auburn, New York, worked as a mechanic. Despite their contrasting personalities, they began dating a few months after their first meeting. While Michael enjoyed being the center of attention and surrounded by people, the reserved Stacy preferred to stay quiet and keep a low profile. However, their temperaments seemed to complement each other, and the couple formalized their relationship. Stacy, excited, told her close friends that she fell in love with Michael within 5 minutes of meeting him and was certain she would become Mrs. Wallace. On April 7, 1987, Stacy's prediction came true. After 2 years of dating, the 20-year-old Stacy married the 25-year-old Michael. Judy recalled that her daughter was very happy after the wedding. A year later, in 1988, the Wallaces welcomed their first daughter, Ashley. Instead of bringing them closer, the birth of their daughter began to distance Michael and Stacy. Within a few months, problems between the couple became apparent. Stacy, a stay-at-home mom, relied solely on Michael's income, which created financial strain with the arrival of another mouth to feed. 3 years later, in 1991, the couple had their second daughter, Bree. Rather than bringing joy, the new baby did not improve the tense family atmosphere. Stacy began accusing Michael of favoring their younger daughter, creating a family divide with 2 sides. Michael was closer to Bree, while Stacy formed a stronger bond with Ashley. It is unclear if the sisters' relationship was affected by their parents' preferences. Ashley and Stacy started having a relationship that was more like best friends than mother and daughter, a fact they both were very proud of. In the following years, the arguments between Michael and Stacy became more frequent, making the situation unbearable and leading to their separation. Rumors soon spread about the reasons behind their breakup. Stacy accused Michael of drug and alcohol abuse, allegations that were never confirmed. Others suggested that both were having extramarital affairs, a theory that also remained unproven. Friends of the couple attributed the distance to Stacy starting to work as an ambulance driver at night, while Michael spent all day repairing vehicles. Despite both having jobs, their financial problems persisted. Although they were separated, Stacy and Michael had not finalized their divorce, possibly holding on to the hope that things might improve between them. By the winter of 1999, Michael Wallace's family stated that he was considering legalizing his separation from Stacy. Amidst this marital crisis and the cold weather, Michael began to experience health issues. What started as a simple earache quickly escalated into a much more severe illness. Ashley later recalled that during this time, her father had trouble walking and speaking. She remembered seeing him sitting in the dining room drinking coffee when he suddenly started vomiting. He then lay down on the bed and fell asleep as if nothing had happened. Michael's discomfort persisted, leading him to seek medical attention. He told the doctors he felt lethargic. His sister was the first to notice something was seriously wrong with Michael's health. She observed his alarming deterioration during the family's Christmas gathering that year. Rosemary noted that Michael was coughing a lot and looked very swollen. A few weeks after the holidays, on January 11, 2000, Michael was found unconscious on the family home's couch. He was rushed to the hospital, where he died hours after being admitted. Ashley, who was 11 at the time, remembered the last moment she saw her father alive. She said Michael was lying on the couch making funny faces. Suddenly, he raised his arm in the air, then put it down and his arm just fell. Michael Wallace was 38 years old when he died. The medical report stated that he had died of a heart attack. Those close to Michael found it strange. He was a young and healthy man, with his only recent medical visit being for an ear infection. His sister disagreed with the doctor's conclusion that Michael had died of cardiac arrest. She claimed that before his death, Michael's skin had turned a deep purple from his head to his chest. When she requested an autopsy, Stacy refused. The grieving widow said she did not doubt the doctor's diagnosis and expertise. Stacy's refusal for an autopsy seemed reasonable, and Michael's sister put her suspicions aside. Michael was eventually buried in the local cemetery. In the following months, Stacy received all of Michael's financial assets, including a $55,000 life insurance payout. However, misfortune seemed to follow Stacy. 2 years later, on February 26, 2002, her father was hospitalized with what appeared to be a minor lung condition. Jerry responded well to treatment, and the doctors decided to discharge him. However, a few days after leaving the hospital, he died suddenly. Witnesses stated that Jerry collapsed after a visit from his daughter, Stacy. The autopsy report on Jerry's body concluded that he had died of natural causes. As Jerry's sole heir, Stacy decided to cremate his remains. After these two close deaths, the attractive redhead was determined to rebuild her life. It wasn't long before Stacy found the perfect candidate to give love another chance. Through her boss, the widow and mother of 2 girls met a divorced man named David Castor. David was born on June 12, 1957, in Syracuse, New York. He was one of 4 children born to Philip and Joyce Castor. He spent his entire life in the Liverpool area, where he established his refrigeration company, Liverpool Heating, which he directed and operated. David was also a longtime member of a 4-wheeler club and the Snow Pals snowmobile club. Stacy and David quickly began a relationship, and after a few months of dating, they married on August 16, 2003. From that date, she started using her second husband's surname. Initially, the couple seemed happy, but behind closed doors, their relationship was becoming difficult. The story seemed to be repeating itself for Stacy. According to people close to the couple, Stacy was uncomfortable with the close bond her new husband had with his son, David Jr., and his mother, Janice Poisson, David's first wife. To make matters worse, David did not get along with his stepdaughters. According to Ashley's later accounts, David was a bad stepfather who wanted nothing to do with her and her younger sister, Bree. David reportedly told the young girls that he had no intention of being their father, as he already had a son, which was enough for him. Ashley mentioned that there was tension often caused by her mother's new husband. Stacy also shared with some close friends the discomfort that permeated her home. She claimed that David was difficult with the girls, as he expected them to do everything he said without question. Despite these issues, Stacy maintained that her relationship with her husband was good. However, the reality was that their problems were pushing the marriage to a breaking point. The final straw for the Castors came on Sunday, August 21, 2005, when David planned a surprise getaway to celebrate their second wedding anniversary. Ashley had just started her first job and couldn't watch her sister Bree that night. Thus, the Castor Sunday outing was canceled. This led to a 7-hour argument in the garage. Afterward, David took a bottle of alcohol and locked himself in a room. The next day, Monday, August 22nd, Stacy was still upset, so she went to work without entering the room where David had spent the night. At the office, Stacy called 911, expressing her concern for her husband, whom she had last seen the previous day after he locked himself in a room following a marital fight. The police arrived at the house shared by the couple and Stacy's daughters. The officers knocked on the bedroom door, but there was no response. They broke down the door and found David motionless, realizing immediately that he was dead. Initially, it was thought that David had taken his own life. However, during a routine inspection of the house, officers found a dropper in the kitchen trash, which seemed unusual. They then discovered 2 half-full glasses on the nightstand beside the bed where David lay. One contained a bright green liquid identified as antifreeze, and the other had cranberry juice. Under the bed, they found a container of antifreeze, a substance used to cool vehicles. Due to its high toxicity, it is considered very dangerous and is forbidden to ingest. It has a sweet smell and taste that attracts animals and sometimes children, so it must be stored carefully and disposed of properly to prevent accidental poisoning. The main ingredient in most antifreezes is ethylene glycol, a deadly toxin that converts into oxalic acid in the body, which enters the kidneys and crystallizes. Symptoms include weakness, nausea, seizures, tremors, lack of coordination, excessive thirst, rapid heart rate, and paralysis, often resulting in death. Detectives took the evidence from the room where David died for forensic analysis. Tests revealed fingerprints on the glass containing antifreeze that matched Stacy's. The positioning of the prints suggested that the widow had held the glass to David's mouth. DNA from David was also found on the dropper discarded in the trash and on the antifreeze container. Besides the scientific evidence, David's family and friends rejected the notion that he had taken his own life. Those who knew him, including his ex-wife Janice, dismissed the idea from the start. Additionally, investigators found it illogical that someone would drink poison and then dispose of the dropper in the trash. All indications pointed to something sinister behind David Castor's death. The case was assigned to a veteran detective who began a 2-year investigation. He immediately ordered covert surveillance of Stacy to observe her movements without her knowledge. Stacy had buried her second husband next to her first. Investigators set up surveillance cameras at the cemetery, hoping the widow would visit the graves and reveal suspicious behavior. But she never showed up. The detective also discovered that the deaths of Stacy's first and second husbands had distinctive similarities. According to their families, Michael and David had always been in good health, with no history of depression. However, some members of the investigation department wanted to close David's case as a self-inflicted death, while others wanted to continue the investigation. The only way to move forward was to revisit Stacy's past and investigate Michael's death, which involved exhuming his remains. Detectives obtained a court order to exhume Michael's body and conduct an autopsy. The forensic examination revealed crystals of antifreeze in the remains. It became clear to investigators that Stacy had killed both her husbands using the same method, a lethal dose of antifreeze. When the police interviewed their prime suspect, they were surprised. One of the detectives showed Stacy a photo of the nightstand and asked if the contents she poured into one of the glasses were cranberry juice. She responded nervously, mentioning that she had poured antifreeze but mispronounced the name of the substance. She had inadvertently uttered the word that would condemn her. Her brain hadn't lied. By the time Stacy realized her mistake, it was too late. She tried to correct herself, accusing the detective of trying to confuse her to incriminate her. She continued protesting, but the damage was done. Realizing she was caught, Stacy requested a lawyer. Meanwhile, the police decided to talk to Ashley. They waited for her to finish her first day of university classes and informed her that they had performed an autopsy on her father, Michael Wallace, discovering that he had been poisoned. Ashley later recounted that she broke down in tears and was furious when the officers told her they had exhumed Michael. It was difficult for Ashley to accept that her father's memory was being disturbed. She immediately called her mother, telling her everything in a distressed state. Stacy listened attentively. It's unclear what thoughts crossed her mind, but she invited her eldest daughter over to talk in detail while sharing some drinks. Given the horrible week she had had, Ashley agreed. As soon as she arrived at her mother's house, Stacy prepared a drink for her. After a few sips, Ashley passed out. The next day, Stacy promised they would drink together again after classes. Ashley accepted the second invitation and, as agreed, went to her mother's house after university. Stacy made her a cocktail that supposedly contained vodka and juice. Although Ashley noticed a strange taste, she drank it, trusting her mother completely. The following day, Bree found her sister Ashley unconscious and barely breathing. The teenager alerted her mother, shouting at her to call 911. While Stacy dialed emergency services, Bree found a note in Ashley's room, supposedly confessing to killing both her father and stepfather. Paramedics arrived within minutes and rushed Ashley to the nearest hospital. The doctors informed the family that if she had arrived 15 minutes later, she would not have survived. When Ashley regained consciousness, detectives questioned her about her suicide attempt and the note she had left. She was shocked and confused, assuring the officers that she had not tried to harm herself, nor had she confessed to killing anyone. Ashley recalled the last thing she remembered from that night was drinking the beverage her mother had given her, noting that it had tasted strange. The police had no further doubts and immediately arrested Stacy at the hospital on suspicion of attempting to kill her daughter and murdering her husband, David Castor. The investigation later revealed some of the calls Stacy made after learning about Michael's exhumation. In a conversation with a close friend, detectives overheard Stacy's concerns about the exhumation and her attempts to distance herself from the accusations. From the day Stacy was detained, the only person who believed in her innocence was her mother, Judy. Judy could not accept that her daughter had killed her two husbands and then tried to harm her own eldest daughter. She continued to blame anyone else for the crimes. On December 20th, 2007, Stacy was charged with second-degree murder, second-degree attempted murder, and conspiracy to present a falsified will. This last charge was because she had tried to alter David's will to exclude his eldest son, David Jr., from his first marriage. On September 25, 2008, 3 years after David's tragic death, the judge ruled that Michael's death could be presented as evidence in the trial. Stacy had hired a defense attorney who argued that Ashley was responsible for David's death and had also attempted to take her own life. On January 12, 2009, Stacy Castor's trial began. She faced an initial sentence of 25 years to life in prison. The jury heard testimony from over 50 witnesses and deliberated for 3 days. From the first day of the hearings, Stacy maintained that she was innocent of all charges. She claimed that David had taken his own life because he had been depressed for several days over his father's death and because they had argued the day before. A detective testified at the trial, detailing the results of the 2-year investigation. He explained that he had spoken with his colleagues about Michael's death to gather more information. They confirmed that there were certain similarities in the deaths of both husbands. He was told that when Stacy was interrogated before, she claimed Michael had various health problems. However, upon reviewing and consulting Michael's medical records, they found that the only significant issue he had in his 38 years was a hernia. During the trial, it was detailed that antifreeze poisoning is excruciatingly painful, indicating that both Michael and David likely suffered greatly in their final moments. A police officer highlighted that the forensic pathologist who performed Michael's autopsy after his exhumation reported finding antifreeze crystals in his remains. The detective also explained that in addition to surveillance cameras, they had wiretapped Stacy's phone. It was through one of these calls that they learned she had visited the cemetery a few days after Michael's body was exhumed. The county district attorney stated that investigations determined Ashley had consumed several cocktails prepared by her mother on September 12th and 13th, 2007. Ashley told them that the drinks tasted odd, and her mother gave her a straw to make drinking easier. She then felt dizzy and lay down. On the morning of September 14th, 2007, Bree found her sister nearly dead. When Stacy called 911, she told the operator that her eldest daughter had consumed alcohol and a significant number of pills. She also mentioned that Ashley had left a suicide note. The district attorney noted that the medical report on Ashley revealed a cocktail of various drugs, including Lexapro, had been crushed and mixed with vodka in her bloodstream. The jury was also informed that during her initial interviews, Stacy mispronounced the word antifreeze, and when they analyzed the supposed suicide note written by Ashley, they noticed the chemical name was misspelled in the same way. This led them to suspect that Stacy had written the note herself. This suspicion was confirmed by forensic computer examinations, which found 2 drafts of the letter in Stacy's deleted files. These drafts were created at times when Ashley was at university, ruling out the possibility that she had written them. Despite all the testimonies and evidence against her, Stacy continued to assert her innocence. She claimed that her only brush with the law had been a speeding ticket when she was 18. However, the most revealing testimony was yet to come. The prosecution called Ashley to the stand, whose declaration was devastating. She said she could not imagine that her own flesh and blood was sitting just feet away, claiming she had tried to take her own life. In a heated cross-examination, the prosecutor confronted Stacy with recorded phone calls obtained from the wiretap, as well as evidence extracted from her computer. The jury deliberated for 4 days. Finally, on February 5, 2009, Stacy Castor, 41, was found guilty of second-degree murder for the death of her husband, David Castor, as well as the attempted murder of her daughter, Ashley Wallace, and the forgery of David's will. A month later, she was sentenced to 51 years in prison and was incarcerated at a correctional facility for women. She would be eligible for parole at age 88. Stacy had no further contact with her daughters from the moment she was arrested at the hospital where Ashley was admitted. Despite the verdict, she continued to assert her innocence. In May 2009, during an interview for ABC News, she expressed her disbelief upon hearing the verdict. She described looking around, sitting down, and waiting for the moment to leave the courtroom. Before the ABC News cameras, she insisted she had not killed Michael or David and had not attempted to harm her daughter, stating she would never admit to something she did not do. For the television report, the reporter also spoke with Ashley, who declared that she hated Stacy for ruining so many lives but still loved her because she was her mother. Stacy appealed the guilty verdict. Her defense attorney spent nearly 2 years searching for evidence pointing to a different killer. Stacy suggested it was easy to blame wives for crimes against their partners but claimed children were also capable of such acts, pointing to news stories as evidence. She remained adamant that the truth would come to light, the evidence would prove her innocence, and she would eventually return home. But none of this happened. Judy visited her daughter every month in prison, maintaining Stacy's innocence. She also ceased contact with her 2 granddaughters. In an interview with ABC, Judy stated that if evidence ever emerged proving Ashley committed the crimes, she would apologize for the rest of her life. On the morning of June 11, 2016, after serving 7 years and 4 months of her sentence, Stacy Castor, dubbed the Black Widow by the media, was found dead in her cell at age 48. Authorities ruled out suicide. The autopsy revealed that Stacy had died of a heart attack. Ashley graduated from university with near-perfect grades. She and her sister continue to try to move forward with their lives. Regardless of the fact that there are fewer female killers than male, and irrespective of the motivations behind such crimes, the case of Stacy Castor gathered a series of circumstances that turned it into a scandal, capturing national attention for nearly a decade. The case of Chris Coleman. Chris Coleman, a former Marine, met his wife Sherry, an Air Force member, while serving in the military. Sherry instantly fell in love with Chris and knew he was the one. They got married before their first child, Garrett, was born, as they were devout Christians. After Garrett's birth, they had their second son, Gavin. Gavin was more energetic and mischievous, unlike his laid-back father and brother. Chris and Sherry were devoted parents who cherished their children. Sherry protected them fiercely, while Chris enjoyed every moment with them. When Chris left the military, the family moved to Waterloo, Illinois, where Chris worked as the head of security for TV evangelist Joyce Meyer. Joyce's luxurious lifestyle sparked controversy, with critics accusing her of exploiting her followers' fears. Chris's job was to protect Joyce from threatening letters and hate mail. He worked as her bodyguard and earned a substantial salary, providing financial security for his family. However, his frequent travels with Joyce put a strain on his family as he was away from home for long periods. His sons deeply missed him, and his wife Sherry felt overwhelmed, underappreciated, and burdened with household responsibilities. In October 2008, Chris went to Florida, where his wife grew up, and met with an old friend, Tara Grinstead, who gave him a tour of the city. Days later, Chris received a disturbing email from an address called Destroy Chris, warning him that he and his family would be in danger if he continued to work for Joyce Meyer. The ministry received more threatening emails specifying a time and date for the potential attack on Chris's family. The emails seemed to have inside information on Chris's schedule, including his upcoming trip abroad. Chris told Sherry about the threatening emails he had been receiving, and on the following Monday, he reported them to the local police. As Chris often worked away from home with Joyce Meyer Ministries, the police offered to increase patrols around their house during his absences. But this did little to alleviate Sherry's fear for her family's safety. Sherry's concern was so great that she once asked a friend to stay with her while Chris was away, as she didn't feel comfortable being alone in the house. She emphasized that she would do whatever it took to keep her family safe. 2 months into the threats, the Colemans received a disturbing, hand-delivered letter demanding that Chris publicly renounce his faith or face severe consequences. The letter's ominous tone left Sherry genuinely fearful for her family's safety. The threat had a profound impact on Sherry, and her fear grew daily. To respond to the threat, Chris and Sherry took extra precautions to protect their family, including installing surveillance cameras around their home, which captured footage of the surrounding area and sent it to a screen in their basement office. Chris hoped the cameras would help identify the person behind the threats. After the cameras were installed, the threats suddenly stopped and life returned to normal for the family. For a few months, everything seemed fine. However, in April 2009, the family received another disturbing letter warning that Sherry's worst fears were about to come true. Chris was deeply disturbed by the letter's ominous tone. After reviewing the security footage, Chris was shocked to see a mysterious silhouette. Although the figure's identity remained unknown, its presence reignited Chris's concerns for his family's safety. The renewed sense of fear led to increased police efforts to protect the Coleman family. Detective Sergeant Justin Barlow from the Columbia Police Department took a particular interest in the case and offered to help the family. He set up video cameras to monitor the Coleman's driveway, but unfortunately, they did not catch the person behind the threats. On May 5, 2009, Chris went to the gym and then called his home phone to check on Sherry and the boys, making sure they were up and getting ready for school. Chris called for help, but no one responded. Concerned, he phoned his neighbor, Detective Justin Barlow, at 6:45 a.m. Chris told Barlow that he had left for the gym in St. Louis County around 5:30 a.m. and had been trying to reach his wife Sherry, but she wasn't answering her phone. Worried, Chris asked Barlow to check on Sherry and their sons. Barlow grabbed his gear, including his weapon, handcuffs, flashlight, and radio, and headed to the Coleman house. As he waited for backup to arrive, his priority was to make contact with Sherry and ensure everyone's safety. With a mix of hope and unease, Barlow approached the door and knocked firmly, hoping someone would respond. When Detective Justin Barlow arrived at the Coleman home, the eerie silence and darkness made him feel uneasy. The lack of movement and lights inside the house heightened his sense of unease. Minutes later, a patrol vehicle arrived with another officer to assist him. The second officer went to the back of the house to try to see or communicate with Sherry or the boys through a window or door. Instead, he found signs of forced entry into the basement, which immediately grabbed Detective Barlow's attention. He became deeply concerned for Sherry Garrett and Gavin's safety. Detective Barlow and the second officer decided to enter the house through the basement, announcing their presence as they went. But they received no response. During their thorough search of the basement, they found a disconnected video cable at the computer desk. This discovery led them to believe that the camera's digital video recorder was missing. Detective Justin Barlow and the second officer searched the Coleman home from the basement up, noticing a strong smell of aerosol spray paint that grew stronger as they climbed the stairs. On the main level, they found the walls painted with derogatory messages targeting Chris, Sherry, and their sons. 13 minutes after Chris called the detective, Chris returned home from the gym and was told to wait outside while the officers searched the house. He complied, sitting quietly on the porch without asking questions or trying to enter. Meanwhile, a third officer arrived and the three of them searched the rest of the house for Sherry and the boys. On the upper floors, they found more hate-filled spray-painted messages. When they reached the second story, Detective Barlow entered the bedroom of Garrett, the oldest son, where he appeared to be asleep. However, upon closer inspection, the detective realized that Garrett was dead, with no signs of life and a cold body. Ligature marks around his neck indicated that he had been murdered. Detectives' minds were shocked when they found Garrett's lifeless body. Next door, the second officer entered to check on Gavin and was horrified to discover the boy was also dead, strangled with ligature marks around his neck, just like his brother. The gruesome scene was made even more disturbing by an obscene message spray-painted on the bedsheets. In the master bedroom, the third officer found Sherry's lifeless body on the bed, her hair covering her face. It was clear she had been murdered. As the officer examined the room, he noticed Sherry's body had several bruises, indicating she had fought back and tried to defend herself. And her sons. After discovering the bodies of Sherry, Garrett, and Gavin, detectives including Justin Barlow heard Chris enter the house, having waited outside for news about his family. Detective Barlow took Chris outside to give him some privacy to process the news. However, as the reality of the situation sank in, Chris' reaction was intense. He felt sick, collapsed, and curled up into a fetal position, unable to contain his emotions. The shock of the brutal murders was too much for him to comprehend. Chris was in disbelief that his family had been taken away in such a violent manner. In desperation, he tried to reach out to his father, Ronald, telling him that something had happened to Sherry and the boys. Ronald immediately realized that Chris was in shock upon receiving the news. Ronald was stunned by the tragedy that had befallen his family. The shocking news of the murders of Sherry, Garrett, and Gavin spread quickly throughout the community of Waterloo, Illinois, where the Coleman family lived. As the neighbors learned of the tragedy, they were left devastated and terrified. Chris expressed remorse for leaving his family alone to go to the gym. But when asked if he had any idea who might have committed the crime, he claimed to have no clue. Nevertheless, Detective Barlow noticed several suspicious behaviors during the interview. One red flag was Chris' lack of curiosity about the details of his family's murder, which seemed unusual given the gravity of the situation. The detective noticed Chris trying to hide scratches on his arms during the interview, even using a blanket to conceal them despite the warm temperature. The scratches were suspicious because they suggested Chris had been in a physical struggle, similar to Sherry's fight with her killer. When asked about the scratches, Chris claimed they came from installing a satellite dish the day before. He denied having an affair during the police interview, but did admit to a close friendship with Tara, a cocktail waitress and high school friend of his wife's who lived in Florida. Chris said his conversations with Tara were innocent, but wouldn't have been approved by his wife. He insisted he would never consider leaving his family for Tara. However, when detectives contacted Tara, her story contradicted Chris. She revealed that they had been having an affair since November 2008. Tara provided evidence from her phone and laptop, including emails, explicit pictures, and videos that exposed the true nature of their relationship. When detectives confronted Chris with the information Tara had provided, he admitted to seeing her more frequently than he initially told them. Further investigation revealed that Chris and Tara had a secret arrangement to meet at locations where Chris worked for Joyce Meyer. They would sneak away together, often to exotic destinations like Hawaii, to spend time together without their family's knowledge. Although Chris claimed that his relationship with Tara was not an affair, detectives found evidence on Tara's phone and computer that suggested otherwise. Tara had marked a wedding to Chris on her calendar, as well as planned vacations with him, indicating that she believed Chris intended to leave his family for her. The detectives were suspicious of Chris because the evidence contradicted his claim that his relationship with Tara was casual. Chris' father, Ronald, was shocked to learn about the affair, but he firmly believed that it was unrelated to the murders of Chris' wife and son. According to Ronald, Chris was a gentle person who was not capable of such brutal crimes. Ronald described Chris as a quiet individual who showed no signs of violence. However, the detectives thought that Chris' affair with Tara was a strong motive for the murders. Despite this, their initial investigation did not find enough evidence to charge Chris with the crime. After being questioned for 6 hours, Chris was released without being charged. Tara became a person of interest in the investigation, but she was eventually cleared as a suspect when it was discovered that she was in Florida on the morning of May 5, 2009, when the murders occurred. The Coleman family murders led to one of the largest murder investigations in Illinois history. A special team of 25 detectives was formed to catch the person who killed the Coleman family. They worked extremely long hours, often 20 hours a day, for 15 days straight, calling in experts to help with the case. One of their main goals was to find out who sent the hateful emails to Chris Coleman. They carefully looked at every threatening email sent to Joyce Meyer Ministries over the past year, which led them to investigate leads all over the country. The team tracked down and talked to every person who sent threatening emails, but none of them seemed to be responsible for the murder. A team of computer experts was then brought in to help investigate the crime. The detectives hoped they could find some digital evidence related to the murder. The computer experts started by looking at the email account, Diris. They found that the email address was created on November 14, 2008, just a few days before the first threatening email was sent. One surprising thing they discovered was that the death threats sent to Chris Coleman's family came from Chris's own computer IP address. The detectives thoroughly examined the spray-painted messages at the crime scene and compared them to Christopher Coleman's handwriting to gather evidence. They took photos of the messages and collected handwriting samples from Coleman, which were then sent to a specialist for analysis. The expert's comparison of the two samples revealed a match, indicating that Christopher Coleman had written the messages on his home's walls on the day of the murders. Further analysis identified the specific brand and color of spray paint used, Rust-Oleum Candy Apple Red. After learning that Chris Coleman had bought something from a hardware store just days before his family's murder, a detective contacted the store's manager. The manager confirmed the purchase and revealed that Chris had bought Rust-Oleum Candy Apple Red spray paint, the same type found at the crime scene. This discovery was crucial because it established a link between Chris and the murder. The timeline of the murder was also important. Chris initially claimed to have left his house around 5:45 a.m. on May 5, 2009, but the medical examiner determined that the murders occurred around 3 a.m., which meant Chris was at home when his family was killed. 2 weeks after the bodies were found, Chris Coleman was arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. The prosecution argued that Chris's motivations were greed, selfishness, and narcissism, and that he wanted a fresh start, but his family was standing in the way. In April 2011, Chris Coleman stood trial for the murders of his wife, Sherry, and their 2 sons, Garrett and Gavin. The prosecution argued that Chris killed his family to be with another woman, Tara, as he would lose his well-paying job with Joyce Meyer Ministries if he divorced Sherry, since the organization does not condone divorce. Chris's defense attorney claimed that an intruder entered the Coleman's home on May 5, 2009, and committed the murders. However, 2 years later, on the anniversary of the murders, Chris was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison without parole, despite being eligible for a death sentence. The judge's decision was influenced by the recent repeal of the death penalty in Illinois, which would take effect a few months later. Sherry's loved ones wanted to keep her, Garrett and Gavin's memory alive and decided to raise funds for victims of domestic violence, a cause close to their hearts. Chad Amelia was born on September 27, 1991 in Santa Clarita, a city located north of Los Angeles, California. His father, Chad Amelia, an Irish construction supervisor, and his mother, Michelle, separated when Chad was just 5 years old. Despite their separation, they worked hard to ensure Chad had a happy childhood. According to those close to him, Chad was a kind young man with a bright smile and boundless energy. He had a great sense of humor and was always responsible and dedicated. His friends saw him as the big brother of the group, always looking out for them without expecting anything in return. Chad developed a passion for American football at a young age and played throughout his teenage years. He continued playing while attending Chico State University, where he studied accounting and eventually graduated. After graduation, Chad moved to an apartment in Thousand Oaks, part of the greater Los Angeles area, taking his dog, Athena, with him. He shared the apartment with a young man named Vinny Oliveira. Alongside working at an accounting firm, Chad was studying to obtain his Certified Public Accountant (CPA) certificate. However, his busy days left him with insufficient sleep at night, leading him to develop a habit of using cannabis to help him sleep. According to Vinny, Chad was often intoxicated when seen at the apartment. Chad didn't hide this from others, and even his parents were aware of his cannabis use. Although they didn't approve, they didn't see it as the worst thing he could be doing. Sean explained in an interview that Chad never smoked when visiting him because he knew Sean disliked. Sean considered cannabis a dirty substance with a foul smell that changed Chad's personality and decreased his motivation and concentration. Little did Sean expect that Chad's addiction to cannabis would dramatically change his life, all because of a woman he barely knew. Bryn Spoucher was born on January 25, 1991 in Chicago, Illinois. From a very young age, Bryn faced serious health issues that required numerous surgeries and strong medications. These medical procedures and medications severely deteriorated her hearing. At 4 years old, she began using cochlear implants to hear better and also learned to read lips. Her medical condition made her feel isolated and different from others. Throughout her schooling, she was often the only student with hearing loss and would hide her hearing aids to fit in and avoid teasing. As she grew older, she decided to turn this aspect of herself that once embarrassed her into a strength. Bryn pursued a doctorate in audiology at the University of Washington School of Medicine, graduating in the 2010s. She excelled in her field, with one professor stating that out of the thousands of graduate students he had taught, Bryn stood out as brilliant and none could surpass her. In August 2017, at the age of 26, Bryn moved to Thousand Oaks and secured a job as an audiologist at UCLA Health, a health system comprising various medical centers, including the David Geffen School of Medicine at UCLA. For almost a year, she lived in a rental apartment that didn't allow pets, so she had to leave her Siberian Husky, Arya, with her family in Illinois. It wasn't until April 2018 that she found a place where she could bring her beloved canine companion. Having Arya by her side again significantly improved Bryn's daily life, as she had trained the dog as a service animal 2 years earlier when Arya was just a puppy. Bryn often took Arya for walks at Keneho Creek, a popular park in Thousand Oaks. It was there, at her favorite spot, that she met Chad in late April 2018. According to her account, Chad was the one who initially approached her. On several occasions when their paths crossed, the 26-year-old Chad asked for her phone number, but she declined each time. Eventually, Chad handed her his business card so she could text him if she ever wanted to meet up. That's exactly what Bryn did, and soon they began an informal relationship. They would go out to eat or hang out with friends, and once, they shared a bottle of Irish whiskey while watching their dogs play in the park. Bryn was drawn to Chad's sarcastic humor, which contrasted with his kind and sweet personality. She expressed that although she wasn't sure they'd get along at first, she soon realized they fit together like puzzle pieces. On Sunday, May 27, 2018, the day before Memorial Day, Bryn went out drinking with some friends. Chad contacted her later, inviting her to visit. Around 10:30 p.m., the 27-year-old Bryn arrived at Chad's place with Arya. They spent time together, drinking a bit and chatting with Chad's roommate Vinny. Shortly after midnight, Chad took out his water pipe and loaded it with cannabis. He went out to the balcony to smoke alone, but Bryn soon joined him and asked for a hit. After inhaling, all she felt was a burning sensation in her throat, which made her cough. She told Chad that she had never had good experiences with cannabis, as she never felt its effects as others describe. Surprised, Chad loaded the pipe again with even more cannabis, encouraging her to try again to feel the effects. Bryn complied and smoked again. What happened next was so horrific it seemed like fiction. In the early hours of May 28th, the Thousand Oaks police responded to an emergency call made by Vinny. Something terrible was happening at the residence and they needed immediate help. When officers arrived, their body cameras captured the violent scene unfolding inside the apartment. Bryn had savagely attacked Chad with several sharp objects taken from the kitchen and then turned one on herself. The footage is so graphic it has not been released to the public. In an attempt to stop her, officers fired a taser 4 times, but Bryn seemed unaffected by the electric shocks. They then used their batons, striking her 9 times until she finally dropped the weapon. Bryn suffered 5 fractures in one arm and deep cuts on her neck, face, and right hand. She had also attacked her dog, Arya, who fortunately survived. Tragically, Chad was not as lucky. By the time police arrived, he was already lifeless on the floor with a total of 108 wounds across his body, as later revealed by the forensic report. Bryn was rushed to the hospital and immediately taken into surgery to save her life. The procedure was successful, and she was admitted to the same health center for recovery. Investigators wasted no time and questioned Bryn as soon as she regained consciousness, still intubated and unable to speak. She responded in writing, briefly recounting that she had told Chad she didn't want to smoke anymore, but he had forced her to do so. This response led detectives to believe that Bryn did not remember her actions, a revelation they decided to share with her a few days later. Once Bryn had sufficiently recovered from her injuries, she was arrested and charged with homicide. The aftermath of the incident impacted not only Bryn, but also her victim and their families. It was Chad's father, Sean, who had to break the tragic news to his ex-wife, Michelle. In an interview, the grieving father chose not to disclose how he delivered the news, as the memory was too painful to revisit. However, he did share that he requested the police allow him to personally inform Michelle, wanting to be there to console and support her. He recalled seeing the moment her soul shattered as he spoke the words. From that moment, Michelle fell into deep depression. Sean reflected that losing a child brings overwhelming guilt and makes one doubt if happiness is ever possible again. This was Michelle's experience compounded by her type 2 diabetes. After the funeral, she felt she had no right to smile. She refused to let loved ones take photos of her looking happy, believing it would be disrespectful to her mourning and her son. This mindset led her to neglect her health, ceasing her medical treatment. 18 months after Chad's death, Michelle passed away from severe cardiac dysfunction. Tragically, she did not live to see the conclusion of Bryn's trial. Though it's impossible to know, it's likely the delay between the last hearing and the sentencing of the person responsible for her son's death would have caused her even more pain. Sean explained in later interviews that shortly after the legal proceedings against Bryn began, he started receiving notifications that the defense had requested extensions, claiming they needed more time to prepare for trial. These messages arrived at least every 6 months. This situation dragged on for over 5 years, also impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Thus, the first trial hearing did not occur until November 9, 2023. During this initial proceeding, Bryn, fully recovered from her injuries, had the opportunity to testify before the jury and those present in the courtroom. The then 32-year-old woman, equipped with a real-time transcription monitor on both the witness stand and the defendant's bench, shared her story. Bryn recounted her life before describing the events of May 27, 2018. She stated that after encouraging her to smoke a second time, Chad got up to fetch the water pipe. Once loaded, he brought it to her face, insisting she inhale immediately to feel the effects. Bryn explained she felt she couldn't refuse him, admitting he hadn't used physical force, but his persistence frightened her. She revealed that Chad did not always exhibit the sweet demeanor others attributed to him and that she had seen him in bad moods, which pressured her into compliance. According to Bryn, minutes later she began to feel as if they were trapped in a time loop. The conversation with Chad seemed to repeat endlessly, giving her a constant sense of déjà vu. She lost the ability to form coherent sentences, which caused her anxiety. Seeking relief, she went back inside, lay down on the couch and closed her eyes to calm herself. She then reported hearing voices in her head and seeing things with her eyes closed that were clearly not there, all while feeling trapped in a never-ending cycle. At some point, Bryn felt she had died, believing she was trapped inside her own corpse. She described seeing and hearing her loved ones mourning her, even feeling hands touching her body. This wasn't the most bizarre experience of that night. She claimed to have had an out-of-body experience, seeing her own body lying on the couch from above. She added that Chad was beside her, crying uncontrollably, and paramedics were attempting to revive her. Before continuing, Bryn clarified that what happened next felt as if she were in a movie, viewing events from the perspective of one of the characters, as if it were happening to someone else, not her. She recounted pushing the chairs aside in the apartment to make her way to the kitchen, where she grabbed 2 knives and threw them forcefully at Chad. She then took 2 more knives and approached one of the dogs, attacking it. Bryn thought she heard Chad ask why she had hurt Athena, but later learned it was Arya. She then walked to where Chad was standing, and just as she raised the knife against him, she lost consciousness completely. Despite this, she continued hearing voices in her head, urging her not to stop. She also heard Vinny, who ran out of the apartment to call the authorities. The hallucinations persisted for what felt like hours, becoming so intense that she ended up cutting her own neck with the knife. After that, everything went black again. Eventually, Bryn regained consciousness, though not fully and not for long. It was not a slow, gradual process, but quite the opposite. She felt the electric shocks from the police taser used to make her drop the knife, and in her delirium, she thought they were using a defibrillator to resuscitate her. She recalled waking up in the hospital when authorities began asking her about what had happened. However, her memories were blurry, and she couldn't distinguish what was real from what she had hallucinated. It wasn't until 2 days later that investigators informed her she had killed Chad. The defense attorney referenced tests conducted on the water pipe after the incident and called another person to explain the results. The expert stated that drug detection tests are not 100% reliable, as some substances might not be immediately identifiable. He asserted that while the report clearly indicated the presence of THC, the main psychoactive component of cannabis, there was a significant possibility the weed had been laced with something else. This was even more probable if Chad had purchased it from an illegal vendor who might add other substances to enhance effects and reduce costs. Despite recreational marijuana being legal in California at that time, Bryn's legal team also highlighted that until then, it had been overlooked that Vinny, Chad's roommate, had smoked the same substance earlier and also experienced hallucinations. Based on this, Bryn's defense portrayed her as an innocent woman with little experience in substance use, who couldn't have known what she was smoking when coerced into it. This was corroborated by testimonies from her acquaintances. Old friends from high school testified that she was never interested in drugs, which was why she had cut ties with some people. A 33-year-old woman named Amy Carriwick, who met Bryn in 2007, mentioned they bonded over shared interests in high school. She noted that while Bryn played basketball, she played softball, and they both enjoyed activities typically unpopular among girls like camping and hiking. Bryn first smoked marijuana in 2014 when she started dating a man named Kevin, with whom she had a 3-year relationship. The couple took a joint to a mountain campsite in Washington and decided after smoking that it wasn't for them. Kevin, a personal trainer and ex-Marine, believed Chad could have coerced her into smoking that night. He explained that they broke up in 2017 when Bryn moved to California, but described her as carefree, charismatic, and pleasant. It was logical for the defense attorneys to base their strategy on these arguments, as California's penal code stipulates that individuals under the influence of drugs or alcohol are fully responsible for their actions unless they were forced or deceived into intoxication. Despite their efforts, the jury ultimately rejected this argument. The statement Bryn had given to the police while still hospitalized became the primary issue facing the prosecutor and the defense. The accused had initially provided a written statement confessing that she had voluntarily taken the second hit from Chad's pipe. She claimed this document had been concealed from the prosecution for a time. Moreover, in one of the hearings, the prosecutor unveiled new evidence that could potentially turn the trial around. She portrayed Bryn in a starkly different light than the defense did, supporting her argument with a series of text messages exchanged in 2018 between Bryn and several friends. In these communications, Bryn referenced getting so drunk that she had to miss work the next day and mentioned consuming cannabis-infused foods. This served as a basis for the prosecutor to question not only Bryn's original statement, but also all her testimonies. The prosecutor emphasized that Bryn had not mentioned to investigators or doctors that she had been pressured or intimidated during most of her interviews. Bryn responded to both allegations. She explained that she tended to exaggerate her experiences when talking to friends, but had never been so drunk as to black out or miss work due to a hangover. She added that she had only been late to work once after a night out drinking. Regarding the interrogations, Bryn stated she hadn't shared all the information with the police in each interview because she assumed the detectives already knew everything after repeating the same answers multiple times. To counter the prosecution's claims, the defense hired mental health experts who determined that Bryn had not suffered from any mental illness, problems, or violent tendencies before the attack, suggesting that a marijuana-induced psychotic episode was the only explanation for her actions. This argument undermined the prosecutor's case, leading the jury to reduce the charge. On December 1, 2023, after 4 hours of deliberation, Bryn was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter instead of the initial charge of murder. The verdict was a shock to the victim's family and friends. On January 22, 2024, the day before the sentencing hearing, they gathered in front of the county government building, demanding a sentence fitting the severity of Bryn's crimes. On January 23, 2024, the courtroom was filled with spectators, journalists, and family members. The room was so crowded that staff had to place people in the jury box and even had some standing in the aisle. Amid sobs, Bryn took the stand one last time to apologize to Chad's family, especially his father, who had endured the ordeal without the support of Chad's mother. However, the most emotional moment of the hearing came when Chad's paternal grandmother read a statement she had written. The elderly woman addressed Bryn, expressing forgiveness for what she had done, adding that if she couldn't forgive her, God wouldn't forgive her either. After nearly 6 years of waiting, the judge sentenced Bryn to 2 years of probation instead of the 5 years in prison she faced after being found guilty in December 2023. As part of her punishment, she was required to complete 100 hours of community service to raise awareness about cannabis-induced psychosis. She was warned that violating the terms of her probation could result in imprisonment. Following the verdict, Sean criticized the judge for what he perceived as a biased decision influenced by the defendant's gender and race. He also expressed concern about the message this decision sent regarding marijuana use, feeling it gave consumers a green light to justify illegal actions. Lastly, he suggested that Bryn should be hospitalized for psychiatric evaluation to study her brain's unique chemistry, believing that the drug alone wasn't the sole cause of the alleged psychotic episode and hoping an investigation might clarify it. The prosecutor voiced her concerns about the precedent set by the judge's decision, describing the sentence as a mockery of the criminal justice system. She considered this case marked as involuntary manslaughter, one of the most atrocious and violent cases in her 29-year career seeking justice. The tragic end of Chad and the lenient sentence given to Bryn sparked a debate on recreational cannabis use. A famous forensic psychiatrist noted that the increasing acceptance of cannabis in society led to misinformation about its associated risks. He pointed to various studies showing a clear link between cannabis use and psychosis, though he admitted it doesn't occur in 100% of cases. As the legal system faced criticism for its handling of the case, society reflected on the risks associated with cannabis use, questioning whether marijuana is truly a catalyst for violence or merely a trigger among a broader set of circumstances or pre-existing medical conditions. The case of Kelly Cochran. Christopher Reagan was born and raised in Detroit, Michigan, where he spent his early years. At the age of 20, he decided to serve his country and join the military. Christopher committed himself to protecting the peace and safety of his fellow citizens. Christopher was stationed at a military base near Marquette, where he met Terry O'Donnell, a young teacher from Iron River. They lived in the same area and would often see each other around town as they spent more time together. They remained close friends for many years, but Christopher eventually decided to leave the military and move to Traverse City. Despite the distance between them, they continued to communicate regularly, and in December 2012, Christopher asked Terry to take their relationship to the next level. Terry and Christopher have known each other for many years. They find they have a lot in common. They decide to live together. Terry and Christopher choose Iron River as the perfect place for them to settle down. Christopher finds a job at a factory that makes parts for military ships, where he becomes a supervisor. However, after 2 years of living together, problems began to arise in their relationship. Unfortunately, they didn't make an effort to work through their issues, and it became clear that their relationship was coming to an end. Eventually, they made the difficult decision to go their separate ways. Despite the breakup, they were able to part on good terms and remain friends. After breaking up with Terry, Christopher realized that he couldn't live in her house anymore, so he decided to rent his own house. He felt that the town he lived in was too small, and he wanted a more dynamic city. Christopher began applying for jobs in various locations, sending out his resume in search of a new job. In October 2014, Christopher found a job in Asheville, North Carolina. As Christopher settled into his new life in Asheville, he contacted Terry on October 14th, telling her that he would be taking the day off tomorrow and looking forward to meeting Terry for a walk. However, on October 15th, Christopher did not contact Terry as planned. Terry became worried and tried calling him for several days, but he did not answer. She even contacted their mutual friends. 10 days after Christopher went missing, Terry filed a police report. The police accepted the report and told Terry that Christopher had probably moved to a new job in North Carolina and that he had started a new life and wanted to contact old friends. To avoid speculation, investigators conducted a thorough investigation. They identified Christopher's new workplace and contacted an employee to gather information. However, surprisingly, they found out that Christopher had not shown up to work in 10 days. The police then suspected that he might have been involved in an accident, given his frequent solo outdoor trips. The search for Christopher led investigators to the local woods where he was known to frequent. Trained search dogs were brought in to aid in the effort, but no signs of Christopher were found. Terry, concerned that Christopher may have been injured or in an accident, suggested searching his former apartment. The investigators agreed and visited the apartment where they were met with a scene of disarray. Clothes and belongings were scattered across the floor and closets were left open. Initially, they thought that Christopher might have simply been messy, but Terry disputed this, stating that Christopher was typically neat and organized. The detectives started to suspect a connection between the recent events and the crime. After investigating Christopher's home, they decided to expand their search. A thorough search of the neighborhood led them to find Christopher's car 8 miles outside Iron River near the city limits. The police found it unusual that the car was left there, suggesting it might have been abandoned unintentionally. After forcing open a door, they searched the interior and found nothing suspicious, only ordinary clothing. However, one of the officers noticed a small yellow piece of paper on the front passenger seat with a detailed route written on it. They decided to follow the route to see where it led. Although the paper did not specify an exact address, the directions were clear. According to Terry, Christopher, although familiar with the city of Iron River, did not know the local street names, so he wrote down the directions using landmarks such as bus stops and gas stations. Terry deduced from the detailed notes that this was Christopher's first time visiting the location. The detectives followed the route outlined on the paper, which led them to a nearby town and a specific house mentioned in Christopher's notes. When they arrived, they knocked on the door to gather information and Christopher's connection to the location. A man named Jason Cochran answered the door, and his wife Kelly was there. The police explained that they were investigating Christopher's disappearance and had found a lead pointing to this address. Terry, who worked with Christopher at the same factory, revealed that they were co-workers. She had tried to contact Christopher via text message in mid-October but had not received a response. Investigators found a note in Christopher's car that showed the route to Jason's house. Although confused, Jason and Kelly agreed to cooperate with the investigation. After a short interrogation without any further clues, the detectives left Jason Cochran's house. Detectives then interviewed Christopher's co-workers at the factory. A supervisor shared that Christopher had been having an affair with Kelly Cochran, which was an open secret among employees. This revelation sparked interest, leading investigators to re-question that Jason and Kelly. During reinterrogation, Kelly confessed to her relationship with Christopher. However, she claimed that she could not reveal this information earlier because her husband Jason was present. According to Kelly, Jason agreed to her affair. However, Christopher's colleagues disputed Kelly's story. They claimed that Jason did not approve of Kelly's affair. When Jason was later brought in for questioning, he completely denied approving of Kelly's affair. His strong objection to Kelly's infidelity aroused suspicion and made him a suspect. The investigation into Christopher's disappearance was ongoing, but the lack of concrete evidence made it impossible to determine whether Kelly was involved. As a result, Kelly and Jason were released from the police station. The case remained unsolved for 5 months. In March 2015, a new investigator, Detective Jeremy Ogden from the Hobart Police Department, took over the case. Jeremy Ogden began by thoroughly examining the Jason Cochran family's background. Kelly and Jason had met in high school and started living together soon after graduation. They had distinct personalities. Kelly was outgoing, sociable, and talkative, while Jason was quiet and reserved. He rarely initiated conversations, only responding to questions asked of him. Despite their differences, they decided to get married. After the wedding, they started a business together, providing swimming pool maintenance services. The business was modest, but it provided a decent income for they. Jason handled most of the pool maintenance work, but the constant stress and physical strain took a toll on his health. He began to experience back problems and felt increasingly heavier every day. Eventually, he realized he could no longer continue running the business. Kelly then took over the responsibilities of running the business, hoping that Jason would soon recover and return to his duties. However, his condition continued to worsen, and medical treatments were not providing the desired relief. Searched for alternative ways to help her husband recover. During her search, Kelly discovered a plant that offered hope for Jason's recovery. However, the plant was banned in their home state, making it inaccessible to them. To access the treatment, Kelly and Jason decided to relocate to Michigan, specifically Iron River Township, in 2014. Jason consulted his doctor and received a prescription for pain medication. Around the same time, in early 2014, Jason's wife, Kelly Cochran, started working at a factory that manufactured parts for U.S. warships. Kelly and Jason moved to the area. Kelly and Jason worked at the same factory where Christopher Reagan worked. Christopher and Kelly found common topics of conversation and over time became close friends. This friendship was especially important to Christopher. After gathering evidence, prosecutors presented their case to a Michigan judge to obtain a search warrant for Kelly and Jason's home. The judge granted the warrant, and on March 6th, a team of investigators searched Kelly and Jason's home, carefully searching for any evidence related to Christopher's disappearance. The only significant discovery was a book written by Jason. He used a pseudonym in the world of video games. The title of the work was Ordinary, but its content was horrifying. In this dark and violent book, Jason described the murder of the person who had harmed him. After reading the book, the detectives noticed a character who bore an uncanny resemblance to Christopher. This raised suspicions about Jason, leading them to wonder if he had been inspired by the real-life crimes he had committed. 3 weeks later, a second search of Jason's home was conducted. The police hoped to find crucial evidence that had been missed in the first search. However, when they arrived at the Jason's home, they found it empty with no cars in sight. Repeated attempts to knock on the door went unanswered. It was later discovered that Kelly and Jason had fled the state shortly after the initial search, moving to Indiana. Their sudden departure left investigators concerned. Michigan police, needing a DNA sample, asked Indiana police for help. Indiana police went to Jason's new home, where they had just moved. The investigation into Christopher Reagan's disappearance ran out of clues. Time passed, and on February 22, 2016, Hobart, Indiana, police received a frantic call from Kelly Cochran, who tried to explain that her husband, Jason, was not breathing. When paramedics arrived, Kelly was in a panic. It was clear that Jason was beyond saving. He was sitting in a chair, his face burning like fire, as if he had overheated. The doctors officially confirmed Jason's death. His body was then sent for a thorough forensic examination. Meanwhile, Kelly was handed over to a police patrol and taken to relatives who lived nearby. To piece together what happened, investigators thoroughly searched the Jason's new home. During the search, a police officer found a syringe at the foot of Jason in his wife's bed. Initially, investigators believed Jason's death was due to substance abuse. The medical examiner's report showed that Jason had multiple drugs in his system, but Jason's death was due to strangulation, confirmed by bruises on his neck and face. The focus of the investigation then shifted to Kelly Cochran, who appeared to be connected to both crimes. She was now considered the prime suspect in not only Christopher's disappearance, but also her husband's murder. On February 23, 2016, Kelly Cochran was summoned to the police station to answer questions about her husband's death. Under direct questioning and pressure from investigators, Kelly denied any involvement in her husband's death and Christopher's disappearance. She claimed that Jason's death was due to a drug overdose. Months later, investigators still lacked concrete evidence to convict Kelly. During the investigation, Detective Jeremy Ogden met Walter Hammerman, a close friend of Jason's. Kelly informed Walter of Jason's death, who then contacted the police. Walter shared his insights with investigators, saying he did not believe Jason's death was caused by drugs. He claimed that Jason had used herbs to relieve his chronic back pain. In March of the previous year, Jason confided in Walter about his concerns. Jason and Kelly were asked to go to Indiana because the Iron River police suspected them of being involved in Christopher's disappearance. This had a significant impact on Jason, leading to depression. Walter observed the notable change in Jason's behavior, with Kelly increasingly taking control over his life. Jason appeared to be constantly anxious, and he began to avoid social gatherings as soon as Kelly returned from work. As the investigation progressed, this information became a vital link. After the medical examiner determined that Jason had died from strangulation, Detective Ogden devised a plan to pressure Kelly into revealing the truth about Jason's death. Walter, Jason's friend, was used as bait to lure Kelly into a trap. On March 12, 2016, Walter, under police surveillance and equipped with a listening device, called Kelly. He told her that Jason had given him a letter containing important information before his death, with the condition that it be sent to the police if anything happened to him. However, Kelly surprisingly asked Walter to drop the idea, which caught both Walter and the police off guard. Despite this development, the detective still lacked direct evidence to build a case. In the weeks following her initial questioning, Kelly was subjected to multiple interrogations by investigators trying to uncover the truth. Despite their efforts, she continued to deny any wrongdoing. However, on April 26, 2016, it became apparent that Kelly Cochran had evaded the scrutiny of investigators and was on the loose. Detectives joined forces with police officers from Iron River and Hobart to launch a federal manhunt for Kelly Cochran. Walter Hammerman, who had cooperated with the police, was shocked and frightened by the news. He feared that Kelly might never be caught and could potentially harm him again. As the search for Kelly intensified, her phone went off, leading investigators to believe she was deliberately concealing her location. Kelly evaded police and fled to Wingo, Kentucky, over 6 hours away from Hobart. A detective notified the local authorities to exercise extreme caution if they found Kelly. Police in Wingo identified Kelly at her cousin's house on April 28. Understanding that she posed a potential danger and was prone to attempting to escape, officers rapidly proceeded to the residence, avoiding advance warnings that afternoon and detaining Kelly on site. During the interview, Kelly revealed new details. that Kelly was deeply in love with Jason and wanted to leave the city life behind to start over with him. On October 13, 2015, Jason discovered Kelly's infidelity. Jason made a dark pact. The adulterer was obliged to kill his lover if the affair was exposed. Kelly claimed she had never taken this pact seriously, thinking it was just a joke. However, Jason was resolute and warned Kelly that if she didn't fulfill her end of the bargain, he would take matters into his own hands. Despite her reservations, Kelly reluctantly helped Jason commit a heinous crime. The next evening, October 14, 2015, Christopher arrived at Kelly's house, eager to spend a romantic evening with Christopher while her husband was away. Kelly had planned a fun evening, complete with dinner and intimacy. Kelly and Christopher had dinner together and then went upstairs to the house. Then Jason suddenly appeared. Jason rushed into the bedroom holding a rifle. Christopher immediately realized that he was in danger. Without hesitation, Jason shot Christopher in the head, killing him. Jason and Kelly then dragged the body down to the basement, where they began to dismember it with a hacksaw. Jason and Kelly cut Christopher's limbs and head off his body and placed the remains in several garbage bags. They then dumped the bags in the woods near Crystal Falls. To avoid suspicion, they drove Christopher's car away from the house. Kelly and Jason thoroughly cleaned the house to remove any evidence of the crime. Kelly was consumed by a deep-seated anger towards her husband, whom she blamed for ruining her chance at happiness with he she truly loved, Christopher. She couldn't forgive her husband for depriving her of the opportunity to be with him, and the pain and loss she felt lingered every day. Kelly's resentment towards her husband eventually turned to hatred, and she knew she could no longer live peacefully with him. An opportunity for revenge presented itself on February 22, 2016, when her husband complained of back pain. Kelly convinced him to let her give her an injection, but she deliberately gave him a dose that killed him. However, the medication didn't work as planned, and her husband was still breathing. Kelly then suffocated him by covering his mouth and nose with her hands. To ensure he was dead, she also squeezed his neck, which explained the bruises found on his body. After confessing to the crime, Kelly cooperated with the police to help them locate Christopher's remains. On May 18, 2016, Detective Jeremy Ogden led a team to a remote area near Crystal Falls to search for Christopher's body. A canine unit picked up the scent and led the team to a small hill where they found a human skull with bullet holes indicating a homicide. The team believed they had discovered Christopher's remains. Further examination of the scene yielded additional evidence, including a .22 caliber bullet, a broken firearm. Dental records later confirmed the victim's identity. This breakthrough finally solved the case that had haunted investigators for 2 years. Kelly Cochran was formally charged with the murders of Christopher and Jason Cochran in April 2016. On February 13, 2017, Kelly was brought to court in Michigan to face charges. The prosecutor argued that Kelly was the mastermind behind the crime and that she had planned and executed. The prosecution presented strong evidence, including Kelly's own confession, to support their case. However, Kelly told a different story. She claimed that her husband, Jason, was the one who had planned and committed the crime. According to Kelly, Jason was jealous and had been abusing her. On the day of the crime, Jason allegedly hid in the basement and surprised Kelly and Christopher, then shot Christopher in a fit of rage. Kelly also claimed that Jason had forced her to help him dismember the body by threatening to harm her. Despite Kelly's new version of events, the jury found her guilty of premeditated murder after deliberating for 3 hours. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. After being sentenced, Kelly Cochran was sent directly to Crown Point Correctional Facility in Ionia, Michigan, where she is currently serving her sentence. Kate Wakefield Prout was born in 1952 in the ceremonial county of Gloucestershire in the northwest of England into a traditional family of English farmers. Her parents' names remain unknown, but it is well known that Kate's childhood was spent among the rural activities and games with her 2 brothers, Richard and Edward. The trio's bond remained strong over the years, but when adulthood arrived, Kate was the only one who pursued a different career path, working as a school teacher. During this period, both of her parents passed away. After settling the inheritance issues, the siblings divided the estate. By 1999, Kate, unmarried and childless, decided to retire early. She sold her share of the houses, intending to rest, enjoy the vast greenery, and spend more quality time with Richard and Edward. She also planned to indulge in her favorite hobbies, being near the beach, surrounded by animals, and arranging flowers. Kate moved to the countryside to live with her brothers, who were engaged in farming. At 48 years old, tall, blonde, green-eyed, and intellectually accomplished, Kate was very attractive. During this time, she met a younger neighbor, Adrian Prout, who was going through a difficult period after ending a long relationship and caring for his teenage daughter, Laura. Edward allowed Adrian to temporarily live in a mobile home on their property. In gratitude, Adrian helped with the farm work, and Edward admired him for his business acumen and drive. Kate and Adrian quickly hit it off, fell in love, and got married in September 2000. They bought a lovely house together but sold it 4 years later when they received an excellent offer. With the proceeds, they realized a dream by purchasing 115 hectares on the outskirts of Red Marley, DeVito, a beautiful area. In 2004, the couple moved to Red Hill Farm in Red Marley, investing a significant amount of $1.2 million. Plan was for Adrian to manage the farm, continue his piping business, and organize pheasant hunting events which were highly prized by wealthy British landowners. With Adrian's dedication and Kate's efforts in public relations and catering, their hunting events, which adhered to conservation rules to protect wildlife, became very popular. However, the harmony in their marriage began to falter when Laura, Adrian's 17-year-old daughter, moved in with them. Initially, the tensions were typical for having a teenager in the house. However, things worsened when Laura's boyfriend started spending a lot of time at their home. One day in 2006, prepared an elaborate lunch for the four of them, but Laura and her boyfriend decided to eat elsewhere at the last minute. Frustrated and at her wit's end, Kate confronted them with everything she had been holding back. The argument was so intense that Laura decided not to live on the farm anymore. This incident strained Kate and Adrian's relationship further, leading to frequent and heated arguments. The situation escalated to the point where Adrian, in a fit of anger, pushed Kate against a truck. Adrian pushed Kate with such force that she hit the metal siding of a truck. Determined to leave him, she packed a bag with her essentials and went to stay with her brother Richard. However, a few weeks later, they reconciled and Kate returned to Adrian. The peace was short-lived. On February 1st, 2007, Kate called her brother Richard again, revealing that Adrian had been arrested for domestic violence. During a brutal argument, plates were thrown, hitting Kate on the head, and the confrontation continued in the garden. It ended with Adrian holding her by the neck over an empty pool, threatening to drop her. Despite mutual accusations, there were no witnesses. After this terrifying incident, Kate stayed with Richard and his wife for a considerable time. During this period, she confided in them about Adrian's controlling and abusive behavior. She revealed that despite co-owning their property, Adrian withheld her share of the income, forcing her to rely on her pension for personal expenses. Realizing the marriage was over, Richard and his wife were unaware that Kate had remained in contact with Adrian. In fact, 2 months after the pool incident, Adrian convinced her to meet face-to-face. They reconciled that night, but the happiness was short-lived and the heated arguments resumed. Determined to protect her financial interests, Kate began documenting numerous details about her marriage in her personal diary, expressing herself in ways she had never done before. The summer of 2007 was tumultuous, and in an attempt to save their marriage, Kate planned a romantic trip to Italy, buying tickets for October. When Adrian backed out at the last minute, Kate invited her sister-in-law instead. Before leaving, Kate made arrangements to ensure Adrian was comfortable at home, including hiring a woman named Diane Bellamy to care for the dogs, plants, and day-to-day tasks. Upon returning, Kate suspected a clandestine romance between Adrian and Diane. Though Diane testified in court that it wasn't true, she admitted that Adrian had attempted to kiss her several times. One evening in late October 2007, while at a bar with friends and clients, Kate, inebriated, began airing her grievances loudly. She accused Adrian of having an affair and criticized Laura, Adrian's daughter. When Adrian tried to calm her, Kate slapped him in front of everyone. The party ended abruptly, and Kate spent the night at a neighbor's house. Following this incident, they seriously considered divorce. Kate sought legal advice and requested an updated appraisal of their shared property, which had significantly increased in value to $1.84 million. Adrian offered her $850,000 in maintenance. But on Sunday, November 4th, 2007, Kate refused. She stated that the only offer she would accept, being generous, was $1.13 million, which she felt was fair. Adrian was furious, knowing that to pay her that amount, he would have to sell the land they had bought 3.5 years earlier, an option he was unwilling to consider. The next day, Monday, November 5th, 2007, Kate was seen at a fruit market in Leadberry and later, around 3:30 p.m., contacted her bank. After withdrawing $21,000, she rejected Adrian's financial settlement in the divorce negotiations. What happened next has been pieced together as follows. Around 5:30 p.m., they argued in one of the tourist lodges they offered to hunting enthusiasts on their property. Adrian was preparing for a pheasant hunt with clients scheduled for the next day. Knowing this, Kate threatened to disrupt the event and embarrass him in front of everyone unless he agreed to her demands. Furious, he remained steadfast in his position. Kate reminded him that the property was purchased largely with her father's inheritance. The argument escalated until Adrian grabbed her by the neck with both hands and squeezed with all his strength. After about 15 seconds, Kate fell to the ground, lifeless. Realizing he no longer had to divide his fortune, Adrian went to the main house, sat in a chair, poured himself a whiskey and savored it. A while later he returned, wrapped Kate's body in a curtain and some large white plastic sheets, put her body in the trunk of his truck and drove to a local bar for a few beers. By the time he returned to the car, it was dark. He then drove to a wooded area on the outskirts of their pheasant hunting grounds and dug a grave about 5 feet deep and as long. Finally, he buried the body and left. With no news from his sister and unable to reach her by phone, Richard asked a mutual friend who lived nearby to check on her. The friend found the door unlocked and Kate's car parked outside, but no sign of either Kate or Adrian. Like Richard, the friend couldn't reach them on their cell phones. Richard went to the house and waited with his friend for Adrian to return. When Adrian finally arrived, he claimed he hadn't seen Kate for days. Shocked by his response and his evident coldness, Richard pressed him. Adrian defended himself, saying he hadn't looked for her because he didn't consider her missing. He thought she was just keeping her distance. Under Richard's insistence, on November 10th, 2007, Adrian reported Kate's strange absence to the police. Despite launching an extensive search of the farm and its surroundings, the authorities found no trace of Kate. The last confirmed sighting was on Monday at the fruit market. After that, nothing. Given the peaceful nature of their village and Kate's popularity with neighbors, the situation was deeply troubling. No one in the village suspected Adrian. As a wealthy, middle-aged businessman, they believed he had too much to lose to harm his wife. However, the police couldn't ignore his connection to the missing woman. On Sunday, November 11th, 2007, Adrian was brought in for questioning. The police immediately noticed some peculiar details. Simultaneously, a search of the couple's property revealed that Kate had left without taking anything. No jewelry, clothes, money, or credit cards. Not even her car, which was still parked there. It was highly unusual. 3 days after the initial interview, authorities began to suspect the worst. By then, they were considering several possibilities. The first was that Kate had left for some reason and after encountering harm, was unable to return or contact her family. The second was that she had left deliberately and didn't want to be found. The final, more sinister scenario was that a crime had occurred, either an abduction or something worse. This launched one of the largest search operations in Gloucestershire, involving over 60 officers. Additionally, the same trained dogs used in the search for missing British girl Madeleine McCann were deployed. Dozens of police officers combed the grounds while helicopters equipped with infrared cameras and tactical police divers scoured the ponds. To grasp the scale and difficulty faced by the search team, the estate spanned over 250 acres, equivalent to approximately 240 American football fields, each measuring 1.32 acres. And this was only a fifth of the cultivable land, which also included at least half the area covered by woodland. Initially, officers identified over 100 areas where a body could be buried, but ultimately ruled them all out. They also searched inside Kate and Adrian's home and around the property's perimeter using specialized dogs. Despite the challenges of searching without a body, the dog indicated a spot near the patio, which, according to its handler, suggested a body had been there at some point. This result strengthened investigators' belief that Adrian was the prime suspect. But without solid evidence, there was little they could do. Around this time, Diane ran into Adrian at a bar. Believing he was devastated like everyone else, she expressed her support. To her surprise, Adrian responded with absurd statements, claiming that Kate had been taken away without specifying by whom, and he asked her not to ask further questions. On November 27, 2007, Adrian was arrested, and simultaneously a second search of the vast property was conducted using helicopters equipped with thermal sensors. After hours with no results, Adrian was released without charges. While outsiders believed Adrian was incapable of harming anyone, Kate's brothers suspected foul play and thought Adrian's hands were stained with blood. These suspicions seemed validated as Adrian continued his life as if nothing had happened. In fact, a month after Kate's disappearance, Adrian met Debbie Garlick, a 41-year-old divorced mother of two, at a nightclub in Staunton. They quickly developed a romance with Debbie, captivated by his personality, believing his innocence and thinking the police and justice system were wrongly accusing him. The romance thrived in the following weeks and months. In early February 2008, Diane encountered Adrian again and noticed he seemed frightened. Meanwhile, investigators found Kate's personal diary in her car, leading to Adrian's second arrest on February 19, 2008, for suspicion of murder. However, he was released on bail, and Richard and Edward begged him to confess what they believed was already obvious. Spring and summer passed, with each new season deepening the despair of Kate's loved ones, who watched in disbelief as the case seemed to dissolve without progress or answers. The stark contrast was Adrian's idyllic life with his now-fiancée Debbie. In February 2009, the police informed Adrian that he was no longer a suspect. Elated, he convinced Debbie to move in with him at the property he had once shared with Kate. However, 3 weeks later, on March 10, 2009, the police knocked on the door to arrest Adrian once more. Although he was jailed for a month, he was again released on bail. Unbeknownst to him, the investigation continued quietly, and shortly after, Adrian was formally charged with the crime. This did not prevent his relationship with Debbie from progressing. Released on bail, they got engaged in June of that year, and by then, Debbie was pregnant. Their daughter was born on January 7, 2010, after a scheduled delivery. Despite the looming criminal charges and the ugly suspicions surrounding Adrian, they maintained the facade of a happy family, with Adrian portraying himself as a good father and husband. The trial began on January 21, 2010, with Adrian proclaiming his innocence. Debbie attended the hearings, bringing their weeks-old baby. One of the testimonies was from Diane, who clarified that despite Kate's suspicions, there had never been any relationship between her and Adrian. Diane recounted how Adrian had tried to seduce her and detailed his strange behavior after Kate's disappearance. By the end of the third week, in a remarkable effort, the investigation officers convinced the jury that all evidence pointed towards Adrian. Consequently, in February 2010, Adrian Prout was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum of 18 years behind bars. The verdict also prevented him from profiting from Kate's will, which she had made in his name. Despite the conviction, Adrian's family, friends, neighbors, and especially his fiancée, continued to believe in his innocence. They clung to the idea that without a body, there was no crime or valid accusation. Supporters rallied to free him. Laura, Adrian's eldest daughter, started a social media campaign, while Debbie's daughter from her first marriage did something similar, gathering nearly 500 signatures for his release. Debbie, holding their daughter, campaigned tirelessly and even offered a $14,000 reward for any information proving Adrian's innocence, money she had inherited from her father. Desperate to clear her partner's name, Debbie convinced Adrian to take a lie detector test. She challenged him, saying he had nothing to lose if he was innocent. Confident as always, Adrian agreed, believing he could outsmart the machine. Debbie, hopeful for his release, hired polygraph expert who visited the prison in Lancashire. Adrian appeared calm and confident, stating he was doing it for Debbie. However, Adrian failed the test, and the expert informed him of the results. The expert then called Debbie, who was shocked and in disbelief. Debbie needed answers, so she visited Adrian in prison to hear the truth from him directly. Still harboring a sliver of hope that it was all a misunderstanding, Debbie was devastated when Adrian confessed the terrible truth. In shock, she listened to his pleas not to leave him but knew she had to be resolute. The burden and anguish were immense, but Debbie contacted the investigators and told them everything. The homicide detectives interrogated Adrian again and finally obtained the long-sought confession. All that remained was to locate Kate's body. On Friday, November 18, 2011, authorities took Adrian to the farm. Handcuffed, Adrian led them to a wooded area within the pheasant hunting grounds and indicated where he had buried Kate. Despite the directions, the search was challenging, requiring ground-penetrating radar and search dogs. A forensic archaeologist also assisted in the delicate task. On the 5th day of digging, they found what appeared to be Kate's remains. Richard and Edward were the first to be notified, and although they were informed that formal identification was still pending, the news brought them a sense of closure. The doubts, anguish, and exhaustion they had endured for 4 years gave way to a feeling of relief. This relief grew when the forensic team confirmed the remains were indeed Kate's. The Gloucestershire police broke the news to the press and offered Richard and Edward a chance to speak about their harrowing experience over the past 4 years. Richard and Edward emphasized the difficulty of knowing who was responsible for Kate's disappearance while being unaware of the fate Adrian had chosen for her. They expressed their only desire was to give Kate the rest she deserved and to move forward with their lives. When asked about their feelings towards Debbie, Richard acknowledged that she was now in a position similar to theirs, finally forced to face a terrible truth. The family held Kate's funeral on January 4, 2012, choosing to keep it strictly private. It had been 4 years and 2 months since her brutal murder, but Richard said they were relieved to have closure. By then, the veil that once clouded Debbie's judgment had lifted, and she understood the manipulative nature of Adrian. In media interviews, Debbie stated she was certain Adrian had used her and their young daughter to portray a false image of a responsible and loving family man. As of 2024, the once powerful English landowner remains behind bars. The farm was sold by Kate's brothers, with the proceeds going to a local hospital and to Kate's nieces and nephews. Case of Shannon Mani. Shannon Mani was born on April 6, 1997, to Anshamani and Vijay Mani. When she was a small child, her parents immigrated to the United States from Fiji. The family settled in Waukesha, a small town in southeastern Wisconsin, where Shannon grew up and attended school. She was intelligent, attractive, and very outgoing. Her parents believed Waukesha was the perfect place to raise their children. After completing high school in 2015, Shannon enrolled at the University of Wisconsin at Milwaukee. She was passionate about helping others and aspired to become a social worker. Despite her busy schedule, Shannon worked with her father at an organic food company. It was at work that she met Quentin Neal, 26, who was applying for a similar position. Quentin had a strong desire to make a positive impact on people's lives. Shannon shared a similar passion, dreaming of building a shelter for women and children, while Quentin wanted to create a safe haven for his community. With their similar interests and outlook on life, Shannon and Quentin quickly formed a close bond. As their friendship blossomed into romance, Shannon was overjoyed to have met Quentin, and soon they started living together. Quentin showed genuine care for Shannon, and she ensured their relationship remained happy. They began making plans for their future together. However, their lives took a drastic turn when Shannon vanished without a trace. On April 13, 2018, Shannon failed to pick up her younger brother from school and didn't show up to work. Her phone was switched off and she hadn't informed anyone about her absence from work. Concerned, her parents went to the police station, unable to locate their daughter. Initially, detectives suspected that Shannon, being young, might have run away or gone off with friends. But her parents disagreed, knowing their daughter well. She wasn't the type to simply switch off her phone and abandon her family, leaving them worried and searching for her. Shannon's mother shared crucial details with investigators, prompting them to take the case more seriously. Shannon was 4 months pregnant when she vanished, which raised concerns since pregnant women rarely disappear without something bad happening to them. Furthermore, some of her belongings, including money and important documents, was still in her room, which was another alarming indication. Shannon's parents told investigators that the father of her child was 27-year-old Quentin Neal. However, when Quentin was contacted by phone, he claimed to have no knowledge of Shannon's whereabouts. According to Quentin, Shannon had been living with her parents, and he hadn't seen her at all that day. The investigators called Quentin again, asking him to come to the police station to answer some questions. Quentin appeared anxious, promising to arrive at the station immediately. When Shannon's parents were still present, Quentin told the investigators that the last time he had seen her was over 24 hours ago, when she left his house to pick up her little brother from school. They had only exchanged a few text messages since then and had not been in contact again. The investigators asked Quentin if he had any idea where Shannon might be, but he was unable to provide one. According to Quentin, Shannon's life revolved around school and work, and she had always been in touch with her loved ones until that day. However, Quentin recalled that there was another guy who had shown interest in Shannon. Despite knowing she was in a relationship and pregnant, this guy had relentlessly pursued Shannon's affection, even after she asked him to leave her alone. The investigators instantly considered this guy a person of possible concern, as jealousy often leads to reckless behavior. The next day, police began questioning Shannon's friends to gather new information. They distributed details of the search for the young pregnant woman to all police stations in Wisconsin the same day. The first disturbing discovery was made. Shannon's car was found in Milwaukee, about 20 minutes from her home. Forensic experts carefully examined the vehicle inside and out, but found no suspicious signs. There was no evidence of carjacking, struggle, or any other crime. However, Shannon's purse and cell phone were missing from the car. 3 sets of fingerprints were found on the vehicle, including Shannon's and Quentin's. The origin of the third set remained unknown, and the police had to identify the person who left them. That same afternoon, the man mentioned by Quentin was questioned by investigators. Although he claimed to be upset about Shannon's disappearance, he denied Quentin's allegations, stating that he and Shannon were just friends and that he had never pursued a romantic relationship with her. When pressed further, he admitted to confessing his love to Shannon in the past, but she had rejected him, saying they could only be friends. Since then, he had not attempted to win her affection. The guy's fingerprints were found to match those in Shannon's car. However, he explained that he often got rides from Shannon to university, which is why his prints were in her car. He also claimed to have been 100 miles away from Waukesha, attending a baseball game when Shannon went missing. The investigators checked and confirmed his alibi, ruling him out as a suspect. The case got a surprising and crucial break when Shannon's mother, Aunt Shamani, found her daughter's Apple Watch and checked her recent text messages. She took the watch to the police station, handing it over to investigators. Reviewing Shannon's texts, they made a significant discovery. Despite Quentin's claim that he hadn't met Shannon on the day she vanished, the text showed they had arranged to meet up that day. This meant Quentin had lied to the investigators and Shannon's parents, making him the prime suspect. While examining Shannon's watch messages, investigators uncovered cracks in her relationship with Quentin. They found texts revealing Quentin's abusive behavior towards the pregnant mother. This revelation shocked Shannon, who had been unaware of her lover's true nature. Quentin apologized profusely, begging her not to leave him. Shannon proposed they take a break from each other. The investigators' suspicions grew, fueled by Quentin's troubled past. He had a criminal record, having recently been released from prison after serving time for robbery. He had multiple arrests for assault and other misdemeanors. Shannon's parents had also grown wary of Quentin, noticing their daughter's persistent depression. Moreover, Quentin exhibited emotional instability regarding the unborn baby, further solidifying the investigators' doubts about his character. After Shannon informed her parents about her pregnancy, they arranged a meeting with Quentin, during which he assured them that he would take care of both Shannon and the baby, claiming he had always wanted to have children. However, a few days later, according to Aunt Mani, Quentin sent Shannon some disturbing texts, contradicting his earlier promise and stating that he didn't want the baby. He even suggested that Shannon should consider having an abortion. The police attempted to track Shannon's cell phone and discovered it was last active in the afternoon of April 13th, near Quentin's residence. Shannon's mother noticed severe bruising on her arms and inquired about the cause. Shannon broke down in tears and revealed that Quentin had physically assaulted her, punching her with his fists while she was in her vehicle. Despite her parents' warnings to end the relationship, Shannon eventually forgave Quentin and resumed dating him. With this concerning information, investigators grew increasingly worried that they might not find Shannon alive, prompting them to obtain a search warrant and rush to Quentin's house. At first, the crime scene did not appear to show any signs of a struggle or disturbance. The area was clean, with no broken furniture or objects. Forensic experts sprayed the first floor with luminol, a chemical that detects blood, but found no evidence. However, when they applied the same test to the basement, the walls and floor glowed, indicating the presence of blood. The numerous marks found at the scene strongly suggested that Shannon was likely no longer alive. Quentin Neal was arrested and taken into custody. Before questioning him, investigators reviewed the contents of his phone and discovered that he had recently searched online for ways to remove evidence of a crime using a lye chemical. This suggested that he was planning to hide traces of his crime. During the interrogation, Quentin initially denied any knowledge of Shannon's whereabouts and claimed to have no connection to her disappearance. However, faced with solid evidence, he began to alter his story. Eventually, he agreed to confess to everything. Quentin claimed to have acted in self-defense when he took Shannon's life. He told investigators that Shannon had visited his house to discuss their future and their child. But the conversation escalated into an argument. According to Quentin, Shannon then entered the kitchen, grabbed a knife and a gun that were being kept for emergencies, and began threatening him. Quentin said he felt compelled to act quickly to protect himself, leading to a physical struggle that ended in Shannon's death. Quentin reiterated to the investigators that he had acted in self-defense, but they were skeptical due to the lack of defensive wounds on his body. Despite their doubts, they continued to listen to his account. Quentin said that, realizing the gravity of his actions, he panicked in the basement where the incident occurred. In an attempt to conceal the evidence, he used a large suitcase to hide the body. Quentin Neal led the police to a storage unit 6 miles from his home, where he had stashed a suitcase containing Shannon's body. When detectives opened the suitcase, they found Shannon's lifeless body, her wrists and ankles bound with duct tape, contradicting Quentin's claim of self-defense. Forensic examination revealed Shannon died from 2 gunshot wounds to the head and had additional knife wounds on her body. Shannon's parents were devastated when detectives informed them of the discovery of their daughter's body on April 18, 2018. Quentin Neal was subsequently indicted for the murders of Shannon Mani and her unborn child. The evidence gathered, including their correspondence from the day of her death, was sufficient for the court to reach a guilty verdict. The dispute had begun when Shannon visited Quentin's home to discuss her pregnancy, but she never left his house alive. The trial of Quentin Neal, accused of killing Shannon, was set to begin in the spring of 2019. However, just days before the trial, anonymous letters were sent to attorneys and court officials, claiming that someone else was responsible for Shannon's death. The letters were later deemed irrelevant after the author, a friend of Quentin's, was identified and found to be trying to confuse the investigation and help Quentin. Quentin faced the death penalty, but denied the charges and claimed he acted ill-defense. 15 months had passed since Shannon's death, and her family waited anxiously for justice, trying to stay positive. Shannon's mother and Shamani worked hard to keep her daughter's memory alive and not lose hope. Shannon had been passionate about supporting women and children affected by domestic violence, and her family had planned to build a shelter in her honor. However, that dream was never realized, as Shannon herself became a victim of violence. On July 15, 2019, Quentin Neal reached a plea deal with investigators, admitting guilt in the deaths of Shannon and her child. As part of the deal, prosecutors dropped the death penalty. 2 days later, on July 17, 2019, the Milwaukee County Circuit Court sentenced the 28-year-old to 2 concurrent life sentences without parole eligibility, ensuring he will spend the rest of his life in prison. At his sentencing, Neal remained silent, failing to explain his motive for the crime. Shannon's mother and Shamani expressed relief that justice had been served, noting that the only silver lining was that Neal would no longer harm anyone else. The family plans to keep Shannon's memory alive by opening a shelter in her honor. Dallas, a modern city with a cosmopolitan spirit and southern charm, is widely known for its skyscrapers, upscale shopping, restaurants, and rich cultural life. It has many historic districts such as the West End with its late 19th century buildings and futuristic landmarks, shimmering glass towers and skyscraper spires that serve as the city's main landmarks. Dallas is a city where modern metropolitan life is infused with natural beauty. There are more than 30 parks in different parts of the city. The Gable Park residential complex is located at the center of Dallas Cheek. Living here itself offers a vibrant, exclusive lifestyle and exquisite, unique experiences. The high-rise building is elegant in appearance, has a parking garage and concierge. It is a vibrant and luxurious apartment building with a landscaped saltwater pool, fitness studio, and gourmet coffee bar in Uptown Dallas. It's a quiet and safe place with no crowds of tourists or neighborhood residents strolling by. On September 2, 2015, at 7:42 p.m., a car entered the Gable Park parking lot. The car parked, and a beautiful young woman got out. She had a shopping bag in her hands. She slammed the door shut, stepped away from the car, and a minute later, 2 gunshots rang out. With the business completed, the dark figure quickly jumped into a black Jeep Cherokee that pulled up and fled the apartment complex. Local resident Hashim Saad, who was walking to the parking lot to pick up his car, saw the injured woman and called the emergency services. Officers arrived at the scene of the tragedy and found the injured woman. Unfortunately, she was already dead. The victim turned out to be 35-year-old Kendra Hatcher. Kendra K. Hatcher was born February 3, 1980, to Reagan Hatcher and Bonnie Gibson Jameson Colley in Springfield, Sangamon County, Illinois. Her parents divorced and her mother married Bruce Jameson. She was not an only child. She had 3 sisters, Jamie Kaufman, Ashley Lipscomb, Melissa Jameson, and 1 brother, Neil Hatcher. She grew up in Pleasant Plains and studied dentistry there. After her divorce in 2010, she moved to Dallas where she began working at Smilazona Dental Studio. Kendra had a strong Christy and faith and wanted to use her dental skills to help others. For example, the clinic provided services to disadvantaged children completely free of charge. In her spare time, Kendra taught Bible studies and participated in volunteer programs that included building churches overseas and providing free dental services to children in Ecuador. Dallas was welcoming to the young professional. Kendra's professional life quickly gained momentum and her personal life flourished as well. On May 24, 2015, Kendra began dating Dr. Ricardo Paniagua. Kendra and Ricardo met through a dating app, and from their first date, they were inseparable. They both had similar values, interests, and wanted the same things in life. Ricardo was finishing his residency in dermatology at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center, and even though they had only been in a relationship for a few months, the young men were already discussing their upcoming marriage. However, an incident in a parking lot took the life of his beloved woman and cut short all future plans. Investigators who arrived at the scene of the massacre examined the crime scene and put forward the version of robbery as Kendra's purse and some valuables were missing. Bullet fragments and a gun magazine were found on the ground next to her body. However, The manner of shooting and the traces of the gunshot pushed the robbery version to the background. One bullet struck the woman in the back and the other in the head. The entry wound from the bullet was at the top of the head and it exited through the chin, indicating that Kendra had her hands up and behind her head when she was shot. The murder theory was confirmed when it was possible to obtain CCTV footage and reconstruct a picture of what happened. As a result, by the age of 13, he was struggling academically and had a fragile psyche. Once unable to bear such a life, Steinkind attempted to hang himself, but was fortunately stopped in time. Afterward, doctors diagnosed him with depression and hyperactivity. Bullied at school, he decided to stop attending. Over time, Jeremy fancied himself immortal and began frequenting websites of similar themes. His online profile was filled with topics like pain, self-harm, blood, and razor blades. No one knew about the couple's forbidden relationship except their friends, who found their love, to say the least, peculiar. Their communication would have remained a secret had the Richardsons not started monitoring their daughter's excessive internet use. Deborah and Mark discovered Jasmine was corresponding with strangers, alarming them as any parent would. Therefore, they decided to remove the computer from the girl's reach. Moreover, they were shocked to learn she had fallen for an adult man with dubious interests. His very nickname, Soul Eater, spoke volumes. Thus, Jasmine and Jeremy's relationship became forbidden. To help their daughter break free from this destructive relationship, Deborah and Mark sought a psychologist's help. They sincerely believed that counseling would benefit their parent-child relationship. To their delight, it did. Jasmine showed compliance and seemed to be returning to a normal life, promising that it was all in the past she got her computer back. This became the Richardsons' last fateful decision, leading to their demise. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Preparing for bed, Mrs. Richardson heard a noise in the basement. Rats again, she thought. Descending, she turned on the light and saw a person in a ski mask. He stood opposite her, looking at her. Startled, she screamed. The stranger rushed at her, covering her mouth. His efforts were in vain. Deborah struggled and screamed louder. He stepped back, drew a knife and stabbed her in the chest, then again and again. Hearing his wife's screams, Mark rushed down, grabbing the first thing he could find, a screwdriver. He had been fixing an outlet that day and by sheer chance left a tool out. Entering the basement, he was met with a horrific scene. His wife lying in a pool of blood and someone standing next to her. Mark immediately attacked the intruder but received a stab wound to the stomach, followed by more stabs. As the searing pain subsided and his eyes began to close, Mr. Richardson quietly asked, "Why?" "Because your daughter wished it," the attacker replied. Upstairs, Tyler was the only one left. The boy sat on his bed in his pajamas, too frightened to move. The approaching footsteps grew louder, and the bedroom door opened. A few days before the murder, Jasmine was overjoyed. Her parents believed in her remorse, meaning they could now communicate again. Mobile phones were just becoming popular at that time, so the computer remained the only means of communication. As soon as Miss Richardson regained internet access, she immediately wrote to Jeremy. "It all starts with them disappearing and ends with us staying together," she told him. During the days when the young lady was visiting the psychologist, a terrible plan had formed in her head. It solidified over several days of punishment. Surprisingly, Steinka found it enticing but added that everything needed to be done creatively and with attention to detail. The couple understood that they could not be together as long as the Richardsons were alive. Later, Jasmine's friends recalled how often she spoke about her parents, particularly how much they annoyed her. Therefore, she wanted to end their lives. However, no one took Jasmine's words seriously. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Garrett headed across the street to his friend Tyler's house. The boy wanted to play. The weather was nice outside, despite being chilly. Such was the spring that year. When Garrett approached the house, he noticed the blinds were still closed. No one answered his knock on the door. Strange, he thought. The Richardsons should be home. Their car is parked in the driveway. It was on June 25, 2001 and charged with first-degree murder. After spending 6 months in custody, she was released on bail. The first trial soon commenced. The prosecution's main theory was the motive for the homicide. Hoping to see someone, the child curiously peeked into the living room window but saw no one. Then, Garrett decided to walk around to the back of the basement, where he often played with Tyler. Peeking through the window, he saw something strange on the floor. It appeared to be two silhouettes in a pool of blood. The boy informed his mother. Skeptical, she decided to check on the family across the street. They approached the house together. Garrett pointed to the window he had looked through earlier. The woman looked in and recoiled in horror. She immediately called emergency services. Something happened at the Richardsons. They seemed to be lying in the basement floor, all in blood, the neighbor reported. The police arrived promptly. Breaking down the front door, they descended to where Garrett and his mother had seen something. Entering the dark basement, the officers had difficulty recognizing the people lying on the ground. Their bodies were mutilated and bloodied, but there was no doubt. It was Mark and Deborah Richardson, and they were deceased. Blood was everywhere, on the floor, walls, even the ceiling. A bloody mess. No other way to describe what was before them. Later, the police searched the house. In the upstairs children's room, they found a small child. The boy lay in bed among toys, splattered with blood, with visible knife wounds. The child's throat had been deeply cut. Medicine Hat had never seen such horror. One officer said, "It will take me decades to forget what I saw today." After the house was searched, the police realized one family member was missing. The Richardsons' eldest daughter was gone. Officers worried she might be in danger. Everything indicated the attack occurred in the basement and the child's room. The rest of the house was undisturbed, and at first glance, nothing was missing. The state of the body suggested the crime occurred the previous night. Apparently, the perpetrator broke into the house and attacked the boy and his parents. Then what happened to Jasmine, and where was she? The police began to construct theories about what had happened. Perhaps by some stroke of luck, the girl was somewhere outside the home safe, or the perpetrator had abducted her and was now harming her, or maybe a ransom demand from relatives would come with time. However, as time passed, there were no clear answers. Soon detectives turned to the media requesting help in the search for the missing girl. They hoped Jasmine would make contact or someone would provide valuable information. Meanwhile, the investigation into the crime continued. Investigators interviewed relatives, friends, and colleagues about all aspects of the slain family's life. Did they have any adversaries or enemies capable of such a heinous act? However, the more the investigation progressed, the clearer it became. There was no reason to wish death upon anyone in the Richardson family. They were truly wonderful people, faithful spouses and loving parents, except for the eldest daughter. Officers learned that the girl had been causing quite a bit of trouble lately. Therefore, the tone of media announcements changed. This time, the investigation wanted to locate a person of interest. It was entirely possible that the girl knew details about the crime, or she might have been involved in it. Considering the suspect's age, the media could no longer publish her real name, as per Canadian law. Thus, news agencies began to refer to Jasmine Richardson as JR. After it became known about her relationship with Jeremy Stunink, the couple was declared wanted. Initially, the search for the young lovers began among their friends and acquaintances, thinking they might be hiding out with them. However, this lead proved to be a dead end for the police. But they did uncover something intriguing. A few hours after the crime, the young couple was spotted at a restaurant and at a party hosted by an acquaintance. Someone from their circle of friends mentioned that Jasmine appeared unchanged. There was no indication she had been abducted or was in a state of shock. She was drinking and having fun. When friends asked how they managed to escape from her parents, Jasmine laughed, "Jeremy and I just took care of them." "Yes," the boy agreed. "I carved them up like fish." The party guests laughed, thinking at a grim joke, unaware that the statement was true. The involvement in the crime was also confirmed by a comic found in Jasmine's school locker, where she detailed how she would deal with each of her family members, with her boyfriend as her accomplice. Photos of the suspects were distributed widely. It was only a matter of time before a citizen would step forward with information about their whereabouts. Soon enough, information came in. The couple was spotted in the community of Letter, Saskatchewan, approximately 130 kilometers from Medicine Hat. Caught off guard, Jasmine Richardson and Jeremy Steinko were found sleeping peacefully in a pickup truck. Without resistance, they were taken to the police station. Naturally, the couple was interrogated separately, starting with Jasmine. She shared that she was deeply in love with Steinko and he reciprocated her feelings. However, the difference in age and social status was a barrier between them. According to Jasmine, the Richardsons would never have accepted their relationship. Therefore, Jeremy committed the ultimate act of love. He ended her parents' lives, providing them the chance to be together. When detectives asked if Jasmine was involved in the crime, she said, "I wasn't home when the crimes occurred. I didn't know about what had happened. After I found out, I accepted it. I loved Jeremy very much, so I ran away with him." Detectives needed to determine who was the main instigator. Since breaking the suspects proved difficult, the investigation used a cunning strategy. They placed an informant in the cell with Jeremy, who skillfully extracted details that contradicted Jasmine's statements. Jeremy confessed to the informant that the plan to end her parents' lives was Jasmine's idea. Initially, he was not supportive, but agreed after they discovered the forbidden love and took away her computer. "I took care of Deborah and Mark Richardson, and Jasmine took care of her younger brother herself. She literally begged me to leave Tyler for her, though I was glad to settle scores with all of them," Jeremy cruelly revealed. After this confession, investigators confronted Miss Richardson with the recording. She had no choice but to confess to everything, admitting she stabbed her younger brother out of mercy, not wanting to leave him an orphan. Later, the couple shared their social media profiles and passwords with the investigation, which began to examine their correspondence. They had sent each other thousands of messages confirming Jeremy's statements indeed conceived the plan on her own. Steinka wrote that Jasmine was the only person who supported and approved of his tastes. Replacing the society he felt alienated from, fearing he would lose her, he helped realize the dreadful idea. "I want to slit their throats. They will regret what they have done, especially when I make sure they're gone. They'll pay for the insults. Finally, there will be silence. Their blood will be the payment." Jeremy supported his beloved. His friends also reported that just a few hours before the attack, they watched the 1994 film Natural Born Killers, which portrays a couple committing 9 heinous murders. This story inspired their friend, who said he wanted to enact a similar plan with his girlfriend. "I think it's the best love story of all time," Steinka said. With sufficient evidence at hand, the suspects were charged with 3 counts of homicide. The detectives pieced together the confessions of the accused, witness testimonies, and other case evidence to form a clear picture of the crime. Before the act, Jeremy was intoxicated. Jasmine led him into the house and guided him to the basement, where he attacked her mother. Deborah was the first to die, suffering 12 stab wounds across her body. The deepest wound pierced her chest, reaching 12 centimeters deep and striking her heart. In a rage, Jeremy mercilessly continued his assault on Mark, who sustained 24 wounds, 9 of which were in the back. Like his wife, the family patriarch bled out on the basement floor. Tyler Richardson was the last to die, while Steinka was dealing with the parents downstairs, inflicted 5 stab wounds on her younger brother upstairs. After Jeremy finished, he went upstairs to help his girlfriend with the child, coldly slashing the boy's throat as if carving a pumpkin. Afterward, Jeremy went home to wash off the blood, while Jasmine caught a taxi to a restaurant where the couple had agreed to meet. After discussing the night's events, they headed to a party. A friend of Jeremy's, Casey Lancaster, helped them dispose of the evidence and reach Saskatchewan. Words fail to describe the horror they created, using them to poison her husband, Gregory de Villiers, staging a suicide scene in their apartment, scattering his body with red rose petals. Case of Christian and Newsom. A new judge scheduled hearings for all 5 individuals involved in the students' tragic end. They embarked on their murderous spree with such ease and nonchalance as if driven by some otherworldly force. It is shocking that during interrogations and their time in custody, not a word of regret or remorse was uttered for their actions. While detained, they wrote letters to each other calling themselves legends and immortals. In one letter, Steinka proposed to Richardson, who joyfully accepted. Then, unexpectedly, their mad love began to fade like last year's snow. During the trial, they shifted the blame onto each other. In June 2007, Jasmine Richardson was the first to stand trial. She pleaded not guilty, claiming to have been in a zombie-like state and unable to act while Jeremy was killing her family. She also claimed she only wounded her younger brother, and it was Steinke who delivered the fatal blow. Jasmine insisted that their discussions about ending her parents' lives were purely hypothetical, but they appealed to Jeremy so much that he compelled her to turn them into reality. Under 3 counts of homicide, Miss Richardson was sentenced to just 10 years in prison, thanks to the nuances of Canadian juvenile criminal justice law, which states that individuals under 14 cannot be sentenced to more than 10 years of imprisonment. The sentence was aimed more at rehabilitating and restoring the girl's psyche than punishing her. In 2008, Jeremy Steinke's trial commenced. He insisted he had no initial intention of ending the lives of his girlfriend's parents. However, once discovered in the basement, he felt compelled to attack. He claimed he did not harm Tyler, suggesting Jasmine was responsible while he merely watched from the doorway. The defense argued that Jasmine had intentionally seduced him, wishing for him to free her from her parents' strict control. Some friends testified that Jeremy had sought their help with the act, driven by his fear of losing Jasmine to the extent of being willing to do anything. The lawyers also requested the charges be reduced to manslaughter, arguing Steinke was under the influence of substances at the time of the act. Steinke's inconsistencies emerged when asked by the prosecution why he committed the act. He replied, "When you find your other half, you do whatever it takes for them." Throughout the trial, he remained indifferent to the proceedings, but broke down when Jacqueline May, his mother, testified in his defense. She admitted to bearing significant guilt for his upbringing, as he was often attacked by her partners, subjected to beatings and rejection. Steinke was found guilty on 3 counts of first-degree homicide, receiving 3 life sentences. He would be eligible for parole no earlier than 25 years later, in 2033. Charges of complicity in the act against Casey Lancaster were dropped. In Medicine Hat Court, she was found guilty of obstruction of justice, sentenced to a year of house arrest, and prohibited from consuming drugs and alcohol. While in custody, Jeremy Steinke changed his name to Jackson May. Jasmine Richardson's 10-year sentence included 4 years in a psychiatric facility where she was diagnosed with conduct disorder and oppositional defiant disorder, indicative of a refusal to follow rules and socially unacceptable behavior, typically more associated with children than adults. This underscored her psychological immaturity and instability during her relationship with Steinke. In her final years under conditional community supervision and attending special programs, medical professionals reported her genuine remorse. After serving her full sentence, she was released in 2016. Apparently, Jasmine Richardson lives in Canada under an assumed name, her true identity still protected from media disclosure. Her return sparked significant public debate, with some arguing she deserved a second chance while others believed she warranted a harsher penalty. Nonetheless, the residents of Medicine Hat would prefer not to have Ms. Richardson as their neighbor again, given the brutality of her crime. Whether Jasmine has truly changed after spending her formative years in detention remains to be seen. Time will tell, and silently conceal. Sadly, the dead cannot speak. Jennifer's life was cut short in her prime. Regrettably, she realized too late an essential truth. Staying away from certain individuals and ceasing communication with them could mean saving oneself. Edward Theodore Gein was born on August 27, 1906, in La Crosse, Wisconsin. His father was an alcoholic and largely unemployed, while his mother was a bitter and bigoted religious fanatic. Between the drinking and the excessive Bible reading, Gein may have ended up with what a child psychiatrist today might call trauma triggers, or PTSD. Later in life, he became obsessed with accounts of cannibals and Nazis in pulp fiction magazines, showing a tendency to enjoy a very specific kind of violence. His heavy emotional attachment to his mother may have badly affected his social development and even caused him to murder his own brother Henry, which was later referred to by his biographers as the Cain and Abel aspect of his case. After his mother's death, his mental instability spiraled. His other crimes included the murder and grave robbing of middle-aged women who resembled his mother, as his intention was apparently to create some kind of a woman's suit so he could crawl into the skin of these women and become his own mother resurrected. A police search of his home after his capture, following a particularly brutal murder, that of a neighboring female of around the right age, revealed among other evidence a disturbing diagram of the human adult female as a deceased work in progress. The evidence included whole human bones and fragments, a wastebasket made of human skin covering several chair seats, skulls on his bedposts, some female skulls with the tops off, bowls made from human skulls, a corset made from a female torso, skin from shoulders to waist, leggings made from human leg skin, and masks made from the skin of female heads. Gein apparently made a great deal of headway in constructing either a new woman, Frankenstein assembly style, or reconstructing his dead mother before he was captured. Gein could not stand trial due to his clear mental incompetence and was instead confined to a mental health facility. Later on, he was judged competent to stand trial where he was found guilty of murder but also pronounced legally insane and consequently remanded to a psychiatric institution. He died at Mendota Mental Health Institute in 1984. Psych profile. Gein was diagnosed as having been a schizophrenic as well as a sexual psychopath. His mental illness stemmed from his love-hate relationship towards women, which later turned into a full-scale psychosis. Gein was a necrophiliac, as body parts excited him sexually, though he denied ever actually having sex with the dead bodies that he murdered or exhumed from graveyards on the grounds that they smelled too bad. Media. Gein is actually the most famous serial killer on this list, though not necessarily under his own name. Due to the very specific and darkly grotesque nature of his crimes, Gein was the inspiration for several fictional serial killers, including Norman Bates, the killer from the movie Psycho by Alfred Hitchcock, Leatherface, a skin-wearing killer from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Jamie Gum, aka Buffalo Bill, a serial killer in The Silence of the Lambs. Herman Webster Mudgett, better known as Dr. Henry Howard Holmes or H. Holmes, was born on May 16, 1861 in Gilmanton, New Hampshire. He came from a modest farming family who were descendants of the original English immigrants to the area and also happened to be devout Methodists. As a young man, Mudgett trained as a surgeon at the University of Michigan. So how did this man end up becoming known as America's first serial killer? Due to unreliable reporting and an era of great superstition, there was a lot of sensationalization and misinformation about this case for decades. Initially, reports by the Yellow Press, the supermarket tabloids of the time, often emphasized the existence of Holmes' murder castle, which was supposed to contain secret torture chambers, trapdoors, gas chambers, and a basement crematorium, but all of this was subsequently disproved. Holmes did have a history of selling cadavers to medical schools. However, he acquired his wares through grave robbing rather than murder. Other accounts claim that the building was made up of over 100 rooms and laid out like a maze, with doors opening into brick walls, windowless rooms, and dead-end staircases. In reality, the hotel floor was moderately sized and largely unremarkable. It did contain some hidden rooms, but they were used for hiding furniture that Holmes bought on credit and did not intend to pay for. The verifiable facts are that Holmes was sentenced to death for only one murder, that of his former accomplice and business partner, Benjamin Pitezel. It is believed that he killed 3 of Benjamin Pitezel's children as well as 3 women he was engaged in sexual relationships with, the child of one of the said mistresses and the sister of another. Unlike most other serial killers, Holmes usually had a rational motive for his series of murders, usually for financial reasons or to prevent his own exposure and punishment. The grisly details along the way are what really elevate this case to the top tier of the annals of American horror. He apparently used a range of methods, including poison, chloroform, gas, and suspected bludgeoning. He hid the bodies pretty cleverly, in cellars and backyards. He constructed elaborate and overly emotional cover stories to dupe his unsuspecting victims. Several of his endeavors were actually financial fraud and misdemeanor crimes. So, as a talented con man and grifter, he himself was able to confuse the details of his exact crimes thoroughly. Historians now say that it was his own talent for tall tales, deception, and duplicity that led to his public reputation as America's first serial killer. On the other hand, he really did use some killing methods known only to medical professionals of the time. So the other title of the torture doctor is perhaps more appropriate for him. Holmes was executed in 1896. Before he died, he succeeded in thoroughly confusing the police, press, and public with wild and contradictory confessions of his own crimes. In some cases, he confessed to the murder of people who were verifiably still alive. At one point, he claimed to be possessed by Satan, which makes about as much sense as anything else that we know about him. Psych profile. Although this case largely predates the introduction of mental health evaluations into the United States criminal justice system, later generations of psychiatrists believe that Holmes may have been almost entirely unique in that he was psychopathic, extremely intelligent, charismatic enough to fool most others, creative in his various MOs, and prolific in his killing strategies. A study from Concordia University, St. Paul, posits that Holmes was a predator who viewed others as a means to his ends. His personality structure resembled that of a true psychopath, a remorseless and narcissistic person who controls others and lies repeatedly. All of this while being glib and charming. Media. There have been multiple books and depictions of Holmes in popular media across the last century. A few of the most famous are the 2006 episode of the U.S. television drama series Supernatural, where the ghost of H.H. Holmes returns to kidnap people. In 2017, the History Channel aired an 8-episode limited docuseries entitled American Ripper, in which Holmes' great-great-grandson, Jeff Mudgett, along with former CIA analyst Amaryllis Fox, investigated Holmes' life to try and prove that Holmes was also the infamous London serial killer Jack the Ripper. And as of 2019, an adaptation of Holmes' life called The Devil in the White City, with Martin Scorsese and Leonardo DiCaprio attached as executive producers, was said to be in development with Paramount TV and Hulu. This production appears to be on hiatus for now, but may well be revived later according to industry reports. Aileen Lee Carol Wuornos was born February 29, 1956, in Rochester, Michigan. Her father was a convicted child molester who later killed himself in prison. Wuornos' mother abandoned her and her brother when they were young, leaving them with her parents, Wuornos' grandparents, and their children. Wuornos' grandfather beat her, and her grandmother was an alcoholic. Aileen Wuornos became a teenage runaway, a prostitute, a pickpocket, and regular thief from pawn shops. Later on as an adult, her record included, among other felonies and misdemeanors, arrests for illegal possession of a firearm, forgery, assault, and robbery. Her associates and law enforcement personnel would often describe her as erratic and easily angered. Her arrest records frequently noted that her attitude was poor. From late 1989 through late 1990, the bodies of 7 middle-aged white men were discovered in Central Florida. Aileen Wuornos had robbed all of the victims before shooting them to death and stealing their cars. Of all the other serial killers on this list, Aileen Wuornos is verifiably the most consistent, effective, and deadly killer of the group. As far as we know, she never left any survivors. Her victims were all of the same specific age and ethnic grouping and roughly the same area or highway territory. And the MO or modus operandi that she used was so similar in every case that as of today, Wuornos is considered a textbook case of a classic serial killer, repeating her murders with regular and pinpoint accuracy. Her victims included Richard Mallory, who was shot multiple times in the chest, David Spears, who was shot 6 times in the torso, Charles Carskadden, who was shot 9 times in the chest and stomach, Troy Burress, who died of 2 gunshots to the torso, Charles Dick Humphreys, who suffered multiple gunshots to the head and torso, Walter Antonio, who was shot 4 times in the back and head. In an interesting side note, the FBI profiler Robert K. Ressler briefly mentioned Aileen Wuornos in his autobiographical history of his 20 years with the FBI. Writing in 1992, he said he often does not discuss female serial killers because they tend to kill in sprees instead of in a sequential fashion. He said Wuornos was the sole exception known to him at the time. Her methods were successful enough that she might have evaded capture indefinitely if her girlfriend Tyria Moore hadn't snitched on Wuornos to the FBI to avoid her own criminal charges of complicity in the murders. Aileen Wuornos was executed in 2002 in Florida after 12 years of imprisonment on death row. Psych profile. According to the psychopath checklist, Wuornos was found to have a strongly psychopathic personality with a score of 32. The cutoff score for psychopath is 30 out of 40 in the United States. Wuornos was also diagnosed with other issues in prison, and it was officially determined that she had both borderline personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder. Media. As America's most famous female serial killer, Wuornos is a celebrity in her own right and was intensively discussed and represented in the media. But her biggest moment in the spotlight came when she was portrayed by the South African-origin Hollywood star Charlize Theron in the movie Monster, released in 2003. Wuornos was reportedly disgusted with what she saw as her exploitation by the media without her permission, though she could hardly claim any copyright violation of her crimes against humanity. Theron, on the other hand, went on to win the Oscar for Best Actress for her stellar performance. Dean Corll was born on December 24, 1939, in Fort Wayne, Indiana. He was reportedly a loner growing up and was often trapped in conflict between two hostile parents who later went through a contentious divorce. After many years of working hard in the family business, which was a candy company, and including his years in the military where he first realized his own homosexual orientation, Corll's sense of personal relationships grew darker and more disturbed. Between 1970 and 1973, Dean Corll killed a minimum of 28 victims, which is to this day suspected to be a conservative estimate. It is possible that all the bodies could not be found, but according to the available evidence, all of his victims were males, aged 13 to 20, the majority of them in their mid-teens. Most of the victims were abducted from Houston Heights, which was then a low-income neighborhood northwest of downtown Houston. For most abductions, he was assisted by one or both of his teenage accomplices, David Owen Brooks and Elmer Wayne Henley. Several victims were friends of one or both of Corll's accomplices. Others were individuals with whom Corll had himself become acquainted prior to their abduction and murder. And two other victims, Billy Balch and Gregory Malley-Winkle, were former employees of the Corll Candy Company. Corll's victims were usually lured into either one of the two vehicles that he owned, a Ford Econoline van or a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette that he is known to have purchased. The enticement was usually an offer of a party or a lift, and the victim would be driven to Corll's house. Once there, the youths would be given alcohol or other drugs until they passed out, tricked into donning handcuffs or simply grabbed by force. They were then stripped naked and tied to either Corll's bed or usually a plywood torture board, which was regularly hung on a wall. Once manacled, the victims would be sexually assaulted, beaten, tortured, and sometimes after several days, killed by strangulation or shooting with a .22 caliber pistol. Their bodies were then tied in plastic sheeting and buried in discreet locations nearby. In several instances, Corll forced his victims to either phone or write to their parents with explanations for their absence in an effort to soothe any of the parents' fears for their son's safety. He is also known to have retained keepsakes, usually keys, from his victims. He was often referred to as the Candyman or the Pied Piper due to his connection to his family firm, the Corll Candy Company. He was said to have had a habit of handing out free candy to kids, and later on, this turned out to be horrifyingly similar to his habit of enticing young men with special treats to trust him, right up to the point where they were captured, tortured, and murdered by the Candyman. Dean Corll died in 1973 after a violent dispute and shooting incident after bleeding out from gunshot wounds inflicted by one of his own accomplices, Elmer Wayne Henley. In his case, there were no legal proceedings since his case was discovered post-mortem. All of the details in the police records were revealed by Henley, other accomplices, and the family members of past victims. Corll was so good at concealing his true nature throughout his life that he remains a mysterious figure to this day. Psych profile. Although Dean Corll was never captured alive and never diagnosed with any mental illness or known conditions, some of his actions seem to indicate the characteristics of a dissociative identity disorder. For example, when he was around his family, army friends, or in any other conventional social situation, he appeared normal and well-adjusted, which means he took some effort to conceal the other side of him around them. When he was in his comfort zone, around his right-hand men, meaning his known accomplices and his criminal associates, he could show the crazy and violent side of his personality, and did so frequently and often enough to disturb even other hardened criminals. The Media A 2003 film named Freak Out was loosely inspired by the Houston mass murders committed by Corll. The film was directed by Brad Jones, who also starred as Corll. This film largely focuses upon the last night of Corll's life prior to Henley shooting him and contacting authorities. Richard Ramirez. The Night Stalker Ricardo Richard Leyva Munoz Ramirez was born on February 29, 1960 in El Paso, Texas. His father was an abusive alcoholic. His mother and his multiple siblings lived in terror of that abuse and domestic violence. And at an abnormally young age, Richard himself fell under the evil influence of his older cousin, Miguel Mike Ramirez, a decorated combat veteran who nonetheless had an extremely disturbing history as a serial killer and a rapist during his overseas tour of duty in the Vietnam War. Miguel used to show the young Richard Polaroid pictures of the multiple Vietnamese women who were his own targets. These graphic images of war crimes showed the women to be raped, dismembered, and murdered. Richard was fascinated rather than repulsed. Subsequently, his own highly publicized home invasion and murder spree across the greater Los Angeles area and later the San Francisco Bay Area over the course of 14 months featured a wide variety of weapons and different murder methods. These included handguns, various types of knives, a machete, a tire iron, and a claw hammer. Richard Ramirez was known to attack by punching, pistol whipping, and strangling many of his victims, both manually with his hands and in one instance with a ligature. He stomped at least one victim to death in her sleep and tortured another victim by shocking her with a live electrical cord. Ramirez apparently enjoyed degrading and humiliating his victims, especially those who survived his attacks or whom he explicitly decided not to kill, by forcing them to say that they loved Satan or telling them to swear on Satan if they wanted to live. It was during this period of intense terror that he inflicted on California residential communities that he became known as the Night Stalker in the national press. And on August 30th, 1985, Ramirez was recognized by members of the public as El Matador, or literally the killer, due to his prominence in news media reporting. A crowd of people chased him down in the street near Boyle Heights in LA and nearly beat him to death before police arrived. In 1989, Ramirez was convicted of 13 counts of murder, 5 attempted murders, 11 sexual assaults, and 14 burglaries, and sentenced to death in California's gas chamber. After filing multiple appeals, Ramirez was transferred for medical treatment of complications secondary to B-cell lymphoma to Marin General Hospital in Greenbury, California. He died there in 2013 without ever expressing any remorse for his actions. Psych profile psychiatrist Michael H. Stone describes Ramirez as a made psychopath as opposed to a born psychopath. This implies that the abuse and bad experiences he was subjected to at an early age and the unstable way he was raised led him to think that certain actions were normal, as that was the only norm he knew of. However, with the loss of his moral compass, Ramirez began to build up his own desire with the patterns of his killing and this new public spotlight he never had before, as he was being portrayed as a terrifying, anonymous celebrity predator actually encouraged him to execute more people as a means of gaining more attention. Media Richard Ramirez has been portrayed many times in the mass media due to the intensely scrutinized nature of his case. There are many movies and documentaries about him, including 2 depictions of him in the FX anthology series American Horror Story, in the 5th and 9th seasons, respectively. Most recently, there was a 2021 documentary released by Netflix called Night Stalker: The Hunt for a Serial Killer, which features first-person interviews, archival footage, newly shot reenactments, and original photography related to the case. Case of Matthew Winkler, Secrets of a Religious Family. Sometimes the most horrible and unpredictable crimes are committed in seemingly perfect families. Of course, even in the most prosperous unit of society can come crisis, which will be unnoticed by others, but literally poison the lives of all members of the family and eventually lead to tragedy. The Winklers, in the town of Selmer, were considered by many to be a model family. The young pastor, his wife, and their 3 daughters looked happy, had everything they needed for a comfortable life, were healthy and successful, but in a quiet pool, as they say. In this case, many questions remained unanswered because we heard only one version of what happened, and the story itself became the subject of the book, Sex and Murder: Secrets of a Pastor. March 22, 2006, the small town of Selmer, Tennessee, shook the terrible news. A 31-year-old pastor named Matthew Winkler was brutally murdered in his own home, and his wife Mary and their 3 daughters, 8-year-old Patricia, 6-year-old Maria Eliza, and 1-year-old Brianna, disappeared without a trace. That day, the preacher of the Church of Christ did not show up for the evening service where he was supposed to attend with his family. This circumstance seemed strange and suspicious because Matthew was always very responsible and could not miss the planned event without informing anyone. None of the family members also answered the phone, which was even more disturbing. Alarmed community members decided to go to the Winklers' residence to find out what had happened and if they needed help. From the outside, the house looked normal. The windows and doors were intact, and nothing suspicious was visible. Inside, there were lights on in several rooms, and they could hear a television playing quite loudly in one of the rooms. It gave the impression that the owners of the house were busy doing their own thing. The front door was locked, but no one answered the knock. Phone calls also went unanswered, and through the curtain windows, it was impossible to see what was going on inside or if anyone was there. However, even though the whole situation was quite strange, no one was in a hurry to call the police. Instead, a call was made to an elder of the religious community who advised them to look for a spare key and open the door themselves. It took another hour and a half, and when members of the community were finally able to get inside the house, they found an eerie scene. Everything in the house was in its place. There was no sign of intruders, but the owners were nowhere to be seen either. Everything seemed normal until the visitors looked into the marital bedroom. There on the floor, in a pool of his own blood, lay the pastor's body. There was a huge hole in his back from a gunshot wound. Blood spattered everywhere, and bloody foam dried on his face. By then, the body had already cooled and stiffened. It was obvious that Matthew had been lying there for many hours and had probably been killed in the morning because he was dressed in his pajamas. It was only after this that a call was made to the police. By the time the police arrived, a whole crowd of neighbors, churchgoers, and casual passersby had gathered in and around the house, interested in what was going on. All of these people had left their fingerprints at the crime scene. They left their fingerprints and shoe prints, erased or trampled possible evidence, greatly complicating the work of investigators. The police took the body for forensic examination and found that the pastor was killed by a single shot in the back, fired from a large caliber weapon. He died a few minutes after the wound, from massive blood loss, unable to call for help. It was simply impossible to establish definitively whether there were any strangers in the house at that time, because the people who had arrived before the police arrived had literally destroyed all traces of them. The picture of the crime was quite strange, and those who could shed any light on what happened disappeared. The fate of the wife and daughters of the murdered man remained unknown. The police assumed that the woman and children could have been kidnapped or also killed. By the way, the family minivan Winklers also disappeared from the garage. A massive search was launched and the state issued a yellow alert. This meant that children were missing and all citizens were asked to be vigilant and assist in the search. But let's break this whole story down from the beginning. Matthew Brian Winkler was born in 1974, November 21st in the picturesque country town of Henderson, Tennessee, and was the youngest of 3 sons of Dan and Diane Winkler. Our hero and his 2 older brothers, James and Daniel, grew up in a rather conservative Christian family. Their parents were very religious and brought up their sons in strictness and obedience. It is worth noting that Matthew became a minister of the church in the 5th generation. His father, great-uncle Michael, grandfather Wendell, great-grandfather Merlin Winkler, and great-great-grandfather Merlin Paul Winkler, Sr. were all preachers of the gospel at one time. The father, to top it all off, rammed the local preacher's school, and was a man respected and influential in his hometown. In their younger years, the Winkler brothers attended Sunday school and were active in church activities. In addition, Matthew in high school was seriously interested in soccer, and everyone who saw his game on the field noted that he had talent and he could well become an outstanding athlete of world renown. However, later the young man decided to sacrifice a promising sports career in favor of Bible study and church ministry. Since the preaching activity of the head of the family was associated with frequent travel, his wife and children almost always followed him. Because of this, Matthew changed several schools in his childhood, but the active, communicative, and friendly child quickly made friends and gained authority everywhere. When the boy finished school, his family lived in a small city called Austin, located in the state of Texas. Matthew was a creative person, had a powerful charisma, but here are some outstanding achievements in studies could not boast. After graduating from high school, he entered the college Freed-Hardeman and successfully completed it. In parallel, the young man began to try his hand as a pastor under the careful guidance of his father. Matthew was the youth minister of the Central Church of Christ in the city of McMinnville. He was later appointed to the preaching position at the 4th Street Church of Christ in Selmer, Tennessee. Mary Carol Winkler, maiden name Freeman, was born in December 1973 in Geist Township, Tennessee, and was the oldest of 2 daughters to her parents. She was also raised in a deeply religious family with strict rules. The head of the family for many years served as a pastor in the Christian church where the girl attended Sunday school. A few years later, a second daughter was born to the family and named Patricia. Unfortunately, the girl was born prematurely and had a number of serious health problems, including cerebral palsy, encephalitis, epilepsy, and mental retardation. For many years, the parents did not want to put up with the disappointing diagnoses of the child and desperately tried to treat her, agreeing even to experimental therapy. However, it did not bring any particular improvement. Mary tenderly loved her little sister, always treated her with awe and cared for her as best she could. But in 1987, when 10-year-old Patricia was bathing in the bathtub, her older sister was only a minute away to take something from the bathing accessories. And at that very moment, the girl had another epileptic seizure. When Mary returned to the room, her sister was no longer breathing, and all attempts to resuscitate her had come to nothing. For a 13-year-old girl, it was a huge shock and the first loss in her life. She blamed herself for the tragedy and was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Teachers who saw the deplorable state of Mary sent her to the school psychologist, working with whom she helped. But her father, learning about what was happening, made a scandal and forbade his daughter to go to these sessions, saying that such problems are discussed only within the family. In fact, the girl never received real moral support from her parents. Mary grew up modest and quite shy. She tried to avoid any conflicts, and after the tragic death of her little sister, she became withdrawn. Since her father did not allow her to seek help from a specialist, the trauma over the years has resulted in serious psychological problems. After the death of Patricia, the parents decided to adopt a little girl named Charlotte, who was from a dysfunctional large family. Soon the couple was also allowed to take custody of Charlotte's 2 brothers and sister, so the family was reunited in their new home. Mary was once again the older sister and took care of the younger children while helping her mother. Matthew and Mary Winkler. Family life. The future spouses met soon after Matthew graduated from high school. The guy was prominent, handsome, athletic, and enjoyed great popularity with the opposite sex. But to spin novels right and left, he did not allow a strict religious upbringing. The young people immediately developed a liking for each other, which quickly grew into love. For both of them, it was the first strong feeling in their lives, and after a couple of months they met each other's parents, and having received their blessing, began to plan a wedding. In April 1994, the lovers got married. When the family had an older daughter, Patricia, the head of the family was still in college and was forced to leave school for a while. He took a job at a construction site, but long there did not last because he was not used to hard physical labor. During this period, for the first time made himself aware of the difficult character of Matthew. He was often angry with others, irritated at small things, and sometimes he could not control his anger. But Mary tried not to complain and not to tell anyone about what was happening in her family. A meek young woman brought up in the spirit of patriarchy obeyed her husband in everything. At first, the Winklers lived near the house of Mary's parents, so she was able to see them regularly. But soon Mrs. Freeman was diagnosed with cancer, which rapidly progressed, and in just a few months, she literally burned from the disease. It was another shock for Mary, and the care of her underage siblings now fell on her shoulders. The situation was further complicated by the fact that Mary was pregnant again at that time. But soon after the birth of their second daughter, the family moved to another city, where they bought their own small house. After the move, Mary was completely absorbed in the care of the baby and almost stopped communicating with her father, as well as with younger brothers and sisters, who were too demanding and constantly needed attention. In addition, the young mother began to suffer from severe postpartum depression. Everyone who was closely acquainted with the family Winkler noted some oddities in the character and behavior of Mary. The young woman was characterized as an introvert and even sociophobic. She did not communicate with anyone. It was difficult for her to make new acquaintances, much less friendships. She suffered from mood swings, was prone to melancholy, and any little thing could bring her to tears. While Matthew was building his career as a pastor, his wife became increasingly withdrawn. The situation became even more complicated when Mary once again became pregnant, and a few months later, she learned that the fetus had died in her womb. Such news strongly shook Mary, who was looking forward to the appearance of this child and very much dreamed of a large, friendly family. Again, to see the long-awaited 2 stripes on the pregnancy test she could only 2 years later, and her happiness was unbounded. This time, hid her pregnancy for a long time, as if afraid of something. She did so until her situation became obvious. Once again, everyone began to talk about Mary's strange behavior and pathological reticence. The strange behavior of Mrs. Winkler was associated not only with the severe psychological trauma she suffered in childhood, but also with a very unhealthy environment within her own family, which only undermined her already unstable nervous system. The head of the family was a man of authority and demanded unconditional obedience. Despite the fact that in public the Winklers looked like an ideal married couple, where there was trust, mutual respect, and harmony, in reality, their neighbors have repeatedly heard how the husband shouted and snapped at his wife for no apparent reason. No one could even imagine that a respected pastor could raise a hand on his wife until one day Mary had a huge black eye. Despite the fact that she denied the fact of domestic violence and said that it was an accident, the city quickly spread rumors about the cruelty of a young preacher who beats the mother of his children. In addition, Matthew at some point developed an irresistible urge to experiment in bed. He offered his wife to diversify their intimate life with role-playing games, adult toys, and so on. But for Mary, brought up in strictness with conservative views, such was unacceptable. She strongly restricted her husband in this, which infuriated him, and he repeatedly tried to get what he wanted by force. One day, after another abuse in bed, Mary called her only close friend in tears and complained to her about the situation. The friend, who promised to keep her secret, immediately blobbed about everything, which provoked a new wave of rumors and gossip about the unacceptable behavior of the clergyman. At that time, Matthew was up for promotion and aspired to be a local church leader, but he was rejected because of rapidly spreading unpleasant rumors about him. Moreover, he was also removed from his position in the Sunday school, where he had brought God's word to the children and was in good standing. This was requested by the parents, who had also heard about the pastor's peculiar predilections. All this forced the family to leave their residence and move to another city where they planned to start over. They settled in Selmer, where they quickly gained the love and respect of those around them. Matthew took a job as a church pastor again, and his wife found a part-time job to make a small contribution to the family income. And although the family was still not smooth, their neighbors, as well as the congregation of the church where Matthew preached, considered Mary and Matthew an ideal couple and their family, a model. Next door to the Winkler family lived a young married couple with whom the couple quickly became friends. They often visited each other, celebrated holidays together, shared news and secrets. A few months before the tragedy, during a joint dinner at the pastor's house, bragged to the neighbors that her husband had bought her a gun for self-defense and had already taken her to the shooting range several times to learn how to handle it confidently. Mary turned out to be quite a capable student, quickly mastered all the subtleties and accurately shot at targets. Moreover, it turned out that the Winklers already had firearms in the house, which had been purchased by the pastor earlier, also for self-defense. The guests wondered why the pastor and his wife needed all this, because they live in a quiet town where they have no enemies and everyone around them loves and respects their family. After another move of the couple, their financial situation left much to be desired. Mary was in search of various part-time jobs, and she also decided to get a medical degree to get a job in a clinic and help sick children. Soon, Mary decided to improve the financial condition of their family through financial fraud. She herself later claimed that she did not realize that she was doing something illegal and was going to pay back all the money as soon as she got back on her feet. What Mary was doing is commonly referred to as artificially inflating account balances. Mrs. Winkler also received checks from unspecified sources and then deposited them into a bank account she and her husband owned. She then changed the address of the account so that all communications would be routed there. The total amount of checks she received was almost $17,000, which aroused certain suspicions of the bank employees who decided to invite the couple to the office branch to clarify the circumstances and resolve the situation. But the pastor and his wife never showed up at the bank, and this aroused even more suspicion. It was assumed that Matthew was not aware of what his wife was doing at all. However, after Matthew's death, his wife tried to prove in court that the whole story of fraud was his idea, and that it was he who forced her to make dubious transactions, while he himself remained in the shadows without arousing suspicion. Where has Mary disappeared to? When Mr. Winkler was found murdered in his own home, his wife and daughters were put on the wanted list, fearing that they too might be in mortal danger. Initially, the meek, shy, and homely Mary was initially viewed solely as a possible victim of the crime. However, after talking to neighbors and receiving information from the bank about financial fraud, she became the main suspect in the murder of her own husband. It was necessary to find out as soon as possible where Mary had disappeared to, where the children were, and if they were all right. They, as well as their family car, were put on the wanted list. Attempts were also made to trace transactions made from Mary's bank card and to locate her location through her cell phone signal. Mary was found just a day later in an Alabama resort town where she and her children were having fun at a local amusement park. It was as if the mother wanted to give her children one last party, realizing that she would soon be going to prison and would see her girls very soon. When the family was taken to the police station to testify, the two older daughters confidently told the same story. According to them, intruders broke into the house and injured their dad, and their mom picked up a gun to protect them. They were then forced to run for their lives. According to the girls, their father was alive and in the hospital, and they were soon to go and see him and return home. What exactly happened in the house, as it turned out, Patricia and Maria Eliza did not see, and learned about the events from the words of their mother. They only heard a gunshot and glimpsed their father lying on the floor, and then their mother put them in the car and they drove away. Mary almost immediately began to confess, but she claimed that she could not reconstruct the entire chain of events of that day, referring to the temporary blur. According to her, her spouse had abused her for years, humiliating her and inducing her to forms of intimacy that were unacceptable to her. Mary insisted that it was he who had initiated the financial scam she had perpetrated. Matthew demanded total obedience, easily lost his temper, and once gave the will of his fists. This was confirmed by Matthew's secretary at his previous place of employment. The woman repeatedly witnessed how the pastor insulted his wife, who carefully brought him lunch to church, but he was always dissatisfied with something. The evening before the tragedy, there was another scandal in the family, because of which the spouses went to bed in separate rooms. Mary cried all night, and in the morning she did not realize how in her hands was a shotgun, which her husband kept loaded. She entered Matthew's room and shot him in the back while he was still lying in bed. Matthew collapsed to the floor, bloody foam oozing from his mouth and nose. According to Mary, her husband, while still alive, whispered, "Why?" To which she replied, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Mary then took her daughters and left the house, and her husband, as experts have established, tried to reach for the phone to call for help, but he no longer had the strength to do so. By the way, the weapon of crime was found in the trunk of the car on which Mary left with the children. For what purpose she took it with her, Mrs. Winkler also could not answer. At the trial, The role-playing costumes found in their home were presented as evidence of the pastor's humiliation and moral abuse of his wife. Upon seeing them, Mary turned pale and then became hysterical. Despite the fact that she confused her testimony and told several different versions of what happened, the court agreed that she was the victim of a domestic tyrant, and the murder was the result of years of anger, resentment, and pain. However, this did not absolve Mary of responsibility for what she had done. In April 2007, the court delivered its final verdict in this complicated and confusing case. Mrs. Winkler was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter, but her mental state raised many questions. It was originally expected that the young woman would be sent to prison for at least 6 years, but in the end, she was given a sentence of less than 1 year. She spent 2 months of that sentence in a psychiatric hospital where experts were trying to determine whether she could regain custody of her children upon release. In the summer of 2008, Mary was given sole custody of her daughters, who all this time lived with their paternal grandparents. Matthew's parents were extremely upset by this circumstance. They believed that their daughter-in-law had deliberately killed their son and suffered virtually no punishment for it, and now their granddaughters were given full custody of her. However, all their numerous attempts to file appeals had failed. As for the fraud case, it never went to trial. The bank never filed formal charges, and the whole story was dropped. Baby Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. When she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41.92 2nd Street in Fall River, Massachusetts, August 4, 1892. The Borden family's maid, Bridget Sullivan, nicknamed Maggie, relaxed on her bed on a sunny day after washing the outer windows. When the clock ticked 11, she heard the city hall bell sound. The Borden daughter suddenly broke the hush. "Come down, Maggie. Come down quickly. Father is dead. Someone killed him inside." Maggie called the police. Andrew Borden's body was hacked almost beyond recognition. When the police arrived, they covered his body. Then they searched downstairs for evidence of an intruder. By that time, Adelaide Churchill, a neighbor who had come to comfort the Borden daughters, made a gruesome discovery on the 2nd floor of the Borden home. It was the body of Abby Borden, Borden's daughter's stepmother. Investigators discovered Abby's corpse cold, but Andrew's was found warm, implying that Abby was slain at least 90 minutes before her husband. The Fall River Herald revealed that news of the Borden homicides under the headline "Shocking Crime," a venerable citizen and his aged wife hacked to pieces in their home. It spread like wildfire and hundreds started pouring into 2nd Street, where for years Andrew J. Borden and his wife had lived in happiness. A Herald reporter who went to the crime scene described the deceased man's face as a wound 6 by 4 inches broad, had been created across the left temple as if it had been pounded with the dull point of an axe. The left eye had been pulled out and the nose had been trimmed to length. The man's clothes were drenched in blood and his face had been cut to pieces. Despite the gore, the room was in order and there were no traces of any altercation. According to the Fall River Herald, initial conjecture focused on a Portuguese laborer who had visited the Borden residence earlier in the morning and requested the wages owed him. Medical evidence revealed that Abby Borden was killed by a big guy who attacked the victim from behind. 2 days after the killings, newspapers began presenting evidence that Lizzie Borden, the younger than 33, was involved in her parents' Eli Benson employee at S.R. Smith's medicine shop in Fall River informed authorities that Lizzie went to the store the day before the murder and tried to buy prussic acid, a lethal poison. It seemed that Lizzie and her stepmother never got along amicably. Although family members said ties between the two women were regular, they had not spoken for a considerable time back. Meanwhile, people saw Lizzie as innocent. From the majority of opinion, it may be said, in Lizzie Borden's life, there is neither a single unmaidenly nor a single purposefully nasty conduct. However, the lack of blood elsewhere except on the corpses of the victims and the police's inability to find any precise murder weapon led them to believe that someone within the Borden home perpetrated the killings. Moreover, since Lizzie's elder sister Emma was out of the house at the massacre, suspicion began to fall on her. Investigators wondered why Lizzie knew so little about her mother's whereabouts. They also considered Lizzie's claim that she was out in the rear barn searching for irons for a plant fishing trip, while implausible Andrew Borden was slain in the main room. The dusty floor of the barn loft where she claimed to have searched revealed no tracks, and the suffocating heat in the attic seemed unlikely to tempt anybody to spend more than few minutes looking for equipment that would not be used for days. Theories concerning a tile mail invader were questioned. One renowned physician stated that hacking is practically a sure evidence of a deed by a woman who is oblivious of what she is doing. In the courtroom above police headquarters on August 9th, an inquest into the Borden killings was convened. District Attorney Jose Anulton questioned Lizzie Borden, Bridget Sullivan, home visitor John Morse, and others before criminal magistrate Josiah Blaisdell. Lizzie offered unclear and inconsistent responses during her 4-hour assessment. The hearing was delayed 2 days later, and Police Chief Hilliard arrested Lizzie Borden. Lizzie pleaded not guilty to the allegations of murder the next day and was carried by rail car to the Taunton prison, 8 miles north of Fall River. Lizzie returned to a Fall River courthouse on August 22nd for her preliminary hearing. Judge Josiah Blaisdell ruled her probably guilty and ordered her to face a grand jury and possible charges for her parents. The grand jury convened in November. The jury reconvened after initially declining to deliver an indictment and hearing additional testimony from Alice Russell, a family acquaintance who remained with the 2 Borden sisters in the killings. Russell told grand jurors that she saw Lizzie Borden burn a blue garment in a kitchen fire because it was mirrored with old paint, as Lizzie described. The evidence, together with prior testimony from Bridget Sullivan, that Lizzie was wearing a blue dress on the morning of the killings, persuaded grand jurors to prosecute Lizzie for her parents. Russell's evidence also convinced the sisters to cut all relations with their old buddy. Lizzie Borden's trial began on June 5, 1893, at the New Bedford Courthouse before a 3-judge panel, a robust defense team, including former Massachusetts Governor George Robinson and Andrew Jennings, represented the defendant, while District Attorney Knowlton and Thomas Moody argued the case for the prosecution. Moody presented the state's case before a jury of 12 men. This cause of Andrew and Abby Borden were discovered when Moody inadvertently put Lizzie's blue gown on the prosecution table during his speech. According to a few sources, seeing her parents' calls sent Lizzie into a frenzy that lasted for many minutes, sending a rush of excitement through awestruck viewers and prompting actual irritation and discomfort to pierce the ranks of counsel. Lizzie sat behind the fan for most of Moody's 2-hour address, watching as the prosecution presented Lizzie as the only person with both the motivation and opportunity to commit the double murders, and then show the head of the axe that Lizzie used to murder her parents. The state's first witnesses testified about the events in and around the Borden residence on August 4, 1892. The most significant of these witnesses, 26-year-old Sullivan, testified that Lizzie was the only person she saw in the house when her parents were murdered. However, she gave the defense some solace when she said she had not seen any signs of Lizzie's rumored ugly relationship with her stepmother during her over 2 years of service to the family. She stated, "Everything was lovely. Lizzie and her mother were often talking." Other prosecution witnesses backed Sullivan's claim that Lizzie and her stepmother were getting along nicely. Sullivan also testified that Andrew and Abby Borden had stomach aches the day before the murder. Lizzie stated she was cleaning exterior windows during Abby's death. After Andrew Borden arrived home from his trip around town, Sullivan testified that she unlocked the door for him and then heard Lizzie's call for aid a few minutes after 11 o'clock. Several witnesses claimed to have seen Andrew Borden in the 2 hours leading up to his murder in various locations throughout town. On the morning of the killings, household visitor John Morse, 60, recounted eating breakfast in the Borden residence and then going to do chores. The following witnesses reported the events and conversations after the killings were discovered. Dr. C. Barry Bowen, the Borden family physician, related Lizzie's narrative about hunting for lead sinkers in the barn, and her belief that her father's problems with his tenants had anything to do with the killings. On cross-examination, C. Barry agreed with the defense that the morphine he administered for Lizzie may have contributed to some of her confusing and conflicting evidence at the inquest after the killings. Another significant witness, Adlai Churchill, recalls Lizzie wearing a bright blue dress with a diamond motif on her, but she didn't recall seeing any blood marks. Fall River assistant Marshal John Fleet remembers speaking with Lizzie immediately after the killings. When he named Abby Borden her mother, Lizzie corrected him. Lizzie said, "She was not my mother, sir. she was my stepmother. My mother died when I was a youngster. Alice Russell's testimony was once again the most powerful. Lizzie visited Russell the night before the murders, announcing that she would soon be leaving on vacation and feeling that something is hanging over me. I can't tell what it is. I feel worried something will happen. Lizzie sent to Russell after detailing her parents' severe stomach sickness, which she attributed to awful baker's bread. She wanted to go to sleep with one eye open half the time, for fear that someone may burn the home down or harm her father since he was so discourteous to others. Lizzie said to Russell, District Attorney Moody moved on to the Sunday after the killings and quizzed Russell about the clothing burning incident. I will burn this old thing up. It's covered with paint. Lizzie said to Russell when she asked what she would do with the blue outfit. During cross-examination, defense counsel George Robinson tried to imply that a guilty person attempting to remove damning evidence would not do it in such a public manner as Lizzie supposedly did. To Lizzie's testimony, Russell also mentioned a talk with Lizzie regarding a message she got from a messenger on the morning of the murders, summoning her to visit a sick acquaintance. Lizzie used the message to explain why she assumed her mother had left the house and didn't think to seek her when she found her father dead. The claimed message was never discovered after a thorough search of the Borden residence. According to Russell, she jokingly indicated to Lizzie that her mother may have destroyed the message. Yes, she must have, Lizzie said, according to Russell. Robinson's performance pleased reporters, with one remarking that the ex-governor is absolutely without rival as a cross-examiner in New York City. According to one trial reporter, Robinson appeared ready to turn more or less to his account practically every government witness. The defense relied heavily on the testimony of the state's witnesses. There has never been a trial with such spectacular inconsistencies offered by witnesses, summoned for a single goal, wrote one writer covering the trial. The defense kept hammering on the prosecution's main witnesses' inconsistent testimony. The defense also questioned the prosecution's case. Where is the handle that allegedly broke off from the axe head that the state brought into court and claimed was part of the murder weapon? The government had no response. The defense also took advantage of the government's timeline, which allowed between 8 and 13 minutes between Andrew Borden's murder and Lizzie's call to Bridget Sullivan. Robinson attempted to portray the difficulty of washing blood of one's person, clothes, and murder weapon, then hiding the murder weapon, all within that short time frame. The three-judge panel ruling that Lizzie Borden's inquest testimony, which was riddled with inconsistencies and unconvincing assertions, could not be brought into evidence by the prosecution might have been the turning point in the trial. The courts found that Lizzie was effectively a prisoner accused of 2 murders at the coroner's inquiry. Her testimony at the inquest, given in the absence of her attorney, was not voluntary. The judges stated Lizzie should have been informed that she had the right to stay quiet under the Fifth Amendment. The justices dismissed the state's position that Lizzie was merely a suspect at the inquest, not a prisoner. Her statement should be included, since it was more like denial than a confession. After a decisive setback, the prosecution arrested its case on June 14th. The prosecution wanted drugged Eli Benz to tell the jury about Lizzie Borden going to a Fall River drugstore the day before the murders and asking for 10 cents worth of prussic acid, a poison. The state attempted to prove the characteristics, properties, and applications of prussic acid through medical experts, drugists, furriers, and chemists with a jury, but it was dismissed. Each departed the courtroom with a palm leaf fan and cold water. After hearing the state's basic argument, the judges decided that the evidence should be omitted. The defense offered only a few witnesses. The night before the killings, Charles Gifford and Uriah Kirby saw a strange figure near the Borden residence at 11 o'clock. Dr. Benjamin Hanvey testified that at 10:30 a.m. on August 4th, he spotted a pale-faced young guy on the sidewalk near 92nd Street. A plumber and a gas fitter testified that they were in the Borden's barn loft a day or two before the killings, throwing doubt on police claims that Lizzie's alibi was questionable since the loft's dust seemed undisturbed. The defense's most anticipated witness was Lizzie's elder sister, Emma Borden. Lizzie and her father, according to Emma, had an excellent connection. She informed jurors that the gold ring found on Andrew Borden's little finger was given to him by Lizzie 10 or 15 years ago and that he treasured it, even as she acknowledged residual bitterness over her father's transfer of a Fall River home, which Emma referred to as grandfather's house. To Abby and her sister, Emma asserted that Lizzie and her stepmother had good ties. The defense thought Emma would testify that the Bordens had a habit of burning leftovers and bits of clothing, but the court deemed the testimony inadmissible. A.V. Jennings, arguing for the defense, said, "From beginning to finish, there is not a single shred of direct evidence against Lizzie A. Borden. There isn't a single drop of blood, and there isn't a single weapon they have linked to her." Governor Robinson, who spoke after Jennings, maintained that the crime had to have been done by a crazy or a demon, not by someone with his client's good background. He claimed that the state had failed to fulfill its burden of demonstrating guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Furthermore, it was physically impossible for Lizzie to have done the crime within the timetable provided by the prosecution without the assistance of a Confederate. Robinson dismissed the argument that Lizzie killed her parents while stark nude to avoid having blood marks on her clothes, claiming that the killings may have been done by an intruder who slipped out of the home observed. Justice Dewey charged the jury after Josiah Knowlton's able summary of the prosecution's evidence. According to one media article, if the judge had been the senior counsel for the defense, delivering the closing plea on behalf of the prisoner, he could not have more empathically laid out the foolishness of relying on circumstantial evidence alone. The newspaper said it was a remarkable charge, a plea for the innocent. According to Justice Dewey, jurors should consider Lizzie's extraordinary Christian character, which entitled her to every inference in her favor. Before arriving at her judgment, the jury deliberated for an hour and a half. "What is your verdict?" the clerk inquired of the jury foreman. The foreman said, "Not guilty." Lizzie screamed out of a joyful shriek, dropped into her chair, leaned her hands on the courthouse rail, buried her face in her hands, and let out a second joyous roar. Emma, her attorney, and the entire audience rushed to congratulate Lizzie. She said, hiding her face in her sister's arms, "Take me home now. I want to go back to the old location tonight." The jury's decision was largely applauded. Regardless, no matter how plausible it is that Lizzie murdered her parents, the prosecution failed to fulfill its burden of proof of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The state's case was primarily based on the assertion that no one else could have committed the crime. That, along with a few other dubious behaviors on Lizzie's part, such as burning her clothes, was not enough for the board and jury to condemn her. Some assumed that if the defendant had been a man, the jury would have been more willing to convict. One of the defense's most potent arguments was that most people in 1893 couldn't believe a lady with Lizzie's upbringing could have committed such heinous murders. Lizzie Borden moved to Fall River after the trial when she and her sister Emma bought Maplecroft, a beautiful property on the hill. Lizzie became interested in theater. She attended many performances and socialized with performers, painters, and bohemian types. In 1905, Emma moved out of Maplecroft. Lizzie remained at Maplecroft until her death in 1927 at 67. In Fall River's Oak Grove Cemetery, she was laid to rest beside her parents' graves. Within 9 days of Lizzie's death, her sister Emma died. With the lack of evidence, people and the state hoped that the 1890 case of Lizzie Borden would never get solved. Isn't the dark side of the unsolved 1890 case chilling? So let us look into another mystery. Greenbrier is a small town in Arkansas Faulkner County. It's the internationally known Riddle's Elephant and Wildlife Sanctuary. Greenbrier is often regarded as Arkansas's safest city. Greenbrier is currently a delightful and secure neighborhood. However, not in the 1980s and 1990s. Then the community of Greenbrier grew out of a bit of a brothel. It was where the world met Pamela Faye Falcons. 32-year-old Pamela Faye Falcons was a mother of 2 and a working clerk at Crossroads Video Store in Greenbrier, Arkansas. The night of February 2nd, 1990 was chilly and wet. Pam was working at the Crossroads Video Store at the time. Her husband David Falcons was meant to pick her up from work. David arrived and saw that Pam wasn't there when he came soon before the 9 p.m. closing hour. An ashtray with a lit cigarette and a hot cup of coffee sat on the counter seemed unusual to David. The cash register was still ringing. Pam's pocketbook, keys, and coat were all in the store, but she had vanished. David reported her missing. A search team was dispatched to find her immediately after getting David's statement. Officials and volunteers searched for the 32-year-old mother of two until lousy weather made the search difficult. The search resumed in the morning and continued throughout the afternoon. Then two of Pam's relatives discovered a terrible find 2 miles south of McGinty Town on Clinton Mountain Road. Within a flash of the moment, after the horrific discovery, her relatives wished to go and rewind the days with Pam. Yes, Pam's dead body was discovered at an old rubbish dump location. She had multiple cuts on her legs and had been battered with a blunt weapon around the head and shoulders, with the blow to the skull being the fatal injury, and a DNA sample was taken from her sperm. Faulkner County Sheriff's investigator Marty Montgomery, who went to school with Pam, was one of the initial investigators on the case. He also went on to serve as sheriff for 5 terms. Marty thought at least finding the inhumane animal could find some peace for Pam's kids and family. So he started to collect witnesses of the men who assaulted Pam. A young couple leaving the business just as the intruder entered it at 8:40 p.m. came the closest to becoming witnesses. The couple added that he was a tall, stocky Caucasian man in his 30s or 40s with a tattoo other distinctive feature on his left arm. Around the time of the kidnapping, someone eating at the Wagon Wheel restaurant next door to the video shop reported seeing a car there. A light blue Chevrolet with a white panel and a white camper shell was mentioned. Everyone within a 100-mile radius was looking for the vehicle, but it never showed up. Instead, they found that rape was allegedly committed at an abandoned mobile home on Heath Lane in Greenbrier. Montgomery said that they had received various intelligence reports from many sources. Alibis and polygraph testing cleared the persons who were brought in for interrogation. Other prospective witnesses were interrogated and physical evidence was analyzed. However, the probe soon came to a halt. According to Bob Blankenship, then sheriff of Faulkner County, the inquiry might take long unless investigators find a smoking gun. There have never been more actual words stated. Before DNA identified the culprit, Faulkner County elected 5 additional sheriffs. But only after 18 long years, with the flourishing DNA technologies, forensic genealogists could search ancestral databases for matches to DNA samples recovered at crime scenes. In October 2018, Faulkner County Sheriff Tim Riles announced at a news conference that they were able to use DNA genealogy with a 99% accuracy to discover the owner of the DNA acquired from Pam. Using unknown DNA, a family tree construction approach was utilized to identify Edward Keith Reniger. Investigators also retrieved DNA from the murderer's biological daughter, which revealed a 99% match. Our culprit has a history of sexually assaulting women and was sentenced to 10 months in jail in 1994 for kidnapping a Cleburne County lady at knife point who managed to flee. He relocated to Utah, where he resided with his father after his release in May 1995. He, a former truck driver, passed away in 2002 from cancer. He has been aggressive toward his 2 ex-wives. According to his daughter, he was the subject of a restraining order. The murderer's daughter confirmed that he was living in Greenbrier when the Falcons were murdered. He'd been a frequent visitor to the video store, but her daughter didn't recognize him, and neither did her friends or family. According to Solomon Graves, Public Information Officer and Legislative Liaison for the Arkansas Department of Corrections, the intruder has a surgical scar on his left forearm, but it was not what the couple witnessed at the video shop. Officials haven't closed the investigation yet, and they've been cautious with their language, referring to Reniger as the principal suspect in the case, rather than the murderer. They'd prefer more supporting evidence, such as a murder weapon or something Pam had to wound up in Reniger's belongings. Investigator Kent Hill wasn't able to remark on whether Reniger had an accomplice. Falcons was under 100 pounds and stood 5 feet tall. Reniger was 6 feet 4 inches, so he could have easily upmuscled her. But it doesn't rule out the possibility of a co-conspirator. Other concerns and perceptions persist. What had Reniger been up to throughout his years as a free man? Was Pam Falcons the only one who died? Or did Reniger get framed up? Is there anyone who knows how to fit all of the puzzle parts together? Reniger worked at Verco Manufacturing in Conway from 1988 to 1990 or 1991, and Sheriff Friles requested a public's aid in knowing more about him. After being released from prison, he went to welding school at the Spartan College of Aeronautics and Technology in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Investigators Kent Hill and Johnny Fawkes are waiting for anyone who may have known Reniger or have information regarding his personal life, or those he was affiliated with. But he seems to have no friends, and also even his ex and wives are not aware in depth of his past. Reniger is the primary suspect, but they don't have enough pieces of evidence to prove that he is the murderer. It's been 32 long years, there is not even a lead, and nobody had ever claimed they knew Reniger except his family, who are unaware of his darkest side. Case of Ana Walshe, a horrific event in the basement of a family home. For over a year now, an investigation has been ongoing into the mysterious disappearance of a young woman and mother of 3 children, Ana Walshe. In January of the previous year, the case was reclassified as a brutal crime, although the body of the missing 39-year-old American woman of Serbian descent has yet to be found to this day. Her husband, Brian Walsh, who had previously encountered legal issues for fraud, was arrested on charges related to her disappearance. No one could have imagined that this individual could be responsible for ending the life of the mother of his sons. It's noteworthy that the Walsh family appeared to be quite prosperous, successful, and happy on the surface. Moreover, the couple was not in want, living in a luxurious home, and could afford anything they desired. However, few were aware of what happened behind the closed doors of this large and beautiful house. Even the person closest to Ana, her mother, did not realize the deadly danger her daughter was in. Interestingly, Brian managed to woo Ana away from her previous husband years ago in a rather unique manner. So unique, in fact, that the woman and her first husband even sought police protection from harassment and threats. Nevertheless, she eventually left with Walsh, to whom she was married for over 7 years. But what happened that led the family head to decide to rid himself of his wife? And what did he do to her? Who was Ana Walsh? Ana Labasic, who later became known as Ana O'Neill following her first marriage, was born on April 18, 1983, in the Serbian capital of Belgrade. Here, she spent her formative years growing up with her younger sister and a cultured family. Her academic journey led her to the 5th Belgrade Gymnasium, where she excelled as one of its standout students. Pursuing higher education, Ana attended the esteemed Belgrade Research University, the most historic and expansive university in Serbia. Her academic pursuits included a deep dive into foreign languages, culminating in a master's degree in French language and literature. At 22, with her diploma in hand, sought broader horizons and career prospects in the United States, a move fully supported by her family. In 2005, she embarked on her American dream. Settling in the U.S., Ana aimed to further her education in hospitality management. She took on administrative roles at prestigious hotels, notably the Inn at Little Washington in Virginia, a part of the elite Relay and Chateau Hotel Circle. Ana's warmth, approachability, and sense of duty saw her swiftly ascend the professional ladder, garnering respect from her peers and supervisors alike. Multilingual and adept at resolving conflict, her innate charm and charisma allowed her to form connections with ease. Beloved by colleagues and blessed with a burgeoning circle of friends, Ana seized every chance to shine. She became a U.S. retaining her Serbian nationality, enjoyed a high income, and invested in her own property and car. Her travels broadened her horizons further, and her career flourished, leading to a promotion to senior manager. Ana's intelligence, beauty, slender frame, and radiant smile attracted many admirers. During her tenure at the Wheatley Hotel in Lenox, Massachusetts, she found love with Marcus O'Neill, the establishment's head chef. Their romance led to marriage in 2009, and Ana adopted her husband's last name. Who is Brian Walsh? Brian Paul Walsh was born in July 1975 in Boston, Massachusetts, into a well-known, affluent, and respected family. His father, Thomas Walsh, was a distinguished neurologist who worked at one of the state's leading hospitals where he headed a department and also taught at a prestigious medical university. From a young age, Brian was the quintessential spoiled child, luxuriating in wealth and never knowing the word no. He attended one of the best private schools, wore expensive branded clothing, and lived a life of ease. Despite his parents' efforts to provide him with the best education after finishing school, He failed to stay enrolled in any of the 3 prestigious colleges his father had arranged for him to attend. Nevertheless, Brian was far from foolish. His peers remembered him as cunning, calculating, and quite aggressive. He always found a way to get what he wanted one way or another. Brian was known for his extraordinary, even obsessive desire for money and a luxurious lifestyle, and he was extremely reluctant to part with his funds. In his youth, he often borrowed money from friends, only to never return it. During his college years, he would invite friends to the most luxurious restaurants, then through various schemes and manipulations, ensure that others always paid his share of the bill. For many years, Brian was estranged from his father, up until the elder Walsh's death in 2018. The rift in their relationship began after the ungrateful son fraudulently withdrew nearly $1 million from Dr. Thomas Walsh's personal account and simply disappeared with the money. The father did not report his son to the police, and even tried to persuade him to return the money voluntarily. When Brian refused, Thomas ceased all communication with him. By the time of this egregious theft incident, Brian's parents had long been divorced, and his father had another family and decided to permanently erase his eldest heir from his life and his will. However, when Thomas passed away, Brian immediately made his presence known and even filed a lawsuit claiming that the will left behind was forged by the doctor's widow and younger children to cheat him out of his rightful inheritance. Naturally, he was unable to prove anything or receive any part of the estate. Moreover, those who knew Brian described him as greedy, malevolent, and quite cruel, with a tendency towards violence and an inability to control his emotions. He achieved everything by force and during bouts of anger became dangerous. According to some reports, in the late 2000s, Walsh underwent treatment in a psychiatric clinic where he attempted to curb his bursts of rage, and it was then that he was officially diagnosed with sociopathy, a truly peculiar love story. The future spouses met in 2014, a time when Ana was working as a senior reservation manager at the Wheatley Hotel in Massachusetts. At that moment, she was married to Marcus O'Neill, who was employed there as well. Brian was among the hotel's guests, and he was immediately taken by the attractive young woman. The fact that Ana was already married did not deter Walsh in the slightest. He began to show her attention that grew increasingly insistent. Accustomed to getting his way from a young age and not one to accept refusal, he began to pursue Ana relentlessly. He managed to obtain her phone number and even her home address, where she lived with her husband, turning their lives into an absolute nightmare. In 2015, the O'Neills found themselves compelled to ask the police for protection against Brian's incessant harassment, which persisted day and night. He constantly sought out Ana, called her at work, sent messages to her personal phone, and demanded she divorce her husband to be with him. The situation escalated when Walsh threatened to harm Ana and her husband if she did not leave with him. What happened next remains unclear, including why Ana eventually changed her mind. However, a year after seeking police protection from Walsh, she unexpectedly divorced her husband. Moreover, a few months later, Brian became her second officially wedded husband. The newlyweds settled in a luxurious home in Cohasset, Massachusetts, located about 20 miles southeast of Boston in an upscale and well-appointed neighborhood. In this marriage, they welcomed 3 sons in quick succession. The boys were born a couple of years apart, and at the time of their mother's disappearance, they were 6, 4, and 2 years old. Ana did not consider taking maternity leave and successfully juggled work with motherhood, continuing her upward career trajectory. She assumed the position of regional general manager at Tishman Speyer, a real estate company, where she earned a high salary and effectively became the primary breadwinner for the family. As her job frequently took her to Washington, D.C., she also purchased another home there, registered in her name, where she stayed during business trips. During these times, she relied on visiting nannies to help care for her children. The fraud case against Brian Walsh. What was the head of this large family doing while his wife was both expanding their family and building her career? Brian was unemployed. The $1 million he had once taken from his father was dwindling, and everything his wife acquired was wisely registered in her name. Brian was actively seeking effortless income sources. Before marrying Ana, Brian had spent some time in South Korea, where he befriended a very wealthy individual whose family owned an impressive art collection. Upon returning to the United States, Walsh maintained this connection, and his friend unexpectedly asked for his help in selling several paintings by the iconic artist Andy Warhol. Brian eagerly agreed, but decided not just to sell the artworks for a commission, but to truly profit from the transaction. He had access to a series of abstract paintings by the great artist, collectively titled Shadows. He appraised each painting, obtained the necessary documentation, including authenticity certificates, and then decided to create copies of both the images and the accompanying documents. Walsh approached artists who made precise replicas of the paintings. He convinced the artists that he needed these copies as a backup, since each of the original works was worth about $250,000. For several years, the fraudster successfully copied and sold fake paintings as originals to collectors from various countries, until one of his buyers, an art expert specializing in Andy Warhol's work, quickly identified a forgery and sued the fraudster. The FBI took on the investigation, and in April 2021, the suspect pleaded guilty to selling counterfeit art. He was placed under house arrest after his lawyer negotiated a deal requiring him to return the proceeds from the sale of the paintings to the buyers to avoid actual prison time. Brian's movements were significantly restricted, but he was allowed to leave his house. Twice a day, he could drive his children to and from their educational institutions. Additionally, he had 2.5 hours in the morning to visit stores, pharmacies, dry cleaners, and a few other places in his area to purchase necessities. The list of these places was limited and approved in an official document. The mysterious disappearance of Mrs. Walsh. On December 31st, 2022, the Walsh family was preparing to ring in the new year together in the comfort of their home. Present were just the spouses and their 3 sons. Due to their young ages, the boys went to bed early, leaving Ana and Brian at the dinner table. That day, Ana made her last post on social media, extending her greetings and noting ambiguously that the year had been challenging. But she and her husband remained united. Ana was scheduled to fly to Washington, D.C. for work on January 3rd, but on January 4th, her employer, Tishman Speyer, reported her missing to the police. She had failed to show up for work, missed closing a crucial deal, and her phone had been unreachable for several days. Independently of Speyer's actions, her husband also reported her missing, expressing his concern that he had been unable to contact her for several days. According to Brian, he last saw Ana on January 1st. He claimed she woke him up early in the morning, saying that there were some issues at work, and her boss had requested her to come in earlier than planned. After that, Mr. Walsh believed his wife headed to the airport with just a few belongings. However, inconsistencies in the case soon emerged. Firstly, Ana hadn't purchased, changed, or reserved a flight ticket for January 1st, nor had she canceled her flight scheduled for January 3rd. Secondly, she didn't appear at the airport on either January 1st or 3. Thirdly, how did she leave the house? Her personal car was still in the garage, and she hadn't called for a taxi. Brian suggested she might have hitchhiked, but this theory sounded far from convincing. Brian's statements and behavior raised many questions. His accounts were inconsistent, and he didn't seem particularly troubled by the unfolding events. Unable to contact the mother of his children for more than 3 days, he only reported her missing on the 4th day and only after her workplace called. Investigation and arrest of the suspect. From the outset, Mr. Walsh was considered a primary suspect, yet law enforcement lacked sufficient grounds for his arrest or a warrant to search their family home. They conducted only a cursory inspection with the homeowner's permission, which yielded nothing. Brian claimed he had been living a normal life during those 3 days, visiting usual stores and tending to household chores. However, verifying his claims proved difficult. Whenever he left the house, he forgot his phone, which according to him, was often taken without permission by his older children to play games. On January 5th, the police made a public appeal through television, displaying a photo of Ana and requesting anyone with information about her whereabouts or fate to immediately contact law enforcement. Yet no witnesses came forward. The last time Ana was known to have made calls was to her mother and sister on December 31st, making her husband the last known person to have seen her. surveillance camera footage from the neighborhood provided no leads. Ana was not captured on any cameras on the morning of January 1st, as if she had never left her home. On the contrary, her husband was recorded leaving and returning several times, but it was impossible to determine his destinations. Walsh's claim of a supermarket visit was debunked. His vehicle wasn't seen on any footage en route, nor was he spotted in the store. It wasn't until January 8th that Brian was arrested for providing false statements and taken in for questioning at the station while his home was finally searched. It was discovered that on January 1st, he had gone to a hardware store in a different area, not on the list of approved locations he could visit under house arrest conditions. There, he spent nearly $500 on a significant quantity of cleaning supplies, plastic sheeting, duct tape, a mop with a bucket, and utility rags. He paid in cash, presumably hoping his visit would go unnoticed. Horrifying discoveries in the family home. During the search, at first glance, nothing out of the ordinary or suspicious was found in the home. Everything was in its place, with no signs of struggle or bloodstains detected. However, when law enforcement descended into the basement, there was no longer any doubt. This was the scene of a gruesome crime. There, smeared bloodstains were visible everywhere, and among the old clutter, a bloodied knife and saw wrapped in towels were hidden. Previously, Walsh had admitted that on January 3rd, he visited his mother's home located on the other side of town. He claimed he had violated his house arrest conditions because his mother needed help with household tasks due to her deteriorating health. But after the grim discoveries in the basement, police suspected that on his way, the man could have disposed of evidence or parts of his deceased wife's body. All the trash bins in the area where the spouses lived, as well as along the route to his mother's house, were inspected. These searches yielded results, and in one of them, a kitchen hatchet with traces of dried blood and several blood-stained towels, similar to those found in the Walsh's basement, were discovered. Forensic analysis confirmed that the blood in the basement on the towels, knife, hatchet, and saw belonged to the missing Ana, dispelling any remaining doubts about her demise. Search history reveals chilling intent. Police seized a laptop belonging to Mr. Walsh, as well as a tablet owned by the couple's eldest son from the Walsh residence. The search history on these devices left investigators in disbelief. Weeks before his wife's disappearance, Brian was actively searching online for information about the most favorable states for divorce in terms of property division. He also sought information on whether he could lay claim to the second home in Washington, D.C., owned by Amma and registered solely in her name, thereby uncovering a possible motive for the crime. Regarding the tablet, the first query made around for in the morning on January 1st was, how long does it take for a body to start decomposing? This was followed by nearly 24 searches on how to dispose of a body, how to clean up blood traces, how to dismember a body, whether a body could be identified if the teeth were removed, how long DNA traces last, and whether a person could be charged with a crime if the body was never found. All this information was searched on his young child's tablet, the child of the woman he mercilessly dealt with. By January 3rd, Brian was already searching how and when can someone inherit the property of a person who has disappeared. Clearly, he was confident he would evade punishment and was preparing to claim the inheritance. Charges and trial on January 18th, Brian was formally charged with the murder of his wife, despite the fact that her body or any remains had not been found. Prosecutors believe that on the night of January 1st, Brian intentionally or accidentally took his wife's life and then decided to dispose of her body by dismembering it in the basement of their home. He then packaged the body parts in plastic and over the following days, discarded them in trash bins across different parts of the city. The area around the Walsh residence, as well as within a couple of kilometers, was thoroughly examined for evidence. Nearby wastelands, wooded areas, and bodies of water were also searched, but these efforts yielded no results. The defendant himself pleaded not guilty and refused to disclose what he had done with the body. Additionally, it was revealed that Ana had been feeling unhappy lately and had even considered divorcing her husband. She mentioned this several times during phone conversations with her mother and sister. The day before she disappeared, she called her mother asking her to fly from Serbia for a few days. However, Her mother apparently did not take her daughter's words seriously and decided to postpone her visit. The trial of Brian Walsh is ongoing. The accused is currently being held at the Norfolk Correctional Facility awaiting his next court date. Ana's mother has been following the investigation from her home as she has not traveled to the United States. The Serbian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has contacted the consulate in New York, which in turn has been in touch with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office to ensure that Ana's mother is timely informed about the investigation and hearings. As for the Walsh's 3 sons, they are now under state custody. None of Brian's family members wish to take care of them, citing Ana's mother's age and poor health, and her sister, who currently lives in Canada, also declined to take in her nephews. Only Ana's close friend, Pamela Borden, has expressed willingness to take the boys in, preferring that over them being separated and placed in different foster homes. It's late afternoon in the Calabar town of Queensland's picturesque scenic rim region, and a cool fall breeze softly sweeps through hundreds of fresh sunflowers. Vanessa Fowler, a mother of 2 visits to remember her beloved little sister. Vanessa says it was her favorite flower. She was a great lady in every aspect. She was strong, resilient, and passionate. Vanessa is mourning the tragic murder of Allison Baden-Clay, her baby sister. What happened to her? Let us go into the investigation. Brisbane is the 3rd most populous city in Australia and is located in Queensland. It's known for the river that runs through it. Despite its location beside a river, the town constructed an urban beach that is the size of 5 Olympic swimming pools. Tons of white sand are trucked in everywhere to preserve the street's beach. It was the place where the story of a woman's murder happened. It was among the most high-profile homicide cases Queensland has ever seen. The tale of the Baden-Clay family from Brisbane was first shown on Australian television in 2012. On April 20th, 2012, Friday, Gerard Baden-Clay called authorities at about 7:12 a.m. to report his 43-year-old wife, Allison, missing. He said that Allison had gone for a walk in their wealthy Brookfield neighborhood early in the morning. According to Gerard, she did this frequently. She did not, however, come for breakfast that day. He told Allison's parents the same thing. The police started looking for the missing person right away. First, they questioned their neighbors if they had seen anything or remembered seeing either Bade and Clay's vehicle between 8:30 p.m. Thursday and 8 a.m. on Friday. A Holden Captiva and Toyota Prado were the vehicles. A search involving hundreds of volunteers along with the police began immediately. An extensive investigation, including aircraft and police on horseback, was conducted across the rough terrain. In addition, they looked in the Dugwaller National Park's neighboring mountain forest. Firefighters also searched closed mine shafts. All of these attempts were organized by Sergeant Sharky Lang. According to Gerard, on April 23rd, police set up a mannequin in the Baden-Clay front yard, wearing the exact clothing Allison was last seen wearing. Allison was eventually discovered by a kayaker, not by the cops. On April 30th, the kayaker was near Anstead on Colo Creek. Allison was found at 11 a.m. on the muddy stream banks. She was dressed for a workout and resting on her side. Her arms were stretched out and her decomposition was advanced. Her blue shirt was pulled over her head, giving the impression that she had been dragged. Dental records were used to verify Allison's identification. According to the autopsy, Allison would have left significant gouge wounds on the intruder's face since some remains were under her nails. Her family and friends were beyond devastated upon hearing the news. Allison was a pure soul. She was a quiet and composed woman. On July 1st, 1968, Allison June Dickey was born. She was the second daughter of Priscilla and Jeff Dickey's 3 children. Allison was raised in Red Bank, a working-class area. She began her lifelong love of ballet at the age of 4, and her biggest dream was to start her own ballet studio. Allison won the Miss Brisbane Beauty pageant at 25 in 1994, and was around 5 feet 6 inches tall. She was also an impressive polyglot, with Japanese, Dutch, English, French, German, and Swedish being among her languages. Her friends had always considered her to be lucky and could not have imagined such disastrous things to happen to this Wonder Woman. She was an ambitious woman who was on her way to accomplishing her dreams, but unfortunately fate stopped her. The family was beyond shattered and couldn't figure out who could have done it since Allison has no enemies. They didn't know how to convey the news to the three little souls waiting for their mommy to come back. Allison was the head of human resources at Flight Center Airport when she met Gerard Baden-Clay. He was based at their Toon Bowl office. On August 23, 1997, they married. Gerard Baden-Clay was born in Bournemouth, England. He moved to Australia when he was 10 years old with his parents and two younger siblings. He was the great-grandson of Robert Baden-Powell, the founder of the Boy Scouts of America. Gerard is around 6 feet tall, with a medium body and short brown hair. The couple moved back to England after their marriage but returned to Australia in 1999. Gerard and Allison were both employed with Century 21 real estate company in 2004 and had 3 lovely young daughters. Gerard Baden-Clay became the managing director of Century 21 Real Estate, after which he finally partnered with 2 others, with Gerard becoming in charge of their real estate company's finances. Toni McHugh was a client of Gerard's real estate firm in 2007. She was a married mother and ended up ending her 17-year-long marriage. A buddy of hers assisted her in obtaining employment with Remax Real Estate Company. This guy had been Gerard's business partner, and it was through him that he had met Toni. Toni worked hard and eventually became a special agent there. Authorities interviewed several people throughout the inquiry, including Toni, Gerard, and his business partners. They started putting the puzzle pieces together one by one. According to investigators, Allison's insurance was worth $800,000 to $950,000. Allison's estate was also handed to her parents. Her life insurance plans were included in this, which also ordered that her 2 insurance plans were ordered to be kept in trust. Investigators had also found that someone was working on collecting Allison's life insurance while her body was being autopsied. It was Gerard, and there they found some evident marks on his face, which were expected to be made by Allison. But these were just assumptions. There was not enough evidence to prove him as the murderer. Gerard was taken to court, where the Crown or prosecution said he sought to cash in on his wife's life insurance policy to pay off his debts. According to a forensic accountant, Gerard owed roughly $300,000 to various relatives and friends, while he barely had $70,000 in his bank account. Toni McHugh was brought into the scene. Toni McHugh had said that Gerard phoned her after his wife vanished and ordered her to be quiet. She also said that he did not have the financial means to divorce her. These shocking revelations meant that Gerard and Toni were having an affair with one another. Gerard had informed Toni that he intended to divorce his wife and marry her one day, and he often met Toni without his wedding band on. He confessed to Toni that he loved her and intended to divorce his wife for her, but he also stated multiple times that he couldn't leave Allison because she was depressed. Gerard had also set up a phony email account to contact Toni without Allison being aware during this time. Allison, according to Gerard, was monitoring his phone conversations and text messages and had even imposed a curfew on him. If Allison knew about the affair, she definitely would have been surprised because the pair was in the middle of marriage counseling and had no intention of splitting. 3 days before her abduction, the couple had attended a marriage therapy session. Gerard Baden-Clay liked to present himself as a devout middle-class spouse and parent. He was concerned about his social position and how others perceived him. The truth was completely different. Of course, Gerard had rekindled his romance with Toni McHugh. Gerard didn't appear to be working on his marriage, and he frequently publicly humiliated Allison. Gerard and Toni would be openly romantic toward one another at several work events they went together. He was also in debt to several friends and business acquaintances. Gerard admitted to his business partners that they were having financial problems at that point, which had surprised them because they had been having a great year and were unsure about where all of their money had gone. The business needed financial assistance, and all 3 partners agreed that any money leaving the company had to be signed. Gerard was no longer allowed to be the only one in charge of the capital. With Gerard Baden-Clay directly facing his partners, this barely lasted a few weeks. He didn't want to have to ask for their autographs constantly, and he repeatedly expressed his dissatisfaction with their lack of faith in him. Besides these incidences, Allison's diaries were introduced as evidence when the trial began on June 10, 2014. According to the journals, Jurors heard Allison's views on her marriage and hardships, and how she tried to make her marriage work despite Gerard's treachery. Allison found out about the affair 3.5 years later. Tony was sacked from Gerard's Century 21 business in October 2011, putting an end to the romance. According to the prosecutor, Gerard murdered Allison for financial gain. On his behalf, Gerard testified. His side of the story was that he lied about everything he said in the past, but that everything he claimed at the trial was proper. Gerard acknowledged Tony's 4-year affair during his trial. He also admitted having previous relationships. However, none of them mattered because they were irrelevant to him. The jury didn't believe Gerard, and on July 15th, he was found guilty and condemned to life in jail with the prospect of release after 15 years. Gerard's defense attorneys sought an appeal in August 2015 based on a new premise. They were now claiming that Gerard had killed Allison accidentally during an altercation, indicated an intention to charge my client with murder. He became scared and attempted to conceal the murder. On December 8th of that year, Gerard was successful in his appeal. Instead of being found guilty of murder, he was found guilty of manslaughter. Even though Gerard lied about how he got scratches on his face and sought to cover up Allison's death, the Court of Appeals found a reasonable inference that he was innocent of premeditated murder. The court dismissed the Crown's motive of financial gain. His marital problems were insufficient to warrant a murder conviction, and the prosecution erred by failing to introduce evidence excluding the possibility of accidental death. In July of 2016, the High Court, consisting of 5 justices, heard an appeal from Queensland prosecutors who argued against Baden-Clay's conviction being downgraded. The High Court probed the defense about the change in their case. Gerard Baden-Clay was initially unconnected to Allison's murder. However, according to her autopsy, Allison died from a hit to the head after collapsing. It was ruled accidental since there was a prior argument between the two, and that cannot be counted as murder but rather an accident. In August, the High Court restored the original Gerard Baden-Clay conviction and the unanimous verdict. Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Month is observed in May. We go into it knowing that in 2022, we've already lost 17 ladies in 4 months. Every time they've been slain, it's been by someone that they know. There are no winners in domestic violence. We've made some progress since Allison Baden-Clay's case stunned the country, but not nearly enough. Thanks to their support and devotion, Allison's friends and family have formed a foundation in her honor. Through education and assistance, the Allison Baden-Clay Foundation aims to raise attention to many types of domestic and familial abuse. The case of Muhammad Shamji, a brilliant surgeon, father of many, and ruthless criminal, highlights a tragic reality. Victims of domestic violence sometimes not only endure abuse, humiliation, and beatings, but also blame themselves for what is happening. Each of these cases, when brought to the public's attention, is condemned, causing confusion and leading to many questions. Why does the victim allow themselves to be treated this way? Why don't they tell anyone? Why don't they leave their abuser? Contrary to the popular belief that physical violence occurs primarily in dysfunctional families, statistics show that such incidents do not depend on the social status of spouses, their position in society, or their job titles. Muhammad Shamji and Ilana Frick Shamji were not only outstanding doctors, but also true luminaries of science. Muhammad made a name for himself in neurosurgery and the treatment of spine injuries and diseases, while his wife was an equally renowned family doctor with a PhD. For years, they both saved other people's lives, yet few knew what was happening in their private lives. This story shocked the entire world, and the accused admitted his guilt only to spare his 12-year-old daughter, who had accidentally witnessed her mother's death, from having to testify in court. Notably, shortly before the tragedy, Ilana had posted a photo of her husband in a kimono on social media, taken during one of his jiu-jitsu training sessions, with a joking comment that this doctor could not only heal but also break a neck. This post turned out to be prophetic. Ilana Frick, life before meeting Muhammad. Ilana Christina Frick was born in September 1977 in the Canadian city of Windsor, located in Ontario in the southern part of the country. She was the younger of 2 daughters in the family of George and Anna Frick, who emigrated from Croatia to North America in the early 1970s. Ilana was raised alongside her older sister, Caroline, with whom she was very close from an early age. The birth of Ilana was seen as a miracle by her parents, as Ana had serious complications after her first pregnancy, and doctors had said she would never conceive again. Ilana's parents worked at a large car factory, striving to provide their daughters with everything they needed and to give them a good education. Both sisters were smart and did well in school, but Ilana stood out for her determination and passion for learning. She spent nearly all her free time reading books, and she also managed to attend a dance studio, practice gymnastics, and compete in track and field. During middle school, Ilana chose to work during summer breaks to help her family. She worked in cornfields and even then tried to manage her budget wisely. Ilana excelled in math and other sciences, and by high school, she had decided to pursue a career in medicine and become a doctor. She graduated from high school as the top student and enrolled in a prestigious medical university without issue. Around this time, she also began a romantic relationship with a man named Matthew Ryan, whom she had known since high school and who was now studying in the same department. Their student romance lasted until graduation, but afterward, Frick decided to go to Ottawa and continue her studies in the capital's university residency program. Her boyfriend settled for a job at a local hospital and didn't consider furthering his studies. Ilana's and Matthew's relationship continued long distance and lasted until nearly 2002. They even planned to marry, but eventually decided to remain friends. By then, Ilana was interning at one of the country's top clinics and aimed to earn a doctorate, while Matthew hadn't advanced in his career. Love at first sight. In February 2003, during a night shift at the hospital, Ilana went to the staff room and saw a new colleague who immediately caught her attention. The young man, Muhammad Shamji, was just a year older than Ilana and was doing his residency in the neurosurgery department. Muhammad came from a family of prominent doctors. He was born and raised in Ottawa in a family of the renowned surgeon Farid Shamji and his talented psychiatrist wife, Edith. Muhammad's older brother Ali was an experienced medical biophysicist. Both brothers graduated from Yale University, and Muhammad later returned to Canada to earn his doctorate from Western Ontario's Research University. Muhammad was also interested in the blonde, but initially, he made no effort to approach her. Ilana, however, fell for this tall, dark-skinned man at first sight and tried to attract his attention. Soon, Muhammad asked his colleagues for her number and sent her a message, and their relationship began to blossom. Ilana considered Muhammad a shy and modest man. He rarely took the initiative, felt uncomfortable on dates, jumped from topic to topic, or fell silent, appearing detached and introverted. Later, it turned out these oddities weren't due to shyness, but rather a lack of interest. Muhammad was already seeing another woman, but for some reason, he kept this from his infatuated colleague. When Frick discovered the existence of a rival, she resolved to win over Muhammad and become his one and only. Their relationship was rocky during the first year, with the couple breaking up 3 times before rekindling, mainly due to Ilana's persistence. Her parents were aware of this and urged her to leave Muhammad, but she stood firm, believing she had found her one true love. Ilana often pampered her lover with gifts, made surprises, and brought him home-cooked meals. Muhammad seemed to just let himself be loved, readily accepting everything but reciprocating only occasionally. This one-sided game appeared to create an emotional dependence on Muhammad for Ilana. Unplanned pregnancy, wedding, and the beginning of a nightmare. In the summer of 2004, Frick informed her partner that they were going to have a child. This news came as a surprise to both of them, causing more anxiety than joy. Nonetheless, Muhammad, raised in a strict conservative Muslim family, felt compelled to follow tradition and marry the mother of his child before its birth. In early September that year, the couple had a wedding with 2 ceremonies. The first adhered to all cultural customs respected by the groom's family, and the second took place among the couple's friends at one of the trendiest restaurant complexes. The newlyweds seemed happy and in love, but no one could have imagined that their marriage would be the start of a nightmare that would end in tragedy. The couple moved into a spacious house in one of Ottawa's prestigious neighborhoods. In January 2005, they welcomed their first child, a daughter named Yasmina. Unfortunately, the birth of their daughter didn't strengthen their marriage. The young father was entirely focused on his career and planned to continue his education, with his wife and newborn daughter taking a back seat. Moreover, Muhammad didn't hide his disappointment, as he had hoped for a son. After the birth of her child, Alana went on maternity leave, focusing on household chores and caring for her daughter. This irritated her husband, who, after returning from work, would retreat to his home office, spending little time with his wife and child. Over time, he became increasingly nervous and irritable, criticizing his wife's appearance, refusing to eat what she cooked, and calling her stupid and useless. Alana tried not to complain about her family issues, not even to close friends or parents. However, one day while talking to her mother on the phone, Muhammad, returning home in a bad mood, began berating and insulting his wife, which her mother overheard. She tried to defend her daughter, but her son-in-law blamed Alana for their crumbling marriage. Ana tried to convince her daughter to file for divorce and leave the man treating her this way. But Alana flatly refused, saying she loved her husband and would handle everything. She kept quiet about Muhammad's physical abuse, simply because the verbal abuse no longer seemed enough for him. In the summer of 2005, the situation spiraled out of control when Muhammad, in a fit of rage, punched Alana in the face, breaking her nose. Alana, with her baby in hand, fled to friends and filed a police report for domestic violence. She also decided to get a divorce and leave the man she had married for good. Unexpectedly, Muhammad began begging his wife to return, promising never to hit her again or even raise his voice. He swore he would change and that their family life would be everything Alana had ever dreamed of, and he would control his emotions. Shamji seemed sincerely remorseful, but this behavior was driven by certain circumstances. The young neurosurgeon was preparing to enroll at Duke University, aiming to earn his doctorate, and a criminal conviction could end his promising medical career. Muhammad cared only for himself and his future, but he succeeded in convincing Alana to drop the charges and not file for divorce. She even agreed to follow him to the United States, to North Carolina, where he was to continue his studies and earn a degree. Period of relative calm. Friends and family were baffled by why Alana didn't leave her tyrant husband and withdrew her police report. When she announced her intention to move to another country with Muhammad, they tried to dissuade her, but Alana stood firm. She was smart, educated, driven, and ambitious, financially independent, and capable of achieving any career goal. But her destructive relationship and emotional dependence on her husband were stronger. She was ready to abandon everything and sacrifice all for a marriage that didn't bring her happiness, only suffering. However, after moving to the United States, a period of relative calm came to their family. Muhammad was admitted to an elite biomedical engineering program, difficult to enter due to the intense competition. Meanwhile, Alana enrolled in a master's program at the School of Policy and Health at Duke University, receiving a scholarship covering her tuition. The couple seemed to reconnect, spending more time together. Their relationship became stable enough that they decided to have a second child. In August 2007, they welcomed their younger daughter, Fiza. However, Muhammad again couldn't hide his disappointment, as he had hoped for a son. What does the happy family keep secret? In late summer 2009, the couple and their children returned to Canada, settling back into their home in Ottawa. This time, Alana decided not to stay on maternity leave for long, and she quickly secured a position at a prestigious hospital as a family doctor, earning a solid reputation. Meanwhile, her husband balanced work, studies, and teaching at the university. In the late 2000s, social media was gaining popularity worldwide, and the couple started a personal blog showcasing a seemingly ideal family in every sense. They posted photos of their travels, spoke about achievements in science, flaunted their luxurious lifestyle in a lavish home, attended prestigious conferences and trendy resorts, and spent time with friends at expensive restaurants. From the outside, they appeared to be a happy, successful, wealthy, and deeply in love couple with no problems, but their followers couldn't fathom what was hidden behind this facade. In reality, Muhammad again distanced himself from his wife, continuing to exert strict control over her. He carefully monitored who she interacted with, what she wore, and even checked her email and social media accounts. He openly criticized her appearance, style, and parenting methods. But Ilana preferred to remain silent. Tension and aggression from Shamji grew, with him yelling at his wife and blaming her for all their arguments and discord. In 2011, the talented neurosurgeon was offered a fellowship in spinal surgery at one of the largest medical centers in Calgary. He accepted the offer, but this time he went alone, leaving his family in Ottawa since Ilana couldn't leave her job. For over a year, they maintained a long-distance relationship, but during one visit home, Muhammad left his laptop on, and Ilana saw a message from a woman on his social media. The content suggested they were romantically involved. When Ilana directly confronted Muhammad, he didn't deny it, admitting to having an affair. This was another painful blow for Frick, and she again considered divorcing her rude, unfaithful husband. Her family was sure she wouldn't forgive him this time. Surprisingly, Ilana gave their family another last chance. Muhammad promised to end his affair and said they would start fresh in Toronto, where he had been offered a prestigious, well-paying job. Domestic violence and revenge affair. Shortly after moving, Muhammad expressed his continued desire for a son, suggesting they try again. Ilana agreed, thinking that having a third child might help solidify their family. In October 2013, they welcomed a long-awaited boy named Marius. The father was happy, but his attitude toward his wife remained unchanged. Over the next few years, Shamji focused entirely on his medical career, becoming an accredited neurosurgeon with a reputation for handling the toughest and most hopeless cases that other doctors avoided. Frick also advanced, becoming a delegate for the Ontario Medical Association. However, tension between the couple began to rise again. Muhammad didn't stop at rudeness and insults, but resumed hitting the mother of his children. During a family ski vacation, Ilana had a deep cut on her arm that required stitches, along with other injuries, but she claimed she hurt herself skiing. After returning home, Ilana confided in her best friend that all the injuries were inflicted by her husband, following another argument over a newly discovered affair he had with a colleague. Ilana had overheard part of a phone conversation between Muhammad and his mistress, and when she asked him about it, he beat her. Her friend again suggested she divorce him, and when Ilana refused, joked that she should get a revenge affair. The women laughed, but the hurt wife might have thought it was a good way to get back at her cheating husband. The summer of 2016 was challenging. While the older kids were at camp and the youngest stayed with maternal grandparents, the couple's relationship completely fell apart. In early September, they celebrated their 12th wedding anniversary, sharing the news on social media. But a week later, they spoke of divorce. Muhammad refused, stating he was content, while a desperate Ilana had an affair with a colleague who had shown interest in her. She immersed herself in this new relationship, basking in the care and attention of another man, enjoying the long-forgotten feeling of being loved and desired. Did she run away with her lover, leaving her kids behind? On November 25, 2016, a heated argument broke out in the family when Ilana told her husband that divorce was inevitable. The next day, she met with a divorce lawyer and then left for a 3-day medical conference in another city. During this time, Muhammad sent her messages, pleading with her to reconsider and save the marriage, at least for the children. On November 30th, Ilana returned home and made her final phone call to her parents. Her voice revealed some anxiety, but she assured them everything was fine. Later, it was discovered that she had tried calling the police that evening, but in her panic, misdialed one digit, leading to a tragic outcome. On December 1st, Ana couldn't reach her daughter, so she called her son-in-law to find out what had happened. Muhammad calmly told her that his wife had packed her bags in the middle of the night and fled to her lover, abandoning him and the children. Her parents didn't believe him, knowing their daughter would never leave her daughters and young son like that. They contacted a close friend of Ilana's who lived nearby, asking her to discreetly watch the Shamji home while they took the first flight to Toronto and reported their daughter's disappearance to the police. Ilana's friend reported that her car was still in the driveway, which only heightened the family's concern. Upon arriving at their daughter's house, they found nothing immediately suspicious. But Muhammad was agitated, saying they had called the police unnecessarily and insisting that Ilana was with her lover. He had already told the police this version when they visited earlier, following the report of Mrs. Frick Shamji's disappearance. Body in a suitcase. In the early morning hours of December 2nd, a man walking his dog along the river, about 24 miles from Shamji's home, saw a large suitcase at the base of the bridge. He was initially going to pass it by, but curiosity got the better of him, especially since the suitcase looked almost new. When he opened it, he was horrified to find the lifeless body of a blonde woman inside. He immediately notified the police, and the suitcase and body were sent to the medical examiner's office for identification and to determine the cause and circumstances of death. There were no issues with identification, as the criminal hadn't even bothered to remove the luggage tag from the suitcase from Alana's recent trip to a conference. Her parents confirmed her identity. The body had multiple abrasions and bruises, but the cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation and a broken neck. The woman was dressed in pajamas and had no shoes, and based on the position of her body, she had been placed in the suitcase immediately after her death. The young witness, Muhammad, was arrested that evening at a coffee shop where he was meeting with a lawyer. It was evident he was planning to leave the country, but he didn't have the chance. He was charged with first-degree murder, but the neurosurgeon denied any involvement. However, a horrific detail of the incident emerged. It turned out that the couple's eldest daughter, 12-year-old Yasmina, had accidentally witnessed her mother's assassination. According to the girl, she heard screams and noise coming from her parents' room and ran there. She cracked open the door and saw her father kneeling behind the bed. Her mother was likely lying on the floor, but Yasmina couldn't see her from the doorway. Muhammad yelled at his daughter, ordering her to leave immediately, shut the door behind her, and go to bed. In the morning, he told the girls that their mother had left. Yasmina, despite her age, understood something terrible had happened, but couldn't imagine that her father had taken their mother's life. A confession, trial, and sentence. To spare his daughter from having to testify in court, the accused confessed and recounted what happened that dreadful evening. According to him, he and his wife argued about her infidelity and desire for a divorce. Muhammad claimed he didn't mean to harm Alana, but things escalated spontaneously. The argument turned physical, and she tried to call the police, but he knocked the phone from her hand. She began screaming, and Muhammad struck her multiple times in the face, then pinned her to the floor and strangled her with his hands. At this moment, their daughter walked in but couldn't see what was happening due to the bed. When Muhammad realized his wife wasn't breathing, he attempted to resuscitate her, but it was in vain, as in his rage, he had broken her neck. He then put her body in a large suitcase, loaded it into the trunk of his car, and drove around aimlessly for hours, unsure of what to do next. Upon reaching a small bridge over a river, he decided to throw the suitcase down, hoping the current would carry it away, making it impossible to find. However, in the darkness, he didn't see that the suitcase got stuck against the bridge's foundation. In fall 2017, while the trial of the criminal surgeon was underway, a new scandal erupted involving his father, Fareed Shamji, who made disparaging remarks about his deceased daughter-in-law. He attempted to justify his son's actions, saying his wife had been unfaithful and provoked him. These comments led to an investigation into the elderly man, and his medical license was revoked. In April 2019, Muhammad was found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment, though with the possibility of parole in 14 years. Given the time served during the trial, he may be released as early as 2030. Moreover, Muhammad was forbidden from contacting his children or Alana's parents and ordered to pay them a large sum as compensation. He was also permanently stripped of his medical license. Sarah Ann Wood was born on March 4, 1981, in New York. She grew up in a religious family. Her father was a pastor in a small town in the middle of the state. From a young age, Sarah, along with her older sister and brother, attended services at her father's church and went to Sunday school. She enjoyed dancing, loved poetry, and was a member of her school's cheerleading team. Sarah also loved riding her bike and often used it to get to her father's church. It was less than a mile from her home, and Sarah regularly rode there for services, Sunday school, or just to help her father with something. On August 18, 1993, when she was 12, Sarah, as usual, rode her bike to church for Sunday school. The classes were conducted by other church members while her father stayed home. Her parents expected Sarah to return that afternoon right after the classes. But as time passed and she didn't come back, they began to worry. After waiting a little longer, they headed to the church, thinking Sarah might have stayed behind with other kids, but she wasn't there. The Sunday school teacher said that she had left on her bike right after classes. They also mentioned that she took with her a few books, some colorful folders, and a small display board. Her parents grew even more concerned because the ride home from church should have only taken a few minutes, and it was unlikely Sarah would have gone anywhere else with all those items. Moreover, she always stopped by to ask for permission if she wanted to go somewhere else. Her parents followed the route to the church, asking neighbors if anyone had seen their daughter. Since it was a small town and Sarah's father was well known through the church, dozens of people quickly joined the search. They soon found a witness who had seen Sarah riding towards her house around 2:30 p.m. She was spotted just a few hundred yards from her home, which made her parents even more anxious. They were almost certain something bad had happened to Sarah and decided to contact the police. The local police department immediately began the search, deploying dozens of officers. The sheriff also asked the fire department for assistance and they joined the effort. News of Sarah's disappearance quickly spread throughout the area, bringing in dozens of volunteers. In just the first few hours, several hundred people were already involved in the search. The police focused on the route from the church to Sarah's home, scouring the fields and woods on both sides of the road. They soon found the first alarming clue. Just a few yards into the woods, they discovered Sarah's bike leaning against a tree. The police focused on that area and soon found the items Sarah had taken from Sunday school, hidden under a bush. These discoveries led investigators to a grim conclusion. It was likely that Sarah had been abducted. They assumed that an unknown assailant might have dragged her from the road into the woods, left her belongings there, and then taken her away by car. The police department threw all its resources into the search, while Sarah's relatives, who couldn't sit still and wait, began printing flyers with information about her disappearance. With the assistance of dozens of volunteers, they distributed these flyers not only in their town, but also in neighboring cities. Despite all the efforts, the first day of the search ended with no results. Police and volunteers combed the area within several miles of the road until nightfall, but unfortunately, they didn't find any new clues. The search continued the next morning with even more people joining in. The state police also got involved, focusing on finding a possible suspect. Investigators questioned all the town's residents, hoping someone might have seen a stranger or a vehicle that could be connected to Sarah's disappearance. Sarah's parents organized an improvised headquarters, staffed by dozens of volunteers. They printed and distributed flyers, while also trying to find witnesses or any leads that might bring them closer to finding Sarah. Local media soon began covering the case, and in the following days, news of Sarah's disappearance spread nationwide. The police received more than 1,000 tips and thoroughly checked each one, but they repeatedly hit dead ends. Concerned residents helped the parents raise a substantial $150,000 reward for any information about Sarah's whereabouts, but unfortunately, this also led nowhere. The active phase of the search continued for about a week, but eventually the police concluded that they were unlikely to find any valuable leads in the area. They continued to work on the case, now focusing on finding a potential suspect. Detectives checked local residents and convicted criminals from neighboring towns, but nothing yielded results. Sarah's disappearance was featured on 2 popular national television shows, leading to a new wave of tips. Her parents also made regular appeals to the public through the media, asking for any information about their daughter's whereabouts, but her fate remained unknown. This continued for nearly 6 months until something quite unexpected happened. On the morning of January 7, 1994, a 12-year-old girl named Rebecca left her home in a small town in Massachusetts and started walking to school. While walking down a deserted street, she noticed a man walking alongside her. He said something, but Rebecca didn't hear him because she was wearing headphones. When she took them off, the man pulled out a gun and told her that if she did everything he said, he wouldn't hurt her. He He grabbed her by the jacket and they continued walking in the same direction. Rebecca was afraid to scream or try to run, but she understood that even if she complied, the man might still kill her. Soon, she realized the man was leading her to a car and quickly came up with a plan. She pretended to have an asthma attack and struggled to breathe. Rebecca sat down on the ground and the man let go of her jacket. He grabbed the edge of her backpack while she continued to act as if she was suffocating, and at the right moment, she slipped out of the backpack straps and ran away from the kidnapper. A few hundred yards away, Rebecca spotted several adults. She ran to them and said that someone had just tried to abduct her. Meanwhile, the kidnapper got into his car and drove off, taking Rebecca's backpack with him. One of the witnesses decided to follow him in his own car. He tailed the kidnapper for a few minutes, then stopped at the nearest gas station and called the police. The witness provided them with a partial license plate number of the kidnapper's car and its model, while Rebecca described his appearance. The police began searching for the vehicle, checking databases for matching cars. They also sent out information to nearby towns, and on that same evening, their efforts paid off. An officer driving through a small town a few miles away suddenly noticed a vehicle matching the description. He stopped and knocked on the door of the house where it was parked. There were several people inside, and the officer asked who owned the pickup truck. The vehicle's owner explained that he hadn't used it in a long time because he had lost his sight. Instead, his neighbor, 43-year-old Lewis Lent, often used the truck. Lewis was a handyman who helped the blind neighbor with various household chores in exchange for using the pickup. Lewis said that the last time he drove the truck was the previous day, and he hadn't used it since. Despite this, the officer asked him to come to the station for questioning, and Lewis agreed. The man continued to insist that he hadn't used the pickup that day. He denied any involvement in the attempted abduction, claiming that he was a devout Christian who spent most of his free time at church and would never do something like that. While Lewis was at the station, the police took his photograph and showed it to Rebecca and other witnesses in a photo lineup mixed with pictures of other men. They all unanimously identified Lewis as the kidnapper. Rebecca, who had seen him up close, since he was less than a yard away from her, stated she had no doubt that he was the one who tried to abduct her. Investigators quickly obtained a warrant to search Lewis's house and the vehicles. In the pickup truck owned by his neighbor, they made quite a disturbing discovery. There was a small bag containing duct tape, a knife, children's sunglasses, and candy. In the van, which belonged to Lewis and was also parked near the house, police found a gun and Rebecca's backpack. Inside the house, investigators found something even more startling: a large secret room dug out beneath the house, which was still under construction. With all this evidence, the police arrested Lewis for the attempted abduction. Initially, he continued to insist on his innocence, but pretty soon decided to confess to everything. He admitted that he traveled to Rebecca's town looking for a victim, bringing along his so-called kidnapping bag that he always kept in his car. Lewis then explained the purpose of the secret room he was digging under his house, and his story shocked even the police. He revealed that he planned to turn it into a full-fledged bunker where he intended to hold kidnapped victims. Lewis said he aimed to abduct 11 girls, aged 12 to 17, to satisfy his horrific fantasies. He added that until the room was finished, he didn't plan to keep his victims there long, intending to kill them within a few days. In Lewis's house, the police also found a list of several names. Upon identifying these individuals, they realized all of them were children living not far from Lewis's home. It appeared that Lewis had been considering them as potential future victims once he completed the secret room. After his confession, Lewis was placed in jail awaiting trial for attempted abduction. Investigators continued to visit him to gather additional information, and during one of these visits, he unexpectedly confessed to another crime. Lewis revealed that 4 years prior, in October 1990, he was working as a janitor at a movie theater in the same town where he later attempted to kidnap Rebecca. On the evening of October 22nd, he left work and saw 12-year-old James Bernardo riding his bike near the parking lot. Lewis immediately decided to abduct him with the intent of assaulting him. There were no witnesses in the parking lot, and he had a bag with his kidnapping kit in the van, the same one that police later found during the search. Lewis offered him $5 to help set up chairs in the movie theater, and James agreed. Lewis led him to the empty theater where he tied him up. He then drove his van closer to the entrance, dragged the boy and his bike inside, and took him to his home. He left the boy there and drove to a nearby lake to get rid of the bike. After throwing it into the water, Lewis returned home and attempted to assault the boy, but was unsuccessful, so he decided to dispose of the victim. He dragged him into his van and drove to a neighboring state, where he killed him and left the body in the forest. It was soon discovered by a hunter who reported it to the police. However, over the course of several years, detectives were unable to get closer to identifying the culprit. Now, comparing Lewis's statement with the case materials, they found that he provided a vast amount of facts and details about this crime that perfectly matched reality. After Lewis's confession, news about him spread quickly throughout the whole country. In just a few days, police realized they were dealing with a man who not only tried to abduct a girl and was building a secret bunker for other victims, but also confessed to a murder no one suspected him of. Investigators in New York, who were searching for Sarah Wood, also heard about Lewis's case. They looked into the details of Rebecca's abduction attempt and requested more information about Lewis himself. Before that, profilers had created a profile of Sarah's potential abductor, and Lewis seemed to fit it quite well. The investigators decided to talk to him and went to the prison. During the interrogation, he mentioned that he often traveled to the neighboring state because he had close relatives living there. Lewis also said that sometimes during these trips, he drove through small towns looking for victims, and on August 18, 1993, he noticed Sarah. According to him, she was walking along the road with her bike beside her. Lewis pulled up next to her, got out of the car, and used a gun to force her into the van. He tied her up, then dragged her belongings and bike a few yards off the road into the woods so they wouldn't be found too quickly. After that, he drove Sarah to the mountains, hundreds of miles from her home. He stopped in a remote area by a large lake, where he assaulted and killed her. Lewis dug a hole and buried her body. He also mentioned that he wasn't sure if she had actually died or was just unconscious while he was doing that. But for some reason, Lewis refused to disclose the exact burial location. However, like with his other victim, he provided detectives with a wealth of details, leaving no doubt that he was indeed responsible for this crime. Police began searching the area around the lake, involving hundreds of volunteers, park rangers, and even the military. However, they faced an obvious problem. Given the enormous size of the lake, even with such an impressive search team, it was practically impossible to cover the entire area. Moreover, months had passed since the burial, and the location could have become overgrown with grass. After several weeks of searching, they failed to find either the body or any evidence. Nevertheless, detailed testimony with precise details of the abduction was enough to charge Lewis with the murders of both Sarah and 12-year-old James. In January 1995, Lewis was sentenced to 17 to 20 years in prison for the attempted abduction of Rebecca. The following June, the trial for James's murder began, and Lewis pleaded guilty before the judge. He also told his lawyer that he wanted to confess to Sarah's murder immediately, but when he entered the courtroom and saw her parents, he suddenly changed his mind. However, just 9 days later, when he was brought into an empty courtroom, he finally admitted his guilt. Despite this, he continued to refuse to disclose the burial site, despite desperate pleas from Sarah's parents. Eventually, the prosecution offered him a deal. In exchange for information about Sarah's whereabouts, they promised him that he would serve his sentence not in a federal prison, but in a state one, as Lewis wanted. He agreed and began working with investigators. Lewis pointed out a specific area near the lake and even drew a rough map. The police also wanted to take him along on the search, but his lawyer advised against it. The police organized extensive searches in this area despite the snow and freezing temperatures. They used heavy equipment and the help of hundreds of volunteers, but all their efforts were in vain. They weren't able to find Sarah. Several months later, when autumn came, the police made another attempt, but once again, they were unsuccessful. Throughout this time, detectives tried to get more specific information from Lewis, but he refused to disclose the exact location or help the police find it. Eventually, the prosecution decided to revoke the deal, and on April 11, 1997, Lewis was sentenced to 25 years in prison. It was the maximum sentence the judge could impose without the discovery of the body, but he added that if such evidence were available, he would have certainly handed down a death sentence. During the trial, Lewis's lawyer attempted to mitigate the punishment in all three cases. He did not dispute his client's guilt, but argued that Lewis suffered from an unidentified mental disorder. According to him, Lewis heard voices in his head and claimed to have contacted aliens, but experts found no evidence of any mental disease. They concluded that he was probably just pretending in an attempt to avoid serious punishment. After the verdict, detectives continued to visit Lewis in prison, hoping that he would finally reveal Sarah's burial site. He behaved quite strangely and gave the police different locations, often contradicting himself. Once, he stated that he was not ready to disclose the location because he had buried Sarah next to another victim and did not want anyone to find out who it is. Sarah's parents also visited Lewis in prison, begging him to tell them the burial site, but he continued to remain silent. Detectives were also considering Lewis's possible involvement in other unsolved cases. After he confessed to the abductions of Sarah and James, the police had almost no doubts that he had other victims. Almost immediately after his arrest, they learned about another attempted abduction he had made. Several years prior, Lewis had tried to grab a girl off the street, but her father intervened. They reported it to the police, but detectives couldn't find the perpetrator. Only after Lewis's photo appeared in the news did the girl and her father recognize him. Lewis was also suspected in 4 unsolved disappearances that occurred from 1985 to 1992. Investigators determined that he had the capability to commit all these crimes, but no evidence was found, and Lewis refused to confess. Despite this, his story didn't end there. Detectives continued to visit him after his sentencing, hoping he would reveal Sarah's whereabouts or confess to other crimes. However, this didn't happen until 2013, when Lewis suddenly decided to confess to another murder. He confessed that he is responsible for one of the crimes he was suspected of. According to him, on November 6, 1992, he abducted a 16-year-old teenager with developmental disabilities who was riding a bike to his grandmother's house. Lewis said he forced the boy into his van, then killed him and dumped his body in a lake. Investigators confirmed his involvement based on his detailed description of the events, but official charges in the case have not been filed against him to this day. Right now, Lewis is 73 years old and he continues to serve his sentence for 2 murders and an attempted abduction. Sarah's parents still believe that someday they will convince him to reveal the burial site, or he will disclose this secret before his death. The family also continues the work of the center they initially opened to gather tips and distribute flyers. Over the years, they have expanded to assist in other missing children investigations, a commitment they uphold to this day. Primarily focused on distributing flyers, their efforts helped reunite 399 children with their families in 2017 alone. In memory of Sarah, her relatives also organize an annual bike ride. Initially attended by just a few people, over the years, the number of participants has grown steadily. Currently, several thousand people regularly participate in the event, also helping to raise significant funds to support efforts to find missing children. Police have no plans to give up the search for Sarah's burial site, regardless of Lewis's willingness to disclose this information. They intend to continue search operations in the areas he has indicated until they succeed in finding her. On December 20, 2017, a press conference was held during which Mark Perez, special agent in charge of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, announced a breakthrough in the disappearance of Mike Williams, a Tallahassee real estate appraiser who was originally presumed to have drowned while duck hunting on Lake Seminole on December 16, 2000, and was eaten by alligators. "Being here now, I can tell you what happened to Mike Williams," Perez said. "Mike Williams did not drown in the lake. He wasn't eaten by alligators. He didn't leave town and leave his wife and 18-month-old daughter behind. He was murdered. In the interest of the investigation, we cannot yet release details, but I am happy to report that this morning investigators notified the Williams family of recent discoveries in the case. Today's story is not only about love, betrayal, infidelity, and greed, but also about a mother's resilience. For 17 years and 4 days, Cheryl Williams, Mike's mom, disagreed that her son had drowned in Lake Seminole and pushed with tenacity for law enforcement to investigate her son's disappearance. She believed with all her heart that those responsible would be punished. Believed even when no one else did. I had two choices. He was alive or dead. I chose to believe he was alive. And I really think that's what helped me, Cheryl said on December 20th, 2017. A lot of people called me crazy, but if I had given up, we never would have found him. The day before the press conference, Brian Winchester, a close friend of Mike and his wife Denise, who later married Brian, was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Mike's mother was right. Retribution came to those responsible, and ironically, they were the cause of the truth coming out. In 2000, Brian and Denise's affair, which began in 1997, turned into a murder. And years later, they went from lovers to strangers who didn't trust each other. Brian was very afraid that after the divorce, Denise would inform the police about what had happened to Mike, so he attacked her. Denise, on the other hand, went to great lengths to get him a life sentence. She was very persuasive in asking the jury for the maximum sentence. And it was these efforts that led to Brian having nothing to lose. And he made a deal with the prosecutor. Brian was sentenced to 20 years in 2017 for the kidnapping of Denise Williams, but he avoided a life sentence. Denise was celebrating the victory and was unaware that the conviction was part of a deal in which Brian Winchester, 49, admitted to planning the murder and a 17-year cover-up of the murder and received immunity from any prosecution for his role in the case. In exchange, he led investigators to Mike's body and gave a full and truthful confession. It would only be a few months later, and on May 8, 2018, Denise Williams would be arrested. At first glance, things are a little confusing, aren't they? Let's break down this case in detail. Jerry Michael Williams was born on October 16, 1969, in Bradfordville, north of Tallahassee, the son of a bus driver and a kindergarten teacher. Family and friends called him Mike, even though the family didn't have much money, and the boy, along with his older brother, grew up living in a trailer. Those were happy times. The parents cared about their son's future, and instead of building a house, they set aside money for the education of both boys, who themselves worked part-time at night in supermarkets. The sons enrolled in North Florida Christian High School. There, Mike excelled. He became student council president, played soccer, and was active in the Key Club. At the age of 15, Mike started duck hunting as a hobby and met Denise Merrill. The young lad was a soccer player and student council president. Denise was a cheerleader and council secretary, and they began dating. Friends thought they were a great couple. While still in high school, Mike became best friends with Brian Winchester, whom Denise introduced him to. Brian later had a friend, Katie Thomas, and the two couples remained friends for the rest of Mike's life. After high school, Mike attended Florida State University, where he majored in political science and urban planning. The lovers graduated together. Denise became a public accountant. Mike became a real estate appraiser. Mike proved to be a valuable worker. He often worked 15 hours a day, and of course his career took off. In 1994, the young, successful man married Denise. It was around this time that Brian married Kathy as well. All four of them continued to stay in close contact. Mike loved his wife dearly, strived to provide for their family as best he could, and had incredible energy. At the age of 31, Mike Williams achieved considerable success. As a real estate appraiser, he was earning nearly $200,000 a year. The couple was able to afford a home in a small, upscale neighborhood on the east side of town, and in 1999 became happy parents. They had a daughter whom the couple named Ansley. Mike's friends told me that he was always prudent. Since the young man was engaged in quite risky activities, he wanted to be sure that, in case of disaster, his family would definitely be taken care of. Not surprisingly, Mike turned to his best friend who was working as an insurance agent at the time. Ryan sold him 2 insurance policies for $250,000 and later for $500,000. In 2000, Mike's father passed away. Williams was so stunned by this suddenness that, wanting to financially secure his own family, he again turned to a friend, helped Mike to insure his life for $1 million. Thus, about 6 months before his disappearance, the life of the loving father of the family was insured for almost $2 million. According to Denise, on the morning of December 16, 2000, her husband woke up early to go duck hunting on Lake Seminole, a large reservoir connected to the Apalachicola River. It was the day of their 6th wedding anniversary, and the couple planned to celebrate the date at night in Apalachicola, a small town on the bayou. The wife and daughter waited for Mike at home at noon, but he never returned. Naturally, Denise became concerned and called her father, who in turn called Mike's best friend, Brian Winchester. Together with his father, Brian drove to Lake Seminole. There they found Mike's Ford Bronco car near the boat dock, but Mike himself was nowhere to be found. The men went around to all the places Mike liked to hunt, but couldn't even find the boat, so they decided to call the police. After investigators from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Agency were called, the search for Mike began. A few hours later, a helicopter pilot found the boat drifting about 225 feet from the boat ramp. A search of the boat turned up Mike's shotgun, still in its case. Apparently, he never got to use it. The search became a rescue operation. Locals believe that before the 3 rivers were dammed to form the lake, the reservoir was the site of an orchard. Thus, the lake got its name Stumpfield due to the many remaining stumps that protruded above and below the water level, requiring careful handling of any motorized boat in the area. Because of this, searchers speculated that Williams hit a stump on his boat, fell out, and submerged himself in the water. His wading boots filled with water, and he probably drowned when he couldn't get out. Several other agencies were called in to help, including a dive team from Montgomery, Alabama, and the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. But the extensive and methodical search yielded nothing. Mike was never located. A week passed and the rescue operation turned into a body search operation. Teams were given probe holes to probe the bottom of the lake, and dogs were brought to the site. 10 days into the search, volunteers found the camouflage patterned hunting hat that could not be linked to Williams. Officials with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Agency speculated that Mike had been eaten by alligators, which is why the body could not be found. There were actually quite a few alligators living in the lake. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement found no signs indicating a violent death and agreed with that theory. After 5 weeks, the search was called off. The day after the search was called off, Denise held a memorial service for Mike less than 2 months after the alleged accident. It seemed to everyone that Denise had come to terms with the loss of her husband, but Mike's mother had not. 6 months later, in June 2001, an angler discovered wading boots floating in the lake. Divers searched the lake area and retrieved a lightweight hunting jacket and flashlight from the bottom. In one of the jacket's pockets was a hunting license with Williams's name and signature. The find raised many questions. Neither the hunting jacket nor the boots had visible teeth marks indicative of an alligator attack. None of the items found showed signs of having been in the water for 6 months. The boots were not slimy and the flashlight still worked. However, a week later, Denise's attorney asked the court to declare Mike Williams dead. Based on the items found, he suggested that alligators and other aquatic life had swallowed the body whole. The motion was granted. The death certificate said Mike died on December 16, 2000. Cause of death: accidental drowning while duck hunting on Lake Seminole. The body has yet to be recovered. This is how Mike Williams' story might have ended if not for Cheryl Williams, who refused to give up and continued to search for her son. "All I know is that I can't stop looking for him until I find him," she said. Cheryl's efforts seriously strained her relationship with her former sister-in-law. Denise demanded she stop searching and accept reality. She said, "I'm tired of seeing articles about Mike and his disappearance. I just want to move on with my life. If you keep pushing this investigation, you will never see your granddaughter again." Cheryl couldn't give up on her son, and Denise carried out her threat. If not for the mother's persistence, her son's story might have remained submerged at the bottom of a dark, algae-covered lake. It took Cheryl Williams 3 years to convince law enforcement officials to open an investigation into her young son's disappearance. "I made phone calls, put up signs about my missing son, wrote to the governor of Florida every day, compiled my notes into an evidence book, asked people to post on social media, and contacted reporters. Cheryl will tell you years later. The persistent mother contacted Matthew Oresco, an alligator expert. In his response, he explained that alligators do not feed during the cold winter months. Cold weather causes water temperatures to drop, so alligators don't feed in the winter. All they do is maintain their body temperature. 14 degrees is too cold for an alligator to be interested in food at all. Moreover, Oresco wrote that after an alligator kill, there is always forensic evidence left behind. Eventually, after 3 years, Cheryl Williams convinced law enforcement to drop the ridiculous alligator theory and launch an official investigation into her son's disappearance. The case was reopened because of little-known facts regarding alligators' eating habits, evidence gathered from interviews, and a little official data convinced investigators that Williams' death was no accident. My gut feeling is that Mike did not die in Lake Seminole. And that's the general consensus of all the law enforcement agencies working on this case, said Rami Austin, a former investigator with the 2nd District State's Attorney's Office who prosecuted Mike's case. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Agency initially took over the case because Williams was considered a missing hunter. Officers spent 735 hours searching a 10-acre section of the lake for the body, but didn't spend a minute looking for signs of wrongdoing. Jackson County Sheriff's deputies brought in to help with the search also did not consider other possibilities. Investigators interviewed everyone involved in the search and police officer, David Arnett, who was present at the scene that day. Years later said, "Some things immediately look strange. Williams didn't usually hunt alone. His truck was found in an undeveloped area from which he would have had to drag the boat over mud, not on the nearby concrete boat launch he usually used. A terrible storm that night should have pushed the boat to the east shore, but it was found on the west shore. The boat's motor wasn't running, but it was full of gasoline. If Mike had been driving the boat and fell out of it, it would have continued to float in circles until it ran out of gas." Unfortunately, law enforcement began to doubt too late that they were dealing with a simple drowning. The crime scene had already been trampled by numerous volunteers and searchers. A car that could have served as a clue was taken by the family without any verification. Potential witnesses were missed. Denise Williams and Brian Winchester became suspicious to investigators because they learned that Winchester had divorced his wife Kathy and married Denise. They also learned of Denise's unexpected financial gain of nearly $2 million from her late husband's life insurance policy. Detectives determined that it was Winchester who sold the policy to Mike. They also found it strange that Denise, as Mike's wife, did not want to have anything to do with the investigation and tried to prevent Cheryl's activity, even forbidding the grandmother to communicate with her granddaughter. In 2005, the newly married couple were called in for questioning, which gave nothing new to the investigation. Brian provided an alibi for the morning of the disappearance of Mike Williams. He said he was 60 miles from the lake, at home in bed, as his ex-wife Kathy could attest. He said he had intended to go hunting with his father-in-law in the morning, but overslept. Denise's interrogation also yielded no new leads. In 2008, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement announced that Mike's disappearance was not an accident, and they believe he was the victim of a crime. However, without sufficient evidence, they, alas, cannot prosecute. "We have suspicions, but we need proof." Another investigation failed to find out her son's fate, but Cheryl Williams did not give up again. Her efforts led to the Discovery Cable Channel doing a story on Mike's disappearance and subsequent investigations in late 2011. By then, Cheryl had become disillusioned with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, believing it was either incompetent or uninterested in solving the case. Beginning in 2012, Mike's mother wrote about 1 letter a day to the governor, Rick Scott, asking him to either assign the investigation to another agency or appoint a special prosecutor to do so. Cheryl sent 2,600 letters to the governor over 9 years. In 2012, Denise caught Brian cheating, and they broke up. The following year, Denise filed for divorce. After a few more years, an appraisal of the former family home was to take place, after which even property issues would no longer bind them. This event was a turning point in Mike's case. Brian didn't want a divorce. Denise didn't want to continue the relationship. They were constantly fighting, and the Williams investigation was poking fun at them. Brian would call Denise, and she stopped returning his calls. He couldn't handle the stress level. On August 5, 2016, the day a real estate appraisal was due as part of a court order, Denise left her home to drive to work at Florida State University. While talking to her sister on the phone, she saw someone climb over the back seat of her car. It turned out to be Winchester. Brian pressed a loaded gun against Denise's ribs and told her to drive straight ahead. He said he had to do that because she wasn't answering his calls. Denise tried to calm Brian down, agreed with everything he said, and promised to give him a chance to save their marriage. Brian believed it. Denise assured him that she wouldn't go to the police and report what he had just done, and Brian got out of the car. As he got out, he took the brown sheet, plastic sheeting, bleach sprayer, and tools with him. It became clear that Denise had miraculously escaped death. Denise called emergency services. Brian was quickly arrested and charged with kidnapping, which is a first-degree felony in Florida, and carries a life sentence as the maximum penalty. He was also charged with domestic violence and armed burglary. The court decided to keep Brian in custody without bail. Cheryl Williams expressed hope that this development will lead to the solving of her son's disappearance case. Brian is not going to let Denise run around alone with all that money, she told the New York Daily News. I pray that he will tell us what really happened. And Brian did tell, bargaining himself an extremely favorable deal with the prosecutor and avoiding a life sentence. At first, I think we were all doing really well, but I wasn't a good husband. Brian began his story. One day, I found a note in my first wife Kathy's purse and realized she was cheating on me. I wanted revenge. We often went to bars and concerts with Denise and Mike. I had been friends with Denise since high school. I was never really attracted to her. But after Kathy cheated on me, I started looking at other women differently. The affair between Brian and Denise began in October 1997. One time, drunken sex at a rock concert quickly escalated to frequent secret meetings. We started meeting at hotels during the workday. We met whenever we had the opportunity. Brian recounted he did not want a divorce. Denise made it clear that she would never divorce her husband. Public opinion was important to her, and she did not want to share custody of her daughter. Over time, the affair became more than just meeting for casual sex. Denise and Brian thought of themselves as a couple, exchanging gifts and love letters. It became clear that they couldn't go on like this. They could not be without each other, and divorce was unacceptable to Denise. Her pious image was not to be harmed. Around this time, Mike almost died in a hunting accident. Brian saved him, and Denise suddenly saw a way out of the situation. After the deal with the prosecutor, Brian will reveal. The year 2000 prompted us to start talking about Mike and Kathy's death. Denise wanted it all on me, not her, and she wanted a scenario where it wasn't a murder, but an accident. She wanted death to be left up to God. That way she could live with it. After considering various options, Brian and Denise settled on a boating accident. In doing so, they timed the murder so that they could get the maximum possible payout on Mike's life insurance policy. They both realized that Mike had to be killed before one of the 3 policies expired at the end of December 2000. The plan was in place. Brian called his friend to go hunting. He said he'd found a great spot on the shores of Lake Seminole. Mike expected to go there with Brian and return home by noon to celebrate his anniversary with his wife. I told him that we were going to go to a special place and that he absolutely had to bring his wading boots with him. I had to make sure he took them with him because it was believed that if you fell overboard in wading boots, you would drown very quickly. The plan was to make death look like an accidental drowning. Once Brian and Mike were in the water, Brian pushed Mike out of the boat. But instead of sinking, he grabbed onto the stumps and began to wade through them to the shore. Brian panicked. I didn't know what to do. Mike started calling loudly for help. I didn't know how to get out of this situation. I had a shotgun. I was panicking, and I shot him in the head. I didn't think about what I was doing. Things didn't go according to plan, and I needed to cover up what happened. There was hardly any time left. I should have been back home by now and getting ready to go hunting with my father-in-law. No one knew I was at the lake with Mike, so I decided it would be best for me to drive home and pretend like I had overslept. I drove home and hoped that Kathy was still asleep. I entered the house as quietly as I could. Katie was asleep. My phone was on the floor. I went to bed, called my father-in-law, and apologized. Brian did everything he could to create an alibi for himself. Then he hid the body. Denise didn't know that Brian had shot Mike in the head and buried him. Brian tried to tell her, but she didn't want to listen. It was enough for her that her husband was gone. Denise wanted to go on living with the idea that it was God who kept him from swimming out and let him drown. According to Brian, they promised each other that neither of them would ever say anything. Denise and Brian justified what happened by saying that the main reason Mike was killed was because it was impossible for them to live together. We said the money was just the cherry on the cake, Brian would pronounce in court. Investigators learned that it was Brian who planted a hat, boots, flashlight, and license. First, he needed to keep searchers from leaving a lake, and afterwards he needed grounds to pronounce Mike dead so Denise could get insurance, since a recognition process usually takes about 5 years. The lovers managed it in just 7 months. Including Social Security and other benefits, Denise received about $2 million. On May 8, 2018, Denise Williams was charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and accessory to a felony, which carried a life sentence. Denise pleaded not guilty to all 3 charges. In February 2019, she was sentenced to life in prison. 5 months later, Mike and Denise's daughter, Ansley, received all of her late father's assets and insurance money owed to Denise. In January 2020, Denise Williams appealed the conviction and life sentence. Her attorney argued before Florida's First District Court of Appeal that there was no evidence that she was involved in committing the murder. In November 2020, the murder conviction was overturned, but the 30-year sentence for conspiracy to commit murder was upheld. Denise is now in custody at the Florida Women's Reception Center. She will be 78 years old when she is released. Brian Winchester was transferred to Madison Correctional Institute in Florida to serve the remainder of his sentence. His current release date is set for July 30th, 2036. He will be 67 years old. Ansley, daughter of Mike and Denise, insists her mother is innocent and places the blame on Brian Winchester. She refused to speak to any media regarding the outcome of the case and her personal life. According to Cheryl and Nick, Ansley's uncle, they have not been able to connect with Ansley. Cheryl is very sorry that she has lost not only her son, but also her granddaughter. Tara Lynn Grant was born on June 22, 1972 in Michigan. She spent most of her childhood on a farm with her parents and sister. Tara loved being outdoors, riding horses, and helping her parents with other animals on the farm. In school, Tara was very active in sports. She was on the cheerleading and basketball teams and also played in the school band. After high school, Tara attended the University of Michigan, where she met a guy named Steven. They started dating and got married soon after her graduation. Tara, who earned a business degree, got a job at a large international company. Steven, on the other hand, planned to go into politics. He had been an assistant to a state senator during his time in university, but when the senator retired, Steven was left without a job. So he started working at a small toolmaking shop owned by his father. For years after their wedding, the couple had a daughter, and a few years later, a son. After their second child was born, the family bought a new house in a prestigious neighborhood in Macomb County, Michigan, right outside of Detroit. By then, Tara had made significant progress in her career, but it came with its drawbacks. She had to travel a lot for work, often flying to different states and countries, which meant she could only spend weekends at home with her family. Because of this, Steven took on most of the childcare responsibilities. His job at his father's company allowed him a flexible schedule, so he could spend more time with the kids. But it was still challenging for him to juggle work and childcare, so they decided to hire a full-time nanny. There is a special program that helps families find a nanny from another country who would live with them full-time and take care of the children. Thanks to her job, Tara could afford to hire such a nanny, and soon they found the right person. They hired a young woman from Germany, who quickly got along with their children and took on most of the childcare duties. Stephen, who got more free time, also started working part-time as a youth soccer coach. But despite the family's good financial situation, Tara's constant absence strained her relationship with Stephen. She was only home on weekends, and they began arguing more frequently because of it. Tara hoped that after her next promotion, she could adjust her schedule to spend more time at home. But until then, she was away on business trips almost every day. This went on until February 14, 2007, when something unexpected happened. On Valentine's Day, Stephen called the police and told them that Tara had been out of touch for 5 days, which was quite unusual. He explained that on the evening of February 9th, Tara returned from a business trip and told him she had to leave a day earlier this time, spending just 1 day with the family. This led to another argument between them, and Tara started packing her suitcase. A few minutes later, Stephen heard her talking on the phone, saying, "I'll be waiting at the end of the street," before she left the house and got into some dark-colored car. Since then, Tara hadn't been in touch and didn't answer any of his calls. The police's first question was why Stephen waited 5 days before reporting her disappearance. But Stephen said he initially didn't see any cause for concern. He thought Tara just went on her business trip early and wasn't answering his calls because of the argument. However, over the next few days, he started to worry because she hadn't been in touch for so long. Normally, when she was away, she'd call the kids who were only 3 and 7 years old, but not this time. On Monday, Tara's boss called him and said she hadn't shown up for a meeting. This was also very odd and meant she hadn't gone to work. Stephen called her relatives and told them what was happening, but they assumed Tara just needed time away from the constant arguments with him. She had told her parents several times that her relationship with Stephen was getting more and more problematic because of her job, and they argued quite often. So, her relatives thought she decided to take a break from Stephen and would soon come back home. As time went by, Tara still didn't show up, and she didn't answer any calls. Eventually, Stephen began to worry that something might have happened to her and decided to contact the police. As Stephen answered the police's questions, they noticed several suspicious scratches on him. Detectives asked if the argument with his wife had turned physical, but Stephen denied it. He claimed that he often works with metal parts at his father's shop and gets scratched by them regularly. After the interview at the station, detectives said they needed to search their home, and Stephen agreed. They arrived and found that all of Tara's belongings, including her documents and purse, were missing, along with her suitcase. Stephen also gave them access to Tara's computer, where they examined her bank account. There were no transactions since the day of her disappearance, which seemed odd. If she had gone somewhere, she would have needed to buy plane tickets, book a hotel, and so on. But there were no activities on her account for the past 5 days. During the search of the house, detectives found no clues that could shed light on Tara's disappearance. There was no indication that she could have been the victim of any crime, so they were left trying to trace her movements since February 9th. The local police department had little experience investigating such cases because the area was considered one of the safest in the country. Most of the time, they dealt with minor neighbor disputes and other nonviolent incidents. They asked Stephen to undergo a polygraph test, but he was outraged by the fact that the police considered his involvement. He said he would never harm his wife and began to cry. The police left his house and began to consider their next steps. But the following morning, Stephen suddenly called them and said he was ready for the interrogation. However, just a few moments later, his lawyer contacted the detectives and told them that he had advised his client against it. The police obviously considered Stevens as the person of interest, as he was Tara's husband. Besides being standard practice in such cases, they simply couldn't find any other leads. Tara's relatives, friends, and colleagues all said they hadn't heard from her since February 9th and had no idea where she could be. There was no activity on her bank account either, although she would have clearly needed to make some purchases. Detectives began to think how they can interrogate Stephen and quickly found something interesting. His driver's license had been revoked, but he continued to drive his car. So officers waited for him to get behind the wheel and arrested him. But he once again felt like the police were treating him as a suspect and refused to talk to them. His lawyer quickly bailed him out and Stephen returned home. The police continued to search for clues and requested Tara's mobile phone records. Her last call was made on the day of her disappearance. She called Stephen from the airport and said she would be home soon. After that, she received numerous calls from Stephen, but they all went to voicemail. Detectives listened to these recordings. Stephen repeatedly asked her to answer or call back and accused her of neglecting their children. He also pleaded with her to come home for their sake. The phone itself was turned off, and based on data from the cell phone carrier, the last time it connected to cell towers was in the vicinity of Tara's house on the evening of her disappearance. Interestingly, the police found no incoming calls during that period. And as we recall, Stephen mentioned that someone called Tara before she left the house and said she would be waiting on the street. But despite this, from Stephen's voicemail recordings, detectives got a feeling that he genuinely worried about his wife and was angry with her for leaving their children. Although they didn't rush to rule him out as a suspect, but they couldn't find any new leads either. Stephen still refused to talk to the police, accusing them of wasting time on him instead of searching for Tara. Instead, he actively engaged with the media, which began covering the case from the early days. Tara's mysterious disappearance quickly drew widespread public attention, and Stephen appeared in front of cameras almost every day, pleading for her to come home. When information about the case reached the company through which Stephen and Tara hired the nanny, they decided to send her back to Germany. Before leaving, she gave a statement to the police and spoke positively about her time in their home. She also mentioned that on the evening Tara came home, she was at a bar with friends. When she returned home, she saw Stephen, who seemed upset and told her that Tara had just left the house. Despite Stephen's refusal to cooperate with the police, he hired a private detective, a former FBI agent who conducted his own investigation, but also failed to find Tara. With no leads on their hands, police decided to try a different approach. They contacted the company through which Tara and Stephen found the nanny, and here they found something interesting. Before hiring the woman from Germany, they had a total of 6 nannies, but none of them stayed in the job for long. Detectives spoke to them, and almost all said that Stephen's behavior seemed not only strange, but also frightening to them. According to their accounts, he rummaged through their belongings, asked intimate questions, and often yelled at them, treating them as if they were supposed to follow his commands. The police then wondered why the last nanny from Germany portrayed her time with the family in a completely different light, with only positive words about Stephen. They secured permission to monitor her emails and phone, leading to an unexpected revelation. Detectives uncovered messages between her and Stephen, revealing they had been having an affair. It emerged that the 19-year-old had been involved in an intimate relationship with him during Tara's business trips, which persisted until she was forced to leave the country. Although this was an important lead for the police, infidelity did not prove Stephen's involvement in Tara's disappearance, so they continued to search for other evidence. Speaking with Tara's relatives and friends, detectives learned that nearly all of them had disliked Stephen since she married him. According to them, he behaved quite strangely, tried to control her every move, and didn't get along with anyone in her family. Investigators soon learned something else. Stephen's former girlfriend, whom he had dated before meeting Tara, called the police and told them something interesting. According to her, Stephen had reached out to her several months prior, and their conversations gradually became more intimate. Eventually, Stephen began openly expressing his desire to engage in a romantic relationship with her, despite both of them being married. Stephen also complained about Tara and her constant absence. According to him, he suspected her of cheating on him with her boss. He even admitted to installing special software on her computer, which he used to read her messages, but found no evidence to confirm his suspicions. All of this made the police even more inclined to consider the husband's possible involvement in Tara's disappearance, but they still needed some evidence. When several weeks had passed since her disappearance, they began to consider the possibility that she might no longer be alive and launched extensive searches for her body. They enlisted volunteers and began searching the area within a radius of several miles from Tara's home, as well as a large park nearby. The search went on for several days, but it yielded no results. This continued until February 28th, when a local resident called the police. The woman came to the same park for a walk, aware of Tara's disappearance and the ongoing search for her body, so she remained vigilant and kept an eye out for anything unusual. Soon enough, she did notice something strange. Under one of the trees along the trail, there was a plastic bag covered with branches and snow. It was clearly filled with something, and the woman decided to take a closer look. Through the bag, she saw rubber gloves and something resembling metal shavings inside, and there was something dark red at the bottom. She decided to take the bag with her and handed it over to the police. Detectives immediately realized that there was likely blood at the bottom of the bag and sent it to the lab. But there was a problem. Experts warned that due to a high workload, DNA analysis could take up to 2 months. Nevertheless, they examined the contents and confirmed that it did indeed seem to be human blood. The police immediately focused their search efforts in the area where the bag was found, deploying all available resources. Stephen did not participate in the search, citing bias from the police. Instead, he gave a lengthy interview to a news channel, making quite a few questionable statements. He repeatedly criticized Tara for being absent from her home most of the time, labeling her a bad mother. Stephen claimed he took on almost all parenting responsibilities and was a better mom than she was. When reporters asked about their financial situation and whether he had been living mostly on Tara's money, Stephen became angry and insisted he didn't need a penny from her. During the interview, Stephen also accused Tara of infidelity without providing any evidence. Throughout the conversation, he repeatedly condemned Tara and emphasized how difficult their marriage had been for him. As Stephen was giving the interview, the detectives made some progress. They had previously tried to obtain a search warrant for Tara's home without success due to insufficient grounds, and Stephen had prevented them from searching it voluntarily. However, after the blood-stained bag was discovered in the park, the judge granted the warrant. The police arrived at the house, and around the same time Stephen returned after the interview. Detectives informed him of the warrant to search his home, and Stephen opened the door for them before calling his lawyer. The lawyer inquired if his client was under arrest, and the police answered no. Stephen then said he would take his dog for a walk, fetched it from the house, and left, while the police began the search. They went through room by room, eventually reaching the garage. There, one of the detectives noticed a large green container with several plastic bags inside. Slitting one open, they found an unknown substance, along with what appeared to be women's clothing. Opening another bag, the officer realized with horror that it likely contained human remains. In total, there were 5 bags in the container, and the detectives quickly confirmed that they indeed contained the remains of a woman. The police realized that they had found Tara's body, and Stephen must be her murderer. However, Stephen had not returned, so the police immediately began searching for him. They feared he might flee or harm someone else, knowing he was likely going to prison anyway. Meanwhile, officers called in reinforcements for the park search, as only a portion of Tara's remains were found in the garage. Over 100 officers from neighboring districts were dispatched to assist, and their efforts quickly paid off. Several hundred yards from where the bag was discovered, they found another part of the body, and later they found the head. Due to the cold temperatures, the remains were well preserved, allowing detectives to confirm they belonged to Tara. They found several more body parts, and as night fell, the search was suspended until morning. All this time, detectives also tried to locate Stephen, but to no avail. They reached out to his friends, and one of them revealed that Stephen had called him informing about the search at his house and asked to pick him up from the street. Stephen's friend drove there and took him to his home. On the way, he noticed that Stephen behaved quite strangely. He seemed scared, his hands were shaking, and overall, it felt like Stephen was on the verge of a breakdown. When they arrived at the friend's house, Stephen said he wanted to see his children and asked to borrow the friend's car. At that time, Stephen's children were in another state under the care of his sister. The friend gave him his pickup and Stephen left. The police requested information about his phone and credit cards, allowing them to quickly determine his route. They saw that Stephen withdrew money several times on the way to the neighboring state and called his sister. So the police realized he was heading to his children and immediately set off in that direction. Then something unexpected happened. The police received a call from Germany from the very nanny with whom Stephen had had a romantic relationship. She told him that Stephen had just called her and confessed to killing Tara. According to him, they indeed had an argument that evening, and Stephen started yelling at her. Tara then slapped him in the face, and he flew into a rage. He pushed her, and Tara hit her head after falling on the floor, resulting in her death. The police no longer doubted Stephen's involvement, but they still needed to find him. For several hours, they searched the area along the highway leading to the neighboring state, and soon they discovered Stephen's friend's car. It was abandoned near the entrance to the national park, but Stephen himself was nowhere to be seen. The police headed to the park, and several hours later, thanks to thermal cameras, they finally found him. Stephen was lying under a tree, wearing only light clothing, and the officers realized he was on the brink of death from hypothermia. He was in an altered state, talking to trees and muttering incomprehensible phrases, so they quickly airlifted him to the hospital. Despite the fact that his body temperature dropped to just 88 degrees, doctors managed to save his life, although it took some time for him to fully recover. While he was in the hospital, he was charged with murder, and detectives handed the case over to the court. It's worth mentioning that on the same day, his lawyer refused to defend Stephen. When asked why, he vaguely replied, "I need to be able to look at myself in the mirror in the mornings." Stephen was assigned a new lawyer, and meanwhile, forensic experts examined Tara's remains. One of the most experienced pathologists in the country, who had worked on J.F. Kennedy and John Benet Ramsey cases, was appointed as the chief medical examiner. After studying the remains, he concluded that Stephen's version of events did not match reality. Stephen claimed Tara died from a head injury, but the actual cause of death turned out to be strangulation. When Stephen finally regained consciousness, detectives went to see him in the hospital, and he told them what really happened that evening. According to him, when Tara came home and said she had to leave a day earlier, they got into an argument and he started yelling at her. When she tried to leave the room, he grabbed her, and Tara hit him in the face. Enraged, Stephen struck back, then strangled her. He dragged her body from the second floor to the garage and placed Tara in the trunk of her car. At the same time, the nanny returned home, and Stephen told her that his wife had just left him. The next morning, he took the body to his father's workshop, making sure no other workers would be there. Stephen destroyed all of Tara's documents and personal belongings, then dismembered her body using a saw. He also mentioned that he vomited twice while doing all this, but he kept telling himself, "If you don't do this, you'll end up in prison for the rest of your days." Several hours later, he packed the remains into plastic bags, placed them in a container, and returned home, leaving the body in the car. For a few days, he'd been thinking how to dispose of the remains while creating an alibi for himself. He repeatedly called Tara and left messages on her voicemail, begging her to come home. One day, he took his children's snow sled and went to the park where the bags with the remains would later be found. There, he placed the container on the sled to take it away from the crowded areas and started pulling it up a hill. At some point, the rope slipped from his hands and the sled rolled down. The container overturned and the bags with the remains spilled out. Stephen picked them up, put the container back on the sled, and after a while buried the bags under the snow in remote areas before returning home. Several days later, when the police began searching for Tara, detectives announced they were starting a search operation in Park. Stephen panicked. He remembered that one of the bags, the largest one, was hidden quite poorly, so he feared it would be found pretty quick. So he walked to the park, took a few bags, slung them over his shoulder, and carried it to his father's workshop, leaving it right on the roof. The day before his interview, he took the container from home, went to the workshop, retrieved the bags, and brought them back to his garage. To his surprise, the next day, the police obtained a search warrant for the house, where they found these bags in the container. After that, Stephen confessed that when his guilt became apparent, he had not planned to surrender alive. However, he couldn't carry out his plan and survived despite almost freezing to death. Throughout the conversation with the police, Stephen showed no signs of remorse. On the contrary, he often smiled and joked, even when describing how he disposed of the body. While Stephen awaited trial in prison, his children continued living with his sister. However, Tara's family wasn't happy with this arrangement. Stephen's sister continued to communicate with him, feeling sorry for him and even joked about Tara's murder. Eventually, Tara's relatives succeeded in having the children stay with Tara's sister, but Stephen's family still had the right to see them. The trial began in November 2007, and Stephen didn't deny his guilt. Nevertheless, his new lawyer tried to argue for a lighter sentence, explaining that Stephen committed the crime after many years of marital problems caused by his wife's frequent absence. During the trial, it also emerged that Stephen lied about Tara's plans to leave a day earlier. Her boss said Tara had no additional meetings scheduled and was supposed to start her work at the usual time. Tara's sister, who spoke with her shortly before the murder, confirmed this. At that time, told her she would be home all weekend, as usual. There was also no evidence to support the claim that Tara was cheating on her husband. Her boss said their relationship was purely professional, and it was confirmed by their email letters and texts. Even Stephen himself admitted that he didn't actually believe it. The prosecution failed to prove that Stephen had planned the murder in advance. Apparently, he committed the crime in a fit of rage, which could have led to charges of second-degree murder rather than first-degree. On December 21, 2007, the jury unanimously found Stephen guilty, and he was sentenced to a minimum of 50 years in prison. Stephen's lawyer tried to appeal the verdict, but to no avail. Since then, he has been serving his sentence behind bars. But his story doesn't end there. Tara's murder attracted the attention of millions of people across the country, and Stephen clearly enjoyed it. While in prison, he began writing a book and planned to release it with the help of his sister. They even discussed the possibility of a film adaptation, and Stephen pondered which famous actor could play him. In 2008, something else came to light. Stephen's children told their aunt that they actually saw their father killing their mother. On that fateful evening, they came out of their room after hearing screams and witnessed the entire ordeal. When this information appeared in the media, Stephen's relatives accused the children of lying and continued to defend him. Also in the same year, it became known that Stephen's father, who unlike other relatives didn't support him, could not live with what his son had done, and his body was found in his own home. As of now, Stephen remains behind bars, and he will only be eligible for parole in 2058. Every year, Tara's relatives and friends host a marathon along the route in the park where she used to jog frequently, and her children are always among the participants. Despite their father's actions, they have found the strength to move forward and honor their mother's memory. In the midst of winter, when families gather to celebrate peace and joy, a sinister shadow loomed over the picturesque town of Dover, Arkansas. It was December 1987, a time meant for festivity and love, but for one family, it became a scene of overwhelming horror. This is the chilling tale of the Christmas killer Ronald Gene Simmons, a man who transformed the season of giving into a time of unspeakable tragedy. What leads a person to destroy what they once cherished? What darkness lies within the human mind that can turn a father into a monster? From decorated war hero to a man convicted of the worst family massacre in American history, we'll delve into the depths of a mind clouded by secrets and rage, where the line between protector and predator became fatally blurred. To understand the mind behind the massacre, we must journey back to the origins of Ronald Gene Simmons. His story begins not with violence, but with a seemingly ordinary life marked by service and family. Ronald Gene Simmons was born on July 15, 1940 in Chicago, Illinois. His father died of a stroke when Ronald was 3. His mother got married again in less than a year to a civil engineer for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, who was transferred to Arkansas. Little is known about Simmons's early childhood, but it was a life that took a turn towards discipline and commitment when Ronald dropped out of school and enlisted in the United States Navy in 1957 and later the U.S. Air Force. Simmons served with distinction. Over a 22-year career, he received several commendations, including the Bronze Star Medal, the Republic of Vietnam Gallantry Cross, and the Air Force Ribbon for excellent marksmanship. But behind the facade of a decorated military man, there were undercurrents of turmoil. Simmons married Rebecca Ulibarri in 1960 in New Mexico, and together they had 7 children. However, the veneer of a normal family life was shattered in 1981 when allegations emerged that Simmons had been assaulting his 15-year-old daughter, Sheila, and had fathered a child with her. Fearing prosecution, Simmons uprooted his family, moving them from New Mexico to a desolate 13-acre tract of land in Pope County, 6.5 miles north of Dover, Arkansas, known as Mockingbird Hill. This property, isolated and ringed with a makeshift fence up to 10 feet tall, became a fortress of sorts, a place where Simmons could exert total control. The residents didn't have a phone or indoor plumbing. But what was it that drove a man of discipline and service to the edge of such darkness? Was it the fear of losing control over his family, the desperation to conceal his illicit acts, or something deeper, a more sinister aspect of his psyche yet to be revealed? The facade of the family man began to crumble, revealing a tyrannical figure ruling his household with an iron fist. The family, once a symbol of joy and unity, became prisoners in their own home. This descent into tyranny was but a prelude to the horror that would unfold, unraveling the chilling transformation of Ronald Gene Simmons from a respected military man to one of the most notorious mass murderers in American history. In November 1979, Simmons retired from the Air Force and military service. He did some low-paying jobs in the nearby town of Russellville, Arkansas. He worked as an accounts receivable clerk at Woodline Motor Freight, but had to resign after multiple reports of inappropriate sexual advances. He worked for about a year and a half at a Sinclair Mini Mart, but had to quit on December 18, 1987 because of low wages. Two of the elder children, Billy and Sheila, had moved out, got married, and started their own families. So by the time of the murders, there were only 7 people living in the house. The calm of the holiday season in 1987 was shattered in Dover, Arkansas, by a series of heinous crimes. Ronald Gene Simmons' descent into murderous madness began shortly before Christmas on December 22nd. The Simmons family home, once a haven of domestic life, turned into a chilling stage for an unthinkable act. Ronald Gene Simmons, armed with a .22 caliber pistol, commenced a killing spree that would become the worst family massacre in American history. His first victims were his wife, 46-year-old Rebecca, an eldest son, 26-year-old Ronald Jr., bludgeoned with a crowbar and shot, and he strangled Ronald Jr.'s daughter and his granddaughter, 3-year-old Barbara. Their demise was just the beginning. Simmons lay in wait for his other children, feigning a festive spirit, only to mercilessly end their lives, one by one. Later that day, the Dover school bus dropped off the younger kids for their Christmas break from school. In a macabre ritual, Simmons systematically strangled and drowned his younger children, displaying a level of brutality that defies comprehension. The youngest victims, mere toddlers, met a similar fate, their innocence stolen in the most atrocious way. Simmons told them he had gifts for each of them, which he wanted to give one at a time, then strangled them, and held under the water in a rain barrel. First to receive her gift was his eldest daughter, 17-year-old Loretta. His 3 other children, 14-year-old Eddie, 11-year-old Marianne, and 8-year-old Becky, were murdered in the same brutal manner. He then dumped the bodies in one of the cesspits he had made his children date days before. But the horror did not end there. On December 26th, as the rest of the world celebrated, Simmons' remaining family members arrived for a holiday date at unaware of the nightmare that awaited them. 23-year-old Simmons' son Billy, his 21-year-old daughter-in-law Renata, and their child were the next to fall victim to his unfathomable rage. Billy and Renata were both shot dead. Their bodies were left by the dining room table next to the decorated Christmas tree with unopened gifts and covered with their own coats and some bedding. Then their 20-month-old son Trey was strangled and drowned. The same fate befell his 24-year-old daughter, Sheila, her 33-year-old husband, Dennis, and their children. Simmons strangled his and Sheila's child, 6-year-old Sylvia, and finally, his 21-month-old grandson Michael. The bodies were meticulously laid out, a grim tableau that defied any sense of humanity. He then covered their bodies with coats. Sheila's body was laid on the dining room table and covered with Rebecca Simmons' best tablecloth. He wrapped the bodies of Trey and Michael in plastic sheeting, and they were left in abandoned cars behind the Simmons then embarked on a chillingly ordinary series of errands, his actions a stark contrast to the carnage he had just inflicted. He drove to a Sears store in Russellville to pick up Christmas gifts previously ordered for his family. That night, he went out for a drink at a local bar. When he returned home, he spent the night and the next day drinking beer and watching television surrounded by the dead bodies of his family. On December 28th, the killing spree spilled over into the town of Russellville. In the morning, Simmons drove a car that had belonged to his son, Ronald Jr., to a Walmart in Russellville and purchased a second firearm. Fueled by a mix of revenge and rage, Simmons targeted those he felt had wronged him. The violence was indiscriminate, claiming the alliance of acquaintances and strangers alike. His former workplace, a law firm, became the stage for his continued rampage. 24-year-old Kathy Kendrick, a secretary who had rebuffed his advances, was his first victim. She was fatally shot. The brutality continued at the Taylor Oil Company, where he shot and wounded the 38-year-old owner, Russell Taylor, who was also the owner of Sinclair Midi Mark, from which Simmons had recently resigned. He also killed a complete stranger in the building and shot at another employee before exiting the building, but missed. In Sinclair Mini Mart, Simmons shot and wounded 2 more people. He then shot his former supervisor, 35-year-old Joyce Butts, twice and wounded her in the office of Woodmine Motor Freight. She survived and testified later that Simmons had yelled at her during a previous argument about wages. The entire rampage lasted 45 minutes. 2 people were killed and 4 wounded. Simmons' final act was as perplexing as it was chilly. He said to the secretary in Woodline Motor Freight, "I just wanted to kill Joyce, just Joyce. I've gotten everybody who wanted to hurt me." Simmons surrendered to police without resistance, his spree of violence concluding as abruptly as it had begun. But the most heinous of his crimes were yet to be discovered. Simmons sat silently in his cell and stared at the wall. He refused to speak to investigators or even his attorneys. He didn't say a word during the interrogation. But when he was asked about his family, Simmons got red and started to well up. His lips started to quiver. The police got suspicious. They couldn't reach his family, so 2 officers drove to the isolated home. The investigation began on the chilling grounds of the Simmons family home. Here, detectives encountered a scene that defied belief. Family members' bodies laid out with a chilling meticulousness was a tableau that spoke volumes about the mindset of the killer. In the aftermath of this unprecedented massacre, questions swirled. What drove a father, a husband, a war veteran to commit such unspeakable acts against his own family and community? And what can we learn from this tragedy to prevent such horrors in the future? In the wake of the horrific murders committed by Ronald Gene Simmons, law enforcement faced the daunting task of piecing together a puzzle that spanned both family tragedy and public rampage. As the probe widened to include Simmons' subsequent attacks in Russellville, the challenge for investigators was to understand the connection between the family murders and the seemingly random acts of violence that followed. The evidence gathered was overwhelming. Firearms, witness testimonies, and Simmons' own actions painted a picture of a man who, after committing an unspeakable act against his own family, sought to extend his vengeance to those he perceived had wronged him in the wider community. In a case that stunned even seasoned investigators, the question wasn't just who had committed these crimes, but why. What drives a man to annihilate his family and lash out at the world around him? The arrest of Ronald Gene Simmons brought an end to the immediate threat, but it was just the beginning of a quest for justice and understanding. The prosecution's task was to unravel the mind of Simmons, to present a narrative that could make sense of the senseless. As the investigation progressed, more disturbing details emerged. Allegations of abuse, control, and a life led under the tyranny of Simmons became the focus. Each piece of evidence added another layer to the dark portrait of a man who had lived a life of deception and brutality. In the courtroom, the full extent of his crimes would come to light, bringing some answers, but also leaving haunting questions about the nature of evil. What kind of man lurked behind the annihilation of his family and terrorizing a community? Simmons' life was marked by strict discipline and control, traits honed during his military career. But beneath the surface of this structured exterior lay a tumultuous inner world. Allegations of sexual assault within his family suggest deep-seated pathological behavior. Experts in criminal psychology often point to a history of abuse, either experienced or perpetrated, as a significant factor in the development of violent behavior. In Simmons' case, the blurring of boundaries within his own family coupled with a need for dominance may have contributed to his downward spiral. The isolation of the Simmons family at Mockingbird Hill paints a picture of a man intent on exerting absolute control. This isolation could have exacerbated existing mental health issues, creating a pressure cooker environment. What then triggered Simmons to turn to murder? The possibility of his wife seeking a divorce might have been the tipping point, challenging his authoritarian hold over his family. She had already tried to leave him on numerous occasions, but always returned. A family friend informed the police that Simmons' wife had been saving up money to divorce him when the murder happened. Simmons' wife had written to their son shortly before the killings, "I don't want to live the rest of my life with Dad. I am a prisoner here and the kids too. Every time I think of freedom, I want out as soon as possible." Simmons' actions in Russellville suggest a broader rage directed not just at his family, but at anyone he perceived as a threat or who had rejected him. His targeting of individuals in the community indicates a blend of personal vendetta and displaced aggression. Yet the absence of any recorded mental illness diagnosis leaves us with more questions than answers. The depths of Simmons' mind remain in many ways a locked enigma. Could this tragedy have been averted? In exploring these questions, we confront the unsettling reality of how little we sometimes know about those closest to us. After the chilling massacre by Ronald Gene Simmons, the wheels of justice began to turn, bringing us to a courtroom where the grim details of his crimes would be laid bare. After a psychiatric evaluation, it was determined that he was sane and capable to stand trial. Simmons' trial was a focal point of national attention, a legal battle to seek justice for the unprecedented atrocity he had committed. The proceedings were swift, reflecting the urgency of a community seeking closure. In May 1988, stood trial for the murders outside his family, specifically the killings of Kathy Kendrick and Jim Chaffin. The evidence presented was overwhelming, leaving little doubt about Simmons' guilt. Simmons, who had acted with such brutality, now faced the consequences of his actions in a court of law. His demeanor in court was reported as defiant, a stark contrast to the calculated coldness of his crimes. On May 12, 1988, the verdict was delivered. Ronald Gene Simmons was found guilty and sentenced to death by lethal injection, plus 147 years. Remarkably, Simmons himself requested that no appeal be made on his behalf, saying, "To those who oppose the death penalty, in my particular case, anything short of death would be cruel and unusual punishment." Because of this, he had to be separated from other prisoners on death row. His life was in danger as they believed Simmons' refusal to appeal his death sentence was jeopardizing their prospects of escaping their own executions. The second trial for the murders of his 14 family members began in February 1989. Here, the prosecution delved into the harrowing details of the family massacre, painting a picture of a man driven by control and rage. During the trial, a shocking moment unfolded. Lashed out in court, punching the prosecutor and attempting to seize a deputy's gun, an act that only outed to his infamy. This happened after Simmons' letter to his daughter Sheila was introduced, in which Simmons said, "You have destroyed me, and you have destroyed my trust in you. I will see you in hell," after she had disclosed that he was her child's father to the police. On February 10, 1989, was found guilty of 14 counts of capital murder. The judge, undeterred by Simmons' outburst, handed down another death sentence. This rapid succession from trial to sentence was unprecedented, reflecting the severity of the crimes. The execution warrant for Simmons was signed by Arkansas Governor and later President Bill Clinton on May 31, 1990. All visitors, including legal counsel and clergy, were refused by Simmons. On June 25th, he died via the fatal injection method he had chosen in the Cummins unit. This was the shortest period from sentence to execution to death in U.S. history since the death penalty was reinstated in 1976. His last words were, "Justice delayed finally be done is justifiable homicide." Nobody claimed his body, and he was buried in a common grave in Lincoln County, Arkansas. As we reflect on the legal proceedings against Ronald Gene Simmons, we are left to ponder the balance between justice and understanding. The case of Ronald Gene Simmons is a stark reminder of the potential for hidden dangers within our own homes, and it's crucial to recognize early warning signs. FBI profilers and psychologists suggest vigilance for certain behaviors, patterns of control, isolation, and abuse within a family. These can often be precursors to more violent actions. In cases like Simmons, where the perpetrator isolates the family, the intervention of external agencies becomes critical. Neighbors, friends, and relatives meet to be attentive and proactive in reporting any suspicions. But perhaps the most profound lesson lies in understanding the human psyche. Simmons' case demonstrates the complex interplay of psychological factors that can lead to such extreme behavior. What led Ronald Gene Simmons to commit such heinous acts? The answer lies in a complex web of control, abuse, and psychological instability. His desire for dominance, coupled with deep-seated issues likely stemming from his abusive behavior within the family, set the stage for tragedy. Simmons' military discipline juxtaposed with his chaotic personal life created a volatile mix. The isolation and control he exerted over his family only fueled his capacity for violence. And when his authority was threatened, possibly by a looming divorce, it may have been the catalyst for the massacre. John Harris, one of Simmons' defense attorneys, said of his abused family, "I think he felt like they are going to take him out. He's going to take them out first." I think that was his mindset. Could anything have been done to prevent the carnage? In hindsight, the warning signs were there: isolation, abuse, and a man teetering on the edge. Timely intervention could perhaps have altered this tragic course. Simmons' story is a grim reminder that behind closed doors, within seemingly normal families, the seeds of tragedy can grow unnoticed. People feared him even back then in New Mexico. They said he was strange, unfriendly, antisocial. He didn't have much to say. A friend of his daughter's said he had a beer in his hand all the time. He had one little room he would stay in all the time. It was dark and seemed spooky, and it stunk. Attorney John Harris also said that there was more than one person to blame. If authorities had successfully arrested him back in 1981 on the basis of his daughter's sexual assault, the murders likely wouldn't have happened. However, prosecutors at the time said they had dropped the charges at the family's request. Ronald Gene Simmons' Christmas week killing spree is the worst mass murder committed by a single person in Arkansas history. What were the underlying reasons that made Simmons annihilate his whole family that once formed the core of his identity? Karen Snyder was born on July 29, 1948 in the small American town of Cedar Lake, Indiana. She grew up in a very large family with 2 brothers and 3 sisters. In high school, Karen met a boy named Paul, and they decided to get married when she was just 17. Shortly after, Karen became pregnant, and in 1966, their daughter Paula was born. Even though Karen was only 18 at the time, she and her husband were ready and happy to start their own family. They moved to a town called Calumet, Illinois, where Paul's parents lived. The family settled on the same street as his parents, just a few houses away, allowing them to see Paul every day and spend a lot of time with their granddaughter. Calumet, with a population of about 25,000 residents, was located not far from Chicago and considered a very safe place to live. Karen spent most of her time taking care of their child, while Paul got a job at the local railroad. On November 12, 1966, Paul went to his night shift around 2 p.m. A few hours later, he tried to call Karen, but she didn't answer. This was unusual because she was supposed to be at home and couldn't have left their 2-month-old daughter alone. Concerned, he called his parents, who lived just a few houses away, and asked them to check on Karen. They walked down the street and knocked on the door, but there was no response. His parents didn't have a spare key, so they continued knocking for a few minutes and then went back home to call their son. Paul became even more worried and decided to leave work early to check if everything was all right. As he approached the house, his concern grew even more. The porch light was off and the blinds were tightly closed. This was unusual because Karen always left the porch light on for him when he worked the night shift. Paul tried to open the door with his key and realized it was unlocked. He entered the living room and was relieved to find his 2-month-old daughter sleeping in a playpen near the working TV. However, Karen was nowhere to be seen, so he began calling out her name while checking each room. As Paul decided to go upstairs, he tried to turn on the staircase light, but the switch didn't work. He made his way to the bedroom and turned on a lamp, revealing a horrifying scene. The room was in disarray, and there was blood everywhere. On the floor lay Karen, showing no signs of life, and Paul immediately realized she was dead. Recovering from the shock, Paul went downstairs, called the police, and took his daughter outside. While he was waiting for the police and ambulance, his parents came out to the street and saw him crying and pleading for help. Paul's mother grabbed the flashlight and rushed into the house, hoping to help Karen. But as soon as she saw Karen's blood-covered body, she knew it was too late to save her. Soon after, the medics and police arrived. The doctors could only confirm Karen's death, and the investigators began examining the crime scene. From the back door lock, they found shallow scratches indicating an attempted break-in. However, the door was still locked, suggesting the intruder initially tried to enter this way but failed. Next, they discovered a broken basement window with a trail of blood leading from it to the front door. Investigators speculated that after failing to open the back door, the intruder tried to enter through the basement and cut themselves on the glass, evidenced by the blood on it. The fact that the intruder didn't enter through the basement but went to the front door suggests it was either unlocked or Karen opened it herself. In the living room, they found more blood indicating that the attack likely started there, catching Karen near her daughter's crib. The blood trail continued from the living room, up the stairs, down the hallway, and into the couple's bedroom where Karen's body was found. The bedroom was a chaotic scene, blood everywhere, and many items scattered and broken, indicating Karen fought back fiercely. There was a phone in the bedroom, but it had been ripped from the wall. Police believe Karen might have run there ahead of the intruder to call for help, but she couldn't. In those days, there wasn't a single emergency number like 911. Local police had their own number, so detectives thought she might have dialed incorrectly in her haste. Investigators also found a blood-covered light bulb on the floor, which had been unscrewed from the socket above the stairs. It seemed the intruder did this, though the reason was unclear. Perhaps he unscrewed it while following Karen upstairs, giving her a brief moment to try calling the police. In the downstairs bathroom, police discovered a pile of bloodied clothes and various items. Among them were a pair of pants, a bedsheet, and a washcloth. Detectives speculated that the killer used these items to wipe the blood off his hands and clothes. It appeared he also attempted to clean himself with the washcloth or possibly tried to use it to wipe blood off the floor to cover his tracks. However, given the amount of blood throughout the house, these efforts were clearly futile. After using these items, the killer threw them into the bathtub and fled the scene. This indicated to investigators that he remained in the house for some time after the murder, although they couldn't determine the exact period of time. Detectives began their investigation and quickly ruled out the possibility of a botched robbery. The only missing items were Karen's blue wallet, containing about $50, and one of the bedside lamps, which had no significant value. Medical examiners found 124 stab wounds on Karen's body, most concentrated in the chest area. Such brutality suggested the attacker had personal motives. Experts identified the likely weapon as a knife with a narrow blade, similar to a stiletto, but police couldn't find it inside the house or anywhere nearby. Karen was fully clothed and no signs of sexual assault were found, but investigators didn't rule out that the attacker might have had such a motive, but for some reason was unable to carry it out. The time of death was estimated between 4 and 6 p.m. Since Paul discovered her body around 11 p.m., the killer must have left the house several hours earlier. Detectives began their investigation by speaking with the victim's relatives and friends. According to Paul's mother, Karen had mentioned being afraid to live in that house and said she wanted to move to Indiana where her parents lived. However, she didn't specify the reasons for her fear, and investigators couldn't find any more information. Karen's neighbors also provided an interesting observation. Their dog, which usually barked at the slightest noise, remained quiet that evening. With no other leads, the police turned their focus to Karen's husband, Paul. In such crimes, the spouse is often the primary suspect, so they began investigating him. After analyzing the evidence from the house, detectives concluded that the attempted break-in at the back door and the broken basement window might have been staged. The killer was likely someone familiar with Karen, but tried to make it appear as if a random intruder had committed the crime. This suggested that either Karen willingly opened the door to the killer, or they had a key. Investigators began interrogating Paul while also trying to establish whether he had the opportunity to commit the crime. They considered the possibility that he might have killed Karen before leaving for his evening shift, as he had left home after lunch that day. They also checked whether he remained at work for the entire shift or if he had left at any point. Paul denied any involvement in the murder, but the police continued to view him as the prime suspect. With almost no evidence, they attempted to obtain a confession from him, repeatedly calling him in for questioning. But despite this pressure, Paul consistently maintained his innocence. Karen's funeral took place 6 days after the murder. Besides family and friends, detectives also attended the ceremony and soon noticed something weird. One of the pallbearers had a deep wound on his forehead and a bandaged hand. The police identified this man as James Barbier, a friend of both Paul and Karen. He worked with Paul at the railroad and had done some repairs in the house shortly before the murder. Karen knew James pretty well and might have opened the door for him. Investigators began looking into James and discovered that on the evening of the murder, he had gone to a local hospital with serious injuries to his hand and face, requiring stitches. This aligned with the evidence suggesting the killer injured himself on the broken basement window glass. James became the second suspect, and detectives brought him in for questioning. He denied any involvement in the murder, explaining his injuries by saying that he had been returning home drunk from a bar that evening, tripped over a stump in the dark, and hurt himself on some splinters. James' wife confirmed that he came home that night drunk, with a bandaged hand and a cut on his forehead. She mentioned that he was acting weird and was visibly shaken, but she added that James was an alcoholic and frequently got heavily drunk, so this behavior wasn't unusual. When police interviewed individuals who frequented bars in Karen's neighborhood, they found witnesses who had seen James there that day. However, they couldn't pinpoint the exact times he was present. When experts finished analyzing the evidence from Karen's house, they found something intriguing. As suspected, there were 2 different types of blood. One matched Karen's blood type, while the other belonged to a different blood type, the same as James's. Although this blood type match was not proof of James, detectives decided to arrest him, hoping he would confess. They also cleared Karen's husband of suspicion, as none of the blood samples matched his type. James continued to deny his involvement, insisting that his injuries were from his fall. The police hoped forensic experts might find some additional evidence, but they faced disappointment. The fingerprints collected from the crime scene were smudged, and without DNA analysis, they couldn't make any progress with the blood evidence. Eventually, they had to release James and continued searching for new leads. Since then, investigators have looked into several other suspects and interviewed dozens of people, but the case remained unsolved for many years. Karen's murder forever changed their small town, once considered safe. Residents remembered the brutal crime for a long time and wondered who could have committed it. At the time, police did not reveal the identities of the suspects, including James, so only Karen's relatives and close friends knew of his potential involvement. In later interviews with reporters, they said they truly believed James was guilty, but without solid evidence, proving his involvement was simply impossible. Karen's father passed away in 1973, 7 years after the tragedy, and her mother died in 1977. Neither of them ever found out who killed their daughter. Paul eventually remarried, and his second wife helped raise Paula, essentially becoming the mother the girl never had the chance to remember. Her relatives decided not to tell her how her biological mother died, trying to shield the girl from the horrific details. Paula later recalled that when she started school, other kids teased her simply because her mother was dead. A few years later, understanding that she might hear the truth from others or come across news reports, her relatives finally told her what had happened to Karen. In 1989, at the age of 45, Paul passed away from health problems, never learning the truth either. For decades, there was no progress on the case. Paula occasionally gave interviews to journalists expressing her hope to bring the culprit to justice, and mentioning that she regularly contacted the local police department to ask about any new developments. But they always replied that there were no new leads and the case remained unsolved for many years. This continued until the end of 2022, when one day the police received a call. A 29-year-old man contacted the police department responsible for Karen's case, inquiring about any new developments. The man explained that he had known about this crime his whole life, as his grandmother talked about it since he was a kid. It turned out they were distant relatives of Karen's family, and the man was curious whether the police had made any progress in solving the mystery. He said that he had been reading newspaper clippings about the case at work and wondered if there were any modern technologies that could help solve it. And this prompted him to reach out to the police. To his surprise, the police department decided to reopen the investigation following his call. Naturally, none of the original detectives were still around, so a new team began reviewing all the available materials from scratch. They discovered that almost all the evidence except the blood samples collected from the floor had not only been preserved, but was also well maintained over the past 56 years. This included Karen's clothing and various items from her home. The detectives sent all the remaining evidence to the lab, where experts began examining each item with modern tools. Meanwhile, the police re-interviewed everyone connected to the case who was still alive. 16 months after the investigation was reopened, detectives received a long-awaited call from the lab. Experts had found several drops of blood on Karen's dress and extracted a DNA profile of an unknown male. The police immediately obtained a warrant from a judge to collect a genetic sample from the main suspect, James, who was still alive. They quickly got his sample, sent it to the lab, and soon received confirmation. James' DNA matched the blood found on Karen's dress. This confirmed that James, who was just 21 years old at the time of Karen's death, had been in her home the day she was murdered, and had initially lied about how he got his injuries. On April 29, 2024, the police returned to James' home, and the 79-year-old man was finally arrested for murder. Upon being informed of the DNA match, James did not deny anything and confessed to the crime. While the police have not yet disclosed all details of his interrogation due to the ongoing legal proceedings, James admitted that he had known his entire life that he would eventually be caught. James has been charged with first-degree murder and was released on bail due to his age and severe health conditions. Given James' state, the risk of him fleeing was considered nearly non-existent. However, Karen's relatives were upset because they had already suffered enough seeing the killer live freely for over 50 years. As for the motive, it remains unknown. The first hearing took place at the end of May, and more details are expected to be revealed only after the trial. According to the main theory reported by journalists, James had feelings for Karen and was jealous of her husband since she married him. Additionally, James was indeed heavily intoxicated that evening, which may have driven him to commit the crime. Karen's relatives expressed their gratitude to the detectives for finally bringing James to justice. However, given his health issues, even if James lives to see prison, he is unlikely to spend much time there. Karen's daughter, who was 57 at the time of James' arrest, said she received the best call of her life when she learned that her mother's killer had finally been caught. She admitted she had lost hope and was surprised that the evidence had been so well preserved. She also revealed that she blames James for her father's early death. Beyond dealing with the brutal murder of his wife, her father had spent the rest of his life almost certain that his close friend was responsible, and it was very hard for him to see James continue to live freely. Located in Lee County, Auburn is the largest city in eastern Alabama. It's also Alabama's fastest-growing metropolitan area and the 19th fastest-growing metro area in the United States since 1990. Unofficially nicknamed the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn is a melting pot of cultures with its southern hospitality. This historic college town is the home of Auburn University, one of the most recognized public universities in the nation. Today's story involves a former student of this university, Lori Slasinski. Lori Ann Slasinski was born to parents Case and Arlene Slasinski on September 21, 1981. Gifted with blue eyes and blonde hair, Lori was always adored by her parents and her big brother, Paul. The family was originally from New York State, but later moved south to the rural Alabama farm country near the town of Auburn when Lori was just 13 years old. As a country girl being raised with animals, Lori was an avid animal lover. According to her friends, Lori was absolutely beautiful. She loved spending time with friends, watching movies, riding her bicycle, and playing video games. In addition to all that fun, she was also very studious, and her family tried to support her as much as they could. After finishing high school, Lori enrolled in nearby Auburn University, where she majored in psychology with a minor in criminology. Her parents bought her a mobile home so that she could live off campus in a manicured trailer park that was popular with students. She was living alone with her beloved dog, Peanut, a Yorkshire Terrier. Her close bond with her family remained intact, with her mother calling every day to check up on her. In 2005, she graduated with honors from Auburn University. Soon after graduation, she took up a job at the East Alabama Mental Health Center while still living in the trailer park. She also made plans to go for her master's degree in psychology in the near future. Lori's family was proud of her achievements, unaware of any foreshadowing of evil that was looming over her head. On June 10, 2006, 24-year-old Lori had made plans for a girls' night at her best friend Lizzie Borden's house. They had plans to have a few drinks and watch a movie. Lori first met Lindsay in their junior year at Auburn University. Already impressed by Lori's sweet, charming, and outgoing personality, the two girls became friends. The bond only grew stronger when they both got a job at the same mental health facility after completing graduation. Around 6:30 p.m. on June 10th, Lori called Lindsay saying that she had to stop at the store, and then she'd head over to her house for the movie night. Unfortunately, she would never make it there. Lindsay grew worried when she did not hear from Lori again that night or the following day. She called Lori several times and left messages on her home answering machine, but she never heard back from her. When Lori did not show up at her workplace on Monday, June 12th, Lindsay's concerns skyrocketed. It was very unusual for Lori to miss work and not inform anyone. After another no-show at work on the following Tuesday, the 13th, Lindsay, along with another coworker, went to Lori's house to check on her. When they reached the trailer home, Lindsay could not find Lori anywhere. Upon entering, she found the door unlocked and the AC on, which was pretty surprising. She also observed that Lori's dog, Peanut, was inside his crate. He looked well-nourished and happy, as if someone was taking care of him. Amazingly, his crate was unsoiled, even though Lori had been missing for several days at that point. Lindsay felt that something was amiss, as it was unlike Lori to leave her beloved pet alone unattended. Lindsay remembered that Lori had placed 3 rugs on the kitchen floor as the dog refused to walk on the tile. These rugs were missing, along with the outside trash can when Lindsay entered. Later that same day, June 13, 2006, Lori's mother Arlene got a call from her workplace regarding Lori missing work 2 days in a row. Arlene immediately tried to call her, but could not get a hold of her. Afraid for her daughter's well-being, Arlene immediately left for Auburn after alerting her husband Casey of their daughter's disappearance. Upon arrival, she entered Lori's trailer and found a disturbing scene. She noticed the door was slightly jarred and her bed was perfectly made, but there was no sign of Lori. Her car was also missing. With a closer look, she noticed Lori's kitchen rugs, a pillow from the couch, a Galileo thermometer, a green trash can that Lori put a rake and shovel in, and the phone cord for her landline were all gone. Alarm bells rang as Arlene instantly realized something was horribly wrong. She officially reported her daughter missing while still hoping that she would show up eventually. As the initial investigation was launched and police scanned through Lori's trailer home, they could not find any significant evidence that could link a possible suspect. However, they noticed there were obvious signs of a struggle and scuff marks on the wall. There was semen discovered on Lori's bedsheet, and traces of blood were also found on the doorknob. A coat hanger and a single golden hoop earring were also found at the scene. Police would soon recover surveillance footage from June 10, 2006, showing Lori stopping at an Alabama Walmart. That was the last known sighting of Lori, and nobody had any clue what happened to her after that. A tip would, however, soon come in later that afternoon. Arlene got a phone call from one of Lori's friends, 25-year-old Daryl Richard Ennis, who was commonly referred to as Rick. Rick told Arlene that he met Lori the day she went missing, and he thought she might have gone off to make a drug deal. Lori had met Rick Ennis at a bowling alley where he worked. She often hung out there when she was still a student. Arlene knew him because Lori invited him to spend Christmas with Lori's family in 2005. Lori felt bad for him having no family of his own. However, Arlene could not believe what Ennis was claiming, despite her daughter's close friendship with him. She did not believe that Lori would ever be involved in drug dealing. She thought that he was simply lying through his teeth, but didn't have any clue as to why. Police were also given this information by Ennis himself, yet before they could act on it, a terrifying discovery was made. On June 14, 2006, 4 days after Lori's disappearance, at approximately 4:40 a.m., her car was found fully ablaze on an impasse near the bowling alley where Rick had previously been employed. From that point on, the investigation shifted from a missing persons case to a possible homicide. According to investigators, the fire destroyed any traces of evidence that would have possibly been found inside the car. However, Lori was not inside the vehicle at the time it was burnt. A hand-rolled cigarette was on the ground near the car. A gas can was also found close by in the woods. The incident horrified Lori's family, and they were almost certain now that something very bad had happened to her. Investigating the information Ennis provided to Arlene was their only clue at the time. When Ennis was brought in for questioning, he repeated the same story he told Arlene, only adding more details this time. Ennis claimed that he and Lori grew marijuana together. According to him, Lori might have gone off to sell her share of the weed they grew together. He also added that Lori could have been dealing with shady people. Police raided Lori's trailer. However, even after a thorough search, the police were unable to find any evidence of Lori dealing drugs. During the interview, investigators also took notice of several scratches on Rick's hands and arms, which he claimed came from his dog. More concerning things came to light when investigators talked to Lindsay. As per Lindsay's account, she had heard Rick Ennis speaking in the background when she and Lori last spoke on the phone the day she vanished. Since Ennis was known to be a friend of Lori, Lindsay did not think much of it at the time. Lindsay claimed that when she texted Rick inquiring about Lori's whereabouts, he said that she was fine when he left her. Lindsay also informed the investigators that before her disappearance, Lori had told her that Rick had written a love letter to her. His feelings for her were not reciprocated. Lindsay also claimed that Lori told her that she was not romantically attracted to Rick and was going to have a conversation about it with him. Later, investigators found out that Ennis told his friends about his letter and Lori's rejection. When police re-interviewed him to confront him with the new information they collected from Lindsay, he admitted meeting her hours before her disappearance, but insisted that Lori was perfectly fine and was preparing to go to the store when he left her house. However, investigators discovered several inconsistencies in his statement. Investigators began focusing on Rick Ennis as their prime suspect. Their suspicion only grew stronger after searching his car. Investigators found several items of interest, including a knife, some cleaning supplies, and handcuffs. With this evidence, investigators began digging through his past, but they were not expecting the twists they were going to be met with. Looking through the unimaginably dark past of Rick Ennis, investigators discovered that he had actually murdered his mother and stepfather when he was only 12 years of age. On March 3, 1993, just 10 months after their marriage, Ennis had beaten his mother, who was known as a sweet church-going lady, to death with a baseball bat after shooting her in the face in their trailer in North Montgomery, Alabama, where they lived. Ennis' stepfather, Eddie Joe Flowers, who was known as Elvis because of his sideburns and vibrant personality, was met with the same fate as his wife. After murdering his mother, Rick shot him in the face using a shotgun when Eddie came home from work. After the murder, Ennis drove the family car and crashed into a fence on the side of the highway. Alabama State Trooper John Clark stopped Ennis walking along the highway. When he asked him where his parents were, Ennis told them that he'd killed them. As Detective Clark searched the backpack the young boy was carrying, he found a kitchen knife and some ammunition for a 12-gauge shotgun, as well as for a .22 caliber. When asked why he killed his parents, The emotionless 12-year-old Ennis told the cops that he was mad that his parents planned to move. He said he didn't want to leave the school. For 2 days, investigators believed he lived with their bodies while continuing to go to school. He further confessed about his future plans to kill his 3 stepsisters, which further shocked the investigators at the time. Although his murders were nothing short of gruesome, due to his age, he could not be tried as an adult. As a minor at the time, he was sent to jail for 9 years for the double murder. After he was released, he moved to Auburn, where he had then met Lori Slasinski. After Lori's disappearance, Rick Ennis was the prime suspect in the case. However, in spite of Ennis' past and loads of circumstantial evidence, it was impossible to charge Ennis for Lori's murder without Lori's body or any direct evidence. Ennis left Auburn just weeks after his interview with detectives and moved elsewhere, finally ending up in Huntsville, Alabama in 2007. By then, though, Lori's case had gone cold. After moving to Huntsville, he soon moved in with a roommate, Abram Sissons. Abram noticed that Ennis brought kitchen rugs with him, which he claimed were a gift from Lori. He also told Abram that he was in love with a woman in Auburn who disappeared without a trace, but did not mention her name. Abram found nothing unusual in these conversations until he learned about Ennis' dark past. He then asked Ennis to leave immediately. Abram later claimed that when he returned to his apartment, it was completely trashed. However, the police recovered the rugs, one of which tested positive for Ennis's blood. Abram also claimed later that he saw a Galileo thermometer in Ennis's room before he moved in with him, the same kind that was missing from Lori's home. Sadly, the police could still not link Ennis to Lori's murder at this time. As their prime suspect remained at large, the case remained unsolved while Lori's devastated family waited for answers. For years, this case had no updates. Then in 2016, after a decade, Mark Whitaker, a special agent of the Alabama State Bureau of Investigation, opened a cold case unit and started reinvestigating Lori's disappearance along with his team, which included his longtime partner, Agent J.W. Barnes. Lori's case was their first project, and they began revisiting the evidence, sending some of the items to forensic labs for testing, and conducting several interviews and re-interviews. After the re-examination of the evidence, Ennis naturally became his main suspect. Agent Mark was aware of Ennis' past, and his gut told him that Ennis had done something similar to Lori, but he had no idea as to how to prove his guilt without more evidence or a body. However, in an unexpected twist, Agent Whitaker's partner, Agent J.W. Barnes, found an important piece of evidence while looking through the files. He discovered a report in an envelope that had not been opened for 10 years. After Lori's disappearance in 2006, police collected evidence from the trailer, but no one followed up with it until the results came in. The results showed that semen found on Lori's bedsheet and blood on the interior side of the front door contained Rick Ennis DNA. After organizing all the evidence, investigators built a strong case against Rick Ennis and were eventually able to get an indictment order in 2018. By this time, Ennis was newly engaged to a school librarian named Alana Atkinson and was living in Pilot, Virginia. There, he was working for a company that designed and built portable living structures called yurts. On August 6, 2018, on his 38th birthday, 12 years after Lori Slasinski went missing from Auburn, Rick Ennis was arrested by a task force of U.S. Marshals. While it came as a relief to Lori's family, Ennis' fiancée and co-workers were shocked by this turn of events. After being arrested on 2 counts of capital murder, his trial was postponed due to COVID-19. The trial finally began on April 1, 2022. While the prosecution presented all the evidence that suggested Ennis' involvement in the crime, including the cigarette butt and Lori's bedsheet containing his DNA, the defense argued that police could have taken the cigarette from Ennis' home and planted it at the crime scene. They also attacked Lori Slasinski's character by trying to portray her as a drug dealer. To explain how his DNA got on the bedsheet, Rick claimed that he had consensual sex with Lori before her disappearance, suggesting that they were still intimate despite Lori's rejection of his advances. However, his story did not seem very convincing, especially when 2 more witnesses came forward with jaw-dropping information. One of his former co-workers in Alabama, Jeremy Brooks, stated that on June 9, 2006, just one day prior to Lori's mysterious disappearance. He received a call from Ennis asking if he could bring him gas and if he could keep the gas can. Jeremy rejected his request. Later, after police found Lori's scorched car and a gas can, it matched the description of a gas can that was missing from the bowling alley where Ennis worked. Another of his former co-workers from South Carolina, Terry Booth, testified about the chilling experience he had with Ennis years prior. Terry remembered asking Ennis why he moved from Auburn. Ennis told him that he had to get rid of a body. Although he thought Ennis was just joking with him, the announcement of his arrest for Lori's murder proved otherwise. Although Rick Ennis continued to deny all allegations against him and maintained his innocence, jurors came up with a guilty verdict after 2 days of deliberation. He was facing the death penalty for the crime, but the DA agreed to take the death penalty off the table after consulting with Arlene. Arlene later said that she felt agreeing to a life without parole sentence for Rick Ennis would save her from years of potential appeal hearings, but would also ensure that Ennis would never be free. On April 14, 2022, he was sentenced to life without parole. He remains incarcerated in William E. Donaldson Correctional Facility in Bessemer, Alabama. For Arlene Slasinski, the outcome was bittersweet. With tears in her eyes, she shared that it meant she had to finally accept that Lori was never coming home. An incredible hope that a portion of her heart always clung to. Let us know in the comments section what your thoughts are on this tragic case. Do you think Rick Ennis will ever give up the location of Lori's remains? The Rodens were a large family from Ohio, United States. The patriarch, Christopher Roden, had been married to Dana Roden, with whom he had 3 children, Frankie, Hannah Mae, and Christopher Jr. By 2016, Christopher and Dana had separated, but lived on the same property located on Union Hill Road in the rural area of Pike in Ohio, which they owned. Christopher, a 40-year-old laborer, worked at the family's Big Bear Lake complex and lived in a trailer with his 38-year-old cousin, Gary. Dana, then 37, worked as a nursing assistant at a rehabilitation center and resided in a trailer 2 kilometers from her ex-husband with their younger children, who were then 19 and 16 years old. Hannah's 2-year-old daughter, Sophie, also spent most of her time with them. Later, Frankie, who was 20, moved with his fiancée to another nearby trailer. He had a 3-year-old son named Bentley from a previous relationship and a 6-month-old baby with his new partner, spending most of his time helping his father at the complex. The family was rounded out by Kenneth, Christopher's brother. Like the rest of his relatives, he was known for being hardworking, commuting daily to Columbus for work and living only 15 minutes away from the rest of his family. On April 18, 2016, the Roden family expanded with the arrival of Hannah's new daughter, whose father was unknown. Although it was speculated that the father could be Charlie, the brother of her sister-in-law, there was no certainty. Hannah had no interest in finding out, as she did not have a good relationship with Jake Wagner, Sophie's father. She preferred that the care of the new baby remained within the family as she worked as a nursing assistant and finished high school. The relationship within the Roden family was such that they even included Bobby Jo Manley, Dana's sister, in their lives. As she was unemployed, Christopher offered her work taking care of his animals, given the large size of his property. Bobby accepted, unaware that during one of those visits, she would encounter the most unimaginable scene possible. It was 7:53 a.m. on April 22, 2016, when Bobby entered the trailer as she did every day, quickly realizing the house was not empty. Inside, she found Christopher and Gary amidst a massive pool of blood. She immediately took out her cell phone and dialed emergency services, her voice breaking as she requested they come to 477 Union Hill Road. Then, as if on reflex, Bobby went to the homes of her other relatives, knocked on the door, but no one answered. Seconds later, little Bentley came out. Upon entering, Bobby was breathless at the sight. On the bed lay the lifeless bodies of Frank and his wife. Assaulted, alive but splattered with blood, was the 6-month-old baby. As the police were en route to the scene, another neighbor intercepted them, urging them to visit 2 other nearby locations, suspecting there would be more casualties. They were right. In the 3rd house, they found the bodies of Dana, Christopher Jr., and Hannah, also covered in blood. The only survivor from that home was the infant, just a few days old. By then, the news had spread like wildfire in the media. A cousin of the Rodens went to ensure Kenneth was safe. Sadly, he too had been shot. He called the police to report he had found the last body. By 1:26 p.m., all the victims had been accounted for. Christopher, Dana, Frankie, Hannah Roden, Christopher Jr., Hannah Hazel, the fiancé of Frankie, Kenneth, and Gary. The only survivors were the young children whom the murderers had spared and little Sophie, who by chance was at her father Jake's house. Examining the bodies, investigators were able to reconstruct the crime. Christopher had a defensive wound on his right arm, leading to the conclusion that he was awake when the assailants entered his home. He confronted the attackers, but was overwhelmed by 9 gunshots. Gary was hit by 5 shots. Dana received the same number in her head and neck, some executed even after she had perished, indicating the attackers had been particularly brutal with her. Christopher Jr. was shot 4 times in the head while sleeping, as was Frankie. Hannah Hazel was also murdered with 2 shots to the skull. Kenneth was the only one with a single shot. All the victims had died from multiple gunshots fired from close range, precisely in the same body part. Detectives estimated the assailants fired a total of 32 times, clearly using a silencer, as no one in the area heard the noises. Moreover, all had their hands covered with plastic bags, and autopsy reports showed at least one of the victims had 9 significant wounds. It was clear this was a premeditated crime aimed at eradicating the entire clan, leaving unanswered who could have committed such a heinous act. Upon inspecting the scene, agents found 5 different types of bullet casings from Remington. However, they also found another unused bullet from a different model, confirming their suspicion that more than one attacker was involved in the crime. While the victim's blood was present in all the trailers, none of it matched the DNA of the perpetrators. Detectives attempted to review security camera footage from the homes, but the cameras had been disconnected. These devices also lacked DNA, clearly indicating that the planners of the crime had meticulously covered their tracks. Just as they were running out of hope, the officers found something. In 3 of the 4 homes, there were marijuana grow operations, and one of them contained more than 200 plants. They quickly theorized that the Rodens were involved in drug trafficking, a common occurrence in Ohio, and speculated that the motive for the crime might have been a drug-related dispute. They investigated whether the family had connections to cartels or drug traffickers, but found nothing. The possibility of a family dispute over drug money was also considered but led nowhere. Additionally, they found cockfighting rings in one of the trailers. However, illegal cockfighting did not seem to be the motive behind the incident. They were about to leave without discovering anything when a key testimony emerged. Dana's father told detectives that the killers had to be known to the family, as otherwise, the dogs would have attacked them. This combined with the lack of forced entry signs at any of the homes narrowed the lines of investigation. Ohio Attorney General Mike DeWine stated it was a cold-blooded crime and that the killers were still at large and armed. Efforts were made to locate the rest of the Rodens' relatives to ensure their safety. 20 investigators combed through the state searching every road and home and interrogated every acquaintance of the family in an attempt to uncover what happened. This only caused a wave of panic in Pike County. Such was the uncertainty that a businessman named Jeff Ruby offered a reward of $25,000 for any tip that could help the police. Neighbors hung a sign on Christopher's barn door asking, "Do you know who killed us on April 22, 2016? In January 2017, the investigation yielded its first result, though it was only a side effect. A cousin of the Rodens named Josh was arrested for substance trafficking. However, the police had already determined that the amount of marijuana grown by the Rodens was not significant enough to suggest a cartel attack. Months passed, and the agents could not even find a motive after interviewing 550 people, gathering 1,100 tips, and examining 700 pieces of evidence. On April 13, 2017, the authorities had to break the hard news, announcing in the media that they did not have sufficient evidence to make any arrests. However, the police assured that they had some leads, which they could not yet make public. Days later, on the first anniversary of the incident, A mass and a small tribute were organized, attended by various authorities. The Pike massacre remained a topic of discussion for everyone. But by the time 2 years had passed, only the neighbors continued to show interest in the case. Not even the local press, the sheriff, or the prosecutor attended the second memorial service. It seemed the county's largest criminal investigation would be forgotten. That changed in June when an important announcement was made. The prosecutor's words proved true as he publicly stated for the first time that they were focusing on the Wagners, the family of Hannah's ex-partner. The individuals named were George, his wife Angela, both 47, and their 2 sons, George, 27, and Edward, 26, known as Jake. All lived in Peebles, 25 kilometers from where the crime occurred. By then, the Wagners had moved to Kenai, a small town in Alaska, taking with them little Sophie, who ended up in her father's custody after Hannah's death. Their reason for leaving the state was claimed to be their deep affection for the Rodens and the immense pain their deaths caused them. The prosecutor requested any information about the Wagners from the public. But it wasn't long before they returned. Running out of money, they had to move back to Ohio. As preparations for their arrest were underway, agents uncovered how the relationship between the 2 families ended in bloodshed. Jake Wagner met Hannah Roden in high school when he was 18 and she was just 13. They went to prom together and became inseparable, which also brought the 2 families closer, sharing gatherings and celebrations. When Hannah was 15, she became pregnant with Jake's child. Shortly after Sophie's birth, Jake asked her to move in with him and his family, believing it would provide a healthier environment for the child. Hannah refused, feeling this was an attempt to control her. From then on, everything went downhill, with both wanting full custody of the girl and each family fighting for their own interests. On one occasion, Jake proposed that Hannah sign a document to share custody with him and his brother. Seeing Hannah's refusal, Jake began to threaten her, texting that he would take Sophie by force if necessary, and trying to manipulate her by saying that if she truly loved her daughter, she would know she needed to live with him. According to these messages, Jake believed the Rodens could harm the little girl. These conversations continued for 2 years, with Hannah refusing to live with the Wagners. In March 2015, she decided to end the relationship with Jake, citing his abusiveness. In one of her messages, she made it clear that he had hurt her and that she was tired of being pursued by him. These violent practices were common in the Wagner family, as George had managed to gain full custody of his son by threatening the child's mother with weapons. Things worsened when Hannah announced she was expecting a second daughter. Although she denied Jake was the father, he was not entirely convinced given their resumed relationship. Far from respecting his ex-partner's wishes, he initiated a new dispute over paternity. In December 2015, Angela Wagner hacked into Hannah's social media accounts and discovered a message on Facebook that completely enraged the family. In it, Hannah told George's ex-wife that her ex-partner's family would have to kill her before she would give them custody of her daughter. A week before the incident, the Wagners made one last attempt to convince Hannah to give Jake full custody of Sophie. Hannah refused again, and then Jake's maternal grandmother falsified a document to make this happen. During the legal process, George's father and Christopher had a heated argument about where their granddaughter would live, completely severing the relationship between the 2 families. It was then that the Wagners began planning the crime. In Christmas 2015, they held a vote to decide whether to kill the Roden family to gain custody of Sophie. They all agreed. For 8 months, they meticulously planned the massacre, studying the Rodens' routines, their schedules, sleep patterns, and the layout of their homes, as well as investigating their security systems. They even went to the Rodens' property to fire guns into the air to check if the noise of the shots would carry too far. Noticing the sound would give them away, George's father decided it was best to purchase parts to make homemade silencers. Angela bought athletic shoes for her husband and sons to wear on the day of the crime and to destroy afterward. She also acquired phone jammers to secretly install on the victims' devices to prevent them from calling for help. George's father arranged for a van to be used that night without being recognized. On the night of the crime, Angela stayed home with Sophie, as it was their turn for shared custody, providing a perfect alibi. George's father went to Christopher's house to lure him into a supposed drug deal. Christopher agreed and opened his door, unaware of what would follow. Authorities found evidence that Angela had purchased the athletic shoes weeks before the murder, matching a blood-stained footprint found on the floor of one of the trailers. They also confirmed she had hacked her ex-daughter-in-law's account. Inspecting the Wagners' electronic devices, agents found internet searches on parental custody, indicating a clear obsession with controlling the children. However, there also appeared to be a conflict between the two families over $3,000 for the purchase of a car. Although Angela was evidently the mastermind behind the plan, the agents were certain that Jake led the executions and that all members of the Wagner clan participated. On November 13, 2018, authorities announced the arrest of 6 individuals, the first 4 being George's father, Angela, George's son, and Jake. They were indicted by the Pike County Grand Jury on 22 counts, including 8 charges of aggravated murder, and pleaded not guilty to all charges. Jake was also charged with a sexual offense for engaging in sexual conduct with Hannah when she was 15 and he was 20. On the same day, 2 additional individuals were arrested. Though they had not participated in the murders, they were accused of perjury and obstructing justice. These were Angela's mother, Rita, 65, and George's mother, Frederica, 76. The charges against Frederica included lying about purchasing bulletproof vests for her son. Neither was sent to prison, but Frederica was monitored electronically with a GPS device. Furthermore, authorities disclosed the motive behind the crime: the custody battle over Sophie. After years of uncertainty, the trial was all that remained. In June 2019, it was proven through receipts that Frederica had purchased the bulletproof vests after the incident, leading to the withdrawal of charges against her. Rita was not as fortunate. That same year, a handwriting analysis determined she was guilty of falsifying a document for Sophie's custody. In December, she began cooperating with the prosecution to avoid prison. The rest of the Wagners remained in jail, refusing to cooperate with the case and expressing sorrow over the Rodens' deaths, wishing for the real killers to be imprisoned. It seemed the case would never close and Ohio residents could never rest easy until something unexpected happened 2 years later. On April 22, 2021, the 5th anniversary of the massacre, Jake reached a plea deal with prosecutors on the condition that his family members would not face the death penalty, but instead receive life sentences. He confessed to personally murdering 5 of the 8 victims and pleaded guilty to 23 criminal charges, including 8 for aggravated murder and others for conspiracy, aggravated robbery, tampering with evidence, and unlawful sexual conduct with a minor. He testified that he felt compelled to kill Hannah to gain custody of his daughter and had to do the same to the rest of the Rodens, knowing they would seek revenge otherwise. He expressed deep remorse and was sentenced to 8 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Following the trial, he agreed to cooperate with the prosecution in the cases against his parents and brother. Thanks to his cooperation, authorities found the van George's father had purchased for the crime and 3 firearms the family had attempted to cut up and incinerate. These were buried in buckets of cement and hidden behind the Wagner residence's barn. A specialist managed to reconstruct the fragments to prove that the casings matched those found at the Rodens' trailers. On September 10th of that year, Angela Wagner pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit aggravated murder, burglary, and tampering with evidence, agreeing to testify against the remaining accused individuals. In exchange, prosecutors dropped the aggravated murder charges against her, and she was sentenced to 30 years in prison. Only those who continue to deny their involvement remain to be judged. The trial against George Wagner's son began on August 28, 2022. The prosecutor called the defendant's ex-partner to testify, who had distanced herself from the family fearing for her life. The prosecution argued that George was complicit in planning, executing, and covering up the murders. However, the young man denied having any knowledge of the crimes before, during, or after their commission, even stating that if his family had asked him to participate in such an act, he would have never agreed. After 3 months, he was found guilty of all 22 charges, including the 8 charges of aggravated murder, and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In addition to a consecutive sentence of 121 years for firearm possession, George's father was still awaiting his trial, which would not occur until February 2024. If found guilty of the same 22 charges as his son, he would face a similar fate. Despite the entire family being convicted, he continues to claim his innocence. The surviving children were placed in the care of distant relatives. Out of respect for their privacy, their whereabouts cannot be disclosed, but it is known that they are happy and safe. When asked about his father, Bentley says he is fixing cars in heaven with Jesus. The Wagners' goal was to gain custody of Sophie, claiming they would take better care of her, but in reality, they deprived her of her own mother, uncles, and grandparents. The hope is that she grows up far from her father's family, in an environment where violence is never a means to an end. The name of Velma Barfield forever changed the narrative of crime and punishment in the United States. Her life story reads like a tragedy that challenges our perception of evil. Known to many as the death row grandma, she became the first woman executed by lethal injection in the United States, the first woman to be executed after the death penalty's reinstatement in 1976, and also the first woman executed since 1962. But how did a wife, mother, and grandmother, once cherished and loved by those who knew her, transform into one of the most notorious figures in criminal history? Born in a time of economic despair, in the shadow of the Great Depression, Velma Margie Barfield came into the world on October 29, 1932, in Eastover, North Carolina, but was raised near Fayetteville. The second of 9 children, she witnessed a constant battle against poverty from an early age. In rural North Carolina, where life was governed by the rising and setting of the sun, Velma's family toiled on their small tobacco and cotton farm. Velma's father, Murphy Bullard, was a man worn down by the hardships of farm life. His temper was as volatile as the weather that dictated their fortunes. Velma claimed he was physically and sexually abusive to her and her sisters. However, other relatives disputed this. Velma's mother, Lily Bullard, bore the brunt of her husband's frustrations. In their world, love was a luxury they could hardly afford, leaving Velma and her siblings to navigate a childhood marked by emotional absence and the ever-present threat of violence. At a young age, Velma observed the financial differences between herself and her peers. That's when her first criminal activity started. She initially took small amounts of cash from her father to buy little things that she saw her classmates enjoying. Her petty thefts escalated to taking $80 from an elderly neighbor. When her father discovered that, he beat her severely, and Velma stopped stealing for the remainder of her childhood. Raised in a Christian household, young Velma found solace in the pages of her Bible, clinging to faith in the turmoil of her home life. This early introduction to religion was a constant amidst chaos. Yet, as she transitioned to adolescence, the psychological scars left by her upbringing would shape the woman she would later become. The world around was convulsed by World War II. The war, though distant, exacerbated the hardships faced by her family and deepened the fractures within. Velma, like many of her generation, was forced to grow up quickly. Her dreams and aspirations were often overshadowed by the pressing needs of survival and duty to family. Yet it was during this time that her resilience and tenacity began to shine through, qualities that would define her in both commendable and tragic ways. As Velma stepped into early adulthood, her desire for a life beyond the confines of her home grew stronger. She dreamed of escape. At the age of 17, she dropped out of school. The search for love and stability led Velma into the arms of Thomas Burke, a union that promised freedom, but instead brought new hardships. By 19, she had 2 children, a son, Ron, and a daughter, Kim. The family lived happily in Parkton, North Carolina for over 15 years. Velma's life with Thomas seemed a hard-earned escape from the poverty and violence of her childhood. Everything changed in 1965 when Thomas got into a serious car crash and suffered head injuries. To cope with the intense pain and headaches caused by his injuries, he became a heavy drinker and drug user. His struggle with alcohol mirrored the demons of Velma's father, reigniting the traumas of her past. The cycle of abuse and neglect she vowed never to repeat began to encroach upon her own family. It was during these turbulent years that Velma's resilience was put to the ultimate test. The pressures of an unhappy marriage, the responsibilities of motherhood, and the patterns of her past weighed heavily on her soul. Velma started a job at a textile factory but soon had to quit due to health problems. She underwent an urgent hysterectomy, which left her feeling insecure about her femininity. After the surgery, she suffered from debilitating back pain and turned to prescription drugs. What began as a means to cope soon spiraled into an addiction that eroded her judgment and set the stage for the tragedies to come. Her journey was not a plunge, but a gradual descent, each step marked by an increasing desperation to maintain the illusion of control. On April 4, 1969, Velma had a fierce argument with her husband. Later that day, when she and the children were away, the house caught fire. Thomas, who remained inside, died from smoke inhalation, and the house was burned to the ground. Velma and the kids moved in with her parents. A few months after her husband's death, Velma started dating a widower, Jennings Barfield. They married in August 1970. One day, the couple had an argument, after which Jennings became mysteriously ill. On March 21, 1971, he died of a heart attack. Velma moved into her parents' home again. Soon after that, her father died of lung cancer. In the summer of 1974, her mother suffered severe stomach pain and was taken to the hospital. As she got better, she returned home. In August 1974, a man Velma was dating died in a car accident. On December 30th of the same year, her mother was taken to the hospital again with similar symptoms of a severe stomach illness. Doctors couldn't help her this time, nor could they diagnose her illness, and she died after 2 hours. No autopsy was performed. As mysterious deaths around Velma continued, her son Ronnie Burke said, "It's the saddest thing, but it seems like everybody my mother ever gets close to dies. How could the good Lord allow this to happen to a faithful Christian like Velma Barfield?" The financial strain of her addiction led to another unethical decision, forging checks to sustain her growing needs. But deceit has its price, and the trust within the community began to fray. Velma found herself trapped in a web of her own making. In 1975, she was convicted of 7 counts of writing bad checks and sentenced to 6 months in prison. However, she was released after serving 3 months. Upon her release in 1976, Velma took a job as a caretaker for the elderly. Initially, she worked for 94-year-old Montgomery Edwards and his 84-year-old wife, Dolly, in Lumberton, North Carolina. Montgomery fell ill and died on January 29, 1977. A few weeks later, in February, Dolly developed symptoms of a stomach illness similar to those of Velma's mother and died on March 1st. Velma then started looking after 76-year-old Record Lee, who had broken her leg. On June 4, 1977, Lee's husband, John Henry, began to suffer severe pains in his stomach and chest. Doctors diagnosed his condition as a severe stomach virus. He died later that month. Later, in 1977, Velma moved in with her boyfriend, Roland Stewart Taylor, a relative of Dolly Edwards. He was a widower and tobacco farmer. One day, they were attending a Pentecostal revival meeting in Cumberland County. Suddenly, Stewart complained of severe stomach pain. He was taken to the hospital where he died after a few days. The search for truth begins in the quietest of ways. A question, a doubt, a pressing need for answers. Suspicion grew in the hearts of those who had watched Stewart's health decline under mysterious circumstances. It was their persistence that first brought the authorities to Velma's doorstep, initiating a chain of events that would lead to shocking revelations. An autopsy was ordered. The investigation into Stewart Taylor's death was methodical. Each test, each interview, each piece of evidence added another layer of suspicion around Velma. In the world of criminal investigations, breakthroughs often come with a faint clue, a moment of intuition, a connection previously unseen. For the team pursuing justice for Stewart Taylor and the other victims, it came in the form of forensic evidence. Arsenic became the linchpin in unraveling the mystery, traces of which were found in Stewart's system. Before the autopsy results were declared, Lumberton police received an anonymous phone call, reportedly from Velma's sister, who said that Velma had poisoned Taylor and others. Subsequently, Velma was arrested on charges of murdering Stuart Taylor. After her arrest, the body of Jennings Barfield was exhumed, and traces of arsenic were found. The unraveling of Velma's carefully constructed lies began. The art of interrogation is delicate, a push and pull between investigator and suspect. Each question a probe into the darkest corners of the human heart. For Velma, the questions posed by her interrogators mirrored the ones she had long avoided within herself. It was in this room, under the weight of evidence and the scrutiny of the law, that the wall she had built to separate her actions from her conscience could no longer hold as the truth clawed its way to the surface. In search of solace, Velma turned to a spiritual advisor. It was in this desperate hope for redemption that she found the strength to confront her past. For her, the path to confession was a journey back to her soul. With a voice tinged with regret, Velma began to speak. A torrent of truths long dammed by fear, shame, and denial flowed forth. Her confession became a source of deep, lasting pain for her own family, who were unwittingly caught in her web of deceit. The woman they loved and the horrible crimes she committed were now inseparably linked, challenging their notions of forgiveness and the very foundations of their understanding of right and wrong. She confessed to poisoning Montgomery and Dolly Edwards, John Henry Lee, her mother, Lillian, and her boyfriend, Stuart Taylor. Despite the fact that arsenic was found in Jennings Barfield's body, Velma denied killing him. The motive for the murders was stealing money from her victims to support her clandestine addiction to prescription drugs. She had also taken out a loan in her mother's name. Each of her tragic choices, made under the influence of pain, had a devastating impact on her destiny and the people around her. Faced with the threat of exposure, Velma took a step that irrevocably altered the course of her life. The path from one crime to another can often be a slippery slope. She found herself repeating the unthinkable. Every time, Velma went to her victims' funerals and seemed to sincerely mourn their loss. The burden of her secret pushed her further into isolation. Yet the resilient human psyche, adept at self-preservation, often takes refuge in justification to shield itself from the unbearable truth and finds ways to rationalize even the darkest deeds. Every time Velma stole money from her victims, then poisoned them as they got suspicious. To the outside world, she remained a devout churchgoer, a seemingly caring nurse, and a loving family member. But her moral compass, once guided by faith, now veered into a realm of denial, caught in a constant struggle between the remnants of her conscience and the overwhelming desire to escape the consequences of her actions. She was forging checks on her boyfriend Stuart Taylor's account. Presumably, he discovered that. So she mixed an arsenic-based rat poison into his beer and tea, determined to maintain her secret at any cost. At the trial, Velma's defense pleaded insanity, but this was not accepted. She appeared cold and uncaring. She laughed at the prosecutor and even gave the district attorney a round of applause after his closing speech. The prosecution painted a picture of Velma not as the church-going grandmother she purported to be, but as a calculating murderer driven by darkness. She was the architect of her own fate, and her actions deserved the utmost penalty. The defense, in turn, sought to humanize her, portraying her not as a monster, but as a troubled soul ensnared by addiction, abuse, and circumstances beyond her control, highlighting her mental health struggles as a mitigating factor in her crimes. In the world of law and order, the truth is often more complex than it appears, inseparable from human emotions. Although she eventually confessed to 6 murders, she was convicted only of the first-degree murder of Stuart Taylor in December 1978. The trial jury found aggravating circumstances and sentenced her to death. For the victims' families, the verdict was an acknowledgement of their irreplaceable loss. A designated holding area for female death row prisoners did not exist at the time, and Velma was the only female death row inmate in North Carolina. So she was imprisoned at Central Prison in Raleigh in an area for escape-prone prisoners and prisoners with mental illnesses. Subsequently, a unit for female death row inmates was established at the North Carolina Correctional Institution for Women. While on death row, Velma was off the drugs and expressed remorse for the years that the pills had blurred her judgment and destroyed her moral compass. In the solitude of her cell, she began the arduous process of confronting her past. The nights were long, the faces of her victims haunted her dreams, and the silence served as a backdrop for her thoughts and regrets. It was during these moments of reflection that Velma faced the full magnitude of her actions, the lives she had taken, and the pain she had caused. Her conversations with the prison chaplain were not just about seeking forgiveness from a higher power, but about understanding the nature of atonement and the painstaking process of forgiving oneself. In jail, Velma confessed that she had never been a true Christian. Her Christianity had been a matter of form and gesture. Then, finally, while waiting for her trial, she genuinely opened her heart to Jesus and received forgiveness and salvation. She wrote in her autobiography, "All my life, I was weighted down by my sins because I couldn't do better. It never occurred to me that Jesus really did pay the price, that Jesus alone bore the extreme punishment, death, for my sins, not just for my good neighbors, and even more glorious, Jesus is willing to be my friend even now. I can talk to him and he will listen." She became a devout Christian and spent her 6 final years ministering to other inmates. Velma, in her own way, became a source of support to them. Her involvement in spiritual activities offered her a sense of community and belonging that had eluded her for much of her life. Her extensive participation in the Christian community led to a campaign to have her sentence commuted from death to life imprisonment. She wrote letters to Governor Jim Hunt telling him that her born-again Christian faith should be considered as a mitigating factor. She received support from many Christians across the United States, including evangelists Billy and Ruth Graham. Ruth kept in touch with Velma by mail. Her victims' families considered Velma's conversion a fraud and a ploy to save her life. To them, she was a woman who had killed their loved ones. Velma remained a loving mother and a caring grandmother. She enjoyed family visits every weekend and spent time with her children and grandchildren. Her new attorney, Richard Burr, said about her, "There was no hidden agenda with Velma. Whenever you were with her, she was who she was. From what I understand, that's how she lived her life in prison. So from the very beginning, I believed that when she committed those crimes, it was not the Velma Barfield mentally and emotionally that I was seeing and getting to know." Burr believed that Velma's pretrial evaluations were inadequate, so he turned to psychiatrist Selwyn Rose. Dr. Rose evaluated Velma in 1980 and testified in the state court. He said that she suffered from 3 disorders, a multiple prescription drug abuse disorder, an underlying personality disorder, and depression. However, Dr. Rose never felt as if he had put together a complete picture of Velma. As Burr had no license to practice in North Carolina, he now assisted Velma's new lawyer, Jimmy Little. As time was running out, Velma's son, Ronnie Burke, asked her if she had killed his father. She replied, "I'm sure I probably did." She couldn't remember clearly, but she believed that she had left a cigarette or a match in the bed and then closed the door, leaving her drunk husband to sleep in their burning house. She also admitted to the pastor who helped her right woman on death row that she had murdered Jennings Barfield. Velma said she was glad that this was finally over because she was afraid that she was going to poison her grandchildren. She didn't know why she did it, but she did it, and it was not something she could stop. North Carolina's governor refused Velma's request for clemency and said that her victims had been literally tortured to death. Additionally, an appeal was made based on testimony from a psychiatry professor who asserted that she suffered from dissociative identity disorder. Professor Dorothy Lewis, professor of psychiatry at New York University School of Medicine and an expert in violent behavior, picked up patterns of manic episodes in Velma's earlier life associated with the development of a manic depressive disorder. She said she had talked to Velma's other personality, Billy, who told her Velma had been a victim of sexual abuse and that he, Billy, had killed her abusers. The judge responded to this by saying, "One of them did it. I don't care which one." Velma's final appeal was filed on October 30th, 1984 in the North Carolina Supreme Court based on her being incompetent at her original trial due to her drug addiction. This appeal was denied in federal court. She told her attorney, Jimmy Little, to drop all appeals the day before she was executed, explaining that she wanted to die with as much dignity as the state of North Carolina will allow. Her last hours were spent in reflection and prayer, seeking comfort in her faith. As she was preparing for death, the famous pastor Billy Graham told her over the phone, "Velma, in a way I envy you because you're going to get to heaven before I do." Velma was executed on November 2nd, 1984 at Central Prison in Raleigh. She released a statement before her execution. "I want to say that I am sorry for all the hurt that I have caused. I know that everybody has gone through a lot of pain, all the families connected, and I am sorry, and I want to thank everybody who has been supporting me all these 6 years. I want to thank my family for standing with me through all this and my attorneys and all the support to me. Everybody, the people with the prison department. I appreciate everything, their kindness and everything that they have shown me during these 6 years." As her last meal, she chose a bag of cheese doodles and a Coca-Cola. She received final visits from her family members and friends. She wasn't scared and told one of them, "When I go into that gas chamber at 2 a.m., it's my gateway to heaven." She was wearing pink pajamas for the execution. A stethoscope and heart monitor were taped to her chest. The wheeled gurney was brought to her cell, and she was fastened to it with straps across her body and legs. Then she was wheeled into the execution chamber shortly before 2 a.m. Crowds of pro- and anti-death penalty demonstrators gathered outside the prison. Some of the protesters accused Governor Hunt of refusing to show mercy and compassion, arguing that she could lead a life of value behind bars and help other prisoners. Richard Burr said, "Politics and death have been mixed up in this case." Inmates were banging rhythmically on the windows of their cells, waiting for the execution. About 80 people who were in favor of capital punishment cheered and applauded. The execution was carried out by 3 volunteers. One of the intravenous lines was a dummy so that none of the volunteers knew which of them actually administered the lethal dose. Velma was declared dead at 2:15 a.m., 15 minutes after being administered the injection of pancuronium bromide. Observers at the execution reported that she passed away peacefully, with no apparent suffering or pain. About 300 opponents of the death penalty stood in silent vigil, carrying candles that were extinguished as the moment of the execution passed. At 2:25 a.m., Velma's body was taken to a medical school by an ambulance. She had requested that her organs be used for transplantation. She was buried in a small North Carolina cemetery near her first husband, Thomas Burke. She was 52 years old. Singer-songwriter Jonathan Byrd, the grandson of Jennings Barfield and his first wife, wrote a song about Velma. The story of Allison Bonilla. On September 27, 2020, police and several neighbors from the Florencio del Castillo community were attempting to locate a young woman named Allison Bonilla, who had been missing for more than 5 months. They headed to an illegal dump located in San Geronimo de Caquia in the province of Cartago, Costa Rica. The first thing they spotted was a sock and a shoe, inside of which was a nail. Yandra, Allison's mother, instantly identified the clothing and even recognized the nail. Due to the nail polish color that had been applied at her nail salon, they're failing to find any more remains of the young woman. The search party withdrew, disheartened, but not defeated. The next day, they returned to the area and ventured down to a nearby coffee plantation located 93 meters deep into the illegal dumping ground. What they found left them completely stunned. Buried beneath the soil, moss and weeds were skeletal remains of the young woman, including vertebrae, ribs, parts of her upper limbs, pelvic bones, and a femur connected by cartilage. 8 meters from that site, they discovered a piece of fabric belonging to the pants Allison was wearing the day she disappeared. A little further away, they found a second shoe and part of an arm. It appeared that the mysterious neighbor who had provided this information had not lied. The event had been as horrific as he had described. But how did all this happen? Allison Pamela Bomia Vasquez was born on November 7, 2001 in the city of Cartago, Costa Rica. When she was very young, her parents divorced and she went to live with her mother, Yendri Vasquez. They moved to the Florencio del Castillo community in the town of Harris. Despite her family's modest economic standing, Allison never lacked for anything. Growing up in a nurturing environment led her to become a highly sociable, friendly, and attentive young woman. Everyone who knew her adored her. She had an especially close relationship with her mother. They were like friends. Allison would even sometimes help her mother at her nail salon. At 18 years old, Allison led a quiet life. She attended night classes at a school which was several kilometers away from her home. In her town, it was common for young people to attend schools far from their communities. So walking through the streets was a routine part of her day. She spent most of her time with her boyfriend, Harold Cyperta. Her days typically consisted of going from school to her boyfriend's house or meeting up with friends and family. However, this routine was shattered on March 4th, 2020. At 5 p.m., Allison left her home wearing blue jeans, a white and mustard-colored blouse, and light-colored sneakers. She took a collective bus to go to the school and traveled the 5.5 kilometers to the institution with a friend. She arrived around 6 p.m. Only she said goodbye to her friend and decided to visit her aunt who lived nearby. She arrived at her aunt's house, but no one was home. She then went to her boyfriend's house where she met his mother and they chatted for a while. Eventually, Harold arrived and they spent the rest of the afternoon together until he had to leave for an errand. Seeing that it was getting dark, Allison thought it would be best to leave as soon as possible and did not wait for her boyfriend to return to say goodbye. At 8 o'clock, Allison walked to the bus stop that would take her home to Florencio del Castillo. 10 minutes after boarding the bus, she received a text message from Harold, who was extremely worried. He told her it would have been better if she had waited for him to accompany her home. 40 minutes later, Allison got off at the bus stop closest to her home, but she still had a long distance to walk. The street was deserted, and the only light came from a few streetlights. Feeling somewhat anxious, Allison began the 1.6-kilometer walk to her home. She sent a message to her mother, Yandra, asking her to meet at a bridge 500 meters away from their house as they usually did. While walking, Allison noticed two men who appeared suspicious. They were heading in the same direction as her, so she quickened her pace and texted Harold, saying, "I was on the bus and just got off, and these two sketchy guys got off as well and are walking behind me. I'm gonna speed up because I'm scared, concerned." Harold advised her to take a taxi and promised to pay for it, but Allison declined. She texted him that she was close to the bridge where she was supposed to meet her mother. The men began to walk faster as if trying to catch up with her. When Yendri arrived at the meeting point, there was no sign of Allison. She repeatedly called her daughter's phone, but got no answer. Distraught, Yendri returned home, hoping that Allison might have taken an alternate route and had already arrived. Upon reaching home, she found it empty. The last time Allison had been online was at 8:40 p.m. Yendri tried to contact her again, but the messages went unanswered. The next day, she officially reported her daughter's disappearance to the police. The authorities began searching for clues to Allison's whereabouts. The first lead was security footage from a camera near the bridge where Allison was supposed to meet her mother. The tape showed her walking down the street toward her home, 8:47 p.m., at some point quickening her pace before disappearing into the darkness. There were no further traces of her after that. The following day, the Judicial Investigation Organization and the Ministry of Public Security joined the search. They examined various places close to the locality, including a lake and a nearby hydroelectric dam. The case drew the attention of the community, who decided to assist the authorities in the search. While investigating the streets near Allison's home, they discovered an object that caught their attention, a pair of plasters lying on the ground. This development was strange because the police had already searched the same area on the first day and found no trace of Allison. Someone seemed to be attempting to mislead them. On March 11th, a local resident came to the police station to share something suspicious he had seen on the day of Allison's disappearance. Around 8:30 p.m., the neighbor observed Allison walking briskly down the street near the bridge. A wine-colored BMW was parked nearby and started to fall over, gradually increasing its speed before stopping in front of her. Allison spoke for a few seconds with the person inside the car and then got in. The car then sped away at high speed. Upon hearing the neighbor's account, the police took immediate action to locate the vehicle. They searched all the houses near Allison's residence. On March 25th, they found the car in one of these homes. On March 29th, the Judicial Investigation Organization announced that they had seized the car for DNA testing. They also revealed that an investigation was underway against the car's owner, a man named Nelson Sanchez Urania. The 28-year-old man was known in the neighborhood for being extremely reclusive. He hardly spoke to anyone, and when he did, he was not friendly. Locals said he came from a somewhat strange family about which not much was known. One even speculated that he was involved with regional gangs. While the police continued to gather evidence to warrant the arrest of Sanchez Urania, now the prime suspect in Allison's disappearance, another significant event occurred. On April 4th, an employee of a store near the area found Allison's identification card. This was the second item belonging to Allison that had mysteriously appeared. The search continued, with authorities believing they were getting closer to discovering Allison's whereabouts. On April 17th, the police confirmed that they have found significant clues related to Allison's disappearance in the seized car, although they did not disclose any further details. On May 1st, the Costa Rican Red Cross joined the search efforts for Allison. Despite more people joining the search team, her body still remained missing. In the following months, the police focused on investigating the prime suspect and gathering enough evidence to charge him. Finally, on September 2nd, the Judicial Investigation Organization ordered the arrest of Sanchez Urania. He was formally arrested at same day without resistance. 24 hours later, authorities revealed that they had found traces of blood in the trunk, the car that had been seized over 5 months ago. These traces were matched with DNA samples from Allison Bonnie and Stanley. The results confirmed that there was no doubt that Sanchez Urania had attacked the young woman inside his car. Realizing that there was no turning back, Sanchez Urania decided it was time to confess his crime. He requested a meeting with his lawyer to reconstruct the events for the police. On March 4th, 2020, Sanchez Urania was driving his car when he saw Allison walking quickly down the street. He offered her a ride home, claiming it was late and that 2 nearby strangers looked suspicious. Trusting him, Allison got into the car, but once inside, Sanchez Urania attacked her and forced her into the trunk of the vehicle. He then took her to a coffee plantation. Once there, he forced her out of the car and took her about 140 meters from the entrance of the property. Where no one could hear them, after reaching the secluded spot, he struck her, causing an injury that left her unconscious. Blood splattered on the ground as he proceeded to assault her. After completing the horrific act, he walked back to where he had left his car, put Allison's body in the front seat, and tied her hands with a piece of cloth and adhesive tape. He then placed her back in the trunk of the car. Next, Sanchez Urania drove to an illegal dumping ground and took Allison, who was still unconscious, out of the trunk. Without hesitation, he threw the body into a coffee plantation approximately 450 meters deep to ensure that she would remain there undetected. The police subsequently ordered 6 months of preventive detention for the main suspect. That same day, they went to the illegal dumping ground to search for Allison's body. Dozens of volunteers who had been following the case on TV and were devastated by the news of her loss joined the search. On September 27th, a sock and a shoe were found, which Allison's mother, Yendri, identified as belonging to her daughter. Inside the shoe was a nail that the mother instantly recognized as she had painted it in her salon just days before her daughter's disappearance. The following day, a team of rescuers descended into a coffee plantation near the illegal dumping ground. Using safety ropes and specialized mountaineering equipment, they reached a depth of 93 meters where they found vertebrae, ribs, parts of the upper limbs, pelvis, and a femur connected by cartilage. These remains were covered in undergrowth, soil, and moss, some even fused to the ground. 8 meters from the previous site, a piece of fabric was found, belonging to the pants Allison was wearing on the day she disappeared. A second shoe and small bone fragments, which appeared to be part of an arm, were also discovered. They were unable to locate the young woman's skull. It may have rolled out of sight due to its shape. The remains were taken to a laboratory to verify if they match Allison's DNA. Forensic experts found that the body had fractures in the thoracic spine and ribs, which were consistent with the injuries caused by the fall, as described by the suspect. This indicated that they were dealing with a premeditated murder. Although Gendry, Allison's mother, was utterly devastated by the loss of her daughter, she found some solace in knowing that Sanchez Urania would spend the rest of his life in jail. During a press conference, Yendri's lawyers stated that they would do everything possible to ensure the murderer faced the full extent of the law, serving as many years in prison as possible. While they couldn't bring Allison back to life, they could seek justice on her behalf. As they awaited the start of the legal process, Allison's family held a funeral. On March 1st, Sanchez was officially charged with homicide. On April 30th, the criminal court ordered his trial and extended his pretrial detention by another 4 months to prevent any escape attempts. While the case had made significant progress, the most challenging part remained: gathering enough evidence to prove the act was premeditated. Yendri testified that Sanchez Urania had previous encounters with Allison. On one occasion, Allison had gone to pick up her cousins from the bus stop and met the suspect. The man offered them a ride home, which they accepted despite the awkward silence during the trip. Days later, Allison received a message on Facebook from Sanchez Urania asking if she disliked him. Allison replied that she didn't, as they had never spoken, and she didn't know them well enough to form an opinion. The man tersely acknowledged her response. This demonstrated a long-term obsession with Allison, as he even claimed to be deeply in love with her and envious of those she spent time with. However, during the trial, the defendant completely changed his version of events. He claimed innocence and said his previous statements were made under police pressure and torture. Nevertheless, there was no turning back. The body was found where he initially indicated, and DNA evidence in the car directly implicated him. Allison's family provided their testimony in a separate room, as they did not want to face the attacker. Despite this, Sanchez Urania continued to plead innocent. On the morning of August 18, 2021, he was officially sentenced to 18 years in prison for simple homicide. He was acquitted of the abuse charge due to the state in which Allison's body was found, making it impossible to prove. The family was dissatisfied with the sentence, calling for up to 35 years in prison, which is customary in such cases. The verdict was later annulled by the Criminal Chamber of the Supreme Court of Justice, and the case was reopened to determine if the crime involved premeditation. In November 2021, the appeals court rejected the family's claims and upheld the original sentence. As of today, the case remains open and Allison's family is pushing for the crime to be reclassified as aggravated homicide and for a review of the sentence. Yendri, Allison's mother, has not only had to cope with the horrific loss of her daughter, but also with cyberbullying. Dozens of people found her Facebook profile and posted messages on her wall, blaming her for Allison's death because she had allowed her daughter to walk alone at night. Local residents came forward in various meetings to say that it's entirely normal for young people in the region to walk long distances from bus stops to their homes. Allison's boyfriend has given several interviews, expressing his outrage over what happened. He mentioned that Allison had many dreams and goals, which Sanchez Urania took away from her. Despite this, he felt grateful for the 1 year and 10 months he had spent with her, stating that she will always be his angel and the best life partner he could have ever had. Although the investigation has technically closed, several questions remain. The family's lawyer has pointed out that it is quite strange for Sanchez Urania to have moved Allison's body to the bottom of a landfill without any help. There is also the mystery of who the men were who had been pursuing Allison on the day of her disappearance, which prompted her to get into the car of her former neighbor. After an audio message that Allison sent her boyfriend went viral, the public has one burning question. Did these two men have anything to do with Sanchez Urania's sinister plan? And if not, why were they following a young woman late at night? The trial concluded too quickly, leaving the family dissatisfied with the sentence. They hope that, in the future, such cases will receive the necessary attention so that all those involved face the appropriate penalties. As you begin to explore the Leslie Palacio case, it is impossible not to feel bewildered and disappointed that justice has not yet been served. The killer remains at large, even though the police have all the evidence and his identity is known to them. Today's story underscores the difficulty of investigating crimes when suspects find themselves outside the jurisdiction and victims can only hope that the perpetrators will be found and brought to justice. The morning of the 29th brought anxiety to the home of Rosalia Palacio, mother of 5 lovely daughters. Her eldest daughter Kayla came down to the kitchen and reported that the bed in Leslie's room was untouched. Her belongings were gone, and she clearly hadn't spent the night at home. One of the sisters joked that it must have been a pretty fun night at the club, and Leslie had probably stayed the night at Eric's. In fact, everyone became alarmed since Leslie had never done this before. Over breakfast, Kayla kept glancing at her phone, expecting a waking Leslie to be about to text. Time passed, but still no word from Leslie. By noon, it stopped seeming normal. By late afternoon, Rosalia decided to go to Eric's house on her own and find out where her daughter had disappeared to. When the Palacio family members drove up to the house, they saw Eric's mother and his sister actively removing pieces of furniture and miscellaneous items from the house. Obviously, taking furniture out of the house is quite normal, but the situation itself and Mrs. Ibarra's crying face caused a very strange feeling for Rosalia. Something was not right here. When asked where Leslie was and why Eric's phone was unavailable, Eric's mother and sister pretended that they didn't even know that the couple had spent the evening together. Rosalia once again clarified whether Leslie had slept over at their house that night, because she knew from her daughter's messages that she was going to Eric's house. After receiving a negative response, Leslie's family realized the seriousness of what was happening. Fears became reality, and the family immediately took action. The older sister, realizing that Leslie could not have disappeared so easily, began calling local hospitals and searching the internet for reports of accidents in the last 24 hours. However, the search was unsuccessful, as were attempts to contact Eric. He had either turned off his phone or the phone with deed, as Kayla couldn't even hear the voicemail. Rosalia had no choice but to call the police. The next day, August 30th, Leslie was officially reported missing. The move was the first in an intense fight for justice. Leslie Palacio was born on May 5, 1998, in Las Vegas, Nevada, USA. Her short but full life was full of love and caring for her family. Always open and friendly girl became a source of joy in any company, as she valued everyone she met in her life and was reciprocated. Leslie dreamed of connecting her life with medicine. After graduating from high school, she entered the Las Vegas Medical College. In 2020, she was already confidently moving towards her dream of becoming a phlebotomist and worked part-time as a lab technician. Combining theoretical knowledge with practical skills, Leslie proved herself to be a talented student. Her academic achievements were admirable. She was able to easily assimilate new material and always strive to deepen her knowledge. That is why the girl decided to work part-time as a laboratory assistant. Unexpectedly, Leslie realized that she had found her calling and soon became an integral part of the team. Colleagues considered the student not only a responsible and professional lab technician, but also a warm, responsive person. The girl's duties included conducting various analyses and tests. But for Leslie, this work was much more than just a fulfillment of duties. She saw her calling in the ability to make the process of taking tests as comfortable as possible for patients. Her caring and patience created an atmosphere of trust, and even those who were apprehensive about the procedure felt at ease in her presence. When the youngest of the nurses asked if Leslie was afraid of getting her hands pierced all the time, she laughingly replied that she now had a super ability to poke people. The young optimist's vitality was evident in her every action. By all accounts, Leslie had the unique potential to become a sought-after and valuable specialist in the field of medical laboratory diagnostics, and she would have, if not for a dramatic turn of events. Leslie has been used to helping and caring for everyone since childhood. As the second of 5 daughters, she took on the role of mother when Rosalia Palacio worked as a hotel cleaner. Rosalia recalled her daughter kicking her out of the kitchen when she tried to cook dinner after cleaning more than 15 hotel rooms in a shift. "Get some rest," Leslie gently urged her. Wanting to relieve her mother's burden after work, her daughter took it upon herself to prepare dinners and, in her characteristic easygoing manner, found cooking to be a source of inspiration. From then on, she always made sure her family members were very well fed. And even if she was away and couldn't make the family dinner herself, she always called home to make sure everyone had eaten. For Leslie, family came first, and she easily inspired her sisters with her energy and ideas. For example, even during the pandemic, Leslie didn't let sports disappear by organizing workouts in the backyard of the house. She touted her mother various exercises, and with her sisters, she danced daily in front of the mirror to music. Her love of experimenting with hair color and image turned it into a joint business plan with her older sister to open a boutique. The sisters began designing and sewing dresses at home in their own unique style. When the coronavirus pandemic happened, then Rosalia was laid off due to downsizing. Leslie suggested her mother start her own small cleaning company and assured her that she would definitely help her with the cleanings in her free time from work and school. "Mom will be fine soon. You'll see," she assured Rosalia. At a family council, they came up with a name for the company, the Palacio Cleaning Service. At the time Leslie disappeared, her dreams were just beginning to be realized. Their family firm had landed its first contract. But on August 29, 2020, all of the Palacio family's plans and dreams came crashing down. At the end of August 2020, Leslie completed the lab assistant program and the family firm also received a large order. The girl decided it was time to take a break from the stresses and worries and enjoy an evening of dancing and fun. Especially the restrictions due to the pandemic were gradually being lifted and Las Vegas began to come alive. Unfortunately, none of the friends wanted to keep Leslie company. Although people were beginning to let go of their fears and return to their normal lives, they still felt nervous and anxious at the prospect of being in a closed space with lots of people. Leslie didn't give up hope of convincing someone to have fun and posted a post on Instagram expressing her desire to spend the evening somewhere. Unexpectedly, she received a message from Eric Rangel Ibarra. Leslie and Eric's parents had been attending the same church for 14 years and occasionally socialized. So the children had known each other since childhood but had never interacted closely. Leslie knew what Eric liked, her attention, but Leslie never reciprocated. She was polite to him, however. On any other day, Leslie would have declined Eric's desire to keep her company, but not this time. She was eager to dilute her ordinary life with a fun evening. The whole day passed in anticipation and anticipation. And when none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company, she accepted Eric's polite and warm offer to reminisce about Las Vegas nightlife. Sharing a night out with Eric seemed like a better choice than going nowhere at all. Expecting a fun adventure, Leslie had no idea what horrible events awaited her, but she probably had a premonition of something, trying to rationalize to herself that there was no cause for concern. Anyway, Leslie agreed with her sister that she would send her regular messages, telling her exactly where she was. She also told Kayla in great detail where she was going and with whom and what places she might end up in. After a while, the older sister received a strange message. "Can you believe Eric is totally not going to drink this evening? We're at a party, but it looks like I'm going to have to party alone." Afterward, the sisters exchanged joking messages on the topic of healthy living. The first place Eric and Leslie went to was the casino at the Longhorn Hotel. Police officers would later see on surveillance footage of the couple getting out of a white Ford F-250 owned by Eric at 0:31 a.m. on Ayug 29 and entering the casino, then leaving a short time later at 1:56 a.m. The couple would then leave the casino. Leslie kept in contact with her sister, telling her what was going on. At 4:40 a.m., Leslie sent her sister another strange message. "I need to talk to you about something shitty." Kayla asked what happened and, according to her, a text box popped up as if Leslie had started to reply, but no answer ever came. That text message was the last of the girl's life. The morning of the 29th came. Leslie still hadn't returned home. The more time passed, the more concerned the Palacio family members became. The certainty that Leslie had stayed the night at Eric's house was replaced by confusion, and the family went to a familiar house where they found a strange scene. Mrs. Ibarra and her daughter were taking out furniture, pretending that they had heard for the first time that Leslie and Eric had spent the evening together. In fact, Leslie's family arrived at Eric's house just in time. If they had arrived a few hours later, the investigation would have been significantly delayed. The police found traces of blood in the house, a mess in the bedroom, which suggests that Eric's mother and his sister spent the whole day, strangely enough, not to clean up the traces of the crime, but to pack things down to the pieces of furniture. The family was clearly not going on a picnic, but planning a long-term and thorough absence. Most likely, they had arranged to reunite with Eric and his father, Jose, in Mexico, where the two had traveled in order to escape justice. Upon seeing the Palacio family, Mrs. Ibarra probably realized that the chance to leave was gone, leaving evidence in the house that no one would take the time to clean up. Panicked, mother and daughter began to simply deny knowing about Leslie and Eric's evening together. It was this behavior that led to the suspicion that something irreparable had happened. Fortunately, the Las Vegas police took immediate action and sent out a billing inquiry intending to track Leslie's movements since the previous night. But unfortunately, it takes some time to get that data, while the Palacios couldn't sit back and wait. The family started a campaign to spread the word about Leslie's disappearance. People responded and began actively sharing the information on social media. No one expected that there would be so many people who cared. Eric's mom especially didn't expect it. Detectives kept asking more and more questions. And on August 31st, Mrs. Ibarra went to the police station and filed a missing persons report for her husband and son. Mrs. Ibarra told police that her son, Eric, left home late in the evening on August 28th. And when he returned the next morning, he was acting strangely. She saw him walk out the door and never returned. The police noticed a strange circumstance. Not only was Leslie missing, but Eric was also missing, as well as his father. Based on this, an investigation into the triple disappearance began. With the Las Vegas police involved, detectives turned to the residents of the neighborhood with the hope of finding surveillance cameras that recorded something important. Luck smiled. It was discovered that just across the street from Jose Ibarra's home, there were surveillance cameras. In addition to the CCTV footage, police obtained billing data that allowed them to track Leslie's movements in the early morning hours of the 29th. Detectives found that the couple went to the casino and afterward to a grill bar, which they reached around 2:15 a.m. accidentally or not. Leslie's cell phone was left at the bar, and the records show that Leslie left the establishment around 5:50 a.m., which is quite early in the morning. At 6:05 a.m., neighborhood cameras captured Eric's car pulling up to the family home. The nature of his assistance to Leslie in getting out of the car and on the way to the house clearly indicated that the girl was heavily intoxicated. At 7:25 a.m., and his father, Jose, are seen carrying Leslie's body out of the house, wrapped in a sheet and placing it in the trunk of the car. Eric then drives away while Jose hoses down the driveway to their house. These actions clearly indicated that Eric and Jose were not missing, but were fugitives from justice. After police saw the footage, a search warrant was obtained for Ibarra's home. As a result, detectives uncovered a lot of additional evidence showing that Leslie had not left the house voluntarily. The house had been cleaned with cleaning products in an unsuccessful attempt. Latex gloves and trash bags were also found, but the most important piece of evidence was the discovery in Eric's room. Traces of blood were found on the floor and on Eric's bed, an obvious sign of assault. And without DNA testing, it was clear to investigators that the blood belonged to Leslie. From that point on, Leslie Palacio was no longer missing, and investigators focused their efforts on finding her body. Eric and Jose were reported missing. As investigators searched diligently for suspects, the shaken Palacio family made efforts as well. Rosalia asked members of the church community to help search for her daughter's body as search volunteers. Flyers and posters with Leslie's photo and images of Eric and Jose appeared on social media, newspapers, and street poles. The Palacio family is asking the public to intervene and help them find these two men involved in the girl's death, was the message on each flyer. The first major breakthrough in the investigation came when a license plate reader spotted Eric's car just 6 miles from his home around 10 a.m. Agater 29. He was heading back to his home just 4 hours after Leslie's alleged murder. The information uncovered made investigators realize that the location where Eric may have hidden the body was within a 4-hour drive of his home on the Nevada-Arizona border or the Charleston Peak side, which is a huge area. So detectives were desperate for any additional information that could help them determine a more precise location. Once again, luck smiled on them when footage was recorded at a gas station 40 miles north of Las Vegas, showing Eric's car pulling off the highway toward the Valley of Fire National Park. The car backed up 20 minutes later with muddy tires. The find narrowed the search and pointed to the possible location of the body. Within 20 miles of the gas station, the mud on the tires suggested that Eric had driven off the road at some point. Detectives began searching the area. Police and volunteers combed through hundreds of acres of land. And on September 9, during a second search, they found Leslie Palacio's body hidden near a bush. News outlets immediately spread the word. The body of 22-year-old Leslie Palacio has been found near the Valley of Fire, 11 days after she disappeared. A reporter joined the report, providing additional details about the prime suspect, 25-year-old Eric Rangel Ibarra. The Valley of Fire, where the body was found, is known for its hot climate, which led to rapid decomposition of the remains, and forensic experts were unable to determine the exact cause of death. Locals reacted to Leslie's death with horror and fear. Some became afraid to go outside because of the constant thoughts of the uncaught criminals involved in the murder. The day after the body was discovered, September 10th, many friends, relatives, neighbors, and just random people in the area gathered to honor Leslie's memory. People took candles that were used for the nightly vigil and placed them in front of the girl's house. They also said they wanted the man responsible for her death to pay for what he did. The fight for justice was not even close to being over at this point. The next major breakthrough came when Eric's car flashed in Moreno Valley, California. Police eventually contacted Eric's cousin, and he reported that he had driven Jose and his son to San Isidro, where he believed they planned to cross the border into Mexico. The Las Vegas Police Department requested assistance from the FBI because it was not possible for them to resolve the jurisdictional issue on their own. The investigation slowed down. Then, on January 19, 2021, for months after the discovery of the girl's remains, Eric's father, Jose, turned himself in at the border. Everyone was greatly relieved that at least one fugitive was now in custody. The man was quickly extradited back to Clark County and charged with destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. During interrogations, Jose tried to minimize his involvement in the crime, explaining the story of the trip to Mexico by his son's strange behavior on the morning of August 29th. However, investigators showing surveillance video footage debunked his false claims. The footage clearly showed him helping carry Leslie's body out of the house and washing the driveway. Faced with the evidence, Jose changed his testimony. He said he was working in the garage when Eric brought Leslie's body wrapped in a sheet into the garage. According to Jose, he panicked and helped his son load the body into the truck, assuming that Leslie had died of an overdose of illegal drugs because he saw no visible injuries on the body. Court documents indicate that Jose initially told police that, according to Eric, Leslie died of an overdose of illegal drugs. Jose also explained that Eric immediately talked about wanting to end his life, blamed himself, and so he decided that the best thing to do for his son was to take him to Mexico. When investigators asked Jose for Eric's current whereabouts, he explained that as soon as the two of them entered Mexico and boarded the bus was searched by Mexican authorities. He and his son got scared and decided to split up, thinking that apart, it would be harder for the authorities to find them. For this reason, he would love to help the investigation, but has absolutely no idea where his son might be. On June 18, 2021, Jose formally pleaded guilty to destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. Despite the horrific characteristics of his crimes, Jose Ibarra was sentenced to only 2 years in the Clark County Detention Center, causing shock and dismay in the community. The Palacio family was shocked and outraged by Jose's lenient sentence, which they felt was unjust. During the pandemonium, Jose Ibarra joined the court proceedings virtually, while Leslie's family and friends attended in person. They urged the judge to impose a harsher sentence, arguing that 2 years was not enough for an accessory to murder who helped dispose of the body and hid the perpetrator. Jose Ibarra pleaded guilty and tried to apologize to Palacio's family, saying his love for his son outweighed him. He expressed regret for his actions. However, Leslie's family did not accept his apology and did not consider it sincere. To date, Eric's whereabouts remain unknown, and he continues to live a free life in Mexico. Jose was released on April 28, 2022. Ophelia Markarian, attorney and representative of the Palacio family, commented as follows. and raises questions about fairness in dealing with serious crimes. The Palacio family is determined to fight to change the law in Neva because they believe that whoever was involved in the murder should receive a longer prison sentence than 2 years. They hope that the perpetrator will be found and prosecuted in the United States, where he will be charged and given the punishment he deserves. Ofelia Markarian is directly reaching out to those who may know of Eric's whereabouts in Mexico. In every media interview, she calls for Palacio's family to be given a small measure of justice. Maria de Jesus Zamudio was born on April 5, 1996 in Mexico City. As the third among 4 sisters, she quickly won over the hearts of all who knew her, affectionately earning the nickname Marichui. Throughout her elementary education, she attended a Catholic school. Her dream was to become a nun to help as many people as possible, aiming above all to distinguish herself from selfish individuals. To achieve her goals, she spent every afternoon with her best friend, organizing plays, dances, and talks for younger children to draw them closer to religion. Her interest didn't stop there. She was an extremely active girl, keen on sports, practicing karate and swimming. However, over time, she discovered her true passion was basketball. As a teenager, Marichui moved away from religion, but not from her studies. She became a very cultured and diligent young woman, spending her time reading and visiting museums every Sunday. She also had a passion for taking photographs of her cat. Although she enjoyed going out like any other teenager, she did not do it often, preferring to spend time with her family. Her passion for study paid off, and she was admitted to the Petroleum Engineering program at the National Polytechnic Institute. Out of 822 applicants, she was one of the 176 women who got in. Initially, Marichui thought she couldn't attend because it was a costly institution, but her record of excellent grades earned her a full scholarship. Despite having her studies secured, the young woman wanted to be economically independent and got a formal job at a cinema chain in Mexico City. There, she won the affection of both her colleagues and customers. Even on promotion days, when the cinema was packed, she managed to make those who approached the purchase window smile. Her goal was to save enough money to take her nephews to Disneyland. Meanwhile, she enjoyed celebrating the Day of the Dead with them, her favorite holiday. Every November, she made bags of sweets and went out to distribute them with the little ones. Marichui's kindness was not only reflected in her relationship with her nephews. She remembered all her close ones, visited them whenever they were sad, and helped them with any inconvenience. She was surrounded by people who loved her. She had the best possible relationship with her mother. They texted each other every morning and dreamed of moving together to a house in Playa del Carmen. Marichui had her whole life planned out. After finishing her degree, she would pursue a master's, then work as an engineer, and later form a family as united as her own. In 2016, she achieved one of her goals. She moved into an apartment with another girl from the university. She had adjusted well to student life, joined the basketball team, and made many friends, but things were not as good as they seemed. Marichui began to suffer harassment from a faculty member named Julio Ivan Ruiz, who was in charge of the Introduction to Petroleum Drilling course. He went as far as suggesting through Facebook Messenger that she could pass the course in exchange for sexual favors. The young woman did not accept this. She spent the entire Christmas vacation studying and took the extraordinary period exam. Julio just gave her a hostile look and failed her. The torment didn't end there. She was also harassed by a student named Mario, who sent her messages every day, claiming he was in love with her. Despite Marichui's lack of response, he continued writing, and the messages became increasingly aggressive. Uncomfortable with both situations, Marichui formally requested a change of major, but she never went through with it. On the afternoon of January 15, 2016, Marichui spoke with her mother on the phone, as she did every day, telling her that she would go to a scenic restaurant with some friends, then they would visit a karaoke bar, and she would return home to sleep. At 4 in the morning, Yesenia's phone began to ring. When she answered, she heard an unknown voice, informing her that Marichui had fallen and was admitted to a hospital. Yesenia immediately hung up the phone without asking for explanations. The most important thing at that moment was to see her daughter. She went to the clinic with her ex-husband. Upon arrival, the receptionist informed her that her daughter was not there. They searched every hospital in the region until they finally arrived at the Valbuena Hospital. Her name was on the list of the last admitted, but with several spelling mistakes. However, that was not the worst part. What truly shocked Yesenia and her ex-husband was finding out that Marishue had not suffered a simple fall. The doctors told them she had fallen from the window of an apartment, which was on the 5th floor, sustaining a traumatic brain injury, and was in a coma. The situation was strange, but Yesenia preferred to focus first on her daughter's health. Although the young woman had a chance to survive, she needed to undergo several surgeries for the fractures in her femur, legs, and skull, which were extremely costly. Through social media, Yesenia asked all of Marichui's friends to pray for her and organized a fundraiser to cover the high medical expenses. Thanks to Marichui always helping her acquaintances, they did the same for her, allowing her to be transferred to a specialized hospital where she underwent multiple surgeries. But what happened that night? On January 15, 2016, Marichui attended a dinner at a restaurant at 8 in the evening, planning to eat with 3 friends, one of them named Gabriel. However, Gabriel unexpectedly invited the teacher, Julio Ivan, which made the young woman uncomfortable since he was the professor who had harassed her previously. Mari Shu tried to stay calm, and after dinner, they went to karaoke. When they left, she tried to take a taxi to return to her apartment, but the teacher insisted on driving her in his truck, which Gabriel was driving. Mari Shu, somewhat frightened, accepted and sat in the back with the 2 men. During the ride, Julio and Gabriel began to touch Mari Shu, and when she tried to escape by getting out of the truck, they knocked her down and forcefully put her back in. Upon arriving at her apartment, some neighbors saw Gabriel and Julio carrying Mari Shu up the stairs while she hit and struggled to escape from them. She even knocked on some apartment doors asking for help, but no one helped her. Not even her friends with whom she shared the rent, thinking it might be a robbery. Minutes later, they opened the apartment, and once inside, Gabriel and Julio tried to undress her to abuse her, managing to tear her clothes and break the buttons. The other 2 roommates just watched from afar and decided not to intervene. Mari Shu continued screaming and asking for help. Seeing that the situation was going nowhere, Julio and Gabriel proceeded to throw her out of the window. A neighbor named Rosa saw Marishui's body fall more than 12 meters while her attackers fled the scene, at which point she called the police. Mari Shu fought for her life in the hospital for several days, but ultimately, she died. This version was confirmed after a forensic doctor mentioned that the injury mechanics provided key elements, indicating that the young woman did not jump head first into the void but fell feet first because she tried to grab her attackers until the last moment. This was also proven by finding Julio and Gabriel's DNA under Marichui's nails, leading to a 180-degree turn in the case. In 2018, authorities discarded the accident hypothesis and the idea that she took her own life, classifying the incident as manslaughter, with Gabriel and Julio as the main suspects. However, the latter continued teaching at the university as if nothing had happened. Yesenia was dissatisfied, stating that the case should be classified as femicide, and that by not doing so, they were diminishing the importance of the abuse her daughter had suffered before dying. She filed a complaint with the Mexico City Human Rights Commission. Due to the investigation file being poorly compiled, Yesenia also filed numerous complaints with the Mexico City Secretary of Public Security, the Superior Court of Justice of the Capital, and the then City Prosecutor's Office. The Mexico City Human Rights Commission initiated an investigation and determined that evidence had been omitted during the case. There was evidence of police incompetence and a clear lack of interest on the part of the state. In a report, it was established that in the early hours of January 16th, a police officer arrived at the scene and entered the apartment to see where the victim had jumped from, but only glanced around. After the ambulance left, the officer departed without securing the apartment or the area where the victim fell, and without notifying the judicial authority, which could have led to the manipulation of evidence afterward. Additionally, the autopsy performed on Mari Shu lacked basic requirements, such as listing all the individuals who had contact with the body and examining the intimate area to determine if she had suffered abuse before her death. Yesenia requested a public act in which the government would acknowledge their responsibility for these omissions and announce measures established to prevent their recurrence. This request was completely ignored and the case was shelved again. Both Julio and Gabriel fled and justice seemed far off. Tired of waiting for answers from the government, Yesenia joined the movement called Ana Walshe and organized dozens of demonstrations not only for her daughter, but also for all women who had been murdered because of their gender. In February 2020, Yesenia attended an event to demand justice for the femicide of a young woman who was killed by her partner after an argument. The demonstration took place outside the building where the crime occurred, where Yesenia gave a speech accusing the Mexican government of not having personnel trained in gender violence. Yesenia's speech went viral and Marishui's case was finally brought back into focus. On September 7, 2020, it was finally classified as femicide and Mexico City authorities made a public apology to Yesenia and the victims' relatives. On January 25, 2022, a new event for Marishui's case took place at the National Polytechnic Institute, where the university joined the apology previously made by the authorities. Although the general director was present, it was the institution's lawyer who extended the apology. Yesenia accepted the apologies, but mentioned that more work was needed to find the murderers, who were still at large. She also remembered how Marishui's dreams were taken away 5 years ago, saying that if her daughter were alive, she would surely be in love, working, and very happy, as she had been throughout her short life. Months later, the National Polytechnic Institute, where Marishui studied, posthumously awarded the petroleum engineering degree to Yesenia. In February 2022, the police confirmed that following intelligence operations, agents located and apprehended Gabriel, the probable perpetrator of Marishui's femicide. Marilyn Martinez was born on September 3, 1995. Her family was middle class. Although money was not a problem, they always strived to improve their economic status to have a better life. Instilled with strong values, Marilyn's main dream was always to study, secure a good job, and achieve everything she desired. However, someone obstructed her path. At just 17 years old, she met Alexander Israel Pinedo, a 30-year-old man almost twice her age. Yet she didn't care. The love was immediate. Unlike others around her, Alexander seemed unattracted to her responsible and ambitious side. Instead, it bothered him and problems soon followed. Alexander frequently displayed intense jealousy whenever Marilyn went out with friends or even her family. He would lose his sanity. And although Marilyn tried to talk about issues, Alexander would violently beat her in a sinister attempt to show who was in charge. Despite the issues, they moved in together when she was still very young to counteract the torment she experienced at home. Marilyn sought things that made her happy. If she couldn't have stability in her relationship, she would at least find it in her career. She was studying and simultaneously began working in an office. She excelled at what she did, was very diligent, and committed herself fully to everything she undertook. Upon turning 18, Marilyn decided she had endured enough, packed her beautiful suitcases, and left. However, within a few hours, she realized she had forgotten some items in their shared home. She returned to collect them and found Alexander completely furious. He struck her on the head and punched her in the groin. Marilyn left the house crying and went to see her mother and sister, who both encouraged her to file a police report. She followed their advice, yet her determination quickly faded. Like a true manipulator, Alexander showed up at her house and convinced her to get back together, promising a fresh start. He vowed to treat her well and give her something she had always wanted, a child. Marilyn withdrew the police complaint and moved back in with Alexander. They had a beautiful wedding where he promised to care for and love her forever. 9 months later, their first and only child was born, and they moved to an apartment in the province of Lima. However, Alexander's promises quickly evaporated. On one occasion, he inflicted severe blows to Marilyn's head in front of their little one, who was just 1 year and 2 months old. The sinister man had no shame in exercising violence in front of his own son. Burdened by the horrible situation with her partner and the extensive care her young son required, Marilyn neglected her physical appearance, devoting all her time to caring for the baby. Her husband had forbidden her from visiting her mother and sister, as well as from having them come over to help. Growing increasingly depressed, Marilyn gained a significant amount of weight, which only added to her frustration. She no longer met her own beauty standards and didn't feel like the perfect girl she wanted to be. Nonetheless, Marilyn was never the type to remain passive when things didn't unfold as she wished. Something had to be done. She decided to initiate a plan to regain her figure, believing that looking good would make her feel good. Her training started to pay off, and Marilyn had an idea. Many women must be going through the same thing as her. If she recorded her routines and talked about her plans for spiritual growth, she could help others in similar situations. TikTok was the perfect platform for her mission, known for its vast array of videos where many users showcased their transformations and encouraged others to do the same. These were short, easy-to-follow recordings. By the time Marilyn turned 29, she had become a well-known influencer. She had nearly 600,000 followers on TikTok, along with 24,000 on Instagram. Everyone loved her, from housewives wanting to emulate her lifestyle to men attracted to her physique. Her content mainly consisted of exercise routines showing her body's progress, as well as health and self-care tips. She also did daily vlogs explaining how to be an entrepreneurial woman. But Marilyn didn't just post videos of herself. She also enjoyed sharing snippets of her personal life. On multiple occasions, she was seen spending time with her husband and son, who was now 8 years old. The videos often featured Marilyn dancing outside her apartment or playing with little pieces of paper, and also depicted humorous couple scenes that greatly differed from their actual dynamic. All her followers supported the relationship as they appeared very happy and united. Having been together for 12 years, they were seen as a role model. Her followers highlighted how Alexandra supported her projects, but no one knew what happened behind closed doors. Marilyn's videos of dancing and lip-syncing to songs stirred up intense hatred in Alexander. He felt she made them to attract men, who would fall at her feet in the comments section. Whenever Alexander saw something on Marilyn's social media that he disliked, the violence would reappear and increase day by day. Marilyn's family was deeply concerned for her. On the rare occasions when they saw her, they couldn't help but notice how her husband controlled every move she made, criticized her clothing, and constantly watched her with disapproval. Whenever Marilyn was away for a couple of hours, she would return home to a disastrous jealousy scene. Alexander bombarded her with questions about whom she had been with and why she had been gone for so long. Marilyn reacted to these comments, but in return, she faced physical violence from her husband. She began to think about separation, but feared how it might affect their son. On the other hand, unconcerned about their son's mental health, Alexander started to use him as a spy, asking him to check his mother's phone and report on her social media interactions. The situation escalated to the point where Alexander wanted to know even what she discussed with her family members, fearing they were advising her to leave him. Despite the disastrous family life, they maintained appearances outside the home, presenting themselves as just another family to the neighbors, and continuing to record videos for TikTok. No one outside their close circle suspected anything, until one day Marilyn made a post that changed everything. On January 15th, 2023, Marilyn uploaded a video to her weekly message section, a new feature on her account. In it, she was seen dressed in a suit, then working out and finally happy in a swimming pool. In the background, the song Flowers by Miley Cyrus could be heard, a track that expresses women's autonomy. The video included captions over the images with phrases like, "I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, see the things you don't understand," and it concluded with, "I can love myself better than you ever did." Users took this as a sign that her marriage might have ended. In reality, it was a cry for help. Alexander saw the video on his phone and noticed hundreds of comments encouraging his wife to move forward. He also saw several men who, as always, were enchanted by her beauty and decided he had endured enough. The following day, around 2 in the afternoon, Marilyn was in her room doing her exercise routine, distracted. Alexander grabbed a knife from the kitchen and went to the bedroom they shared. He silently entered and stabbed her in the back, knocking her to the floor. Then he stabbed her 29 more times, ignoring Marilyn's pleas, and finally took her life. After committing the horrendous act, he turned around and realized their son had witnessed everything, entering a total state of shock. He only snapped out of it when he heard the police sirens arriving at their home. The neighbors had heard Marilyn's loud cries for help coming from the house. They were not accustomed to such incidents in their quiet neighborhood and were truly dismayed. They called the police, who arrived quickly at the scene and tried to knock on the door, but no one answered. So they broke into the home looking for signs of life. The first thing they saw was the boy in the hallway in a state of distress. He told them he had locked himself in one of the rooms because he was afraid his father might hurt him. He didn't fully understand what had happened. The officers took the boy to the patrol car to ensure his safety and then continued searching for his parents. Upon reaching the master bedroom, they encountered a horrific scene. Marilyn's lifeless body was on the floor next to her bed, lying in a pool of blood, with multiple wounds to her head, arm, and wrist. The officers didn't even call for a doctor. As there was no hope, they continued to search the house, hoping to find the perpetrator, fearing he might have fled. However, Alexander was in the living room, sitting very calmly, showing no remorse. He confessed to the crime and allowed the officers to handcuff him. As a precaution in case he later regretted his statement, one of the officers took out his cell phone and started recording. Alexander wasn't bothered. He was used to performing for the screens. When asked if he had used the same knife for all the injuries he had inflicted, he answered affirmatively. Before being taken to the patrol car to be transported to the station, he asked the authorities to take care of his son. Alexander was placed in pretrial detention, awaiting the start of the judicial process. He returned to the house where he committed the crime to participate in the reconstruction of the events. This time, he himself prevented being recorded, seeming guilty of having murdered his wife. He even wore the same shirt that had appeared in several of their videos. He detailed Marilyn's last moments of life, admitting he had taken her by surprise so she couldn't defend herself. He mentioned seeing the blood flow. At that moment, he thought about taking his own life, deciding it was his turn. But before he could stab himself, he backed out, describing himself as a coward in his own words. Despite the magnitude of his narrative, the sinister man spoke with total coldness, as if recounting an anecdote. He also did not hesitate to say that his son had witnessed the crime. He reiterated that he was a murderer who had killed his wife and promised to pay whatever was necessary, although he did not seem very remorseful. That same day, local news broadcast the video, which even reached TikTok, the platform where Marilyn had often appeared cheerful and happy. At first, her followers thought it was a distasteful joke, but as hours passed, all Peruvian media outlets spread the news and the collective grief was overwhelming. Social media unified in demanding the maximum penalty for the murderer. The trial began swiftly, with Marilyn's relatives present to give their version of the story. They emphasized that episodes of domestic violence were constant in the relationship. They detailed how Marilyn had been mistreated physically and psychologically by her husband over the 12 long years of their relationship. They even mentioned the complaint she had filed against him in 2012, which she later regretted and withdrew. When Marilyn's sister took the stand, she made a powerful statement, noting that she had had the chance to observe the house after the police had finished their investigation. She pointed out that a part of Marilyn's wardrobe was completely empty, most likely because, considering also the video posted on her TikTok account the day before the murder, she was planning to finally leave her husband. Alexander denied that their relationship had ended, but admitted they had many problems. He spoke about how his partner's thousands of followers tried to woo her through messages, which made him extremely jealous. He admitted that jealousy was the motive for killing Marilyn, as if it were a valid reason. Public prosecutor's office ordered 9 months of preventive detention for Alexander, identifying him as the perpetrator of the murder. It is hoped that a more extensive trial can be held in the future where the maximum penalty is sought. Until then, an entire country will be watching. Social media was filled with messages of solidarity for the terrible event. Hundreds of TikTok users shared videos recounting the story and using the hashtag Justice for Marilyn. For those who followed her on social media, it was a profound shock. But even those who did not know her empathized with her case. The case became so significant that several accounts decided to post videos raising awareness on the issue. These videos encouraged women to report if they suffer from gender violence, warning them never to ignore the slightest sign of abuse and emphasizing that one can never fully know their partners, boyfriends, or lovers. These crimes often occur within the family, by men who claim to love their partners. The goal was to encourage those suffering in their relationships to leave before it's too late. Although her videos were once filled with laughter, they became a sort of sanctuary for her followers. Marilyn's son is under the custody of his maternal grandmother, away from the media spotlight. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.